Can't Close My Legs Chapter 1 to Chapter 105. 2019, Su Wan was pushed down from the 38th floor by Fang Jiaojiao. Before she could react, she was pushed down by Fang Jiaojiao with a twisted face. Fang Jiaojiao shouted at her, "Go to hell, Su Wan. Only if you go to hell, Jiqing will still be with me. As long as you don't go to hell, he will miss you." When Su Wan was pushed down the stairs, she felt a heavy sense of loss and fainted. The story started from when she was cleaning the building this morning. Su Wan was a cleaner in the department store. She was responsible for cleaning the 6th to 7th floors. When she was mopping the floor, she saw the security guards on this floor suddenly gather around a person. She thought it was a big shot. So after a few glances, she saw a handsome man in a suit in the middle of the crowd. That was her ex-husband, Jiqing. Su Wan got married 30 years ago. At that time, she was still in a small village far away. She was not educated and her family was poor. She stopped studying after graduating from high school. After graduating from high school, her family let her work in a woolen factory for a year. When she was 18 years old, she got married to a soldier in the village. That person was a soldier in the county. His salary was more than 70 yuan a month. It was a good income, so he was popular among the unmarried girls in the village. Su Ruan's family racked their brains to talk about their marriage. However, Su Wan felt that she had graduated from high school. In the village, she was a proper educated youth. She had high standards but little ability. She could marry a civil servant or something like that. She looked down on soldiers mainly because she felt that being a soldier was too hard. She had to be in a long-distance relationship and serve her in-laws in the village. She could not see her husband much in a day. She refused. Moreover, she heard from her good friend Fang Jiaojiao that this person's character was not good. He drank and drank. She also heard that he had a tendency to domestic violence. He was very violent and would hit people when he was drunk. Su Rua despised people who hit people when they were drunk, so she didn't have a good impression of Jiqing. She had rejected the marriage in every possible way, but she couldn't stand her family and even accepted the gift money, so she had no choice but to get married. After getting married, Jiqing did not have a good life. He did not know how to do the things between husband and wife. Every time they did the things between husband and wife, he would directly use the G8 to hit her small b. She did not feel any pleasure at all. Perhaps it was because he had never done it with a woman and was a virgin. He did not know anything about it, so he did not know how to do it. After she married Jiqing, she was like a living widow. Jiqing went back to the army to be a soldier. The two of them only saw each other once in a few months. Every time they met, it made her feel very uncomfortable. This kind of discomfort was not because of disharmony. It was mainly because he learned how to do it later on. Later on, several times, he made her feel so uncomfortable that she could not close her legs and it hurt when she came down. Later on, Fang Jiaojiao went to school in the city. When she came back, she told her that Jiqing had another woman in the city. He even raised that woman in the family compound. Everyone thought that the woman was his wife. Fang Jiaojiao and Su Wan were good friends since they were young, so she believed her words without a doubt. She really thought that he was indecent and had another woman in the city. She angrily left a divorce letter and left the village to work in the city. Fang Jiaojiao brought her to the city in the name of making money. In fact, she secretly sold her to a small workshop. The workshop made chemical products and the contract was signed for many years. She was imprisoned in the factory and could not leave. She had been working in the chemical factory for so many years, so her health became worse and worse. After she contracted cancer, the factory boss chased her out. In order to be able to eat, she became a cleaner in the shopping mall. After working in the factory for so many years, her face had long been corroded. Now, it had become old and ugly. She had a wrinkled old woman's face. Her face now looked uglier than B's mother. Su Wan thought of the past. Her eyes were moist and red. She looked at the man not far away. When she married him, he was more mature and charming. Looking at his achievements now, he should be doing well after so many years. Su Wan was ashamed. She knew that she was in the wrong. She did not intend to go forward to recognize him. She turned around and was about to leave when she accidentally bumped into a woman. Fang Jiaojiao did not recognize her at first. Su Wan looked at the young and beautiful woman. She was so angry that she reached out to strangle her to avenge herself. It was all because of this woman that she tricked her into working in the chemical factory that she became like this. When Fang Jiaojiao was about to choke her, she realized that the person in front of her was Su Wan. She called Su Wan to the rooftop to solve the problem. When she was not paying attention, she pushed her down the stairs. 1985. When Su Wan woke up, she was awakened by pain. This pain was very strange. It was the feeling of her lower body being torn. The pain was too unbearable. She opened her eyes uncomfortably. When she opened her eyes, she saw a black head in front of her. There was a man in front of her. When she lowered her head, she saw a hideous purple penis in her lower body. Their hairs were stuck together. Her lower body was turned outwards, and the penis was in her lower body. Her lower body and shirt were not completely removed. Her underwear was also undone. It was only slightly loosened. She looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. What was going on? Jiqing also felt very uncomfortable when he went in, especially when his wife was still wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. She kept saying that it was painful and wanted him to hurry up and get out. Jiqing was so distressed that tears came out of his eyes. So at this moment, he took out the big G8CH0U that went in. When he came out, there was some blood stuck to his G8 head. It was only when he raised his head that Su Ro saw his face. This face, a handsome face with distinct corners. This was Jiqing? No. It should be said that he looked like a young man. When he was young, he looked like this. He was handsome and had a good figure. She saw that he was not wearing a shirt, revealing his strong waist. He had an 8-pack, and his skin was very healthy. After all, he had been training in the army for many years. With such skin, he was a special man. Su Wan did not dare to believe herself. Why did she see a young him? Moreover, his penis was still in her lower body. Jiqing took the penis out. He saw that the yet on the penis was from Su Ruan's lower body. His ears were a little red. He put on his clothes and said to her apologetically, Su Ruan, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be in so much pain. I was too fast. We just got married, so we're not in a hurry. I won't disturb you tonight. I'll go out to sleep first. After you get used to it in 2 days, we'll consummate our marriage after we get along. He was mainly afraid. After all, if he took the penis in tonight, Su Wan would cry and scold him. Jiqing, is your penis a rod? Why is it so big? It's so painful. I feel like I'm going to explode. Hurry up and get out. I don't want to marry you anymore. You're abusing me. The author has something to say. Recently, I've been reading such local novels, but there's no R0U. Therefore, I've decided to use R0, R0U and R0H. I'm serious. I've decided to use R0U, R0U, R0U from start to finish. This is the first time I've tried this kind of novel. I'm not sure if everyone will eat it. If everyone doesn't eat it and there's no pig, I'll take this book down. I'm threatening all of you. Do you want to throw the pig at me? Think about it carefully. More small R0 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 Jiqing was still a virgin when he was 20 years old. Naturally, he did not have any experience in this area. He had not even had a girlfriend before, let alone holding the hand of a woman's child. This was the wife that his family had found for him. He went to take a look at her 2 days before the wedding. She was fair, clean, and quite cute. She was very good. She looked very virtuous and was a good wife and mother. Moreover, her IQ was not bad. In the village, those who were able to study in high school were all very good. This person had even graduated from high school. In the village, matchmakers' words and parents' orders were all arranged by the parents. Basically, the marriage was arranged by the parents. The person who was introduced to him was also very happy. He had been in the army all this time and did not have time to date. His parents were waiting anxiously. Many of them were already fathers at this age. They wanted to have grandchildren, so naturally, they arranged a marriage for him. He got married directly today. He had no objections. Feelings could be slowly cultivated after marriage. He had just gotten married today, so many people toasted him and drank some wine. When they entered the house, they closed the door. He did not have any experience. It was also his brothers who had told him about this kind of experience. The experience of this kind of thing was to take off one's clothes and then have sex with one's big penis. Su Wan wanted to resist, but now that she was married, it was natural for her to do this kind of husband and wife thing with him. Therefore, she did not resist and lay on the bed and let him take off her clothes. After taking off her clothes, he pushed up her underwear a little. When he saw her breasts, his eyes lit up. This pair of breasts was too big. The women in this village all wore singlets and underwear. It was a little like an old-fashioned belly band. It was a little saggy when worn, so it did not have the effect of gathering, so it did not look big. After taking off her clothes, a pair of little white rabbits popped out. The top of the red plum was like blooming plum blossoms. Su Wan felt shy being stared at by him, so she took off her underwear and didn't allow him to see. This was the first time he had seen this. Under the black hair, there were two pieces of Y that were very fat, chubby, and especially X-feeling. He reached out to M0 her B seam, and he didn't know how to directly open her Y. When he opened the Y, he saw a few strands of Y hair. This was the first time Su Ro had been M0 by a man in this place, so she was a little shy and wanted to close her legs. After Jiqing opened the Y, he saw the pink XR0U inside, and his eyes lit up. The black forest outside was black, but after he opened these two pieces, the XR0U inside was actually pink. It was especially pink, and there was a protruding pearl on it. He M0 a little, and Su Wan even cried out, "Oh." He only knew that this kind of thing required him to stuff things into her B. So after he took off her underwear, he didn't have any foreplay. Just like that, he supported his big penis into her XR0U. That was the first time he came in, so he didn't know which way was the entrance, so he looked for the entrance for a long time. When he finally squeezed in, he reached her B. In the end, his rod was too big, so it tore her B. She cried out in pain. Jiqing didn't know if there was anything there. After all, he was stuck there. He couldn't go up or down, and his wife kept crying, so he didn't dare to move. Now that he pulled it out, he felt a little better. Su Wan had just been reborn, so she didn't know how to react. What was going on now, after Jiqing finished speaking, he got up and put on his clothes in front of her. He put on his underwear first. Because his penis hadn't softened yet, he stuffed it into his underwear until it was about to burst. This was too big. However, his penis had always been this big. When Su Wan was young, she didn't know any better. She thought that his penis was too big, so she suffered a lot. When she was old, she realized that the bigger it was, the more comfortable it was. If it wasn't big, she wouldn't even enjoy it. She stared blankly at the swelling in his underwear. After taking off his underwear, he put on his suit jacket and then put on his shirt. It was his wedding today, so he took out the suit jacket that he would only wear on important occasions for his wedding. Su Wan didn't have time to talk to him. In the end, Jiqing ran away, leaving this place and going outside. She had indeed returned. She had returned to more than 30 years ago, when she had just gotten married. Their first wedding night had ended on bad terms just like that. At that time, she was in too much pain and kept wailing. Jiqing was scared, so he put on his underwear and went out. It was also because of this impression that Su Wan didn't like Jiqing. Su Wan took a long time to calm down and looked at the furnishings around her. This was Jiqing's house. His family lived quite well in the village. Because he and his brother were soldiers in the city, they received a salary of 70 yuan a month. It was really high in this era. His parents were farmers in the village. They grew vegetables and sold them in the county. They had additional income, so their family was quite well off. When they got married, they added a dragon and phoenix quilt for the couple. It was bright red, and the word happiness was pasted around it. There was an old-fashioned bed frame, a wooden table, and a cement floor. She was really back. Not only did she not have sex after being pushed down, but God had given her a new chance. She was back to the day when she married Jiqing more than 30 years ago. Su Wan put on her clothes and underwear. She also put on her underwear and underwear. She was a little embarrassed. After all, she hadn't done this with him for more than 30 years. She still blushed when she saw his big penis just now. Su Wan saw that he didn't come in and was really sleepy, so she fell asleep. The next day, when she woke up, she was ready to go out and cook for her in-laws. She didn't have a good relationship with her in-laws in her previous life, mainly because she heard from Feng Jiaojiao that her mother-in-law was an evil mother-in-law who liked to bully her daughter-in-law. Feng Jiaojiao told her to be careful. First, she had to show them who was the boss. She shouldn't listen to them so that they wouldn't bully her in the future. She felt that she was really pitifully stupid. She listened to her mother-in-law's words and had a very bad relationship with her in-laws. When she married into the family, she didn't get up to cook on the first day. She even asked her mother-in-law to specially cook for her. She didn't dare to do that now. After all, a daughter-in-law who had just married into the family had to get up to cook for her family. She was just about to change her clothes. She was still wearing yesterday's wedding dress. When she was changing her clothes, her back was facing the door. At this moment, the door opened. Jiqing walked in and shouted, "Su Wan, are you up?" Su Wan took off her top and underwear. When she heard his voice, she deliberately turned to look at him. She turned her CH11U0's upper body to him and looked at him with a sweet smile. "Brother Cheng, I'm up." "What's wrong?" Jiqing didn't expect to see such an exciting scene early in the morning. The moment he came in, he saw his wife changing clothes. After shouting that, she immediately turned to face him. He saw the big penis in front of her chest. It was quite appropriate. Su Wan openly showed it to him. She didn't hide it at all. The author has something to say. Do I have a pig today? Work harder to throw a pig. Then I'll be able to get on the new novel list, and I'll be able to update. My nose bleeds when I think about the GA0H every day. After Su Wan finished speaking, she thought that he didn't like her bathing here. She thought that it didn't matter. After all, the two of them were now husband and wife. In her previous life, towards the end, they could completely be naked in front of each other and there was nothing to be shy about. It didn't matter if she took off her clothes in front of him and directly showered. After all, this kind of thing was really a habit. In her previous life, when she went to the army to look for him, he couldn't take it anymore. She looked at him a little fearfully and asked, "Brother Cheng, do you not like me bathing in front of you? If you don't like it, I'll wait for Dad to finish bathing before going." When Jiqing heard this, he was afraid that she would think too much and hurriedly denied it. "No, Su Wan, don't misunderstand. No, I'm just curious about why you're bathing here. Go ahead and bathe. It doesn't matter. The two of us are already husband and wife. It's nothing." When Su Wan heard this, she was relieved. After all, she only washed the bottom, so she didn't take off the top. After taking off the bottom, she took a towel and directly took some hot water to her bottom. Jiqing could have calmed down and read a book, but now that he saw this scene, how could he read a book? His mind was filled with the situation of her small bee in the Black Forest just now. There was really a lot of hair there. When he M0 yesterday, it pricked his hand. It felt very good to the touch. Now, his hand was itching, and he couldn't wait to go up and M0 a few times, especially those two chubby soft B** LLS. When he M0, he felt like he was going down TY when he smelled the AOB. He couldn't move his eyes away, and just like that, he stared at Su Wan washing her bottom. After Su Wan splashed her bottom with water, she took a bit of soap and wiped it along the outline of her small bee. She looked up and saw Jiqing looking at her seriously, staring at her as she washed her bottom. She slowed down the speed of her hands and slowly M0 her bottom for him to see. Just like that, she placed it on top of the small bee. She M0 the entire small bee, as if she was M0 her own small b** LLS. After rubbing the front part of her body, she couldn't forget about the back part of her body. So, she turned her back to him and squatted down. She used water and soap to wash her body. She purposely let him see it a few times before she took some water and washed it clean. After washing and rinsing her vagina, she wrung the towel and wiped her vagina clean. Then, she went to the wardrobe and took out her underwear and underwear. She walked back and forth in her CH11U0 and even put on her underwear and bra in front of Jiqing. When she was putting on her underwear, she specially observed his reaction. She saw that he was wearing a cotton and linen bra. This kind of bra was very soft, so at a glance, she could see that his crotch was already protruding. The bra was stretched so much that it was as if it was going to burst out. He probably saw her reaction, so he avoided her gaze. She was also shy. Suwan put on her clothes. Everything had been done, so now she asked Jiqing, "Brother Qing, I'm done. Are you done? Shall we continue with what we did last night? After all, it's not early anymore. Let's do it together." At this moment, Jiqing closed the book in his hand. He had already thought of this idea, but he was afraid that it would be too abrupt. He got up and nodded. Okay. Suruan's hair was now down. She was a little embarrassed as she tucked her hair behind her ear. After all, she hadn't done this with him in a long time. Thinking of the times in her previous life when he was a little comfortable, she couldn't help but feel a little wet. She sat by the bed shyly and said to him, "Brother Qing, you can't just come in like you did last night. Before you come in, you have to do foreplay. I need a lot of water to come out before you can come in." After all, when women have sex, their nether regions are very tight. If there's no water and your thing is so big, it will be very painful to come in directly. I need a lot of water to come out of my nether regions. You have to lubricate your nether regions before you can come in. Jiqing's reaction was quick. What did she mean by water? Yesterday, when his M0 was protruding on her nether regions, his M0 had gotten a lot of water. The sticky smell was very erotic. Suwan was even more embarrassed as she taught him. There are many ways to do foreplay. For example, you can give me your M0. Also, give me M0's nether regions. You can T1 in. You can also T1 in my nether regions. Use your tongue to T1 in my nether regions. It's faster to come out of my nether regions. In his previous life, he especially liked to use his tongue to T1 in her nether regions. Every time he T1 in, her nether regions would come out. There was so much water that it was as if there was no end to it. Every time, he would shake off a lot of water, but he would drink it all. Jiqing didn't have any experience with this kind of thing. He didn't expect there to be so many positions. When he heard the word T1 in, his mouth couldn't help but dry. Yesterday, when he opened her nether regions and saw the powder and water inside, when he smelled the very erotic scent, he already wanted to open his mouth and T1 ant 1 in. After all, with such an erotic smell, T1 ant 1 in would definitely be very delicious. However, he was afraid that she wouldn't like it. He was afraid that she would think that he was a little erotic, so he didn't dare to. But now, he took the initiative to go over and push Suwan down on the bed and take off her nether regions. The nether regions had just been put on and there was no knot. Jiqing's slender hands directly took it off and took off Suwan's underwear as well. Because she had just washed her underwear, there was a very fragrant smell of soap and a trace of heat. He was very close to her. Suwan was lying on the bed. Jiqing also got on the bed, but he was in a kneeling position. He buried his face in her nether regions and sniffed the scent with the tip of his nose. He listened to her instructions just now and based on his experience from yesterday, he pried open her nether regions. Just like what he saw yesterday, after he pried open her nether regions, he pinched the thick nether regions with 2 fingers and exposed the pink inside. His fingers moved forward to stimulate her nether regions. With just a touch, he felt her body contract unconsciously. Suwan reacted to being pinched. As a virgin, she was very sensitive and took the initiative to say to him, "Brother Qing. Your fingers are pinching my nether regions like this. I feel very comfortable. Continue pinching until water comes out of my nether regions. I'll feel very good. When you're comfortable, open your mouth and give me T1 an." When Jiqing heard this, his ears turned red. He used his fingers to pinch her nether regions and used force to move up and down her nether regions. Suwan was so comfortable from the M0 that she couldn't help but spread her legs. She opened her legs as wide as possible so that the M0 was even more inside. She said, "Oh, Brother Chung, yes, just like this. It's so comfortable when you pinch." The author has something to say. I never thought that one day I would be at a loss for words because I couldn't think of a way to ask for a pig. Then I wish you all good luck in the year of the rat. So I want a pig. Can you give it to me? Jiqing listened to Su Ruan's Why One Dang moans. It was really too sexy. He didn't expect that a person who looked so gentle on the outside would actually be so sexy in this aspect. As he listened, his lower body became more and more swollen. He pinched Su Ruan's Why One Dang faster and faster, and water kept flowing out. Su Ruan's mouth was slightly open in pleasure, and her face was flushed red. It was really too comfortable to be pinched. Her current body was still a very young body. In the past, she had never played with herself, nor had she been played with by a man. Therefore, the moment her Why One Dang was pinched, her eyes emitted white light and reached a small GA0 Cha 0. Jiqing was a soldier and trained in the army all year round. It was hard work, so his hands were full of calluses. It was the result of training. His hands were rough as he pinched her Why One Dang, and it was even more exciting. Ji Cheng's Why One Dang also became a lot more Why One Dang in his hands. At this moment, Su Wan unbuttoned her clothes and took off her underwear, revealing her big Why One Dang hanging down. She said to him in a shy voice, "Brother Ching, you can also Y0M0 my Why One Dang. Pinching my Why One Dang with your hands will make me feel it." Jiqing looked at her Why One Dang exposed and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, he reached out to grab her Why One Dang and pinched it. His slender fingers played with it. Her Why One Dang was especially pink and was especially sensitive. After being pinched, it became a little erect. After seeing her Why One Dang stand up, he grabbed the Why One Dang and played with it in his hands. He pinched her Why One Dang with 2 fingers and played with it. The Why One Dang was pulled hard like a stone. After Jiqing finished pinching with his fingers, his palm covered her entire Why One Dang. The Why One Dang in his hands was like a dough. The Why One Dang was shaped into various shapes. The Why One Dang was pinched above his fingers, and it was especially comfortable. Her end tip was rubbed against by his rough palms, and the rough feeling made her feel even more comfortable. Both of Ji Cheng's hands were on top of her breasts. The feeling of the breasts was really good. It was even more comfortable than the dough. Because the breasts were soft in his hands, Ji Cheng's breasts became faster and faster. Su Wan couldn't help but reach out to press down on Ji Cheng's hand on her breasts. Following his hand, she kept making sounds. Ji Cheng let go of her hand. Seeing her in such a state, he lowered his head and kissed her on the tip of her head. A moist feeling came from her tip. Su Ro moaned softly, "Ah, Brother Ching." Ji Cheng buried his head in her nape and gave her X1N. His tongue T1N and RT0U, circling around the tip of her nape. His tongue was moving in circles, and as he T1N, he looked at her comfortable face. After a round of Why One Dang, he began to Why One Dang like a child. He heavily Why One Dang on her Why One Dang and made smacking sounds in his mouth. He ate with relish. Su Wan looked at his head that was buried in her arms. She used her hand to Why One Dang behind his hair and gave him Why One Dang. Jiqing was so engrossed in Why One Dang that he didn't let go of the Why One Dang beside him. On one hand, he was playing with her Why One Dang with the other hand. When he finally let go of her Why One Dang, her Why One Dang was covered in his saliva. Jiqing's hand once again M0 her Why One Dang. In the time it took to Why One Dang, there was already Why One Dang below. Jiqing looked at her and said, "You have a lot of water below. I'll give you Why One Dang." After Jiqing finished speaking, he buried himself between her legs and wanted to Why One Dang her Why One Dang. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Wang Shuhui's voice shouted inside, "Su Wan, Jiqing, are you guys asleep?" When the couple heard this, they were shocked. Su Wan recovered from the Why One Dang and said to Wang Shuhui, "Mom, we're not asleep yet." "What's wrong?" "If you're not asleep, come out for a while." I have something to tell you. Don't you have to go back to your hometown tomorrow? There are some gifts that have to be prepared. I want to ask about the customs of your hometown. I've been trying for a long time but still don't know. I want to ask you, so if you're not asleep, come out and prepare them before you go to sleep. Su Wan was a little embarrassed. After all, it was impossible for him to go out in this situation. Jiqing really exploded. He was about to consummate his marriage when this happened. He shouted outside, "Mom, can't we do it tomorrow? We have to sleep all the time now. You can get up tomorrow morning to do it. We have to sell vegetables at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. How can we have time? We'll talk about it after we're done. Won't it be bad if I wake you up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning? Aren't you guys still awake now? Hurry up and come out. You have to go back to your hometown with Su Wan tomorrow. It won't be good if your mother-in-law sees it." Su Wan was also afraid that her mother-in-law would be angry at this moment, so she hurriedly put on her clothes and prepared to go out. She said to him, "Brother Chung, I'll go out and prepare first. I'll be back as soon as possible." Jiqing looked at the explosion below. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Su Wan went out and wanted to come back quickly, but she didn't expect that it would take more than an hour. She had to consider many things to comply with the etiquette. When she went back, she saw that it was already very late, so she turned off the lights. She had to wake up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning to send her mother-in-law to town to sell vegetables. Jiqing was lying on the bed. When he finally saw her, he reached into her clothes and wanted to take off her t-shirt, but she stopped him. "Brother Chung, it's getting late. You have to send Mom to town tomorrow and come back to live with me. If it's too late, go to sleep first. It won't be too late to come back tomorrow." When Jiqing heard this, he retracted his hand. His wife had already said so. He couldn't be a beast and do it, right? He was a little annoyed. He had just gotten married, but he didn't even get to touch his wife's small bee. He didn't know how good it felt to have sex with this Xia Han hole. The soldiers in the army all said that having sex with this hole was fatal. It was so comfortable that one could go to heaven. He had been single all this time and hadn't found a partner. It wasn't easy for him to get married. Although Jiqing was upset, Su Ro had hugged him and slept with her arms around his waist. She had buried her face in his chest. He had been quite angry at first, and his anger had not subsided. After her actions, his whole body softened and he could not even vent his anger. When Jiqing came back the next day, Su Wan was already prepared. The custom here was to go back to one's mother's house early in the morning and come back in the afternoon. Su Wan's mother's house was also in this village. The distance between the two places wasn't far, just a few hundred meters. Jiqing's family was well off, so he prepared everything to go back to his mother's house. There was even a roasted pig. Su Wan walked with Jiqing's hand. When they reached the door, someone called her from behind, "Su Wan." Su Wan turned around. When she heard the voice, she knew who it was. Every time she spoke, she deliberately made her voice sound coquettish. It was Fang Jiaojiao. Fang Jiaojiao specially dressed up today. She wore a white cotton linen dress. She looked like a fairy. Su Wan's family wasn't well off. The clothes she was wearing were given to her by some relatives. She had never worn such a fashionable dress before. Fang Jiaojiao's face was a little pale. She didn't know if it was because she had powder on her face. Her lips were red. Fang Jiaojiao and Su Wan grew up together. Their families lived next door, so they had a good relationship since they were young. When she went over, she naturally held her hand and followed her. She looked at Jiqing's face and felt that something was wrong. She said to her, "Su Wan, why don't you introduce me to your husband? Do you still treat me as your good sister?" The author has something to say. I'll release a chapter first. There are already 300 pigs. I'll release another chapter later. Love you guys. Begging pigs. Ugh. Ugh. Su Wan felt extremely comfortable the moment he was on top of her. The feeling of being F***ked was too comfortable. His tongue seemed to have magical powers. It was especially nimble as he F***ked her up and down. When he *ket her up and down, it made a very loud sound. It sounded very seductive. She propped herself up. Jiqing grabbed her breasts with both hands and pressed her breasts closer to his face. Su Ruan's small bee dripped with a lot of water. The water dripped onto the tip of his nose and mouth. Little Bee was especially sensitive, especially when he was hit by AT1N. He bled a lot, and his chin was full of *T. The smell of Sao became heavier and heavier, filling the tip of his nose. Su Ruan was so comfortable that he felt like he could not take it anymore. He raised his head and revealed his face. It's so comfortable. Brother Ching, your tongue is in. The tip of your tongue is in my mouth. It's so comfortable. It's so comfortable. Continue. When Jiqing heard her moaning, he worked even harder. He grabbed her breasts and couldn't help but rub them into different shapes. Her skin was so white that his fingers had already left a few red marks on her skin. His tongue kept attacking her lower body. The small mangraziroyu that he had pried open were all stained with his saliva. Jiqing found a hole and stuck the tip of his tongue into it. That night in the bridal chamber, he had searched for a long time before he found this hole. He stuck his tongue into the hole. The tip of his tongue was nimble and ch0 imitating the speed of a rubang. Su Ruan felt that she was really going to be *ked by AT1N. How could he be so good at *king? His tongue was especially nimble. Every time he touched her breasts, she reached *king AT1N. Now, he even drilled the tip of his tongue into her breasts and *ket her in and out. The *king was especially fast and violent. She screamed. This time, her breasts were so comfortable that they spurted out. A large amount of water directly flowed into his mouth. Jiqing was stunned when he saw a large amount of water spurting out. He did not expect so much water to be sprayed directly into his mouth. He reacted and immediately opened his mouth to drink all the water. Su Ruan was so comfortable that she was directly spurted by *king AT1N. The water that was spurted out was all *ket into his mouth. Su Ruan rolled her eyes. She was really too comfortable just now and could not control herself. She looked at Jiqing with lingering warmth. Jiqing let go of her and got up from under her. He looked at Su Ruan's flushed face and looked especially seductive as she panted. He asked her, "Did you feel comfortable?" Su Ruan nodded. Very comfortable. I spurted water. This is a sign of *king AT1N. Your tongue is so good at *king me. Jiqing didn't expect his wife to be so daring when she looked so refined and shy. His ears turned red, and he said, "Su Ro, you're a little bit perverted." His hand was still holding her bra as he said, "Su Ro, you're a little perverted." Su Ruan blushed when she heard this. After all, she had just gotten married and yet she was so skilled. Did he think that she was skilled in that area? She could be so T1 and because she was trained by him later on and knew how to make herself comfortable. Moreover, Jiqing was a little perverted towards the end of her previous life. He liked her to say T1 and in bed. If she did not say T1 and, he would not give her a chab. She had also practiced it, Su Ruan looked at him embarrassedly and asked. So you don't like me being T1 and? This is what my mother taught me. She said that you men like this. She said that you like women to be T1 and in bed. The more T1 and, the better. If you don't like it, I'll change it in the future. When Jiqing heard this, he immediately interrupted her. Don't, Su Ruan. Don't change it. It's fine like this. You can be T1 and in front of me. I like it when you're T1 and, but don't be like this in front of others. Su Ruan looked at him and smiled as she nodded and agreed. She twisted her breasts and said to him, "Then you can bring that thing in now. There's already a lot of water down there. You can just bring it in directly. You're already very big down there. You're already pushing against me." Now that she was on his waist, she could already feel how big his thing was. Only then did Jiqing change her position and turn around with her. She was below him. Then, he single-handedly took off his t-shirt and underwear. Jiqing saw that her little bee was bleeding, so he reached his hand over. However, just as he was about to touch it a few times, he realized that his C*NT was bleeding. When he saw so much blood, he was afraid that something would happen to her. He hurriedly asked her, "Why are you bleeding? Did I hurt you just now? Where does it hurt?" When Su Wan heard him say this, she was a little surprised. She didn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, she was very comfortable. How could she be bleeding? She reached out to take a look. She calculated the time. Oh God, her period came. What a coincidence. Su Wan said to him awkwardly, "Brother Qing, my period came." Ji Qing, Su Wan got up and took out the bag she brought over. It was a piece of cloth with plant ash. She used it as a cushion and put on her underwear. She felt that their wedding night was too torturous. It had been a few days, but they still couldn't do it. Ji Qing also put on his t-shirt now. After all, it was her period. Naturally, he couldn't act like a beast. After putting on his t-shirt, he didn't wear a shirt. He just looked at her using the cloth. The cloth was a little dirty. It seemed like it had been used repeatedly. Ji Qing looked at her and asked, "Do you women use this when they have their period? This cloth is a little dirty." In this day and age, this was how the villages used it. When they had their period, they would use a piece of cloth and put some plant ash in it. The plant ash had to be thrown away, but the cloth could be used repeatedly. If it was dirty, it could be washed clean. When the period came, the blood wouldn't be completely washed clean, so it was naturally a little dirty. However, there was no choice. This was how the villages used it. It wasn't that there were no tampons in this day and age. It was just that in remote villages, no one could afford to use them. She told Ji Qing this. Ji Qing was a man and didn't understand, but he knew that it was a little dirty. The next morning, after Su Wan finished preparing breakfast for the whole family, Ji Qing wanted to drive her to town on his motorcycle. Su Wan listened to him and got on his motorcycle. They went to town together. She didn't know why he suddenly said that they were going to town. However, the two of them had never gone shopping together before. The streets should be quite lively today. In the end, Ji Qing took her to a supply and demand cooperative and said to the boss, "Boss, give my wife a few packets of that." Su Wan looked over and saw that Ji Qing was pointing at some sanitary pads on the shelf. It was the old-fashioned style of sanitary napkin. He actually knew about it. The author has something to say. Today is Monday. Piggy is about to fall, so I'm begging everyone for Piggy. Oh right, I'll help everyone avoid the lightning. Most contemporary novels are about rebirth, getting rich, and so on. However, my main goal is to write a novel about how to get rich. I don't want to write about the process of getting rich. The length of the novel is only about 100,000 to 200,000 words. If I want to get rich, there won't be any space for me to write about. I don't agree with that. I can make some money, but I won't write about making a lot of money. I only want to write about making a lot of money. If you want to read about making a fortune, you can read about it on QQ and Qidian. Ji Qing bought 3 packs of sanitary pads, and the boss told him that it would cost 6 yuan. Susu was shocked when she saw that the price was 6 yuan. It was so expensive. She pulled on Ji Qing's hand and said, "Brother Ji Qing, it's too expensive. It's 6 yuan. Don't buy it. 6 yuan is too expensive. I can still use it now. It's okay." His monthly salary was only 70 yuan for his own expenses. After that, he spent a lot of money on buying groceries and cooking. He still had to save some money. 6 yuan would be gone in a few days during his monthly period. 6 yuan was not a pain in the ass. In this day and age, one could buy a lot of things with a single cent. Ji Qing took out some money from his pocket and gave it to the boss. "It's okay. It's not clean if you use that stuff. It's better if you use it. I have a brother in the army. His wife is a teacher. She uses this. I saw his wife buying things at the supply and demand cooperative in the city. His wife said that women should use this stuff. It's okay if you use this. This stuff is rare here, so it's normal for it to be expensive. I have enough money." Su Wan was embarrassed and had no choice. The two of them were pushing and pulling each other. They were still buying sanitary pads. The passers-by looked at them curiously, so Su Wan still took it and put it in her grocery basket. Later, Su Wan and Jiqing left. When they went to the market, they bought some sanitary pads for their family to cook for tonight. Su Wan was very embarrassed. She had earned some money from her job before, but she used it at home to buy her brother's wife. She also needed to build a bungalow at home, so she did not have much money to save. When they returned home, Su Wan changed into the sanitary pads. In her previous life, Su Wan had been hiding from Jiqing when she was on her period. He did not know, so he did not buy her sanitary pads. In her previous life, she only used inferior quality sanitary pads when everyone used sanitary pads. Now that she was back, she changed into the sanitary pads outside the house. The toilets here were all open air. They built a small room outside the house and pulled a curtain to act as a toilet. She felt that it was quite useful. It was much more comfortable than the cotton pads she used. When they returned to the room, Jiqing gave her the money in his pocket. She looked at the extra money in front of her and asked him in confusion, "What is this?" Jiqing put the money in her hand and said, "I haven't been paid this month. This is the rest of last month's money and the money I saved before. Every month, I give 20 yuan to my family. Oh, a part of the money I saved is given to your family as a betrothal gift. I only have this money left. In the future, I will give it to you as soon as I receive my monthly salary." Su Wan felt very embarrassed when she heard this. She did not want it and returned the money to him. "No, you have too much. You should keep it. Just give me some money for my family. I'm here, so I don't need to spend much. You use a lot in the city." When he heard this, Jiqing thought of something. He put the money in her pocket and said, "It's my duty. Now that my wife is married to me, it's my duty to take care of my money. I will give you all the money. When I need money, I will do the same as you. By the way, do you want to go with me to the army? If you want to go with me, I will go back to the army and make a report. When the report is out, you can go with me too. The city. We will apply for the family quarters. What do you think?" In her previous life, Jiqing had told her that he wanted to go to the family quarters and let her go with the army. However, she did not want to leave her family, nor did she want to go to a place that was not for men. She always felt that there were no friends in that place, so she did not want to go. There were still sisters in the village here, so she refused. However, at this moment, Su Wan could not wait to stick to him every day. When she heard that he was going with the army, she immediately agreed. "Okay, Brother Cheng, you can report to the higher-ups and make a report. If it's possible, I will go with you to the family quarters. I will follow the army. Isn't there an old saying? If you marry a dog, you will follow the dog. I am married to you, so I will definitely go wherever you go. However, Brother Cheng, when do you have to go back to the army?" Jiqing had not recovered from the surprise that Su Wan was willing to follow him to the army. When he heard this, his face darkened unhappily. He said with some sadness, "Tomorrow. Because there are few holidays in the army, I have to report to the army for 3 days. I have to go back after I get married, so I have to go back tomorrow." He was really unlucky. He had to report to the army for 3 days. When he came back, he thought that he could get married and consummate his marriage. In the end, he did not expect that his wife would be on her period. When Su Wan heard that he had to leave tomorrow, she was a little unhappy. They had just gotten married and had not been intimate enough, but he had to leave. In addition, they had not even consummated their marriage yet. Her period had come. However, there was nothing she could do. After all, this was something that could not be helped. At night, when Jiqing came back from the shower outside, Su Wan folded his clothes for him and helped him pack for tomorrow's departure. After all, he was going to the army and did not know when he would be back, so he was quite upset. Jiqing was also a little reluctant. After all, he was leaving his newly married wife behind. Jiqing saw that Su Wan was upset, so he walked behind her and hugged her. "Su Wan, I will report to the higher-ups immediately when I get back. Don't worry, if it is possible, I will immediately take you to the family quarters." Su Wan did not say anything. She thought about how he had been holding it in for a few days and how he had not done it with a woman. A young and vigorous man like him would probably hold it in for a long time. At this moment, she changed her position and turned in front of him. She went to his lower abdomen and lowered her head to squat down. Jiqing did not react to what was going on with his wife. In the next second, Su Wan directly took off his t-shirt and underwear. Su Wan looked up at him and said, "Brother Cheng, I will give you rebang. I am on my period, so I can't make you feel comfortable. The two of us don't have a hole in our room. I am afraid that you will feel uncomfortable holding it in, so I will give you a mouthful." Ji Cheng's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was especially pleasantly surprised. When he heard that he was going to put the rubang in her mouth, he raised his head. After Su Ro finished speaking, she reached out to grab his ruban and pinched it. His ruban, which was still a little soft at first, immediately straightened under her soft hands. She grabbed his ruban and played with it a few times. His ruban was quite AI. It was a combination of pink and black. It was hideous and ugly, but it was also AI. She played with it for a while. It had completely grown. She grabbed the top of the horse's eye and pressed on it a few times. Jiqing was shocked by the way she played with it. He felt like he was going to heaven. In the next second, Su Wan directly opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue. She played with the tip of his penis in circles. Her pink tongue was soft and her tongue covered a large area of his penis. Jiqing lowered his head and looked at her tongue playing with his rubang. It was as if she was eating something delicious. Jiqing felt so comfortable that he caught a cold. His whole body turned a little red. The author has something to say. There is still a little bit of zhu and it will be 600 zhu. However, I am so lazy that I will only add more chapters when I reach 600 zhu. Therefore, when I wake up and see 600 zhu, I will add more chapters during the day. Oh right, I have something to say. Although it is nothing to write about here. I can also write about soldiers, but I am still on tenterhooks. This theme, I have decided to take this book off the shelves not long after I finish writing it. So, everyone, don't save up to read it. Otherwise, when you are done saving up and come back to read it, you will find that I have already taken it off the shelves. This book will be taken off the shelves after I finish writing it. Most of the time, it will be finished. So, everyone, don't worry. Su Wan awkwardly lifted her hand and put it down. She looked at him and said embarrassedly, "Brother Cheng. I didn't have a choice. I missed you so much that I couldn't control myself. You won't laugh at me, right?" When Jiqing came in just now, he was indeed shocked. After all, his wife was so bold that she directly played with him. He blushed and said, "No, why would I laugh at you? These days, when I missed you, I played with you myself." He was also quite embarrassed. In the past, he really didn't have such desires. It was mainly because he was training in the army and had to work from dawn to dusk, so he didn't have such thoughts. However, these days, after he got married and returned to the army, his thoughts became more and more erotic. The last time he took a shower, he couldn't fall asleep in bed. He thought of his wife's big B*TCH and the SAO smell of her B*TCH. He couldn't control his hands and burrowed into her crotch to play with her D*CK. The scene of him playing with his D*CK was all because of the stimulation his wife gave him when she sucked on the rubang. Su Wan got up from the bed at this moment. Her hand still had the SAO smell of her D*CK. It was especially strong. "Why didn't you tell me that you were coming back suddenly?" Jiqing saw that she was covered in D*CK and took off his shirt. He said to her, "I took the army's car back tonight. I had the chance to come back and see you after a few days off. But it just so happened that I was on time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see you being so D*CK." Su Wan was thin-skinned and was embarrassed by his words. She got up from the bed and wanted to take off his shirt for him to change his clothes. In the end, after she took off his shirt, he carried her up with her D*CK in his hand and placed her on the bed. Su Wan was shocked. Before she could react, Jiqing's lips moved forward and covered her mouth. Su Wan was kissed by him. It wasn't as light as the previous kisses. This time, she was especially anxious. She blocked his lips and directly opened her mouth to pry open the tip of his tongue and slipped in. She kissed the tip of his tongue. X1. They hadn't kissed so passionately since they were newlyweds. Driven by him, she nibbled on his tongue. Being kissed by him vigorously, he could swallow like a tiger. He kissed her in a disorderly manner. He could tell that he did not have any experience. He was the only one who kept kissing her. Her mouth felt as though it was being kissed by him. It was as though he wanted to eat her entire mouth. Her saliva was being eaten by him. He ate a lot of saliva. Not only did his wife look sweet, but even her saliva was so sweet. He wanted to try his saliva. Now that he had tried it, he wished that all of it was X1G, X1 on her tongue, making her tongue X1 numb. He couldn't take it anymore. He really couldn't take it anymore. When he came in and saw such a Y1 dang scene, he was already fantasizing. He took off her bra with one hand and poked her lower body. He pushed her down. The two of them were now covered in CH11U0. He didn't care anymore. He really didn't care anymore. He had already endured until he was about to explode. He had been looking at this Xia0 hun hole in front of him. Now, he didn't care anymore. He directly went in. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go in if anything happened. So, he held on to his G8. He moved his hand up and down a few times, making the G8 bigger and bigger. Then, he faced Su Ruan's small b. Fortunately, Su Ruan had played with herself before he came back. He held onto the G8 and rubbed her small b in circles. Su Ruan was so uncomfortable by the G8 that she wanted him to come in. So, she twisted her pgu. Brother Chung, come in. Come in. It's so itchy. Now that I'm being rubbed by your big G8, come in. After Ji Chung rubbed some water out, he faced her B*TCH, straightened his back, and went in. This time, it was the same as the first time. He also went in, but he only went in halfway. It was still too tight down there. After all, nothing had gone in before. However, Ji Chung couldn't take it anymore. If he didn't go in, his G8 would explode. He went in one go. Su Ruan was stimulated by the pain and screamed a few times. It was especially uncomfortable. Last time, when her P*TCH was halfway broken, it didn't really come in, so she was also in pain. After Ji Chung went in, he didn't move. He looked at her small B*TCH. The R*B on it was red and congested. His hand touched her R*B*TCH. The R*B*TCH was stimulated. He pinched it up and down with 2 fingers. After she was comfortable, he lowered his head and kissed her R*B*TCH. This time, he couldn't wait to eat. It wasn't as slow as last time. This time, he took her entire R*B*TCH in his mouth and gently bit and pulled it. He wanted to eat her R*B*TCH in his mouth. He was especially fast. Su Ruan was in pain at first, but after being pincered by him from top to bottom, with her R*B*TCH in his mouth and her R*B*TCH below, there was more and more water below, and she was already relieved. At this time, Ji Chung let go of her R*B*TCH. He grabbed her legs, opened them wide, and began to chew her R*B. The author has something to say, begging Juju. Juju. Hurry up and let me update 900 Juju. More R*B*TCH*H*G. Higher R*B*TCH*H*T*. Ji Chang's speed was extremely fast. He had endured for a long time, and it was not easy for him to enter this hole. He could still continue to do it, so he grabbed her legs very quickly and hit her lower body. He was very fast, and there were slapping sounds. Su Ro had gotten used to his size. When he touched her, her breasts were pushed very far inside, so it was especially exciting. She moaned in pleasure. Brother Chung, you're too fast. You're really too fast. Slow down a little. So comfortable, so fast. Ji Chang's yelling not only did not speed up, but it also sped up. He grabbed her legs, squeezed them into an M shape, and chased her lower body at a crazy speed. Su Ruan was hit again and again, and she felt like she was going to heaven. This thing was below her, and a lot of water came out. She was a person who could not hide her expression, so she looked at him with a very comfortable expression on her face. She grabbed his hand and let him hit her, and she was moaning nonstop. Jichen was going to bite her. Her lower body was really tight, so tight that it made his scalp tingle. She bit him again and again, and it was very tight. He was very comfortable. No wonder the brothers in the army would say that marriage had its benefits. They could go home and have a wife to warm their bed. Entering a Xiaozirohan hole was really very good. He was now hitting this bee-hole. He looked at his wife swaying big breasts, and her pink head was shaking above. At that moment, he had only one thought, to hit her hard. Because this was Ji Cheng's first time, he could only hold on for a few minutes before he came out. When he felt that he was about to come out, he pulled out his G8 and aimed it at her stomach. A mouthful of white liquid sprayed onto her stomach. It was a little hot and her stomach contracted a little. Su Ruan had not reached GA0-0, so now that she was reminiscing about the pleasure just now, she was a little unhappy when he came out. She twisted her body and asked him, "Brother Ching, come in again, I want more, and I want more." "It's not enough." "Oh, it's not good, my bee is so itchy, come in quickly." After saying that, Su Ruan was afraid that he would not come. Indeed, she had endured for so long, so she directly sat up, spread her legs, and sat directly on his lap. Her bee grabbed his C*ck and went in. Before Jichen could react, the woman was already sitting on his lap. Both of them were in a sitting position, but both of them were leaning back. Jichen had to lean back and use his hands to support himself on the bed to sit up. Su Ruan sat down, and after her B*ck was tightly blocked, she sighed comfortably. Oh, so comfortable, Su Ruan's S*x was really boundless. Although he came out, his C*ck was still hard, and there was no sign of it softening. He came out a little, and now he continued to go in, but in a different position. Su Ruan had already told him to use this position, so after he went in, he leaned back and supported himself on the bed. Jichen grabbed her waist, and along with the position they were both sitting in, he touched her B*ck. This position opened her B*ck very wide, and he began to vigorously touch her B*ck. Just like that, Su Ro propped herself up on the bed and opened it. She asked him to check it out and found that it was too comfortable inside. She finally had a taste of the feeling of being touched by his big body to the fullest. Jichen held her waist and rashly kept bumping into her. Every time he bumped into her, she would cry out, and her voice was especially loud. Su Ruan was pinched by his C*ck, and he bumped into her C*ck very soon. She reached the peak. White light flashed in front of her eyes, and her head exploded like fireworks. She let out a loud ah and reached GA0-0. Jichen wanted to take her B*ck, but he did not even have the soul to do so. She came out once before, so the second time was especially strong. She only came out after a long time. Jichen went completely C*ck. After all, people nowadays only had one thought after getting married, and that was to have children. Therefore, it was not a problem for him to go C*ck. Once she had a child, she could give birth to it. Su Ruan was not worried. When she did these things with Jichen in her previous life, she did not use any contraceptive measures, but they still did not have a child. The main reason was that the two of them did not spend much time together. Every time they did it, it was before her period. This was the so-called safe period, and it was impossible for her to get pregnant. Now, her period had just ended, so it was impossible for her to get pregnant even if she went C*ck. Jichen used to be single. In the morning, he played with his C*ck and came out directly. Although it felt good, it was definitely not as good as the feeling of having his C*ck inside her. All his C*ck went into her stomach. Su Ruan spread her legs, and just like that, she lay on the bed and watched him insert all his C*ck into her stomach. She endured his C*ck, and her lower abdomen was filled with his C*ck. It was too much, and she was so full that she felt very comfortable. The author has something to say, begging for Juju. If there are many Juju, it will be like this in the future. More small c asterisk ck, c asterisk ck, c asterisk ck, c asterisk ck, d 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 asterisk ck. Jiqing held her plump breasts with both hands. It felt especially good to the touch. As he mused, Su Ruan's breasts were already leaking water. She did not know what was going on. Perhaps it was because her body automatically had the sensitivity from her previous life. Why was it that as long as she was touched by him, so much water would unconsciously flow out? She could not control it at all. She was now very saucy. After being mused a few times, water flowed out from the front and flowed to her underwear. After Ji Chang's hand M0 finished PGU, he changed direction and followed the lower inner K seam M0 to her small b. His fingers dug into the inner K seam of her small b M0, her inner K, came out a lot of water. After a while, M0's inner K was sh*t. Ji Chang mused a few times. Su Ruan wanted to cry out, but they were in the kitchen. Her parents-in-law's room was too close. She was afraid that she would cry out. She was afraid that she would be heard, so she bit her lips and endured it. However, she could not control her breathing and made a sheny one-end sound. Ji Chang's hand quickly mused the sewn underwear. When he was addicted to it, his speed was especially fast. He even stuffed the underwear into her underwear. Su Ruan seemed to like this very much. When the underwear was stuffed in, her pku was even purposely pouting. It seemed that she was stimulated, so he repeatedly stuffed the underwear into her underwear and took it out to stimulate her underwear. After a while, her underwear was full of sh*t and water. Su Ro was preparing to make noodles for her family, so she was kneading the noodles now. Her body was weak as her hands were still kneading the noodles. The firewood was already boiling, but she couldn't care less. Ji Chang had taken off her underwear. He liked the smell of his wife's underwear. Smelling the unique SAO, he even leaned over to take a sniff. Smelling this exclusive SAO scent, he was especially excited. "Do you want me to T1 in here?" Ji Chang's hand did not leave her breasts. Now, he placed his hand on her breasts. He mused her breasts but did not reach in. He mused her breasts and asked her as he patted her breasts. Su Ruan thought about the pleasure of his tongue going into her breasts and eating her breasts, so she nodded. "Yes, brother Chung. You'll T1 in my breasts." Ji Chang watched her cook. If he wanted to T1 in, he could only hold on to her sides in a squatting position and let her stand like this. He had experience squatting to T1 in her breasts, so this time, he skillfully opened his mouth to T1 in her breasts. The tip of his tongue pried open her breasts, X1 went in, and he quickly T1 in her breasts. When Su Ro was being penetrated by the T1 in, she felt like she was floating. Her legs were weak, and she had no strength left. She supported herself with her legs and stood up. Ji Chang squatted in front of her and raised his head to feed her. Su Ro was too comfortable being penetrated by the T1 in. His tongue was as nimble as electricity as it stirred inside her small b******. His tongue made the T1 in come out with water. With previous experience, she was especially comfortable with the T1 in this time. There was a lot of water flowing down, and it all came out into his mouth and was eaten by him. Su Ruan was so comfortable that her whole body was empty. She was completely powerless. She put down the work in her hands and grabbed the stove to support herself to prevent herself from falling. Ji Chang left after spraying water on her breasts. This time, he did not give her all. When Su Ruan was about to come out, she especially reminded him, "Oh, brother Ching, it's so numb, it's going to come out, it's going to GA0 it's going to spurt out. It's so comfortable." When Ji Chang heard this, he loosened his mouth and left her breasts, leaving a little space to watch her breasts flowing. In order to better see her breasts flowing, he pried open her breasts with both hands and watched her breasts spurt out water. The water came out of her breasts and sprayed onto a corner of the stove. Su Ro sprayed it out in front of him, and the front of the spray was covered with water. She looked extremely shy. After Jiqing saw that she had sprayed all the water on her small bee, he then left her small bee and got up behind her. When he saw her pout just now, he had an idea to go in and out from there. It must be very interesting for him to bump into her pout. Jiqing walked behind her, took off his t-shirt and underwear, and put them on his feet. Then, he pried open Su Ruan's breasts and found her breasts. Su Ruan's breasts were arched up by him. She leaned against the stove to satisfy his desire and pried open her breasts for him. Jiqing lowered his head and smelled a very strong scent. At this time, he pried open her breasts, held on to the G8, and went in directly. When he came in, Su Ruan was satisfied. Her breasts had just sprayed out once, and in addition to last night's S*X, it was already a little expanded, so when he came in, it was not so tight. When he went in, it was connected to her breasts. Jiqing's G8 was inside her breasts. Because his G8 was too long, it could not go in completely, and a little was exposed. He grabbed her breasts and started to go in and out. First, he slowly grabbed her breasts and moved them in and out slowly, waiting for her to get used to it bit by bit. Su Ruan was deeply affected by his position. In this position, their breasts were very tightly connected. In order to make him feel comfortable, she bent her body and leaned against the stove for him. "Brother Chung, you have to go faster. It's more comfortable if you go faster." The author has something to say. Everyone, find the words you recognize in this row of obscure words. I'm very smart. I found 9 words that I recognize. You know what to do? 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 When Jiqing heard this, he grabbed her breasts and began to straighten his back quickly. He was as fast as a pile driver, fucking her very quickly. Su Ruan felt as if her body was about to float. He was fucking her very loudly. Su Ruan didn't dare to scream too loudly or be too presumptuous. She propped herself up with one leg of the stove and allowed him to enter her. She turned her head sideways and watched him enter her small breasts. His hair was still stuck to her breasts, and it looked as if he was going to pass out from his touch. She raised her head and opened her mouth slightly. Because she could not make a sound, she could only bite her lips to restrain herself. However, the comfortable feeling made her unable to help but let out moans from her nose. Jiqing grabbed her breasts and used all his strength. After playing with her breasts, he started to go up her clothes. He did not take off her clothes. His hand went in and mused her breasts under her clothes. He used all his strength to pull her breasts. Su Ruan was being pinched too comfortably. She turned her head to look at his face. At this moment, Jiqing lowered his head to kiss her lips. He blocked her mouth, pried open her lips, and won her tongue in. He stirred her tongue and drank her saliva. The two of them kissed intimately. Jiqing was still fucking her down there. Su Ruan no longer had any strength to cook, so she let him fuck her. Jiqing chanted for a long time. Her breasts kept bumping against each other. Su Rua's breasts were swaying in front of her. She was too comfortable. Jiqing and Su Rua both reached orgasm at the same time. When Jiqing came out, Su Ruan also spurted out. It was as if they had exploded. It was especially satisfying. Jiqing once again poured all of it into her bee. The scalding temperature made his body tremble as he endured the pouring of his Xianxia. Jiqing's was all over her lower body, and she couldn't hold it in. Moreover, both of them were standing now, so it flowed down to the ground. Su Ruan saw that the sky outside was already bright. After a while, her in-laws would definitely wake up, so she hurriedly called out to him, "Brother Chung, put on the t-shirt for me. I'm going to cook now. Otherwise, when my parents wake up later, they won't have anything to eat. They'll definitely be suspicious." Jiqing pulled out the G8. The G8 was still stained with her SAO. He put on her underwear and put it on. Seeing that her underwear was still flowing down there, he didn't care and put it on. There was a lot of water flowing out of Su Ruan's crotch, but there was nothing he could do. It was too late to make breakfast, so he made some noodles and boiled some eggs. Su Ruan's lower body was still a little uncomfortable. She couldn't close her legs, but she could only endure the discomfort and cook. Jiqing cleaned up the mess caused by the two of them. The floor was soaked with water. Wang Shuhui woke up after they tidied up. Now, she was preparing to help in the kitchen. In the end, she saw the two of them in the kitchen. When she came in, she smelled something and asked them, "What's this kitchen smell like? Why is it so fishy? Do you smell it?" Su Ruan was especially shy when she heard this. Just now, the two of them played for a while and a lot of water flowed out. Even if they cleaned up, the smell didn't dissipate. She looked at Jiqing for help. Jiqing said very calmly, "Maybe it's because of the salted fish outside." Only the fishy smell of salted fish wafted in. Wang Shuhui thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. She looked at Jiqing and said, "You're back again. Be careful that your boss won't be happy." "But it's good. You just got married. It's good to accompany your wife. You can't apply to go with the army. Take Su Ruan to have fun these 2 days." Su Ruan had to work these 2 days. Because she worked at the woolen factory, she didn't have much fun. After breakfast, Jiqing rode a bicycle to send Su Ruan to work. Her woolen factory wasn't far from here. It took about 10 minutes to ride a bicycle. Jiqing sent Su Ruan to the door and said to her, "I'll pick you up after you get off work." Su Ruan nodded. She turned and entered the factory. She saw Fang Jiaojiao. Fang Jiaojiao saw the two of them from afar. Fang Jiaojiao's father was the supervisor of the factory, so she came to work here to earn some money during the holidays. Fang Jiaojiao wanted to talk to Su Ruan these days, but Su Ruan couldn't find her. She was annoyed. Now that she finally found her, she went over to Su Ruan intimately and said, "Su Ruan, why are you so close to your husband? Didn't I tell you to stay away from your husband? Your husband isn't as good as you think. He likes to hit people. Did he abuse you recently? Your neck is red. Did he hit you? If it's domestic abuse, you should quickly report it to the police and let them arrest him. You can't let him go like this." When Su Ruan heard Fang Jiaojiao's words, she was so angry that she laughed. This woman didn't have a penis yet. She was still staring at her boyfriend. She pulled down her cleavage and showed it to Fang Jiaojiao. She said shyly, "Jiaojiao, you're still an innocent virgin, so you don't know that I wasn't hit. We're husband and wife. He especially likes to F***ck me. I can't help it. I'm F***king him in his mouth. How can it be uncomfortable? I was F***ked by him. You don't have a boyfriend, so you don't understand." When Fang Jiaojiao heard this, she swallowed and stared at her neck. She thought of Jiqing's little brother. He was so big. She could tell from his underwear that he was very proud in that area. If he really F***ked her, it would be so comfortable. She was now envious of Su Ruan. The author has something to say, collect beauties. Someone reminded me that Battalion Commander B Company is too big, so I changed it to Jiqing, who is the Deputy Company Commander. He hasn't been promoted to Company Commander yet, but because the chapters that have already been paid for don't allow any changes to the content, I can't fix the previous bug. Of course, I have to tell you guys about it and fix it. It's all ready, it's going to reach 900 pig soon. I think it's going to be midnight tomorrow. Piggy, go for it. Hearing Su Ruan's excited voice, Jiqing's speed became faster and faster. He grabbed her head and pulled it. The next second, he hugged her waist with one hand and pulled her into his arms. Su Ruan was hugged by him. She looked up at him and couldn't wait to take off his shirt. She also quickly unbuttoned his shirt. After taking off his shirt, she unbuttoned his jeans. Because they were going up the mountain to chop firewood, they were dressed casually. They came up wearing a pair of loose jeans. Usually, there weren't many people at the back of the mountain. In addition, during the working day, everyone was in the factory or in the farmland. They wouldn't be at the back of the mountain. Su Ruan was bolder than anyone else. After taking off his shirt, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips. She kissed him passionately and opened her mouth to slip out her tongue. Jiqing looked at her passionate scene and directly opened his mouth to kiss her. The two of them kissed very passionately and exchanged saliva with each other. Su Ruan's 2 arms were glued to his shoulders. Ji Cheng's 2 hands were pinching her butt. Then, he used his hands to drill into her underwear. He didn't take off the underwear, but directly reached into her crotch and M0 inside her underwear. His hands reached into the underwear and M0 her hair. His hands reached into the M0 and found the B seam and opened it. He reached the protruding Y in the middle and used all his strength. Su Ruan was so satisfied by the M0 that she felt that her legs were going to go soft, so she clung to his shoulders and stuck to him. Ji Cheng saw that she was about to come out of the water, so he dug very quickly and used all his strength to grind on her small B. Su Ruan was about to cry out. When she couldn't breathe, she let go. She lowered her head and looked at his hands M0 inside her underwear. He didn't take off the underwear, but just put his hands in like this, but it was very seductive. Ji Cheng's hands were very fast on her lower M0. After a lot of water came out of the M0, he directly put his fingers into her beehole. 1 finger was not enough, so he deliberately put 2 fingers in. After 2 fingers went in, he began to ch0 yucca very quickly and started to dig at her nang. Human fingers were very long, so the 2 fingers went in very deep. They could hear the deep digging in and out. The underwear wrapped around his hands, making his fingers even tighter. Su Ruan screamed comfortably. "Oh, Brother Chung, too fast, really fast. You're too fast." Ji Cheng heard Su Ruan say that. Anyway, it was getting faster and faster. He realized that every time Su Ruan said something like not to be too fast, it was actually very satisfying, especially the Y1 dang expression on her face. It couldn't be deceived at all. He dug at a very fast speed and grabbed her waist. Su Ruan leaned against him, as if she was going to be seduced by him. She felt like she was going to go crazy. His fingers seemed to have magic. Even when he was digging at her like this, it was very comfortable. Su Ruan also took off Ji Cheng's underwear. Halfway through taking off his underwear, she took out his big G8 and played with it. Ji Cheng gave her M0B, and she also gave Ji Cheng M0G8. Her hands grabbed his thing very skillfully, and from the inside to the outside, she grabbed the mushroom head R0 on 1E at the top and pressed on the top. He comfortably sucked in a breath of cold air, and very comfortably let out a man's Sheni 1N. Su Ruan grabbed his G8 and played with it. Just like that, the 2 of them played with each other's sex organs in front of each other, and kept using their hands to M0 each other. Ji Cheng's scalp went numb from the M0. She grabbed Ji Cheng's back, and when she reached GA0 Cha 0, she couldn't help but scratch his back with her fingers, leaving a finger mark. It was too comfortable. She grabbed his back, and with an especially loud Sheni 1N, she reached GA0 Cha 0. After she reached GA0 Cha 0, she had a lot of water. Ji Cheng took his hand out of her underwear and took off her underwear. Su Ruan lifted her leg to let him take off her underwear and throw it aside. She was now covered in CH11U0. In broad daylight, it was quite embarrassing for him to see her covered in CH11U0. Before Ji Cheng came out, Su Ruan's GA0 Cha 0 arrived very quickly. Ji Cheng saw that the 2 of them were on the ground now, so he laid on the ground with his clothes and said to Su Ruan, "Sit on me." Su Ruan listened to him and sat on his waist, but she wasn't in a hurry to take the thing in. She held a small B-mill on his G8, and there was a lot of water on his Xia 0X. Just like that, she rode on his waist and twisted her waist to rub against his rebang, making him feel comfortable. She shook her body and pressed on his stomach. After rubbing for a while, she got up a little. She grabbed his G8 and aimed it at her lower body. After rubbing the G8 for a while, she aimed it at her beehole and took the G8 in one go. She was in a very deep position, and when she just got up, she was still a little uncomfortable. She grabbed his waist and shouted, so big, G8 is so big, so full, I'm going in, big G8 is going in." The author has something to say, it's too uncomfortable. There are so few juju these 2 days. I really miss the last recommendation from a reader. Although it's very little, I still have to wipe my tears and continue to beg for juju. Su Ruan screamed. In the next second, she sat on top of him. She sat on top of him tightly and blocked his entrance. His entire thing was stuck inside her small breasts. In the beginning, it was too deep and she had not gotten used to it yet. When she got used to the size, she started to twist and turn, especially in the SAO position. First, she started to twist his thing back and forth. Then, she started to twist it up and down. She lifted his thing and sat it up and down. Then, she sat it up and down. She sat it up and down, and his thing made a smacking sound. She was having a good time, and since no one was around to hear her, her voice was especially loud. She grabbed his waist and moved on her own accord. Ah! Brother Chung. It's so comfortable. Your big penis is so comfortable. I'm going crazy. Ah! Ji-Ching looked at her flirtatious appearance and his eyes ached. He especially liked to pinch her waist and play with it. Her waist was especially thin. When he pinched her waist, there was no sign of her breasts at all. Su Wan Fangdang shook her breasts. Her breasts were too itchy. In front of Ji-Ching, she showed him her breasts and vigorously pulled her breasts. Brother Chung, you're king my breasts. My breasts are also itchy. My breasts need to be ked by you. Ji-Ching's hand went over and grabbed the tip of her breasts and played with it to make her feel comfortable. Both hands kept king her breasts. Su Wan also felt comfortable. She raised her head and panted heavily. When Ji-Ching let go, Su Wan also stopped. The main thing was that this position was very energy-consuming. She could not take it anymore after king him for such a short time. She sat on top of him and panted. She planned to rest for a while before she leaned back and supported herself on the ground. Using this position, she slowly ket his cock. Her strength began to slow down. This position allowed Ji-Ching to watch her breasts go in and out and eat his cock very well. Ji-Ching watched her breasts open wide for him. Layers of breasts wrapped around her breasts, blooming like a rose. The pink heart in the middle was eating his cock. It was especially thirsty, as if it could not be fed enough. It swallowed his big thing. He saw how greedy her breasts were. Su-Ro arrived again. Just as Ji-Ching was about to x out, her small b couldn't hold on to his d*ck and released it. Su-Ro watched as his d*ck spurted out of his d*ck at an extremely fast speed and sprayed directly onto her d*ck. The d*ck that came from her d*ck was all over her d*ck. Su-Ro lowered her head to look at her d*ck. Her d*ck was all over her d*ck, making her d*ck look very cute. Ji-Ching looked at the image of her and tip being Xianxia, and then he pressed T and Y again. Su-Ro let her P*nis flow and didn't bother to deal with it. She watched as his P*nis started to move again. She turned around so that her back was facing him and she was still sitting on top of him. Then, she squatted down again and grabbed his P*nis. She grabbed his P*nis and placed it inside her P*nis. She started to ck his P*nis again, but this time, she was in a different position. With her back facing Ji-Ching, Su-Ro's large and round P*nis was facing him. She ket his P*nis again, and he could see her P*nis wriggling. Ah, Brother Chung, your penis is so big, I feel so comfortable, I really like Brother Cheng's big penis. This Sao Zero, the way he made waves was really SAO to the extreme. Ji-Cheng's hand pinched her big pgu. Her pgu was round and perky, and it felt especially good. Ji-Ching M0 helped her ch0 yuka, and he caressed his G8 again and again. Su-Wan felt that she was about to run out of strength. When he stopped, Ji-Ching grabbed her waist, straightened his waist, and kept caressing her. Su-Wan's voice was about to go hoarse, and her voice was especially loud. In broad daylight, the two of them were having sex here. If others saw this, it would be embarrassing. Perhaps it was because they were doing this in broad daylight and were afraid of being seen by others, so they were especially sensitive. That day, Su-Ruan's P*nis came very quickly. When he reached the peak of his P*nis, it came out again. The water below was like an open faucet that kept flowing down, and his P*nis was a puddle of water. Ji-Ching also felt comfortable. After the two of them reached P***NIS at the same time, they did not do anything. They just lay on the ground comfortably, panting. Su Ruan's P***NIS was still eating his P***NIS. Su Ruan really felt like exploding. He did not expect to do this kind of thing with his wife here. Su Ruan got up to clean herself up. Because there was no paper or towel to wipe herself, he had poured all of his P***NIS into her P***NIS just now. Her P***NIS was covered with their P***NIS. She did not know what to do, and it kept flowing. She looked at Jiqing. Jiqing slowly recovered from the pleasure of P***NIS just now. Looking at her P***NIS, he took Su Ruan's underwear from the side and wiped Su Ruan's P***NIS with it. He used the underwear to wipe her P***NIS and her P***NIS. The author has something to say, it's too sad. I have too little P***NIS. If anyone has P***NIS, you can donate some to me. Please, after the fee, the P***NIS are really so little that it makes me cry. Although I'm charging for it, my price is really cheap. The word count for a chapter is at least 1500, and there are only more, not less. It's all 50 pa. Jiqing's grip on her neck was especially strong. He bit her again and again, leaving some red marks. Su Ruan panted softly and looked at him. He was a man full of vigor. In addition, he had just had sex. His mind was really filled with that kind of thing. In the past, Jiqing did not have any desire in this area. But now, after meeting his wife, he wished he could touch his wife's breasts every day. He wanted to touch her inside every day. He would feel uncomfortable if he did not touch the breasts inside every day. Now, X1 was hugging his wife's neck, and his hand was restlessly moving down. M0 was touching her clothes, and M0 was touching Z0 on one knee through her clothes. Su Ruan let him pinch her. She also helped him unbutton his shirt. She was preparing to go to work, but what work was there to go to now? She had to do it first. There was no one at home now. Her in-laws had gone to the market to sell vegetables. Now, there was no one at home. Jiqing took off her clothes and directly pushed her underwear up. Su Ruan was soft as long as he touched her. Now, her body was completely soft as she looked at him. After Jiqing's grip on her neck, he turned his mouth to her lips and blocked her mouth. He especially liked her saliva now. It was sweet. One mouthful of it could kill him. He wished he could kiss it every day. His tongue stirred with hers. The two of them kissed each other until they could not bear to part. Their water blended together. Su Ruan was kissed by him on the neck. The two of them had kissed many times recently. They were already experienced. They liked the kind of tongue that was numb from his X1. Now, they were immersed together. After Jiqing kissed her enough, he left her lips. When he let go of her mouth, there was still a sparkling and translucent yet at the corner of his mouth. He lowered his head and looked at Su Ruan's small b. When he kissed her lips just now, he took off her bra. Now, looking at her white underwear, he squatted down. His hand M0 on her bra. After the M0 came out of the water, he grabbed the bra behind the pg and the bra in front of the small b. They tightly pinched together into a rope and stuffed the bra into her small b to let her small b eat the bra. Last time, he stuffed her bra into her small b. She liked it very much, so Jiqing pinched her bra into a rope and stuffed it into her small b like a hemp rope. He lowered his head and saw that her small b was eating the bra. It hurts a little. Su Ruan could not describe the pain. It hurt a little, but it was also a little numb. Because the bra had been made into a rope, it stimulated her Nangrzero, so she felt uncomfortable. Jiqing heard her coquettish words and pulled the rope back and forth. The pulling of the rope stimulated her small b *tch. She felt a little comfortable from the stimulation, so she opened her legs and let the bra move up and down. She looked at it like this and felt a little uncomfortable. Jiqing pulled the bra up and down. After satisfying her, he patted her pg and said, "Clamp the bra tightly. Stuff it into your b *tch and don't let it come out. Swallow it and give it to me." When Su Ruan heard this, she understood what he meant. She clamped her legs and clamped the bra tightly between her B*tch. She squatted down and took off his bra along with it. Behind Jiqing was the table. Jiqing leaned against the table and watched as Su Wan squatted down to take off his bra. Then, she grabbed his penis. When she held it in her hand, she deliberately shook it. She saw that it was already big, so she opened her mouth and kissed his huge member. Jiqing's hand pushed her hair to the back. When Su Wan was kissing him, she took off her clothes. Clothes were in the way now. Now that the two of them were so excited, she should let him see her full body to feel comfortable. Therefore, Su Wan took off her undershirt and threw it to the side. Her full body jumped out. She was in a kneeling position, her mouth holding his big member. Because this thing was too big, it supported her mouth and made her mouth bulge. The tip of her tongue played with the tip of his member. It was X1 and T1N. It was like eating ice in the summer. It was especially comfortable to eat this thing. In this position, the tip of her Ni** less coincidentally touched his thighs. When she was giving him oral sex, she grabbed her Ni** less with both hands and squeezed them in the middle. Then, she faced his thighs and rubbed her Ni** less against his Ni** less. Jiqing felt like he was about to explode. Seeing such a seductive scene, seeing his wife's small B eating underwear, and then his wife holding two big B** cheese and rubbing his leg to play with. Her mouth was even sucking on his thing. This slut who deserved C***k, Jiqing couldn't help but reach out to hold the back of her head, bringing her mouth closer, watching her play fondang. Su Ro was really naughty, and she didn't mind being naughty in front of him. She rubbed her naughty thigh with her naughty hand, and her naughty thigh began to feel. Her mouth was swollen, but she was still trying her best to feed him G8. That Y1 dang look was Sao Zero. Jiqing grabbed her head, and she played by herself. Jiqing also wantonly ch0 yucca into her mouth, caressing her little mouth. The author has something to say, Today's pig is 1000 pig. I was so touched that tears flowed down off Faye's cheeks. I was only 1000 pigs away from my 2000 pigs? So many. So, do I still have pigs today? Seeing that I'm beautiful and moving, generous and gentle, I'm kind and virtuous, I'm beautiful and charming, I'm full of temptation. Am I not worth 2 pearls? Su Wan ate the thing with relish and let out a sound. Jiqing grabbed her head and tried his best to shove the G8 into her mouth. After a while, it was all in her mouth. Su Wan's mouth was very small. The strong taste spread out inside, but she didn't hate it at all. She swallowed it all in front of him. After swallowing it all, some of it flowed to the corner of her mouth. She reluctantly wiped it off the corner of her mouth. Jiqing's G8 came out of her mouth. Although she had already done it once, it hadn't softened yet. Jiqing pulled her up and said, "Let me see your lower part." Su Wan got up and showed him. When Su Wan fed him this thing just now, there was already a reaction down there. She was a natural saucer. When Su Wan ate this thing, a lot of water came out from her lower part. Even her underwear was stained with **T. Not to mention, the underwear was stuffed into her small B and was soaked by her small B. Jiqing looked at her small B and pulled the underwear out of her small B. When it came out with a pile of water. The underwear was already wet. When Jiqing pulled the underwear out, a pleasurable feeling came from it. Su Wan cried out. Jiqing squatted down. The two of them changed their positions just now. He squatted down and looked at her hairy small B. He grabbed her 2 legs and put his mouth on it. First, he put the tip of his nose on her lower abdomen. The tip of his nose rubbed against her hair and smelled the scent of saucer coming from her small B. Su Wan lowered her head and looked at him sniffing her small B in such a seductive manner. He even used the tip of his nose to rub against her lower part and slide down the seam. This speed of friction made her inside itch even more. It was even more unbearable. Moreover, water came out. After Su Wan knew his tricks, she finally understood why he was so good at playing in her previous life. It was because men had instincts in this aspect. Now, the tip of his nose kept rubbing against the seam of her small B. After rubbing, he opened his mouth and directly tasted a circle from the outside of the B seam. He tasted her hair and tasted it gently. Su Wan bit her lip comfortably and looked down at him. He spread her legs like a horse stance. He opened his mouth and gave her the T1. The tip of his tongue went in. There was already a lot of water down there, so when she opened her mouth and T1 went up, the water flowed out. Jiqing T1 for her. The tip of his tongue nimbly played with her B*TCH. Su Wan felt soft. Seeing that she was about to fall, she reached out and grabbed the table behind her to prevent herself from falling. She watched as he T1 and called out happily, "Oh. Brother Ching is so good at T1. My B*TCH is so comfortable. Continue eating. Continue eating my B*TCH." Jiqing grabbed her B*TCH and sucked on it. His mouth T1 was especially fast. He ate her entire B*TCH and made a lot of water come out of her B*TCH. He only stopped after spraying it out. The last time Jiqing was in the kitchen, he had been in love with this position from behind her B*TCH. It was because this position allowed him to enter her B*TCH very deeply. Moreover, when he bumped into her big B*TCH, the impact of his gaze was especially comfortable. After he finished T1, he got up and changed Su Ruan's position. With her back facing him, he patted her B*TCH. Su Ruan knew what he meant by patting her B*TCH. He wanted her to lift her B*TCH up, so she obediently lifted her B*TCH up for him to see. Jiqing grabbed her B*TCH and pried it open. After seeing the hole inside, he helped his C*CK in. For the past few days, the two of them basically had to do it every day. Su Ruan felt that her B*TCH had been C*KED before she could close it. However, Jiqing was satisfied. Jiqing grabbed her B*TCH and began to hit her. The two of them were very comfortable in this position. Su Ruan supported herself on the table and endured his violent hits. Jiqing was addicted. He grabbed her B*TCH and changed her position. He did not leave his C*CK in her B*TCH. He held her B*TCH and walked her towards the door. Su Ruan didn't expect him to play so excitedly. He actually took her outside as they walked. Every time he took her deep inside, she cried out, "Ah, Brother Chung, so deep, so deep, so deep, so deep." Jiqing held her hand as they walked. The water that flowed out from the bottom dripped down along the road. The two of them were now chatting as they went out to eat. Su Ruan was chatting as they walked out. She felt like she was going to have a stroke. Su Ro was so comfortable that she couldn't even speak. Now that he had taken her to the door outside, she grabbed the door and puckered her breasts. Jiqing grabbed her breasts and gave them a quick kiss, saying, "Su Ro, moan a little more. I like your breasts." Su Ruan grabbed the side of the door and looked up. She cried out in satisfaction. "Brother Ching, you are so good at chatting, so good at chatting. Ah, I'm going to have S*CK, 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 the author has something to say, that's right. I'll be honest. I don't want to pretend anymore. I don't want to lie to all of you. Yes, I'm a pig who wants all of you. And there are two of them." Su Rua's GA0 Cha 0 came especially quickly. His fingers were especially good at playing, and he even specially used his fingertips to flick her RU beads. She was so comfortable that she spat out water on the ground. The moment she felt comfortable, she softened and leaned her back against her. She was hugged in her arms. The next moment, she came out, and the rubang also came out. When it came out, it fell to the ground. Both of them were very comfortable after having sex. Now, they were panting heavily. Neither of them moved. They just sat on the stool. The room was filled with the happy smell of the two of them after having sex, especially the dripping water on the ground from inside to outside the room. Just now, the two of them were so happy that they kept having sex all the way. They didn't care about the consequences at all. There was a lot of water below her, so the room was filled with their sex. After Su Ruan felt comfortable, she was afraid that her in-laws would find out. If they came back, they would stop playing. The two of them had been playing for a long time. So, just like that, she took a rag and wiped the water on the ground. Jiqing left early the next morning. He didn't stay for too long. He had already come back twice. The next time he came back, it was impossible for him to come back before the Spring Festival. Moreover, he might not be able to come back during the Spring Festival. If he had to stay in the army, they might not see each other for a few months. When Su Wan left, she was still a little reluctant to part. Recently, the two of them were too close. The two of them were basically together every day. So now that she had to send him away, she would be like a widow at home. So, she was very reluctant to part with him. But there was no other way. He was a soldier. He had to go to the army. So, she could only reluctantly send him off. Jiqing didn't think much of marriage before. Now, he realized that after getting married, he had always been worried about it. But there was no other way. Before he left, he even kissed Su Ruan a few times. After Jiqing left, Su Ruan's life revolved around her in-laws. Her in-laws had a good temper and were very good to her. Today, when Su Ruan went to the factory, she was called over by the supervisor. He directly gave her a salary and said, "Su Ruan, you don't have to come starting tomorrow." He gave her a salary and said that she didn't have to come. It was obvious that she was fired. This supervisor was Fang Jiaojiao's father. It was obvious that he was targeting her. She was a little unconvinced. She asked, "Supervisor, why? I'm doing well, and I didn't say that I'm not nimble. Why can't I come?" Supervisor Ch0U looked at her with a cigarette in his hand. He had a good reason. Recently, the factory's situation is not good, so we can only fire some new employees. Otherwise, the old employees can't stay. When Su Rua heard such a high-sounding reason, it was useless for her to get angry. Su Ruan was laid off. The nearest factory in the village was here. When she went back, she saw Fang Jiaojiao. Fang Jiaojiao came over to her and asked, "Su Ruan, why are you leaving? Did you get quarreled with someone?" "Don't worry. I'll ask my dad to let you stay." Su Ruan was a little annoyed when she heard this woman's words. She grabbed her hand and said, "No, I don't want to trouble you. I don't plan to go to the army. I'm going to follow my husband to the army." Fang Jiaojiao was scared when she heard that they were going to follow the army. It was fine if they weren't together. But if they really went to the army, what would happen if their relationship got better? She grabbed Su Ruan and tricked her. "Don't, Su Ruan. Are you stupid? You're fine. Why do you want to go to the army? You can't do this. What kind of life is it in the army? If you want to go, then go. It's a hard life. There's no freedom. All you have to do is look at a group of men all day. Also, it's very boring without a sister to talk to. You might as well stay here. You have us sisters to talk to. If you really go there alone, it'll be like going to jail. When the time comes, you can only cry." Su Ruan pushed her. "I say, don't eat salted vegetables. Don't meddle in other people's business. You don't have to care about my life. My husband and I are our business." Fang Jiaojiao was going crazy. She didn't know why Su Ruan suddenly became a different person. Wasn't she obedient to her in the past? Why was she so stubborn now? She just wouldn't listen to her. Su Ruan carried her things to the entrance of the army and said that she wanted to see Jiqing. When Jiqing had just finished training and was about to rest, the guard at the entrance came to call him that his wife was here. He was shocked. Why was she here all of a sudden? He thought that something had happened. So he hurried to the entrance to take a look. In the end, Su Ruan really did come to the entrance with her things. When Jiqing saw his wife come over, he immediately ran over. Su Ruan hadn't seen him for more than half a month. She missed him very much. When she saw him coming over, she immediately ran over to hug him. However, he stopped her. "Don't come over. I just finished running. I'm covered in sweat. It stinks. Don't come over. I don't want to smell you." Su Ruan heard his words and smiled sweetly. She wanted to hug him and bury herself in his arms. She stuck to him and said, "I don't dislike you. You smell good. I like it." Jiqing saw her smiling so foolishly. He patted her hair and took her luggage over. He carried it himself and asked her, "Why are you here all of a sudden?" "I just miss you. I haven't seen you for too long, so I specially came here to look for you." Visitors were allowed here. If they weren't family members of the army, they could stay here for about a week. Jiqing saw that his wife was here and reported to his superiors that he was going back. His superiors didn't say anything and let him go back. Jiqing had a small house of his own. His superiors had given it to him. Now that he was a deputy company commander, he had a small house with his roommate. However, his roommate had recently gone back to his hometown to visit family and was on vacation, so he was the only one there. The weather was too hot, so when the two of them returned to the dormitory, Jiqing bought Su Wan a small Bang Bang ice cream from the supply and demand cooperative. Many children in the city ate Bang Bang ice cream. Because this was a residential area, many children lived here. When summer came, they would often have a Bang Bang ice cream in their mouth. When Jiqing saw it, he wanted to buy one for his wife the next time he went back. He said that Bang Bang ice cream was especially thirst-quenching. So now, he bought a Bang Bang ice cream for Su Wan. Jiqing was still wearing his camouflage uniform, so he went back to the dormitory to change. In the end, when he changed and was about to come out, he didn't expect to see such a scene on the sofa. Su Wan had taken off her t-shirt and placed it aside. Her lower body was bare without any protection. Her top was still intact. She sat on the sofa facing Jiqing and stuffed the Bang Bang ice cream in her hand into her B-shaped pocket. Jiqing's eyes widened when he saw this scene. Su Wan sat there with her lower body open, squeezing into an M shape facing him. A Bang Bang ice cream was stuffed into her B-shaped pocket. She didn't completely stuff it in, only a third of it. However, her B-shaped pocket held the Bang Bang ice cream tightly, not letting it go. The author has something to say. This chapter has more than 2,000 words. It's a fat chapter. Is my sincerity enough to beg Juju? Increase the quantity and not the price. It's still 50 pa. I'm only begging Juju. Aren't you afraid that I'll cry if you don't give it to me? More small Bang Bang ice cream, high Tang Bang ice cream. Delta M. Su Ro had never imagined that she could be so brazen and shameless. When they came back from the supply and demand cooperative, they bought her a Bang Bang ice. She hadn't eaten Bang Bang ice before. After all, people in the countryside didn't buy Bang Bang ice, so she found it strange. She was going to eat it when she came in, but when she saw the man changing his clothes inside, she couldn't help but think about the feeling of being raped by him. She thought about how the two of them hadn't had sex for half a month, so she wanted to satisfy him. When she saw the Bang Bang ice in her hand, she suddenly thought of a good way to seduce him. She took off her underwear and put it aside, then sat on the wooden sofa. She just thought of such a way to get it. She spread her legs, but her underwear was gone, so now it was empty. When she opened it, he could see her pink underwear exposed under her underwear. Below her underwear was her fat breasts. She stretched out her fingers to pry open the small breasts. After prying open the small breasts, she took the Pop Bang ice and made circles around the small breasts. Some water came out of the Pop Bang ice, and the water flowed around the small breasts. The cold stimulation made her body shrink suddenly. The small breasts were a little red from the cold, but when her protruding breasts pressed on the ice, she felt comfortable and blushed. She took the Pop Bang ice and made circles around the perimeter to stimulate her protruding breasts. Then, she found the small breasts and stuffed the ice into them. The Pop Bang ice wasn't big, so it was easy to stuff a small one in. When the Pop Bang ice was stuffed in 1/3, it was eaten tightly. Before it could be stuffed in, the person inside had already come out. She still wanted to use the Pop Bang ice to seduce him. She didn't expect to see her small breasts with the Pop Bang ice when he came out. When Jiqing came out and saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. He didn't know why his wife was so saucy. She kept staring at the Pop Bang ice on her small breasts. The Pop Bang ice was eaten by the small mouth above, but she stuffed it into the small mouth below. Su Wan, you. Jiqing saw that and walked over with his eyes full of desire. You put the ice bang in here? Su Ro was already being watched by him in such a straightforward manner. She grabbed the ice cubes below her and began to move them in and out right in front of him. The cold cubes moved in and out under her warm hands. More than half of the ice cubes had already softened, and the ice cubes inside had already turned into water. Fortunately, she did not cut the cubes open, and they were still in the outer packaging. Su Wan put the ice bang in and out of the condom, and said in a seductive voice, "Oh, Brother Ching, I'm very happy with this ice bang, very happy. This thing is ice cold, it's so comfortable to stuff it down there. Little Bee is so cool to be hit by the ice, Brother Ching, did you see that? Did you see Little Bee eating ice pops? It's eating so much. It's all the sound of it eating ice bangs. It's caressing my lower body and numbing my lower body. It's so cool." It was the first time Su Wan put this thing under her, and it was cold to stimulate her lower body. It was indeed very wonderful. But the cold temperature and this thing was not big, it could only temporarily relieve the itch below, but it couldn't help her stop the itch. She wanted Ji Cheng's big penis to come in. She had thought about it for a long time. Ji Cheng didn't say anything, and just watched Su Wan play with him wantonly. She held the ice pops and Ch0 yucca, and a lot of water came out of his lower body. He didn't know if it was her water or the water that came out of the outer packaging after the ice pops melted. Su Wan just let the ice pops in her lower body and didn't care. Looking at Ji Cheng's lustful face, she got up from the sofa and knelt down, making Ji Cheng also sit on the sofa. She took off Ji Cheng's jacket, but she was too anxious and couldn't wait for his thing to come in, so she didn't care about his clothes. She took off his jacket, took off his underwear, and held his big penis in her hand. She held his big penis in her hand and played with it. It had been too long since she touched this thing, and she was also envious, so she directly opened her mouth and lowered her head to eat his penis. She sucked it in her mouth and face, and looked like a slut, making Ji Cheng's eyes turn red. Su Wan was in a kneeling position and lowered her head to kiss her. Ji Cheng lowered his head and saw Su Wan, who was eating with relish under his penis, on her lower body. She wasn't tall, and now she was still in a kneeling position. Her legs were all inserted into her lower body, and Ji Cheng was especially long. He directly M0 to her lower body, and then M0 to the ice pops on her lower body. There were so many people here, and he couldn't help but eat the ice pops. He even had to pick up her lower body. Without anything, he would feel uncomfortable. He helped to make Su Wan feel comfortable. He took out the ice pops, took it out, and put it in again, repeatedly making her feel comfortable. Su Wan was so comfortable that she almost bit his lower body. Ji Cheng grabbed the ice pops and quickly caressed her lower body. She parted her legs a little, and it was a little itchy, so he caressed her even more. She grabbed Ji Cheng's lower body and used her tongue to stir the tip of his lower body. The scene of the two of them like this looked especially seductive. Yesterday, Granny stopped for maintenance, so many people didn't throw in the pigs. There were so few pigs yesterday. Everyone, look. We're still short of a few dozen pearls to reach 1,200 pigs. Tomorrow, we can do it. I've already opened the document waiting for you guys to throw in the pigs. I'll write it when I see it. When Ji Cheng saw this comfortable GA0 face, he became even more aroused. The sofa was still a wooden stool. He didn't know if it could withstand the weight of two people, especially when it was such a strong GA0. He felt that the chair was a little shaky. Su Wan's voice was hoarse. She kept moaning in a very high-pitched voice, and it was especially sharp. She couldn't control the sound of pleasure. Fortunately, everyone was practicing in the army now. No one was here now. Otherwise, if this sound was heard, it would be even more embarrassing. Ji Cheng felt that her B** was really tight, especially tight. It was completely different from the last time when he chased her. He grabbed her B** and pinched it as he asked her, "Why is your B** still so tight? It's only been half a month since I chased you. It's so tight that it's like a virgin. Didn't you play with yourself at home? Why is it still so tight? At home, you used your fingers to chase, and didn't use anything else to chase your B***. Su Wan did use her fingers when she missed him at home. She didn't use anything else. Her B** recovered quickly. The two of them hadn't done that for too long. It was indeed tight down there, and it had already recovered to its original state. Su Wan grabbed his hand and let him continue to chase her. Ji Qing's speed of chasing her was especially fast. He could make her go up to the sky with one stroke after another. He hadn't done it for too long, and the speed of his persistence was also long. The Xianxia that came out of his S***** was thick and full, and it was stuffed into her B**********. Ji Qing was still doing his best to chase her at the beginning. It wasn't until he came out that he softened. All the Xianxia was stuffed into her B*******, and her B****** was stuffed full. Su Wan came to Ga0 Cha 0 with him. When he came to Shej 1N, she also came. Both of them fell down at the same time. Su Wan's legs were still around him. Ji Qing was panting heavily. The man's unique deep voice was even more sexy. Ji Qing looked at his wife's flushed face and couldn't help but lower his head to bite her lips. He eagerly pried open her lips and kissed the tip of her tongue passionately. Su Wan followed him when he was on top of X1. Being pulled by his rough strength, the two of them fell into a passionate kiss that was hard to part. The sound of their kiss was especially loud. Su Wan liked the feeling of kissing him. The two of them ate each other's saliva. It felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked away by him. Right now, the passionate kiss made her mind go blank and explode. When they came, it was already almost night time. Now that the two of them had been going at it for more than an hour, the sky outside was already dark. Su Wan got up from his body. Her lower body was wet. Both of their saliva flowed in her small B******tch. After settling things at night, Ji Qing took her to the military cafeteria for dinner. She was too tired today. In the afternoon, the two of them played so fiercely, so she probably didn't have the energy to cook. She didn't cook at home and went directly to the cafeteria to eat. The two of them went hand in hand. When Su Wan and Ji Qing arrived, they were from the same company. When they saw Su Wan, they immediately greeted him. Their eyes lit up as they stared at Su Wan. "Lieutenant, is this sister-in-law? I heard that you went back to get married some time ago. Did your family introduce her to you?" At this moment, Ji Qing grabbed Su Wan's hand and smiled happily. He explained to them, "Yes, my family introduced her to me. Her name is Su Wan. She's my wife." Su Wan had also met these brothers in her previous life. When she came, she had no choice but to meet them. After all, they were all in the same platoon. Su Wan didn't have a good impression of these brothers because she was embarrassed by Ji Qing in her previous life. However, she knew that they weren't bad people. Su Wan greeted everyone enthusiastically. After all, she was his sister-in-law. He quickly asked her to sit down. Ji Qing went to get food for Su Wan. The food Ji Qing gave her was all meat. Just as she was about to eat together, she saw a group of women coming in. The group of women walked in front of Ji Qing. One of the women saw the woman beside Ji Qing and her face instantly darkened. She walked in front of Ji Qing and looked at him. "Ji Qing, why don't you introduce us? It's rare to see this person." "Who is she?" Su Wan forgot about the fire and looked over. She saw that the woman in front of her was wearing an exquisite dress that reached her knees. It revealed half of her smooth legs and she wore high heels. Her entire temperament was especially cold. Her face was covered in makeup and she looked arrogantly at Su Wan. Ji Qing stood up and greeted her. He said to her, "Dr. Liu, this is my wife. Didn't I tell you that I'm going home to get married? This is the wife that I'm going home with. Her name is Su Wan." Su Wan stood up and was about to greet her when Ji Qing said, "This is Lu Huayan. She's the platoon's military doctor and also the chief's daughter." When Su Wan heard this woman's name, her face instantly fell. The chief's daughter. Lu Huayan, she won't forget this person's name. In her previous life, Fang Jiaojiao came back and told her that Ji Qing married a new wife in the platoon. The person raised in the platoon was this woman. That was the name. In her previous life, she didn't see this woman, but she heard of her name. Now that she saw this woman's beauty, she felt a little inferior. She didn't expect this woman to be so beautiful. She was even the chief's daughter. Author has something to say, I don't dare to not have anything to say. I'm afraid that you won't be able to see my author has something to say and will miss it. Then, you'll forget this routine of throwing a pig. In her previous life, Su Wan thought that it was a misunderstanding. She thought that this woman was nothing special and was just an ordinary person. In the end, when she saw this woman, she felt inferior. She didn't know if this was a misunderstanding in the future. What if the two of them really got along like this in the military and developed feelings for each other? What should she do? Moreover, this woman was so beautiful. Not to mention men, even a woman like her felt that this woman's temperament was very good. She was so beautiful and was even the chief's wife. If they got together, it would also be helpful to her career. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel jealous. She glanced at the two of them. She was very sure that Lu Huyan liked Jiqing. When women looked at women, they could clearly see that this woman's eyes were filled with deep hostility towards her. After dinner, Su Wan and Jiqing went back to the courtyard. A group of women were washing clothes there, so Su Wan naturally took the clothes that she washed for herself and her husband to the courtyard to wash. In the courtyard outside, some sisters-in-law were washing clothes and chatting. She went over to greet them. Hello, sisters-in-law. No matter what, they were all from the same courtyard, so they didn't say anything. Naturally, they made space for her to bathe together. She went to the well to get water. At this moment, Lu Huyan walked over. He looked at Su Wan and said, "You're washing clothes here?" Su Wan got up and looked up at him. He greeted her and said, "Hello, Miss Lu." When Lu Huyan saw her get up, he automatically took a step back to resist her. His tone was sharp. "Stay away from me. Don't touch me. You're dirty. But look at you. Don't you wear underwear?" When Su Wan heard this, she looked down at herself. She blushed a little. Lu Huyan then said, "I understand. You're still wearing those old-fashioned underwear, right?" Su Wan, I won't talk about your mother's era. No matter what, we're all young people. It's not good for your body to wear old-fashioned underwear now. If men see it, it'll be a joke. You look like this too. It doesn't matter. Look at the clothes you're wearing. They're so loose, you can't see anything. But don't you think your clothes look very old? If I didn't know that you were with Jiqing, I would have thought that his mother was here to see him. I almost called you auntie today. When Su Wan heard this strange voice, she understood. This was obviously a blow to her. She looked down at her clothes. Indeed, these were her clothes from a few years ago. After all, rural people didn't care about wearing clothes that didn't have holes. Even if there were holes, they could be mended and worn again. It was a very honest style. It was different in this border town. Many girls in the city wore skirts, high-waisted K-tops, and so on. In this era, there were already things like N-cups. However, they were sold in department stores. They were very expensive. Other than the daughters of rich families, normal people couldn't afford them. Su Wan had a younger brother in her family. When he got married, he needed betrothal gifts to build a house. Therefore, she handed her salary to the family every time. She didn't have much money left. That little money was already a problem for her to fill her stomach. Why would she care about that? Moreover, she was laid off now. If she didn't have money to give to the family in the future, she would only be scolded by her mother. Su Wan could only be magnanimous. She knew that this woman was deliberately picking on her, so she didn't take her words seriously. The next day, Jiqing came back in the afternoon. When he came back from work, he brought Su Wan with him and said that he wanted to go to the department store. Su Wan thought that he was just going to buy some household items, so she went with him. In the end, he brought her to a shop that sold women's clothing. Moreover, he said that he wanted to buy underwear. Jiqing's words gave Su Wan a fright. His words were too frightening. Anyone would find it inconceivable that this man would say something like that. He looked over with a strange gaze. Su Ro quickly covered Jiqing's mouth. "Brother Cheng, are you crazy? You're telling her this. Do you know what underwear is?" Jiqing didn't know. However, when he came back yesterday, he heard those words. He felt that his wife was wronged and couldn't afford these things, so he immediately came here to buy them for her. At this time, the shop assistant brought over all the underwear in the shop and placed it in front of the two of them. Jiqing had never seen women's underwear before. After all, such private things wouldn't be left out in the open. He didn't know that these things looked like this. They were big and had an end cup. His ears turned red. Su Ruan was also extremely embarrassed. After all, he had asked her to buy these from the beginning. Perhaps he didn't even know what these things were. In the end, Su Ruan had no choice but to take 2 of these back. It was indeed a little expensive. 1 yuan each. Jiqing gave her the money, although it was a little painful. However, she didn't want Jiqing to buy clothes for her. The clothes in the shopping mall were all like this. They didn't look good. She worked in a wool factory. It was better for her to make clothes herself. Although she didn't know what the Cha Zero style was now, she was someone who had experienced the future. She knew what kind of clothes the Cha Zero style would wear in the future. When they went back, Jiqing was thinking about the underwear he saw at the department store. When he went back, he closed the door and couldn't wait to take out the underwear and show it to Su Ruan. Su Ruan, wear this and let me see. I want to see how this thing is worn. The author has something to say, throw a piggy pig to me. Let me see what a piggy pig looks like. The corn was stuffed tightly in her B*tch. He lowered his head and saw something. He mischievously stuffed the corn in and left her B*tch. He said to her, I'm going to take a shower first. Don't take this out. When I come out of the shower, I want to see this thing stuffed in your B*tch. I'll come out again. Su Ruan felt a little itchy with something stuffed in her B*tch. He was still not satisfied. She blushed and nodded. Jiqing kissed her forehead and left. Su Ruan looked at the thing stuffed in her B*tch. She couldn't clamp it down, so she closed her legs tightly and twisted her legs. She allowed herself to be like this. She pushed down her bra. She didn't bother to put on her clothes because the water was boiling and she was in a hurry to cook. When Jiqing came out of the shower, he saw the same scene. Su Ro was busy cooking. Her underwear was still clasped around her penis, which was still in her mouth. He went over and hugged Su Ruan's waist from behind. He asked her, did the water in your B*tch reach the corn? After he said this, he specially reached out to the corn and gave it a peck. Just as he was about to insert the needle deep into his body, there was a knock on the door. Both of them were frightened by the sudden knock on the door. They didn't know who it was. Outside, the voice of the brothers called out to them. Deputy Company Chief, we specially came to your house to freeload. We want to try sister-in-law's cooking. Are you at home? We can all smell the aroma of rice. When Jiqing heard this, his hands paused and quickly put on his wife's bra. He also put on the shirt. He couldn't let them see his wife like this. He had bad thoughts. When he put on the bra, he didn't take the corn out. He just let the bra put the corn on. The corn was still stuffed in her B*tch and didn't take it out. Su Ruan was a little scared. Now, she hurriedly put on her clothes. The corn hadn't been taken out yet. It was a little seductive to have this thing under her. Jiqing was afraid that these people would suddenly rush in, so he went out and opened the door to let them in. Su Ro followed him outside and saw that there were indeed a lot of people. Moreover, it wasn't just the brothers, there was also a woman, Lu Huayan. They specially came to try her cooking. Since they were already here, she couldn't chase them away, so she could only entertain them. Su Ruan didn't cook enough rice. It was only enough for 2 people, so she cooked another pot of rice. Fortunately, there were enough vegetables. Su Ruan was good at cooking. She was the one who cooked in the family since she was young. After she got married, she was also the one who cooked. Her cooking was good. After the food was cooked and brought out, everyone ate happily. Lu Huayan looked at her with displeasure. It was as if she was deliberately provoking her. She deliberately sat next to Jiqing. When Jiqing saw her sit down, he reserved a seat for her. Dr. Lu. This is my wife's seat. You can sit next to her. She'll sit with me. Lu Huayan didn't expect him to say that. Her face turned red. She was afraid that others would laugh at her, so she could only awkwardly sit next to them. This seat was facing them. Su Wan finally brought out the poached egg soup. These brothers were full of praise. They gave her a thumbs up. "Sister-in-law, our deputy company commander is really lucky to have such a good wife like you. The food you cook is so delicious." Su Wan's face turned red from the praise. She told them to eat more if they liked it. She had just sat down when Lu Huyan pretended to take a bite. He spat it out and said, "It's not that good. It's still terrible compared to our chef." Su Wan heard this and smiled. It's true that the chief chef can't cook. In that case, I think Dr. Lu can go home and eat now. Don't feel wronged here. Lu Huyan was provoked by this person. She especially talked to Jiqing about the military. Su Wan didn't understand what she said at all. After all, she didn't know what was going on here, so she could only listen. Su Wan didn't understand. She wanted to eat, but at this moment, Jiqing's hand milled to the side of her underwear. His hand went into her underwear, and he broke off the corn and started messing with it. When Su Wan was sitting, she was a little shy when she accidentally touched this thing. In order not to let it get further inside, she even sat in the corner of the chair. In the end, Jiqing's hand reached in and even went into her underwear. She was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to make a sound, but it was also very exciting. What's more, there were so many people in front of him. In the end, his hand reached into her underwear as if there was no one else around and milled her little BCH0 yucca corn. She lowered her head and saw his hand. Fortunately, everyone was focused on eating and didn't see his hand milled into her underwear. It would be awkward if it was seen. She was addicted to watching him mull. No one had seen the two of them do this in private, so she satisfied him. She even opened her legs for him to mess with, stirring the corn in her underwear. She blushed. Jiqing didn't move very fast. He slowly stirred the thing. After a while, she reached GA0 Cha 0. GA0 Cha 0 came very quickly. When she was about to cry out, she grabbed Jiqing's hand. There was water flowing down there. She could even smell the scent of sa coming from her underwear. The author has something to say. Acting coquettishly and rolling on the ground to act cute is to stay on the ground and not leave. I want pig pig, I want pig pig, I want pig pig. If you don't give me pig pig, I'll cry. More little BCH0CH0 Hoitong, Hai Tang Chi Chi, dots delta M. Jiqing was now focused on eating while playing with his wife's penis. He was not interested in Lu Huyan deliberately finding a topic to talk about. He occasionally said a few words in a perfunctory manner. He looked especially cold. Lu Huyan, who was sitting opposite him, felt a little awkward. It was as if he was talking to himself. Looking at Su Ruan's blushing face, he did not know what she was thinking. This did not seem right. Su Ruan and Jiqing finally sent everyone away after an hour. Su Ruan was about to explode. She had already orgasmed on the dining table just now. After one orgasm, the water flowed into her underwear. The water in her underwear was about to drip. After being orgasmed by the corn, she felt even more itchy. She wished she could be orgasmed by Jiqing's big thing. The corn did not have any temperature. It was not as comfortable as the big thing. Therefore, after sending everyone away, she could not wait to go back to the room with him. They were still living in the dormitory. The conditions here were not very good. There was only a single bed. After all, only one person could sleep, so it was a little difficult to accommodate two people. Therefore, Jiqing usually hugged Su Ruan to sleep here. Su Ro couldn't hold it in any longer. She was already having S**x, and the wet feeling was especially uncomfortable. It was itchy and sh*tty. She went inside and couldn't wait to take off Jiqing's clothes. Jiqing also took off hers. He mainly wanted to see how Su Ro's S**x was. She must have had S**x just now, so he wanted to see how much water had flowed out. After all, he could already smell the scent of S**x. When he took off her bra, he saw that her white panties were full of water. A lot of it. He took off his underwear. There was indeed a lot of water flowing out. After taking off his underwear, he put it to his nose and sniffed it. The smell of urine was still sticky. He deliberately twisted his underwear in front of Su Wan to remove the water from it. Sure enough, water came out of his underwear. He smiled and said to her, "So much sex." Su Wan didn't expect there to be so much water down there. She was so shy that her face turned red. She sat next to him and looked at him. Just now, she saw that he had deliberately put her underwear to the tip of his nose to smell it. She couldn't help but run down there. Now that she was sitting on the bed, the water dripped onto the bed. Jiqing cleaned the water on her underwear and put it aside. Now, he opened her legs and pulled out the corn from her underwear. The corn had been stuffed in her underwear for a long time, so when he pulled it out, it made a sound. The corn was also sh*tty, it was completely watered. After staying in her bee for so long, the corn was all sh*tty. He mused about the stickiness and put the corn aside. Her little bee was now flipped out, mainly because she had been stuffed with corn for too long, so now her Y was flipped out, revealing the XR0U inside the flower. She had no boundaries. Now that there was nothing inside, it was especially itchy. The water dripped onto the bed. She couldn't stand it and wanted Jiqing to take the thing in. Jiqing took her thing out, took off his underwear, and gave her his underwear. Jiqing grabbed her head. Just as he was about to let her give him a bite, Su Wan hugged his waist coquettishly and said, "Brother Qing, I can't stand the itch down there. I really want you to give me your T1A and B. The feeling of your tongue entering. Why don't the two of us give each other pleasure? I'll give you my T1A and B, and you give me your T1A and B, okay?" Jiqing didn't understand the T position at first. Su Wan pulled him onto the bed and taught him. Jiqing lay down. Su Wan took off her underwear and threw it to the side. She was already covered in CH11U0. Just like that, she got onto the bed and straddled his waist. She turned around with her back facing him. Then, she moved her underwear to a flat position and sent her underwear to his mouth. She moved her underwear, found the right position, and pressed her underwear on his mouth. She even moved her underwear and rubbed it on his mouth a few times, letting him smell the scent of her underwear. She asked him, "Brother Qing, just like this. Open your mouth and give me your T1A and B, and I'll give you my T1A and B." After she finished speaking, she grabbed his underwear and stuffed it into her mouth. This was the 69 position. Both of them were rubbing against each other's sex organs to make each other feel comfortable. Jiqing looked at Su Wan using her underwear to face him. Her underwear was still rubbing against his mouth. He instantly understood what this position was. She wanted him to open his mouth and have sex with her. Hence, he grabbed her breasts and pressed them against his face. Looking at her pink breasts, which were still dripping water from her breasts on his lips, he opened his mouth and stuck his tongue forward. When Su Ro had her breasts facing him, she had already opened her legs. Now that her breasts were open, he directly opened his mouth and had sex with her breasts. When Su Wan was being T1 and, she also grabbed Jiqing's underwear and opened her mouth to let him eat it. The author has something to say. I'm angry, I'm really angry. I clearly added more chapters, but in the end, today's PK is less than yesterday's. I'm so angry. I'm really angry. I'm angry. Only pigs can coax them back. After the G8 went in, Jiqing slowed down and looked at the place where the two of them were connected. There was a little water left. After pausing for a while, Su Wan couldn't stand the itch anymore, so he immediately straightened his back and chanted. When he went in, he slowly and suddenly changed his speed and chanted quickly. This was especially strong. Su Wan liked the feeling of him chanted quickly. It was very comfortable for her. He grabbed her pussy. Su Wan's hand was supporting the bed board. It was very comfortable. He could only make langdang sounds, especially y1ang-dang. The bed was made of wood, so when the two of them shook, the bed board made a shaking sound. Su Wan screamed. It was obvious that she heard the sound of the two people's pussy slapping. In this room, her pussy was hit by Jiqing quickly. When Jiqing hit her pussy, he also hit her pussy. His hand slapped her on her PGU. He didn't know if it was because he was prone to NDE or because it was too comfortable to be slapped on her PGU. His little beak contracted after every slap, and his lower T was especially tight. Jiqing didn't expect her to like being hit so much. He only hit her a few times, but her pussy was so tight that his scalp was numb. He clenched it tightly, and it was difficult for him to do it. Relax. Why are you clamping it so tightly? Do you want to break my pussy? After it breaks, who will feed you? Relax your pussy. Jisong was no longer as shy as he used to be when he spoke in Sao. He also liked the feeling of saying SAOT as 0Q1ing on the bed. Moreover, he liked the feeling of saying SAOT as 0Q1ing on the bed even more. After all, every time he said SAO when they were having sex, she felt extremely comfortable. Su-Wan was about to be kissed. Their genitals were connected very tightly, and he was using a lot of strength. Every time he kissed her, he would be pushed into the deepest part of her body. She was stimulated by his words and wanted to relax, but it was too comfortable. She couldn't relax at all. She could bite him tightly. This force was too strong. The speed of the CH0 Yucca was also very fast. She couldn't control herself. It was so good that tears came out of her eyes. She was so comfortable that she cried. It was so comfortable that she cried. Jiqing's strength was not something that a normal person could handle. He grabbed her waist and fiercely hit her. She felt so comfortable that she had to go again. Before Jiqing came out, she had already shed a lot of tears. Her voice was hoarse from screaming. Although this position was comfortable for Su-Wan, it was also tiring. When Jiqing wanted to come out, he used all his strength to Jinji-shej 1N on her little b. He didn't want to waste all his Jinji-shej 1N on her little b. He especially liked to see his Jinji-shej 1N flowing into her little b. He only came out of the bathroom after he was done with it. Su-Wan was screaming so hard that she looked like she had lost half her life. Her throat was itchy. She leaned her head on the bed and turned her head to look at him. She was so tired that she let him play with her P***nis. He lifted her P***nis and sent everything into her P***nis. The hot P***nis made her very comfortable. Jiqing had already come out once. Seeing that there was so much Xianxia left in her pussy, he looked at her with satisfaction. When a little flowed on the bed, he ch0'd her again. Su-Wan saw that he ch0'd her pussy again, so she changed her position and prepared to continue with him. Jiqing followed her position and started to ch0'd her pussy again. This time, he did it very quickly. She didn't have much strength left, so she let him do it. Jiqing did it once and then came out. Her pussy was really full of his experience now. His Xianxia was so much and thick that it all went into her little secret. Her pussy was small, so it couldn't fit all of it inside. It flowed out, so the whole pussy was full of his Xianxia. The room was filled with the smell of the two of them making love. Su-Wan did it 3 times. She felt that she was really only one step away from heaven. Fortunately, she didn't do anything after coming out this time. However, after coming out, he didn't ch0'd his big G8 out. He just ch0'd his big G8 into her pussy and turned her body sideways to sleep with his G8. Just like that, they lay on the bed, their lower bodies tightly connected. Su-Wan asked him, "Are you going to keep doing it?" Jiqing saw that she was already exhausted. His voice was hoarse. He m0'd her hair and said, "Your pussy is too warm. I can't bear to come out. Just like this, I'm sleeping with your pussy. Your pussy doesn't want me to leave either." Su-Wan indeed had this idea. Her pussy was still tightly clinging to his big G8. Even if she was tired, she didn't want him to leave. She liked the feeling of being tightly clung to by his big thing and not leaving. Author has something to say. Why don't I set up an event? I won't post it in the introduction. I'll just give back to my old and new customers and the authors something to say. Starting from today, 20 years from February 21st to February 27th, for a week, give me 2 pigs a day. If you do that for a week, send me a screenshot, and you can receive 5,000 PO coins. Love you 3. I'll make an announcement on Weibo or something. If I want a rating, then I can vote. If there's still no one throwing pigs at me, I'm going to shut myself up for a week. You're too lowly. I'm going to cry if I want to be a pig. When Su Wan woke up the next day, she was woken up by the sound of a whistle. Every morning, there would be a whistle outside, reminding them to wake up early to practice sea. This sound was especially loud, so Su Wan was also awakened. When she woke up, she got up together with him. Both of them opened their eyes at the same time. Jicheng was originally afraid of disturbing her sleep, so he carefully left her body and wanted to take his penis out of her small bee. He didn't expect her to wake up. When Su-ro woke up, she saw their private parts in a daze. His penis was coming out of her private part. His penis had indeed stayed in her private part for the entire night, and it didn't come out at all. The two of them had slept on their sides last night. It had been castrated for the whole night, so it had been castrated. Her small bee. It couldn't be closed, and now it was even a little outwards. When his penis came out, it was filled with some air, and the entire small bee. Because of the morning bee. So, his penis was still castrated. The Xianxia in her bee had already been diluted. After all, it had already been in her bee for a night and had long turned into something like water. When Jicheng woke up, Su Wan also wanted to make breakfast for him, but Jicheng was afraid that she would be too tired to wake up so early to make breakfast, so he didn't let her get up. I'll go to the army to eat breakfast. There's a cafeteria, and the cooking squad will cook. You were tired last night, so continue to rest. Su Wan didn't listen. Now, she wanted to stick to him. She didn't want to let go of him at this time in the morning. She was going to leave in a few days, and she didn't know when they would meet again, so she stuck to him. Now that he asked her to sleep, she didn't want to sleep. She got up like this and specially hugged him. Her two legs wrapped around his waist, letting him hug her and hold her PGU. She took the initiative to go forward and put her two slender legs around his waist. She also took the initiative to grab his penis, and it went into her small bee. The thing that had left her small bee. Now, it came in again. The thing in the morning was still castrated. After all, it didn't vent out and went in again. The two of them were connected again, and her lower part was deeply penetrated. It was especially satisfying. She wanted Jicheng, and her lower part clung to him tightly and refused to leave. She liked the feeling of her small bee. She didn't want to leave the big bee. Jicheng saw that she was so flirtatious, and he had no choice. There was half an hour to wash up, so he could only hold her PGU like this and hold her hand. He went to the toilet like this, brushing his teeth and washing his face. He wanted to go outside to wash up, but there was no way he could take her out like this. The two of them were not wearing any clothes now, and their bodies were connected. Jicheng was still moaning. When he left, he even had an evil thought. He deliberately grabbed her panties and stopped moaning a few times. Along the way, water dripped out. Su-ro was particularly comfortable with the panties. She grabbed his shoulders and screamed, "Ah! Brother Chung! Ah! Ah! Ah!" He took her all the way to the toilet and didn't let her leave. He just held her like this. His strength was good, so he could carry her with one hand to wash up. Fortunately, she was thin and not tall, so she was very safe in his arms. Jicheng and Su Wan were both washing up now. Her small bee was still being castrated by him, so they washed up while doing it. After Su Wan finished brushing her teeth, she looked up and saw the mirror by the toilet. This mirror was originally installed here. When she took a shower before, she specially covered it up. Because she was shy, there was no cloth covering it now. Seeing the two of them still stuck together in the mirror, she was embarrassed. Jicheng saw her blushing face and directly said to her PGU, "You're so hot and you're still shy. Do you see us in the mirror? Do you see in the mirror? Are you being castrated by me now? Is your small bee comfortable with me now?" Su Wan was indeed very comfortable, but in this position, she couldn't see her small bee. She could only see his thing caressing her. Jicheng's reflection in the mirror was indeed the same. He could only see that their X-organs were connected, so he grabbed Su Ruan's PGU and wanted to let go of Su Ruan. Su Ruan saw that Jicheng was about to leave and thought that he wasn't going to caress her. She felt a little empty, but Jicheng didn't plan to leave. He just wanted the two of them to change positions. She was still facing his back. He changed his position. Su Ruan's back was facing her. His two hands were like a child's pea as he held her two legs and separated her two legs to face the mirror. His G8 entered Su Ruan's small b. This position allowed Su Ruan to clearly see how his big thing entered her small b. She looked at how he was caressing her in the mirror. Her pink X was facing the mirror, and his jingle was mixed in it. The white color dyed her Sao pink X white. Ji Cheng's big G8 was still caressing her, especially Y1 Ang Dang. The author has something to say. As expected, there are PO coins that can make readers throw pigs. I already remember the 2 beads that were thrown yesterday. Everyone, persevere. This is the 2nd day. Throw 2 more beads. Persevere for a week and you can come and get it from me. The bureau chief liked him very much, mainly because he felt that he was young and promising. He would definitely be able to achieve great things in the future, so he had always wanted him to be his wife's son-in-law. Coincidentally, Lu Huyan also liked him, so he had always wanted to matchmake the two of them. When the bureau chief heard this, he put down the brush in his hand and went over to pat him on the shoulder. Seeing that he had become brighter and had a good aura, the bureau chief asked him, "Ji Cheng, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your aura is not bad, and your sea training is not bad either. You're also good at leading a team. I heard from your boss that he is very satisfied with you. You'll be a permanent member soon." Lu Huyan then said to the bureau chief, "Dad, isn't that so? I've been praising him in front of you. That means that I have a good eye for people." The bureau chief knew what his wife meant, so he looked at Ji Cheng and asked him, "Coincidentally, you have nothing to do now. Why don't you come home with me and have a home-cooked meal? Huyan's mother's cooking is not bad. Do you want to try?" Ji Cheng was not an idiot. How could he not understand what the bureau chief meant? Hence, he directly said to the bureau chief, "I think I'd better not. My wife made dinner for me tonight. I have to go back later to eat." When the bureau chief heard this, his face darkened. He looked at his wife, frowned, and asked him, "Wife? You're already married? Why haven't I heard of it? Weren't you single when I asked you previously?" "Ji Cheng, when you asked me previously, I was indeed single. But some time ago, my boss found a partner for me. I took a leave of absence to go home and get married." When Lu Huyan heard this, he unwillingly said, "His wife is also from the same village." "She's also from the same village?" Ji Cheng smiled. "Yes, she's also from the same village as me. The two of us are very compatible." Lu Huyan was so angry that his face darkened. Was he going to be so protective? When the bureau chief heard this, he didn't say anything. After exchanging a few pleasantries with him, he let him leave. After they left, the bureau chief poked Lu Huyan's head with his finger. Are you stupid? She's already married, and you're still interested in her? You know she's already married, but you still want to kick her. Aren't you being the third party?" Lu Huyan whined, "Daddy, I don't want that. I only like him. I don't like anyone else. I liked him the first time I saw him. I don't like anyone else either. I just want to be with him. Aren't you the chief? Go and threaten him. If he doesn't get together with me, he won't be able to become an official employee. He will definitely get together with me. Besides, don't you think that he's young and promising? It's only a matter of time before he gets promoted. It's useless for him to be with a village girl. That kind of village girl isn't worthy of him." Last time, when she heard that his wife wanted to come with the army, she had already signaled to her superior. That person was smart, so he rejected his wife's request. If she threatened him now, he would definitely divorce his wife. Su Ruan went out to wash clothes and dishes today. She washed her husband's clothes in the courtyard. When she came out with a basin and wanted to greet her sister-in-law, the sisters-in-law who were washing clothes in the courtyard immediately ignored her when they saw her. She greeted them very enthusiastically, but they ignored her. When she didn't see any response, she was disappointed. Her warm face was pressed against the cold shoulder. She squatted down to wash the clothes. When she squatted down to wash the clothes, the sisters-in-law saw her underwear and asked her, "Su Ruan, this is an X-bra, right? I saw this in a big shopping mall. It's not cheap. It's yours." Su Ruan said honestly, "My husband bought this for me." When the sister-in-law who asked her heard this, her face turned sour and she didn't say anything. When Su Wan saw this face, her hands paused in the middle of washing the clothes. She didn't know what she did wrong. When the other sisters-in-law were washing the clothes, they gossiped and whispered. Su Wan didn't understand these words. When Su Wan finished washing the clothes and was about to dry them, she put the clothes here and went back to get a few clothes racks. When she came back with a rack, she saw that all her clothes had fallen. They were dirty, especially the ex-bra that she washed just now. It was covered in mud. When the sister-in-law who asked her about how expensive the ex-bra was saw her coming back, she said, "Deputy Lian's wife, I'm sorry. There were a few children in the courtyard playing around just now. I didn't watch them and kicked your basin into the mud pit. It's like this now." When Su Wan saw the smile, she panicked. She could only say perfunctorily that it was nothing and then continue washing. When she finished washing the clothes and was about to take them back, she didn't dare to put them here again. Just as she turned around, the women started discussing again. Why would Deputy Commander Ji take a fancy to such a woman? I think Dr. Liu is great. He's young and promising, and he's even a university student. How good is that? He's a knowledgeable youth. Most importantly, his father is a chief. His family is rich. His mother's family is in business. If he gets together with Dr. Liu, he'll be promoted in the future. I think his future will be limitless. Why did he marry such a rural daughter-in-law? Wasn't his future going to be ruined here? I think Dr. Liu treats Deputy Lian quite well. He must like him. If he marries such a rural daughter-in-law, it'll be over if Dr. Liu acts coquettishly in front of her father. It's all Su Ruan's fault. If she didn't appear, the two of them would have been together. Who in the teen doesn't think highly of them? The author has something to say, although this chapter doesn't have a RU, it's very thick and long. I'm righteously begging for Pig. She didn't know if these people did it on purpose. They knew that she hadn't gone far, but they deliberately said these words to let her hear them. However, she did mind it. She felt bitter in her heart. The last time Su Ro and Ji Qing had gone to the military canteen for a meal, she had inadvertently told him that the braised pork in the canteen was delicious. So after he got off work, he immediately went to the canteen to get a serving of braised pork. Ji Qing took the lunchbox back. When he returned, he smelled the delicious food. Su Wan had already prepared the meal and was waiting for him. When she saw him come in, she put the apron aside and scooped a bowl of white rice for him. As soon as Ji Qing sat down, Su Wan stared at him and asked, "Brother Qing, do you think Dr. Liu is prettier, or am I prettier?" When Ji Qing heard this, he looked up at her and said bluntly, "You're prettier." No matter what, Su Wan was a woman. She was happy when she heard these sweet words. She said to him, "I'm going back the day after tomorrow. I don't know when I can come back. So I made some pastries these 2 days. They can be stored. You can eat them when you're free." Ji Qing was stunned. He didn't expect to go back so soon. He hadn't been with his wife for long. He was a little reluctant to go back so soon. When Ji Qing heard this, he put down his bowl and chopsticks sadly. He reached out to hold her hand and said softly, "Su Wan, it's hard for you to marry me. I can't be by your side all the time. I have to trouble you to serve my family." That night, Su Ro got some fabric for herself. There was a sewing machine here, which had been placed here. She was ready to make clothes for herself. She had made the dress and put it aside. There was still a lot of fabric left. She had spent quite a lot on the materials. It was made of silk. She suddenly thought of the clothes she saw on display in the store when she was cleaning in the mall in her previous life. That store sold underwear. She saw the sexy underwear on the display window. She was so shy that her face turned red. She was already so old. It was indeed quite embarrassing to see such underwear. She didn't know what kind of people would use it. Now that she thought of the design, she wanted to give him a surprise since she was leaving. Blushing, she took out the sexy lingerie according to her memory. She took out the sexy lingerie and put it on her body. She wondered how it would feel to wear it. It would definitely be very embarrassing. Ji Qing was washing the dishes outside. He knew that she wanted to get her clothes ready, so he washed the dishes outside. After he finished washing the dishes, he came in and saw this scene. Suwon really didn't know what Sao's clothes were, but the hole below was also exposed. He didn't know whether she was wearing a t-shirt or a skirt. There was a hole cut in the center of the t-shirt. It looked like an open-crotch t-shirt worn by children. This hole happened to be above a hole, and the hair below was exposed. His eyes almost popped out of his head as he stared at her. Su-ro was actually a little embarrassed to be exposed to him so blatantly when he walked in. She was not even wearing her underwear. She was wearing the sexy lingerie she had made herself. The sexy lingerie she saw before was cut open. The top was cut open to reveal her breasts, and the bottom was cut to reveal her small breasts. She put it on and didn't have time to be shy. As a result, he saw it. Jicheng went directly in front of her. He hugged her waist and pressed her into his arms. This intimate position made the two of them even closer. He lowered his head and saw that the open crotch area was facing him. Her breasts were exposed and stuck to his clothes. He couldn't help but pinch the protruding pink breasts with his fingers. He pulled her breasts and asked her, "So Sao, wearing an open crotch t-shirt for me?" Su-won felt a little comfortable being pulled by her breasts. She hugged his waist and said coquettishly, "Then brother Chung, can you just come in? Come in and make me feel comfortable. I'll wear an open crotch t-shirt for you." Su-won knew that Jicheng was especially fond of this position. He liked to get in behind her breasts, so she cut open the back of her breasts. The position of her breasts was completely open, so he could come in. It must be very erotic and pleasurable. When Jicheng heard his words, her hand went down from his waist to her PGU. It was indeed as she had thought. This PGU was also open crotch. There was no cover, and it was completely empty. The M0 felt especially good against the PGU. His M0 touched her soft R0U, and it was as if water was going to come out of the M0. Indeed, her body was especially sensitive. After being touched by the M0 a few times, water came out of the lower part. Su-ro felt comfortable being hugged by M0. She knew that he liked her PGU, so she purposely looked in his direction. Now, she was lying on the desk. There was a desk outside. She leaned her body on the desk and stuck out her PGU at him. Jicheng looked at her breasts. Seeing that she was so excited, he couldn't help but give it to her. Jicheng slapped her breasts a few times. He knew that she liked the feeling of being slapped. Su-won shouted happily, "Ah! Brother Chung, continue. Hit me. Hit my breasts. It's so comfortable. I like being hit by your breasts." Jicheng was a little unhappy when he heard what Sao-Zero said. He pinched her butt and continued to order her, "Call me hubby, Sao-Zero. Call me hubby, or I won't let you go." Su-won was scared when she heard that he wasn't going to see. She had just been hit by the M0 a few times, and she was also feeling it when she was wearing this open crotch jacket. Her lower body was itchy, and the water had already flowed out. If he didn't see, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. She was afraid that he wouldn't see, so at this time, she diligently M0 to her pgu, broke open the pgu, and sewed the pgu to the pink pgu inside. She shook the pgu at him and begged, "Hubby, come in quickly. The author has something to say, la la la, today is the third day of throwing pigs. Let me see which little AI has been throwing pigs for 3 consecutive days." The person outside didn't hear anything and didn't get a reply. He felt strange, so he turned the doorknob and wanted to come in. However, he didn't know if the doorknob was broken, so he couldn't open it. He was a stubborn person. He stared at the doorknob and couldn't open it. He struggled to open the doorknob. He didn't know if the doorknob was broken, but he couldn't open the door no matter how hard he tried. Su-won was about to be toyed with. It was too stimulating. Right now, her white clitoris was pressed against the middle circle of the doorknob. The person outside kept twisting the doorknob, so the doorknob inside was also moving left and right. Her white clitoris was extremely stimulated by the doorknob. Every twist and turn stimulated her white clitoris. Her lower body was about to reach her small GA0 cha 0. It was so comfortable that she even purposely pressed her body forward so that the doorknob would be pressed against her small b*tch and twist even closer. She felt very excited and comfortable at the same time. She kept waiting for the person outside to move, but she did not dare to make a sound. Jiqing saw that her saliva was flowing down to her feet. Seeing how comfortable she was being stimulated, Rubang did not let go of her and started to move slowly behind her. His speed was very slow, so he made some seductive sounds while moving on her saliva. Su Wan was being attacked from the front and the back. She felt comfortable from the front and the back. If it was in the past, she would definitely moan. The more she moaned, the more comfortable she felt. However, she couldn't moan now. She was afraid that she would be heard, so she could only cover her mouth and let him hit her H*ps. There was more water in front of her, and it ran all the way to the doorknob, soaking the handle. The person outside who couldn't open the door felt strange and gave up. Normally, the door wouldn't shrink. If they wanted to come in, they could just open the door and come in. After all, they were all in the army. It was impossible for anyone to steal anything. They didn't dare to steal anything. Moreover, it was impossible for Ji Lian to go out at this time because no one had gone out after asking around, so Ji Lian must be inside. He knocked on the door and said, "Deputy, I have something to talk to you about." "Are you in?" Jiqing was now focused on his wife's CD. How could he be interested in the people outside? He couldn't make a sound. Looking at her swaying CD, he knew that she was comfortable. A few more people came from outside. Mainly because they saw the people outside shouting, they came over and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Wasn't Deputy Company Commander inside? You shouted for so long, but no one came out." "That's impossible. I didn't see him go out. He must be inside. I don't know what's going on either. No one came out even after I shouted for a long time." The three people standing outside were very puzzled. Su Wan panicked when she saw more and more people. After all, they were only one door away. The two of them were doing this behind the door. There were so many people outside the door. If they were heard, it would be even more embarrassing. She didn't know if it was because there were so many people outside and they would be seen, so her H*ps were getting tighter and tighter. Jiqing couldn't get in. There was a lot of water, and her H*ps were so tight. Jiqing grabbed her H*ps and began to forcefully push her H*ps open. Only then could he successfully squeeze his H*ps in. Just now, he had already spat out his H*ps. Now, he pinched her H*ps and quickly pushed her H*ps in. Now, there were three people standing outside. They were having S*x inside. It was as if they were having S*x in front of so many people and were seen by others. Su Wan was especially sensitive. This kind of sensitivity was as if she was exposed in front of everyone, so it was especially easy for her H*ps to reach H*ps. After Jiqing's H*ps, he began to put his hand on her H*ps. He grabbed her H*ps and squeezed the H*ps into various shapes in his palm. After he was done, he deliberately stuck to her ear and said, "Wife, do you feel very excited? Your H*ps are so tight that my H*ps are about to break. Do you feel that so many people outside are looking at us, so your H*ps are especially sensitive? Your H*ps are flowing to my feet, and my feet are covered with your H*ps. Why are you so wet? There are three people outside. Isn't it because you know that the three of them are looking at us? That's why your H*ps are so tight. If they see you being S*x like this, will they say that you are a SL*t? His voice was especially low, like a bass pow. The people outside could not hear this voice, but Su Wan heard it clearly. She also heard him calling her wife. Su Wan was very satisfied when she heard this. She liked to hear him calling her wife in a low voice, so her H*ps clamped tightly on his H*ps again. Jiqing's scalp was numb from the clamping. He squeezed her H*ps violently. USL*T. The more I say, the more S*x you are. You are a SL*T. You are so tight down there. If you break my H*PS after I say a few words, who will F*CK you every day in the future? Your H*PS will itch badly if you don't F*CK me every day. Let's see how you can stop the itch in the future without your H*PS. The author has something to say. Today is the 4th day. Soon. Remember to punch the card and throw the pig. Su Wan was already wild. After saying such humiliating words, the more excited she was, the tighter she clamped down on his penis, not letting it go. At this moment, the people outside saw that there was no response, so they had no choice but to leave. At this time, there's no answer. He's probably asleep. After all, his wife is here, so he must have gone to bed early. Hurry up and leave. If there's anything, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Su Wan covered her mouth and didn't dare to make a sound. After hearing that everyone had left, she heaved a sigh of relief and put down her hand. She couldn't help but moan. Jiqing knew that she liked to make this kind of fondang sound, so how could he resist it? Now that he heard this, he changed her position from the door to face him. Then, he pried open one of her legs, found the entrance to her small b, and supported his penis back in. Su Wan could now let out a loud sound. Because there was no one around, she couldn't help but let out all the sounds that she had been holding back just now. Her moans were so comfortable that Jiqing was also excited. Jiqing straightened his back for a while, and the warmth inside wrapped around him. He couldn't help but spurt out again. This time, like before, he poured all the Xianxia into her small b. Su Wan liked the feeling of being F*ked by him, because every time he could heat her inside until she felt comfortable. After she was relieved, Jiqing pulled his penis out. Su Wan's legs had long been weak. Without his support, she couldn't help but lean against the table next to her. Only by leaning against the table did she get support. She looked at Jiqing with her breasts raised. This posture was just to let her small b's Xianxia flow. After Jiqing came out, he saw that she was lying there weakly. He left his Xianxia behind. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but kiss her. He kept nibbling and kissing her mouth. Although Su Wan was already weak, she kissed him back when she saw his passionate kiss. They kissed each other's tongues and couldn't bear to part. Su Wan lay on the table and puckered her breasts. Jiqing's hand couldn't help but M0 her breasts. Behind her, he M0 her breasts. Now, her breasts were wet. Just like that, YY mixed with his Xianxia flowed out. He liked M0 her Sauha0 PGU. The next morning, Su Wan woke up early and tidied herself up. At this time, she put on her clothes and was ready to let Jiqing see. The two of them played too late at night. They had been doing it the whole night, so they didn't have time to let him see. Now, it was just right for him to see it early in the morning. She put on the clothes she made. She made a knee-length dress with suspenders. She had seen someone wearing it in a shopping mall in her previous life. At that time, she was very envious of the girl's good figure. She thought that when she was young, she had the same figure as the girl. The one with the curvy front and back was especially slender, and her legs were especially white. She would definitely look good in it. However, she was already old, so it would be embarrassing to wear it. But now, she was different. Now, she was an 18-year-old girl, so she would definitely be full of enthusiasm if she wore it. After she put it on, the person on the bed woke up. He didn't have to go to the army today. It was a rare day off because they would arrange a day off every month. After all, Su Wan would go back tomorrow. He took Su Wan out for a walk in the county today. Su Wan put it on and specially asked him, "What do you think, Brother Qing? Does it look good?" She was just wearing a very ordinary dress with suspenders. Jiqing looked at her and asked, "Is this a doo-doo?" "It looks quite good." Su Wan. "How is this a doo-doo?" "This is clearly a dress. This is a dress that can be worn out. What do you think of me wearing it? Why don't I wear it out later?" Last time, Dr. Luke kept saying that her clothes were old-fashioned, so she was a little annoyed. When Jiqing heard that she could wear it out, his entire face darkened. He was unhappy. "I won't allow you to wear it out. You're wearing such little fabric and you're still preparing to go out. What if your small breasts are exposed to others? Your small breasts can only be seen by me. If you wear this, your underwear will be seen by others. I won't allow it. When Su Wan heard this, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This dress was knee-length. How could her small breasts be exposed? And how could her underwear be seen? Impossible. My dress is not very short. It's impossible for them to see my small breasts. Jiqing was furious. When he heard her say this, he went forward and bent her body to expose her breasts. He hit her breasts and said, "See, aren't your underwear exposed now? My M0 is your panties. If the wind blows and your panties are lifted up, won't your small be seen by others? Also, what's wrong with your top? It's the same as the embra I bought for you. You're my wife. How can others see you naked? Go and change it out. If you want to wear a dress, you have to wear a long dress." Author has something to say. Let me remind you that this is the 4th day of throwing pigs. Let's do our best to throw pigs. More small squeak 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 squeak. It was rush hour now. Many people went to work and got off work, so there were many people on the bus. When the two of them got on the bus, they didn't have a seat and could only stand in the corner. The corner was full of people, so no one saw the two of them. Su Wan originally felt that it was very tight. Because there was something, she had been very careful. If the bayberry fell and was seen by others, it would be embarrassing. Jiqing deliberately teased her. He pushed her into the corner and pressed against her. His hand M0 was behind her breasts. He even M0 her breasts through her skirt. He was very fast, causing her breasts to sway. The back of her breasts swayed, and the front of her breasts also swayed. She was afraid that the bayberry would fall. She was a little annoyed. After all, this bus was full of people. In the end, he still M0 her. She pinched his hand and didn't allow him to continue acting recklessly. Jiqing seemed to be addicted to playing. She didn't look like she was rejecting. After all, she was stiff. Moreover, her breasts were even tighter. This didn't look like she was rejecting. M0 was probably also exciting. After all, she was being M0 in front of so many people. Therefore, Jiqing was unscrupulous. Because he protected her very well in this direction, the two of them were now in the corner. In the corner, they were blocked by his tall body. No one could see at all. Therefore, he very boldly reached his hand into her skirt. His hand reached into her skirt, and he M0 to her breasts. She wasn't wearing a bra, so he immediately M0 to her breasts. It was especially prickly. Su Wan couldn't help but cry out. He was so bold that he dared to reach his hand into her skirt in this bus and M0 her breasts. Jiqing's slender fingers M0 her breasts. Because she ate 4 bayberries here, it was big, and the seams of her breasts were completely open. He M0. The bayberry was a little watery. He couldn't tell if it was the juice of the bayberry or the water of her breasts. He mused to the bayberry. Her little bee was now clamped very tightly, so the bayberry didn't fall out. He even specially squeezed the bayberry inside, making her little bee clamp even tighter. His hand had already reached in, and if he did not M0, the little Neng would not feel comfortable, so he changed his position and pinched the top of the R0U bead. He pinched the protruding Y bead and played with it with his fingertips. His 2 fingers kept pinching the R0U bead, and the strength of his M0 was not considered gentle. Su Wan was stimulated by this place that a white light flashed in front of her eyes. She felt a small GA0 Cha 0, which was especially comfortable. She couldn't cry out, so she could only bury her face in his chest and endure. She didn't know if it was because there were so many people watching on the bus, so she was afraid of being seen, so Su Wan's sensitivity was at the forefront. He M0 for a while and came out. So many people had stained his palm with **T. He pinched it, but it wasn't exciting enough. He used his fingernails to gently scratch her protruding Y bead, scratching it for fun. She was about to be played with. She lowered her head and saw his hand under her skirt, playing with her repeatedly. The bayberry was about to fall off. She was afraid of falling, so she clamped it very tightly. Jiqing felt the change in her body. Looking at her blushing face, she had already reached a lot of small GA0 cha 0 just now. Her face was already so red. In front of Su Wan, he dug out a bayberry from her little bee and ate it. The bayberry was still with her bee water. He took the bayberry out and stuffed it into his mouth. What a seductive scene. Su Wan was about to be embarrassed. This was too embarrassing. She awkwardly buried her face in his chest and didn't dare to look at him. How could he be so perverted? He was really becoming more and more perverted. He even ate it with her bee water, okay? Just now, she clearly saw that the outer layer of the bayberry was covered with a thick layer of bee water. Her face was extremely red. She pinched Ji Cheng's waist. It was already so seductive for him to eat it, but in the end, he still looked like he was enjoying it. He deliberately pressed down on her waist and pulled her into his arms. He leaned close to her ear and bit her earlobe, saying in a low voice, "It's so sweet. The bayberry is only delicious when it's soaked in your bee water. It has a bit of bee flavor, so it's especially delicious. Later, let's find a place where there's no one around. Squeeze the bayberry out of your bee water for me to eat. The bayberry will be even more delicious if it's soaked in the bee water for a longer time." Su Wan, she was really going to be embarrassed. The author has something to say. We're just short of 1,800 pigs. Everyone, work hard. Tomorrow's third watch. Today's the 5th day of clocking in. I'm still keeping track of it in my little notebook. Su Wan had been married to this man for 5 days. She was a little afraid of this man. After all, he had entered her on their wedding night without caring if she was in pain or not. Later on, when he saw that she was in pain, he came out again. The two of them parted on bad terms. She was terrified when she thought of his big thing coming in. She knew that he often exercised, so his body was good. However, she did not expect that thing to be so good. She avoided him and did not want to do it with him. Her life was already like this. She could not resist and could only let nature take its course. After marrying him, she was especially mischievous. She did not wash the dishes and did not cook in the morning. She heard her mother-in-law talking to other aunties outside. They seemed to be complaining that she did not do anything and spent so much money to marry a daughter-in-law. Other people's daughters-in-law were very capable, but this daughter-in-law of theirs was a lazy woman. She did not do anything and let her mother-in-law do everything. Su Wan heard it, but Su Wan did not care. She advocated free love. In the end, she married someone she did not like before without dating. She did not like him no matter what. She did not do any housework and did not eat at home. She left early and returned late every day. The main reason was that she ate in the cafeteria at the woolen factory. Wang Shuhui was particularly dissatisfied with her. She secretly talked to her son a few times, asking him to divorce her and find another wife. There were many women in the village who wanted to marry into their family. She blamed herself for being blind. Why did she fall in love with such a girl in the first place? Jichun was very angry when he heard it. He said to Wang Shuhui, "Mom, you can't divorce a military marriage. Don't think like that. Su Wan and I are fine. We will spend the rest of our lives together." After he finished speaking, he went into the bedroom. She was changing inside and happened to see him coming in. She did not want him to see her, so she put on her clothes and prepared to sleep. Jicheng was angry when he thought of how she had been avoiding him and not letting him touch her. He had sex before, and after sex, his hand was on Su Ruan's waist. Su Ruan was going to sleep. When he was on his M0, he was very angry. He moved his hand away and asked him in resistance, "Ma'am, I'm going to sleep." Jicheng changed his clothes and pressed her under his body. He tore her clothes and directly tore her clothes off. With a sullen face, he grabbed her t-shirt and wanted to take it off. "What can I do? What do you think I can f***ck? You're my wife. Tell me, what can I do if I spend so much money to marry you? I have to f***ck you tonight. Even if you don't let me f***ck you, I have to f***ck you. Be a good girl and take off your jacket." He was also angry this week. After all, he had married a wife, but she gave him the cold shoulder every day and refused to let him touch her. After getting married, she was like a monk. Su Wan was also angry when he heard what he said, but he had no choice but to let him go. Jiqing saw that she didn't resist, so he directly took off the jacket. He was especially reckless on his wedding night, which made his wife unhappy, so he specially went to ask someone about it. He remembered some of the techniques that he was told. He had to shoot the woman's T, the M0's Dowdo, 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 and the M0's Dowdo. He took off her t-shirt and spread her legs apart. Su Wan was stared at by him, thinking that he would directly T0NG like on their wedding night. In the end, his fingers nimbly M0 around her small b. It was different from when he directly T0NG on their wedding night. He M0 outside her, and M0 the protruding p. The face in this place was very pink. When he saw it, his eyes lit up, and he kept staring at it and swallowing his saliva. She was aroused by the M0, and her face was red. What's with your Dowdo? Just come in. Does your Dowdo have so much Dowdo? Jiqing saw that she was aroused, and he exerted force on her Dowdo. Is it comfortable? Do you have any Dowdo with this Dowdo? Su Wan was originally Dowdo. Men's hands were different, and the M0's Dowdo did indeed have a lot of Dowdo. Su Wan's face was red and she held it in. She didn't say anything, but her sensitive body couldn't lie. Jiqing stared at her Dowdo, but it was still not enough. He thought for a moment and buried his head in her Dowdo. It was impossible for him to wipe his saliva on this place, so he might as well eat her Dowdo and then smear his saliva on it. It was best to eat her Dowdo. Su Wan didn't expect him to have such a Dowdo. He actually opened his mouth and ate her Dowdo. This place was so dirty. It was a toilet, and he ate it just like that. Although she had taken a shower, Su Wan still couldn't accept it. She wanted to break down and push him away, but Jiqing's tongue slipped in. The tip of his tongue was especially nimble as it stirred her Dowdo. It was comfortable and numb, and she couldn't stand it, so she resisted and tried to push him away. Jiqing also felt uncomfortable being pushed away by her foot. She was quite wild, so she directly stretched out her leg to kick his chest. He directly grabbed her leg, his mouth stained with herby water. He warned her, "Don't move, B*TCH, what are you moving for? What are you unhappy about? I am eating your Dowdo now, and you are dripping so much water. Do you not like it? Be obedient and let me eat your Dowdo. I will go in later to satisfy you. If not, I will go in now. The author has something to say. I am having trouble writing. Let's write about my previous life. Jiqing's Dowdo in my previous life is different from the current Jiqing because they are both Su Wan's Dowdo." When Su Wan heard his flirtatious words, she couldn't help but salivate down there, soaking the stool. She could even smell the scent of her underwear. Seeing that Jiqing was so hungry to eat the bayberries in her bee, she satisfied him and sat on the edge of the stool. Then, she sent her bee to his mouth. He raised his head and moved his head into her bee. It was quite difficult for her to squeeze the bayberries out. After all, the bayberries were inside. She had to let go of her bee to squeeze out something for him to eat. She spent some effort. First, she clamped it very tightly. Then, she let go of her bee and squeezed the bayberries out into his mouth. It took a lot of effort for her to squeeze out one bayberry. His mouth had been waiting outside her bee, so when the bayberry was squeezed out, it went directly into his mouth and was eaten by his mouth. When she squeezed it out, not only did she squeeze out the bayberries, but she also squeezed out a lot of bee water and sent it directly into his mouth. It was easy for her to get out 2 bayberries, but she couldn't get the rest out. She couldn't get them out for a long time, so she was a little tired. Just now, Jisong's mouth was waiting at her why. She couldn't bear it anymore. She moved her body up and down and rubbed against his mouth as she said, "I can't squeeze out the bayberries inside. Give me a T1 ant 1 in. Give me a T1 ant 1 in. Put your tongue in and help me get the bayberries out. Don't you like bee water? It's all water. I'll feed you." Jiqing's mouth was waiting. Hearing this, he saw that she purposely rubbed against his mouth to stop the itch. Satisfied, he opened his mouth, and his tongue slipped in. It took a long time and a lot of effort to get the bayberry out. The bayberry inside had been in the water for the longest time, so it was soaked in more water. He ate the last bayberry and even gave her a little bee, making the water in the bee a little dry. When Jiqing was being eaten by her just now, his C*ck was exposed. It was the same now. He didn't put it on. He vented once, but in this aspect, he still held on and didn't soften. Su Ruan also couldn't stand the itch. Jiqing wanted to C*ck her, so at this time, he sat on the stool and lifted Su Ruan up to sit on his lap. This position was very obvious. He wanted him to sit and take the initiative to put her C*ck in his C*ck. Su Ruan also understood that her C*ck couldn't stand the itch and needed to be solved. Her C*ck was empty and there was no protection. It was convenient for the two people doing this. So Su Ruan took the initiative to grab his C*ck and stick it to her C*ck. He didn't rush to go in. Instead, he rubbed it on the outside. After rubbing a lot of water out, he put his C*ck against her C*ck and slowly went in. Jiqing grabbed her clothes around her waist. He grabbed the skirt around his waist to prevent it from falling down. He could directly see Su Ruan's naked C*ck. He could see her round C*ck facing him. It was very exciting without any protection. Su Ruan's C*ck was completely open because it had been stuffed with bayberries for too long. In order to expand properly, it wasn't too tight when he went in. On the contrary, it was more fitting for his C*ck. Her C*ck had always been very tight. When the two of them were doing this, they had to expand the number of people. Otherwise, it would be very tight when they went in. Now, the bayberries just happened to open her C*ck. After she went in and got comfortable, she began to twist her body up and down. She swayed and swayed on his C*ck, using his C*ck as a comfort tool. It was very comfortable to ride on it. Su Ruan thought about the later part of her previous life. No matter what, she was a woman and had this kind of physical needs. At that time, she bought something called an electric bang that many women would use in private. The main reason was that she was single and couldn't get as comfortable as a man, so she secretly bought an electric bang back home. When she took a shower in the toilet, she put it in her C*ck. At that time, she had already divorced Jiqing. She had been separated from him for many years, but all her sexual knowledge was learned from him. So when she bought the electric bang back home, she didn't know how to use it. She thought of learning from him, so she took the electric bang and stuck it on the ground. After the electric bang was stuck on the ground, it stood on the ground. When she saw the electric bang standing up, she thought of Jiqing's C*ck. The scene of her sitting on him and being ridden by Jiqing was like this. She and Xianxia made this scene on the bed. Then, she took off her C*ck. Her C*ck was already wet, and a lot of water came out. She sat down on the electric bang. Her C*ck was attached to the top of the electric bang. Sitting down was very comfortable. She hadn't done this kind of thing for a long time, so her C*ck was very tight and also very scared. She went in and calmed down for a long time before turning on the vibration of the electric bang. Her C*ck was holding this thing. After turning on the vibration, it vibrated her C*ck. It made her feel very comfortable. She squatted like this, letting the electric bang vibrate inside her C*ck. The author has something to say. 1800 Pigs chapters. Dear babies, today is the 6th day of throwing pig. Persevere, throw pig tomorrow, and it will be enough. More small C*ckh getting, high C*ckh O delta M because it had been too long since she had enjoyed the feeling of orgasms. When this thing began to vibrate against her small b, she almost had orgasms. It was really too comfortable. She allowed the thing to vibrate freely, and it was about to make a shenny one-end sound. She didn't dare to make a sound. After all, this was done behind the backs of the people in the dormitory. It wouldn't be good if they were seen secretly. She let herself be comfortable. She was afraid that she would make a sound, so she bit the towel to prevent herself from making a sound. She let the thing vibrate for a while. After a while, it became more itchy. She wanted to move it up and down. She thought of the time when she played with Jiqing at home. Once, she sat on him and started to twist his big thing. Gradually, she imagined that the electric bang was his big rebang. She grabbed one end and started to move it up and down. She was now in a squatting position. Her small breasts were stuck into the rebang. She watched as the rebang continued to vibrate. Her breasts moved up and down, and the rebang became even more comfortable. She was about to be orgasmed by this electric rebang. It was especially comfortable. She missed the feeling of Jiqing's thing inside her pussy. Gradually, she could feel the warmth of the electric bang. It was the feeling of him king her, so she couldn't help but moan. She was afraid of being heard, so her voice was especially soft, so soft that only she could hear herself. Ah, brother Ching, it's so comfortable, I'm king so comfortable, more strength, I'm king inside, so comfortable, oh, I'm king coming out, I'm king coming out, I'm king coming out. She hadn't enjoyed this feeling in a long time. The feeling of carrying an electric bang on her back was too comfortable. Towards the end, she spurted it out and reached GA0 Cha 0. When it reached GA0 Cha 0, her legs were especially soft and she didn't have any strength left. She also went limp and sat on the ground, leaning against the wall. Although he stopped, Xiaobai didn't spit out the electric bang in her mouth. The electric bang was still vibrating in her t-shirt. She felt very uncomfortable. She missed Jiqing. She missed the feeling of having sex with him. But what about him, what was he doing now? Perhaps it was because the two of them were especially happy together with his new wife. It was just like how his big rebang went in and out of her small b*tch in the past. It was also touching his wife. It was so comfortable to make his wife spit out water, just like how he was now, making the sound of fondang was so comfortable. She couldn't stop this kind of desire after the first time. Now, it was even more itchy. In addition, she had sex just now, so there was a special feeling of emptiness below the necklace. When he saw the electric bang in her body, he couldn't help but reach out and spread his legs. She spread her legs wide apart, especially so that she could show her little b for her to see. Her lower body was still pink. After all, she had only been with him for a few months, just a few months. After that, she hadn't been ked by a man. So even if she was older, her lower body was still pink and looked especially good. Jiqing used to often say that her little b was a little b*tch. After she spread her legs wide apart, the electric bang was still in her body. She looked up and saw the mirror on the wall. The mirror was placed there by a sister in the dormitory. In order to look at the mirror, she got a full-body mirror. When she looked up, she saw that her entire body was CH11U0. She was preparing to take a shower, but because her lower body was itchy, she wanted to release herself, so now she wasn't wearing any clothes. She looked at herself in the mirror and spread her legs. The electric bang inside was exploring. She reached out and grabbed the end of the electric bang. Then, it started to go in and out of her body. Looking at her own little b*tch in the mirror, more and more water came out of her lower body. Her little b*tch hit the floor. The floor was sticky with her little b*tch. She looked at herself in the mirror. It was so comfortable. It was so comfortable. It was so comfortable that she couldn't control herself. Brother Ching, f*ck me, big G8 is so comfortable, f*ck. Me, f*ck 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 me. The electric bang stuck to the pink petals and went in and out of her mouth, swallowing the huge electric bang. She thought about his strong and powerful body being sent to GA0 Cha 0 by him once again. She spurted out again and directly hit the electric bang. It was really too comfortable to be sent to GA0 Cha 0 again. She softened. Her head was already red and swollen from the pulling. Jiqing used to love f*king her head, making her head f*ked red and swollen. This was the first time she had cried after leaving home for so long. She cried uncontrollably, her body trembling as she cried especially hard. She didn't know if it was because she was too comfortable, so she cried because she missed him. She missed Jiqing. If she didn't do this, if she didn't treat him so badly, would he find another woman outside? The two of them could still continue to be together. The author has something to say. Today is already the 7th day, so we have already completed 7 days of mini beauty pageants. After you can throw in the pig today, come to my Weibo and add your mother-in-law's nickname. Then, tell me your account password. After I see it, I will add it to your account. Once I'm done, I will take a screenshot. I have already recorded it, so tell me your ID and nickname. I will definitely add it to your account. Because there might be a lot of people receiving prizes recently, I might have to make AF*CK up, so don't think that I'm ignoring you. I will reply when I see it. Some of you will only start throwing in the next 2 days of mini beauty pageants. So, after you have thrown in 7 days of beads, come and look for me, and you will get 5,000 PO, Afei's Weibo ID, other than Afei, who else is there? More small Afei. When Jiqing heard such fondang words, he didn't feel sleepy at all. The main thing was that his mouth was full of sex. There was really a lot of water flowing, and it fell on his mouth. Looking at her Xia0x, it was also wet. The sticky water stuck to her XR0U, and it was still bubbling. The scene looked extremely seductive. When he saw the scene of such a pink X spitting bubbles, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He also wanted to open his mouth and T1. It would be a waste if he didn't open his mouth to eat such a pink bee. He stared at this and held her legs, not letting her sit down. There was a distance between the two of them. Su Ruan was about to be tickled by this itchy feeling. Seeing that he kept looking and didn't open his mouth to T1 and she missed the taste of being T1 and by him. Therefore, she couldn't help but twist her waist and say to him coquettishly, "Brother Chung, don't look. If you keep looking like this, I'm also itchy and uncomfortable. It's like being bitten by ants down there. Hurry up and stick out your tongue. T1 and, my little bee misses your tongue so much." Jiqing saw that she was wriggling her waist and slapped her pgu. "Why are you so T1 and? You can't wait to ride on my mouth early in the morning. You're so T1 and. If you're so T1 and, when you leave me in the future, I won't have anything to give you to chab. Don't you feel itchy?" Su Ruan was also afraid. After all, she missed the taste of him. But now, she wanted him to give her T1 and first. Her lower body was really itchy. Su Ruan really couldn't stand the itch. She said to him in a crying voice, "Give me T1 and first. Hurry up and stick your mouth in and tongue in. T1 and makes me feel good." Jiqing saw that her face was really red from the fever. She looked like she couldn't bear it anymore. He reached out to M0 her little bee and patted her little bee. Her little bee was completely open to him. He first patted her little bee with his palm, and then stroked M0 up and down. M0 kept M0 on her Nangr0U, and M0 kept pressing on the protruding R0U beads. 3 fingers closed together, M0 kept pressing on the R0U beads. Even though Su Ruan wasn't being T1 and by him, he used his fingers to pat her little bee. The posture of M0 touching the R0U beads already made her feel extremely comfortable. She unconsciously arched back and turned her lower body towards him. Lang dang sheni 1n, oh, so good, continue, so comfortable, continue M0 my saub. Ji-song knew that she was a saub, but he didn't expect her to have so much water. He casually patted it, and water kept coming out. He saw so much water coming out and kept flowing towards his mouth and neck. If he didn't control it, he didn't know how much water would stay, so he opened his mouth to kiss her little bee. The way he opened his mouth was especially big, and he ate her entire little bee. Oh. After the entire little bee was eaten by him, she felt so satisfied that her head was about to explode. Su Ruan's voice was especially Y1 dang, the kind that couldn't stand it. Su Ruan liked this feeling. She was about to ascend to heaven after being T1 and 1n. Her legs were completely weak, and she didn't have any support points, so she directly rode on top of his mouth and let him eat with all his might. Later on, when she was T1 into GA0 Cha 0, she was so comfortable that her eyes were rolling back. Her whole body was convulsing, and it was as if she had peed. Water kept coming out. She was so comfortable that it was unbearable. Jiqing looked at Sao 0 GA0 Cha 0's face filled with Y1 Ang Dang. GA0 Cha 0, who was hit by AT1N, even rolled his eyes. His whole body was convulsing as he lay on the side, Y1 Ang Dang. He got up and unbuttoned his pants, preparing to Ji her. Su Ruan was still convulsing. At this moment, Jiqing flipped her body so that she wouldn't face him directly. He flipped his body so that his back was facing her. His back was facing her, and his face was pressed against the pillow. His pgu was pouting towards her. He reached his hand above her pgu and pried it open. He looked at the two holes at the back that were connected together. They were very close to each other. One was the little bee hole, and the other was the PI. After Jiqing's narrow PI, he suddenly reached in and M0. Just like that, Su Ruan was so stimulated that she cried out, "Ah, brother Cheng, don't M0 there." When Jiqing heard this, he didn't look like he didn't like it. If her PI wasn't good, then it was good. Thus, he continued to stimulate this place above her PI. In her previous life, Jiqing had F***ked Su Ruan's PI before. In her previous life, when she was F***ked by him, the two of them had an argument. She said that she wanted to divorce him. In the end, he was so angry that he pressed her down on the bed and tied her hands with a rope, not letting her go. He was so angry that he slapped her PI. When he saw her struggling, he was so angry that he didn't F***ck her PI, but F***ck her PI as punishment. A big thing went in just like that. In the beginning, she was almost F***ked by him, but later on, when she felt good, she realized that F***king her PI was actually very comfortable. She thought of the pleasure of F***king her PI in her previous life. She couldn't help but reach out to F***ck her PI and twist it. She pried it open and made a thirsty request to him. "Brother Cheng, F***ck in. It's also comfortable to F***ck your PI. If I want to F***ck your PI, F***ck in, her place was too tight. It would be strange if he didn't break her if he came in directly." His hand went to mash her bee water. Anyway, there was so much bee water left in front, so he didn't want to waste it. He directly mashed it as lubrication. The author has something to say. Those who asked me to redeem the prize yesterday have all replied. Everyone was too enthusiastic, so I decided to continue the GA0 activity since there was still a week before the new book was released. Starting from today, February 28, 20 years to March 5, 20 years, if I were to continuously throw in 2 pigs within 7 days, I would be able to get 5,000 PO. It's also possible to throw in this book or my new book. I posted a new book and a new sock puppet. I'm also asking Piggy to recommend it as soon as possible. Similarly, if you invest in my new book, you can also receive 5,000 PO coins if you invest in my new sock puppet for 7 days. Everyone can vote for whichever book they like. Title of the book, G Attractor C, Campus H, Pen Name, Skinny Introduction. Willie has recently been infatuated with the female god in class. Everyone says that the female genius in class, Su Lai, can be cold and indifferent. But everyone doesn't know that Su Lai wears a short skirt every day and doesn't wear a bra. She purposely spreads her legs in front of him during class to tempt him to look at her B***tch. She even puts her hand on her B***tch for him to look at. It's like this every day. 1v1 double place, cold and poor genius who wants to fish for a rich son-in-law versus study trash boss handsome be rich second-generation male. More small sound. She was bleeding a lot. She did not know if it was because she was thinking about the feeling of being kissed later, but more and more water flowed down there. He scraped the water and wiped it behind her. Although he had smeared a lot of water here, he still felt that it was not enough. He was afraid that it would hurt her if he went in like this, so he lowered his head and sewed on her P***nis. Other people would open their mouths to do up and down the P***nis. It was clean here, so he did not dislike it at all. He liked Su Ro very much, so he even thought that her bee water was sweet. He would be happy even if it was for her T1N. He squatted down just like that, grabbed her two *nis and pulled them apart. Then, he used his tongue to do up and down the *nis. Su Wan was about to pass out. Jiqing was still Jiqing. He knew how to play with the *nis. He even opened his mouth to do it. It had to be said that this place was very sensitive. His flexible tongue was even more sensitive when it came in like this. The water that came out could be sprayed all over his mouth, and water kept coming out. She was so comfortable that she was about to cry. She was crying because of the *nis. Jiqing kissed the seam of her *nis with all his might. He waited until she sprayed out a lot of water. After confirming that it was okay, he let go. Just now, he buried his entire face on top of her *nis. Su Wan felt that her face was pressed against his, and she was especially ashamed. Jiqing's face and nose were all wet, but he did not care. Now, he continued to smear the *nis on her *nis. After he was done, he put his finger in. First, he inserted 1 or 2 fingers and slowly expanded it for her. She was a little comfortable from the *nis. She did not know how comfortable it would be when he really penetrated it later, so she grabbed the mattress and waited for him to penetrate. Jiqing was already experienced in this aspect, so after he saw that there was so much water and it was already lubricated, he supported his big *nis and went in. This was his first time penetrating this place. He did not expect the *nis to be so tight. This degree of tightness made his scalp numb. It was too tight. In the beginning, he squeezed and refused to go in. Su Wan was also in pain when he was squeezed in deeply. He could only grab the bedsheets and wrinkle them, waiting for him to go in deeper. As Jiqing penetrated her, he rubbed perspiration on her ****. He let the perspiration soak into her ****, widening the hole as much as possible before he penetrated her. This place was fiercely penetrated by him. There was an indescribable pain and comfort, so when he really penetrated, she screamed in pain and pleasure. It was so loud that she couldn't control it at all. Jiqing waited for her to get used to it before he started to give her slow ch0 yucca. After all, it was his first time penetrating her, so he had to wait for her to get used to it. Therefore, he went in slowly and gently. Su Wan really felt the pleasure of being penetrated. He grabbed her *** again and tried it again, reminding her that her *** north was very close. Su Wan's face was pressed against the pillow now, so she did not see his pleasure, but she screamed as loud as she could. Brother Chung, can you go faster? I can do it. You can go faster and penetrate my ***. Penetrating my *** is really more comfortable than penetrating your ***nis. I really like the feeling of being penetrated by your ***. It's very comfortable. Go harder. Penetrate me, penetrate me. He did not know that there was no gentleness in his treatment of this Xiaohuo. The more he touched her body, the more comfortable he felt. The gentler he was, the more she would be unhappy. She liked it when he was rough with her. Thus, he began to speed up and began to fiddle with her body. He started to speed up, which satisfied her. This comfortable feeling gradually became more and more exciting. Her head was about to explode, and her grip on the bed sheet was getting heavier and heavier. She felt that she was going to be penetrated. This time, Jiqing's speed was much faster than in the past. After all, this place was too tight. He could not hold on for long and directly penetrated her ***. After he penetrated her ***, he fed her everything. Su Wan was already penetrating her ***. Now, her **** was enduring his ***, and Jiqing thought that from today onwards, the two of them would be separated, so he could not bear to pull this **** out. The **** would stay in her **** for a longer time. Su Wan left alone in the afternoon. No one sent her off, but she knew the way. She just needed to take a bus and leave. Jiqing went to work in the morning. After eating some food in the afternoon, he prepared to leave. However, before he left, she thought of something. She was afraid that Jiqing would miss her. Therefore, she specially left something for Jiqing as a souvenir. She was wearing the clothes she made herself. After he disliked it, she cut the sleeves of her P*****n. The skirt was shorter, but it was not that short. It only reached her knees. Now, she lifted her skirt directly. The dormitory door was tightly blocked, so no one could see. After she lifted her skirt, she reached out and started to touch her P*****n through her P*****n. She wanted to penetrate her P*****n. After the P*****n was penetrated, there was a lot of P*****n stuck to the P*****n. It was her P*****n. She planned to use P*****n on the sofa to give Jiqing a P*****n. He liked the P*****n smell of her P*****n, so she specially let him smell it. The author has something to say. Those who asked me to redeem the prize yesterday have already replied. Everyone is really too enthusiastic, so I decided that since there is still a week before the new book will be released, I will continue the P*****n. From today, February 28, 20 to March 5, 20, 7 days, if you consecutively throw 2 P*****n, you will get 5,000 P*****n. It is also possible to throw in this book or my new book. I have posted a new sock puppet for my new book, and I also hope that P*****n can recommend it as soon as possible. Similarly, if you throw in my new book, you can also get 5,000 P*****n if you throw in the new sock puppet for 7 days. You can throw in whichever book you like. Book title: G Attracted by C, Campus Age, Pen name, Skinny Introduction. Willie has recently been infatuated with the female god in class. Everyone says that the female genius in class, Su Lai, can be cold and indifferent. But what everyone didn't know was that Su Lai wore a short skirt every day and didn't wear any underwear. She purposely spread her legs in front of him during class, tempting him to look at her. Small b. She even put her hand on her small b to show him her ****. Every day. 1v1 double place, cold and poor genius who wants to fish for a rich son-in-law versus study trash boss handsome be rich second-generation male. More small sound. Su Wan reached out and M0 into her underwear. Originally, she just wanted to get the M0 out of the water so that she could soak the underwear in sh**t. If there was a little bit of sh**t, she could smell it and shoot a gun. However, her body was really too hot. She felt itchy in her small b after M0. That place was extremely sensitive. She didn't want M0. As long as any M0 was touched, it would itch. No, she had to solve it and satisfy it. Now, she had to M0 to get her X1 NYU out of the M0. Originally, she used 3 fingers to touch the periphery of the M0, but now she couldn't stand the itch anymore. She stroked the M0 up and down and pressed the seam in the middle regularly. She lifted her legs up and leaned back against the sofa. Her hand M0 was on the small b. She lowered her head and saw that a lot of water had come out of the small b's underwear. It was mainly because the underwear was white, and the sh**t could be seen clearly. She spread her legs a little. There was too much sh**t. The small underwear couldn't cover the sh**t at all, so some of the sh**t protruded out. A little of the top was exposed. The center of the underwear also arched a little, and the sh**t was exposed. She opened her legs and M0 was at the top of the underwear. The M0 reached the small b **tch inside. Stimulating the small b **tch could make her feel comfortable, so through the underwear, she kept stimulating the sh**t and pressing it. She pressed the underwear against the sh**t and let the sh**t eat. She felt very comfortable. Although the feeling of her hand M0 wasn't as comfortable as the feeling of a man's M0, it was also very comfortable to be touched by the M0. She M0 a few times and kept reaching out to flick and press. Although the M0 was comfortable, it was getting more and more itchy. Later on, the M0 even specially clamped her legs but clamped her hand, stimulating the sh**t to get a GA0Cha0. After she got a GA0Cha0, she saw that a large piece of her underwear had already come out. Because it was comfortable, there was actually water coming out. Although it didn't come out much, it was enough to soak the entire underwear. The underwear was all water. It was probably because the frequency of pressing and stuffing her ni*** less into her small b was too high, so after she let go, her ni** less were still stuck to her small b, especially her ni** less, which were still stuck to her ni** less and did not leave. She sat down and saw that her underwear was already wet. After confirming that it was all wet, she put her hand to the tip of her nose and sniffed. It was indeed the smell of SAO. Her face turned even redder. She took off her underwear and placed it on Ji Cheng's bed. She put her underwear in and saw that there was still water down there. When she sprayed it out just now, it was all wet. In order not to waste it, she used her underwear to wipe it clean. Only after wiping her underwear clean was she satisfied. She had never smelled her own underwear before, so she deliberately put it to the tip of her nose to smell it. It was so hot. It would be strange if she wasn't saucy. After all, there was so much water below her. After she was satisfied, she put it on the bedside for him. Thinking that he would be very excited when he came back, she changed into a brand new pair of underwear and left. Su Wan left. She was prepared to take a car, but when she walked on the road, people kept staring at her. She thought that there was something wrong with her face. Why were people always staring at her? She looked at the clothes on her body seriously and wondered if it was because it was too revealing. This was impossible. If she wore this kind of clothes in the countryside, it might be fine. But now, the skirt was at her knees. Moreover, this was the provincial capital. It shouldn't be so conservative, right? At first, she panicked. After all, it was the 1980s. The more Su Wan thought about it, the more afraid she became. She wanted to find a place to change. Otherwise, if people stared at her, they might call her a slut. It wouldn't be good if they saw it. At this moment, a girl suddenly walked in front of her and stopped her. She shouted, "I'm sorry, Mississippi, may I know where you bought this dress? This dress is quite nice. I want to buy one too." "So, which department store did you buy it from?" Su Wan was very afraid at first, but when she heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. If the girl said that her dress was nice, then there was nothing to be worried about. She said, "I made it myself. I didn't buy it outside. I thought it looked quite nice, so I made it myself." When the girl heard this, she stared at her dress and said reluctantly, "I really like the style of your dress. I feel that it looks pretty good on me. How about this? Since your craftsmanship is so good, why don't you make a dress for me too? I also like this kind of custom-made dress. Make me one according to what I want. Don't worry, I can give you any amount. If you make it for me, I'll take care of the fabric. Then, make me one for 10 yuan. How about that?" When Su Wan heard this, she was stunned for a moment. After all, she made a dress very quickly. She first worked at a woolen factory, and she had already practiced her surgical skills. Also, it was easy for her to make a dress. It only took a few hours. 10 yuan was equivalent to more than 10 days of working in a woolen factory. When she heard this, she was tempted. This girl looked like this, and the dress she was wearing was, after all, in the field of sex. Therefore, with her experience, she could tell that the fabric was not cheap. It was even silk. It didn't seem like she was lying, and she did look like she came from a wealthy family. She didn't have a job now, and she mainly wanted the money. She asked curiously, "Then, do I go to your house to make it?" The author has something to say. The second day after clocking in, Piggy Pig. Does everyone still not know my pen name? My new pen name is Xianxia. I changed my pen name mainly because it's a campus novel. Therefore, I wanted to try a new style. If you're interested in campus novels, you can take a look. When Ji Cheng arrived at the dormitory, it was already night time. The main reason was that he practiced late today, and he couldn't come back for dinner, so he could only eat in the cafeteria. As he ate, he chatted with his buddies, and it was already late. Those buddies, you see, now that he is married, they are all urging him to ask when he is going to have children. He didn't have any specific requirements for having a baby. The most important thing was to let nature take its course and have a baby. The main thing was that he wanted to bring his wife here to apply for a family residence. It was better to have a baby after they had a house. Otherwise, if his wife had a baby alone, he would feel bad if the baby was born in the countryside. He couldn't take care of the baby himself, so it would be easier to take care of the baby here. As they chatted, it was already very late. When he came back, he was still not used to it. Before he got married, he didn't feel that it was good to be married. After he got married, he realized how good it was to have a woman at home. At least, it was like living a life. When she came back, she was waiting for him. Even her hair and body smelled fragrant. Now, he thought of the woman on his bed with her hand on his waist. Thinking about it, he was a little perverted. He didn't think that he had a strong desire in this area, but after he got a wife, his desire became stronger and stronger. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't have a meal. Thinking of his wife's obese smell, he couldn't help but get erect. He wanted to take a shower, so he took off his shirt and put it aside. He went into the room to take out his clothes to boil water and take a shower. When he went in, he saw a pair of white underwear on the bed. Wasn't this his wife's underwear? Why didn't she take it with her when she left? When he thought about it, there were traces on this pair of underwear. When he walked to the bed and sat down, he smelled the scent of perfume on the underwear. Wasn't it a little bit? The center of the underwear was already wet, it was the traces of dried vaginal fluid. The vaginal fluid that flowed out of the woman's vaginal fluid became like this. The vaginal fluid that flowed out wasn't an ordinary amount, the underwear was full of such traces. He saw that the scent was really strong. He wanted to put the underwear on the tip of his nose and sniff it. It was indeed his wife's scent. He couldn't resist the scent of the underwear. He put it to his nose and sniffed it for a long time. The smell of SAO was so strong that his lower body was covered with SAO. When he smelled the SAO, he couldn't help but think of his wife's breasts, so he reached out to take off his jacket. But after I took off my jacket, I also took off my underwear and looked at his big erect penis. His hand was on his M0. It had been a long time since he used his M0 to rub it out. Before he entered, he was not very strong in this area. He would only rub it out occasionally when he got up. After he got a wife, he would use his wife's hand to rub it out. Besides, a woman's hand was different from a man's hand. A woman's hand was soft. This part of M0 was called Xia Hun. He thought about the scene of his big thing entering the woman's B. He started to move it up and down, grabbing it and twisting it. His nose sniffed the SAO underwear left by his wife. As he sniffed, he shot the gun and tried his best to smell the SAO underwear. But this was not enough, and he could not enjoy himself to the fullest. So, he placed the underwear on the G8. The underwear wrapped tightly around the G8's head and wrapped around the G8's head. He reached out and pulled the underwear out. The feeling of holding his wife's SAO underwear was different from doing it himself. He held the bag of underwear like this, and he felt extremely comfortable. Not long after, he pulled the SAO out. When the SAO came out, it directly stuck to the underwear. Other than his wife's dried SAO, there was also his penis on the underwear, and it stuck together. After he was satisfied, he stopped and looked at the underwear on the G8. It was very comfortable. His ears were red. The author has something to say. The previous winners can look for my Weibo account. I have registered a Weibo account. The name of the account is, other than Ah Fei, who else can it be? 2100 Pig added more chapters. Moi, continue begging Piggy Pig. It's also possible to continue begging Piggy Pig for my new book. New pen name for my new book, Ah Skinny Ah. If you like to watch Campus HHHHH, you can read it. Su Wan had always thought that she was very seductive, but she didn't expect to be so seductive. She was stimulated by this man's vulgar words, and more water flowed down there. The more vulgar words he said, the more comfortable she felt. She worked harder and harder to make him feel comfortable. When the man saw her being so seductive, he grabbed the back of her head and stuffed his D*ck into her mouth, making her eat it. When he finally came out, he didn't stuff it into her mouth. When he was about to come out, he left her mouth in time. Then, he faced her face and came out. The white and turbid liquid touched her face, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Her cheeks were full of his D*ck, and some of it even flowed down her neck and directly to her ***. She wiped the D*ck from the corner of her mouth and looked at him innocently. Jiqing came out of S and looked at her body after getting comfortable. She had been sitting the whole time, the hemp rope was stuffed into her small b and was being eaten by her small b. Now, he reached out and M0 her lower part. When she gave him G8 just now, there was water below, and the water below made the hemp rope sh*t, the hemp rope became sh*t, and the hemp rope became sh*t. When he saw her being so seductive, his eyes turned even redder. He pulled the hemp rope up and then stimulated her b******. He was too rough, and the pulling up and down stimulated her b******. She felt so comfortable that she cried out, "Ah, slow down, slow down, slow down, it's so itchy, so comfortable, slow down, ah, oh." When she was screaming, Jiqing pulled the hemp rope very quickly, and she was sent to her *** in an instant. Her eyes were white, and her whole body was trembling. The water spurting out from her lower body made the hemp rope even more moist. When Jiqing saw that she was comfortable, he didn't let her go. At this time, he looked at the two hemp ropes at her ***. He grabbed the ropes on both sides, and then pulled them aside. Su Wan hadn't recovered from the ** just now, and she was being pulled by the ropes with great force. It was so painful that she felt a little comfortable. "Ah, let me go, let me go. It's so comfortable, she had already been played, so she didn't care how hard she taught him. Now, she just wanted to stimulate him. More and more water flowed from her lower body, and she felt very comfortable. She was so comfortable that she was panting heavily. When the person behind her let go, her whole body was trembling. It was too comfortable, and she couldn't help but tremble. After the person stopped, he pinched her chin and made her look up at him. "Xiaohuo, are you so comfortable? Look at how badly you're moaning. Aren't you afraid that your husband will hear you? You're addicted to having S**x with a hemp rope. You B***tch, if I don't F***ck you, I'll be sorry that your B***tch lost so much water." After that, the man didn't untie the rope on her body. Instead, he directly changed her position, with her back facing him, and pressed her on the bed. The rope was still tied to her body. He reached out and peeled off the rope in her lower body. She had lost too much water just now, and now the rope was wet. After peeling it off, he put it aside. Then, he held his D***ck and directly entered her ***. This thing of his was really too big, so when he went in, Su Wan cried out. When he heard her moaning, he was very excited. He grabbed her breasts and started to make love to her lower body. His speed was really too fast. He pressed her down on the bed, and this kind of crazy sex made her a little breathless, so her voice was very loud and very fast. The rope on her B***tch had not been untied yet. This ch0 yuka's speed was too fast, so when it was caressing her B***tch, it caressed the rope that had just been removed. His D***ck was holding her B***tch together with the rope. The rope was a hemp rope, so it was very thick. With his big D***ck, he had to expand her B***tch at the same time, so it was very comfortable. Her voice was about to go hoarse. She was moaning in a very sexy manner, so Jiqing grabbed her hair and forced her to look up at him. His voice was vulgar as he provoked her. "Xiaohuo, why are you moaning so loudly? Do you want your husband to hear it? Do you want to call your husband over to see me F***ing you here? Do you feel so good to let him see you being F***ed out of the water by me? Can you hear me below you? How loud are you moaning? Your B***tch is all over my thighs. You shameless Xiaohuo, so why one dang? You feel so good after being F***ed by me. How many times have I F***ed you? Next time, I'll F***ck you in front of your husband. Let's see if you can F***ck me or not." As he spoke, he continued to make love to her B***tch. Looking at her one dang F***king face and how she was about to drool, he lowered his head and bit her lips. He ordered her, "Xiaohuo, take out your tongue." Eat my tongue. The author has something to say, he, vulgarities are still my best AI. Begging pig. When Su Wan heard this, she took the initiative to stick out her tongue and kiss him. Their tongues intertwined. She suddenly X1 his tongue and swallowed his saliva into her mouth. Two soft tongues intertwined. She kissed him and began to take the initiative to bite his lips and X1 his tongue. Su Ruan's mouth was especially sweet. Jicheng was also very happy to eat. When their mouths were about to swell, he let go of her mouth and said, "You slut, your saliva is so sweet. You must have given a lot of it to your husband. Your saliva is so sweet." Su Ruan nodded. Yes, he ate a lot. When Jicheng heard this, his face was very unhappy. He was very jealous, so he continued what he was doing. It was not that he wanted to have sex with this slut, but he couldn't stand this slut. When he thought about this slut having sex with her husband, he felt angry. He grabbed her small bee and played with it vigorously. He continued to say in a vulgar tone, "You slut. You slut, you slut. Do you think it's me or your husband who's slut?" Su Ruan's entire body was swaying. When she heard this, her mind went blank. She screamed out loud and felt very good. "You're so good. You're so good. Ah. Slow down. So fast. You're so fast. Oh. I'm going to F***CKU. When Jicheng heard this slut's words, he felt even better. His P***NIS were red and a circle of slapping sounds was heard. Seeing this slut screaming so loudly, he grabbed this slut from the bed and dragged her to the side door. When he walked to the door, their lower bodies were still connected. He didn't let go of her small B***NIS. He said, "Your husband is sleeping in the room next door. I'm F***king you now. Will your husband hear you screaming so loudly? Hurry up and moan a bit for me. Let your husband come out and see you being mesmerized by me. Let your husband follow me and moan your B***TCH to satisfy your B***TCH. Jicheng didn't know if it was because of the stimulation of his words, but she clamped her bottom very tightly, as if she was going to clamp his dick between her legs. He patted her bottom and said, "See, how can you be so hot? Is it so itchy when I call your husband one? You're clamping me so tightly down there. Do you want me and your husband to have sex at the same time? Put 2G8 cha in your little B***TCH and you'll be very comfortable." Su Wan was pushed to the side of the door and squeezed against it. He felt very comfortable with Su Wan behind him, so he quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I want 2G8s, I want 2 big G8s, ah, so comfortable, see me, CSI me." She was so comfortable that she was about to cry. Jicheng had been fiddling with her little B***TCH. He stuffed the hemp rope inside. Her little B***TCH felt like it was holding up a lot of things, and it was very comfortable. She was too comfortable being F***ked. When she reached GA0 she was especially ferocious. Her head felt like it was about to explode. The people behind her also reached GA0 at the same time. They were all F***ked inside. She shook her G8s and put the Xianxia inside her. There was still a rope on her little B***TCH, and the rope was being used by the Xianxia and her own Xianshui. After Jicheng felt comfortable, he let go of her. Now that she had no support, she sat on the ground. Su Wan looked at him, panting. Her bottom was so tight that she couldn't close her G***TCH. She looked at Jicheng's flushed face. When her bottom was opened, her outer Xianshui had been turned inside out by the G***TCH. She kept spitting out yet from her little B***TCH. She couldn't tell whose water it was. Xianxia and Xianshui were all flowing out. She was so comfortable that she was really going to have sex. When Su Wan woke up in the morning, she felt so sh**t down there. It was all water. She had an erotic dream yesterday, so who was it that was below her? Now that she mused her own bra, it was as if she had wet the bed. Indeed, it was all water. She took off her bra to buy underwear, and it was all sh**t. This erotic dream was really erotic. Her bottom was even Xianshui. Her body was very empty now, mainly because this erotic dream was too comfortable. However, when she woke up, there was nothing. She felt especially empty, and her bottom was also very itchy. She missed Ji-ching. She must have missed him too much, so she had this kind of erotic dream. She was thinking about him in her dreams. She took off her underwear. It was all water, so she definitely couldn't wear it out. After taking it off, a lot of water still flowed out. The more water flowed out, the more itchy it became. She got up and mused her little b*tch. She originally wanted to caress her ga0cha0. After feeling comfortable, she could go out to work. She didn't know if it was because she was too thirsty, but when she caressed her ga0cha0, her fingers didn't feel comfortable. It was still very itchy. She wanted something to come in and feel comfortable, but after looking for a room, she couldn't find anything big that could come in and satisfy her. Her bottom was still itchy. She mused her little b*tch as she walked towards the corner of the table. The corner of the table was at an angle where she could get in and feel comfortable. The author has something to say. Everyone knows about the recent cleanup of the internet. So if you can come online, come online. If you can't, don't climb over the wall. If one day I can't update, then it's too harmonious. So cherish the opportunity to throw pigs at me. Don't let any pigs go. When she heard that Madame Lu doted on her child so much, she was especially envious. She had no choice. After all, she was born into a poor family, so she couldn't be envious. Some people were destined to have a completely different life from the moment they were reincarnated. After Madame Lu finished speaking, she looked at the young lady. For some reason, she felt that she was very familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. However, she couldn't remember where they were going to eat later, so she naturally left the room. She measured her 3 measurements and didn't say anything. When Jean Coco came later, she brought him a plate of fruits. When she saw that he was seriously preparing his clothes, she specially came over and asked him, "How is it, Su Ruan? Does my aunt look like you? Just now, my aunt said that you looked a little familiar, but she didn't know who you looked like. I said that the two of you looked quite alike. After my aunt heard me say that, she felt that you were quite similar to her when she was young. She said that the two of you were really fated to meet. Moreover, she liked your cooking and specially gave you a red packet." Su Ruan took the red packet. The red packet was thick and the number of red packets was quite a lot. No wonder people said that she was rich. She was generous. She gave so many red packets as a greeting gift. She thanked her. By the time Su Ruan finished the basic outline at night, there were still some details to be worked on slowly, so he still needed some time. However, there was still some time before Madame's birthday. Now, they were eating and drinking well at home. Even the servant's room was much better than when she lived in her hometown, so she was still a little indulgent. She didn't know if it was because she was very tired or if she missed him too much. That she would have wet dreams. Tonight, she had wet dreams again. Tonight, she dreamed of him as usual. Moreover, she dreamed of the person who raped her. Yesterday, he tied her up with a hemp rope and raped her. Today, it was even worse. He raped her right next to her husband. She was sleeping on the bed with her husband when suddenly, someone took off her bra. Before she could react, someone T1 and took off her bra. She felt numb and itchy in her lower body, as though someone was eating her d*ck. She opened her eyes, and it turned out to be just as she had expected. Someone had bought her d*ck and was eating her d*ck at an extremely fast speed. The d*ck was swallowing her d*ck in one gulp, and the d*ck slipped out one after another. The d*ck was extremely loud, and it made her feel extremely embarrassed. Her legs were lifted by him. He shook his head and ate her bra very quickly. It was very torturous. A lot of water came out of her bra, and now, it was about to spray. When she saw that she was about to reach the ga0cha0, she felt very comfortable. At this moment, the person who raped her let go. She didn't let him get the ga0cha0. Her bra was itching unbearably. Ji-ching let go of her. Her bra was still in his mouth. Seeing that her husband was awake, he patted her bra and said to her, "Sit your bra on your husband's head and let your husband give you a T1 and bra." Then, you give me a G8. Her husband was also awake now. He was beside her. Su Wan saw her husband's appearance. It was also Ji Cheng's appearance. After Ji Cheng heard her words, he quickly lifted her up and placed her bra on his mouth. Just like that, he pried open her PGU, and his nimble tongue directly flowed out and tasted her little bee, making her feel extremely comfortable. Just like that, her husband tasted her little bee, and the sound of him eating was especially loud. She sat on his mouth like this, and it was also very comfortable to be tasted by him. She felt so comfortable that a lot of water came out of her bra. Before she could open her mouth, her man took off his bra and stuffed the G8 directly into her mouth. He pried open her mouth and stuffed it directly in. "Slut, come out of your bra." Su Wan was threatened like this. She had no choice but to grab his thing and send it into her mouth. Su Ro put in a lot of effort into this thing. Her mouth was also very tight. She stuffed this thing into her mouth and made her mouth wide open. She gave her husband T1A and B, and she gave her man T1A and JI8. It was comfortable and exciting. The three of them were so comfortable that Su Ro was about to cry. Her man saw that it was so comfortable. His hand pinched her bra. Her clothes had already been stripped. Now, there was not a single piece of clothing on her body. Her naked bra was pulled by that man. His fingernails even deliberately scratched her bra to stimulate her. Under such double stimulation, Su Ro's lower body felt like it was overflowing with water. Her husband even stuck out the tip of his tongue to stimulate her clitoris while he used his fingers to suture her M0 She felt like she was going to explode as waves of pleasure came one after another. She felt like she was going to be sent to heaven by these two men. The author has something to say. Has everyone forgotten how many days it has been since you clocked in? Today is the 5th day. Persevere a little longer. There are still 2 more days to receive the award. Su Wan was really comfortable with the T1 and it was mainly because her husband's tongue was especially flexible. He sprayed waves after waves of water from the T1 and into her mouth. In the end, when she let it out, her whole body was comfortable. She sprayed it out, and the thing in her mouth also came out. She was so comfortable that her whole body was trembling. She was especially satisfied. Her husband's mouth was full of water, and she was so comfortable. After her T1 and was full of water, she still wanted to eat her T1 water. Her mouth was full of Ji Cheng's Xianxia. There was a lot of thick liquid in her mouth, and she swallowed it all. After her husband gave her T1 and his penis also stood up. His wife's penis was juicy, so he couldn't wait to lift it up. Then, he took off the T1 and directly opened her penis. Su Wan was still immersed in the pleasure just now. She didn't react. In the end, her husband grabbed her T1 and directly sat on her penis. Her lower body was full of water, so it was very smooth. Su Wan felt too comfortable. Her husband was touching her penis. That thing was big and thick. In front of her, her husband saw this scene and felt uncomfortable. He squatted down and grabbed Su Wan's penis. Su Wan saw that her husband was playing with her and ignored Ji Cheng. She was afraid that Ji Cheng would be unhappy, so she reached out and held her penis. She said to him, "Put the G8 in. I'll give you the G8. Su Wan's penis wasn't small. It would be fun for him to hold it. Therefore, Su Wan's penis still clung to her husband's penis and refused to let go. Her lower body was especially itchy, so she didn't want to let go of this big G8. She wanted this big G8 to keep touching her penis. She got up and moved her body a little. Her husband's G8 did not leave her vagina. She got up and adjusted her position. She held her vagina and sandwiched Ji Cheng's G8 between her vagina. This big thing was hot and thick. Holding this thing, Su Wan used all his strength to rub it out. In Ji Cheng's position, he had pinched quite a lot of her breasts. Therefore, when he was lying down, he let Su Wan lie on top of his breasts and use her breasts to pinch him. Su Wan pinched his breasts with her body covered. The flat breasts faced his breasts, and her husband followed her pouting breasts. Her P*NIS kept swaying because of her C*CK. Her P*NIS was giving Ji Cheng a P*NIS. Her P*NIS was swaying because of it, and her P*NIS took the initiative to twist her waist to give him a P*NIS. His P*NIS was too long and thick, and Su Ruan's skin was too thin. Therefore, it didn't take long for a red patch to appear on his P*NIS. Although it was comfortable to be rubbed by her P*NIS, he still couldn't get it out. After all, rubbing his P*NIS was tighter than directly penetrating it. The P*NIS felt different. Therefore, after rubbing for a while, Jiqing said to her, "I want to penetrate your P*NIS. Your husband and I will penetrate your P*NIS." Since she could hear these words, she was naturally willing. She lifted her P*NIS, and then the three of them were in a position like a sandwich. Jiqing lay at the bottom, and her husband grabbed Su Ruan's P*NIS and pressed it against Jiqing's P*NIS, letting Jiqing penetrate her P*NIS. It was convenient for Jiqing to enter, mainly because this place had been penetrated by her husband for a while, so now it had been expanded. He directly penetrated it, and there was also the smell of her husband's P*NIS. He directly penetrated it. Then, Su Ruan's husband grabbed her P*NIS and pried open her P*NIS. After taking a picture of the P*NIS, he saw the P*NIS. He saw that so much P*NIS had already flowed out, so he directly mashed it. After expanding the P*NIS for a while, he supported his P*NIS in. At the same time, two P*NIS entered the P*NIS. Su Ruan was so comfortable that she let out a scream. Her P*NIS was too full, and after that, there was a very comfortable feeling. When the P*NIS entered her P*NIS, it satisfied her P*NIS. When the P*NIS entered her P*NIS, the P*NIS on both sides became comfortable. She was so comfortable that she was panting heavily. Jiqing looked at the Sao woman's Fangdang look. She was so comfortable with the two things in her mouth. Therefore, he wanted to quickly make love to her lower body. Her husband was also holding her P*NIS. When he saw her moaning so sassily, he had been crazily penetrating her P*NIS. He quickly penetrated her P*NIS and sandwiched her in the middle. It was so comfortable that she was about to explode. Her voice became faster and faster, and it became more and more pleasurable. It's so comfortable, two P*NIS are penetrating me. It's so comfortable, hubby's big P*NIS is penetrating my P*NIS. I'm penetrating your P*NIS. It's so comfortable, oh, you two are so good at penetrating my P*NIS. Continue penetrating my P*NIS, penetrating my P*NIS is so comfortable. Su Ruan's moans got louder and louder. Both of them penetrated her at a very fast speed, and they penetrated her at the same speed. One round after another, they penetrated her P*NIS. She could not control herself at all. She rolled her eyes at the back of the P*NIS. The author has something to say. Did everyone forget how many days it is today? Today is the 5th day. Hang in there. You still have 2 more days to collect your prize. More small words. Hai Tang Hua Hua, Hai Tang Hua Hua. Su Ruan missed him too much. When she saw him, she couldn't help but hug him. She didn't know why he was here. Jiqing also didn't expect to see her here when he saw her. She hugged him. Jiqing hugged her and asked, "Why are you here? Aren't you in the countryside? Why didn't you go back?" Su Ruan told him what happened here. Jiqing said to her, "I came here with a few brothers to guard this place. Because there are many officials and nobles coming today, we need some people to guard this place. So the chief asked me to come here. Now it's time to change shifts. He asked me to go eat. I didn't expect to see you here." Su Ruan didn't expect to see him and was so happy. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. She couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and grab his head. Then, she kissed him desperately. Jiqing grabbed her hand and said, "Stop kissing. It's been too long. You're kissing me like this." Su Ruan heard this and felt the same. She missed him too much. Now, she couldn't wait to let him in. So, she looked around and asked him, "Do you have time now? If you have time, let's find a place to come in. I miss you too much." Su-won had always wanted to try the feeling of being in the toilet with him. Moreover, there was a public toilet here. It was the toilet for the servants. So now, she brought him to the toilet. Ji-ching could see that she was very anxious. She was probably itching so much that she was going crazy. Ji-ching hadn't done it with her for a long time, so he missed her too. Now, he went to the toilet and pressed her against the wall. He lifted her skirt and wanted to go in directly. When he lifted her skirt, he saw that there was a jade in her bra. The head of the jade popped out, and such a thing went directly into her bra. She wasn't wearing any underwear. He couldn't help but pluck out a few strands of her hair, his finger M0 on the jade. "Do you have to be so SAO? You actually went out in broad daylight without wearing underwear, and you even stuffed this thing into your small b. Is it itchy to the point where you're itching? You can't even do it without sex? Can this thing stop the itch? Do you have to keep your ass busy all day long?" Su-won was so stimulated by these words that the water below flowed out and directly flowed onto Ji-ching's hand. Indeed, it was impossible not to be F***ked all day long. Therefore, she opened her legs and put Ji-ching's hand on her small b***tch. "Yes, brother Chung. Hurry up. It's so itchy. I've been holding this thing for the whole day. It's especially itchy. It's uncomfortable when there's nothing inside the small b. When you're not around, I've been giving myself Xianxia small b." Ji-ching listened to the slut's nonsense. His hand M0 played with her b. He took out the jade and gave it to her. There was the sound of water. Su-won lifted up her skirt, but she didn't take it off. She lifted it up for Ji-ching's convenience. Ji-ching originally wanted to give the jade to her in exchange for his D***ck, but seeing how comfortable she was, he wanted to F***ck her at the same time. Now, he wanted to F***ck her even more. Therefore, he turned her body around, patted her, and said, "Your D***ck is facing me. I'll F***ck your D***ck." Su-won felt very comfortable being F***ked by his tongue, so she raised her D***ck with her back facing him. She squatted down like this, facing his face. The D***ck flowed to the back of her D***ck. Therefore, when he sat her D***ck on her D***ck, the D***ck flowed directly to his face, and his nose smelled a lot of D***ck. He reached out to rub her PGU. After reading it for a while, he pried open her PGU. After finding the seam, he reached his hand in and mashed it a few times. Then, he directly opened his mouth and T1 in. One of the holes had already been blocked by jade, so Ji-ching went to T1 into T1 in. T1n's water came out of the other hole. Su-won squatted and was F***ked by his D***ck. It was much more comfortable to F***ck the other hole with his D***ck. This hole was especially stimulating. She was F***ked by his D***ck while F***king her D***ck listening to his D***ck, she was even more intoxicated. She wanted to make a sound, but she didn't dare to. Ji-ching purposely wanted to hear her moans, which would be more exciting, so he used even more force. He grabbed her panties and slid them down, pressing her face against the wall. She couldn't control herself anymore, so she started moaning, "Ah." At this moment, a few maids passed by outside. When they heard the sound, they were really embarrassed. "Who's doing these things inside? Listen to the F***king sound." Those who don't know might think it's some D***ck. It's really some D***ck who's F***king D***ck inside. Yeah, this sound is so disgusting. She's screaming so loudly. Doesn't she know that she's F***king D***ck inside? Are you trying to let us hear you? That's so loud. Did you guys hear the sound of T1n? Don't tell me you gave her T1n? How shameless of you to do such a thing at a time like this. Su-won heard the sounds outside and looked around. He didn't know if it was because he was very comfortable, so he couldn't help but moan even louder, wanting them to hear him moan so comfortably. Ji-ching also opened his mouth wider, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. The author has something to say, sob sob sob, there are so few pigs that I can't sleep. As Jiqing ate her pgue, Su Ruan's voice became hotter and hotter as if she was going to let the people outside hear how happy she was. The people outside couldn't listen to her anymore. They didn't know which shameless couple was doing these things inside, so they quickly left. There was no sound outside. Su Ruan had completely spurted out just now, so a lot of it flowed onto his face, making it sticky. Jiqing looked at the water on this pi. A lot of it had already come out, and it had been expanded by T1 and just now. Now, it was just enough to go in, so he held her 2 PGU petals with his fingers and pried them open. This was how JI8Y went into her pi. This place was tight. Even though he had already done it once before, it had been too long since he had done it, so it was so tight that it was numb. He held her pgue and slowly went in. At first, he went in one head, and then it started to move rhythmically. How could this place be so tight? It was so tight that his scalp was numb. He grabbed her pgue and saw that the hole in front was still missing the jade stone. It looked quite lonely, so he patted Su Ruan's pgue and said, "Show me the jade stone in front of the hole." Su Ruan's head was about to explode just now. She was still immersed in the joy of being chased. When she heard his words, her hand went to the jade stone. The water had already flowed onto the jade stone, so the jade stone was a little slippery. After she grabbed the jade stone, her pgue at the back was withstanding his ch0 yucca, and the jade stone in front was being chased by her hand. In her dream, she dreamed that 2 jades were touching her. Now, there were 2 big jades touching her. One in front and one in the back blocked her 2 holes tightly. It was cool in the front, and it was cool in the back. Ah! Jiqing looked at her moaning and stared at her hand. His eyes turned red. He asked her while he was doing it, "You're so happy with 2 sticks. Do you feel more comfortable with 1 stick? The one in front or the one in the back? Is it my G8 that makes you happy, or is it this jade that makes you happy? Why are you screaming like that?" Su Ruan still liked being touched by this thing because it was warm, unlike the cold jade. She yelled out, "I like my husband, I like being touched by my husband's penis. My husband's penis is bigger, my penis is hot and comfortable. I like my husband." Her voice was especially loud. The servants passing by outside were really embarrassed when they heard this voice. Which shameless Mandarin duck was playing PA0 here? Moreover, she was screaming in such a comfortable voice. It was as if she was not afraid of being heard by others. The servants did not dare to go to the toilet because they could only run away when they heard such a fondang. Was it so cool to be C? When Jiqing heard this, he tried even harder to touch her pi. This part of the Sauha0 was too tight. Just like that, the jades came out directly into his pi. The pi was too small, and the jades could not hold so much water, so a lot of water came out. After she was hit by CGA0 Cha 0, the water in the front hole was also very comfortable. Water came out of both holes at the same time. Her face was as red as a monkey's pgue. It was really too cool. She felt like she was going to heaven. It had been too long since she heard this. Jiqing missed the Xia 0 hun in this hole, so even though Shej 1N did not come out in time, she was still buried in his pgue. There was a place to sit in the toilet. Su Ruan was soft and did not have any strength to support herself, so she wanted to sit down to rest. Seeing her like this, Jiqing directly sat on a stool at the side. He sat down, and then Su Ruan sat down too. The pgue was still stuck to his penis. Just like that, the two of them were stuck together. Basically, they were buried in her pi and did not come out. They missed each other too much, so now their p*nis were stuck together. Su Ruan wanted to kiss him, so she changed her position. Originally, her back was facing him while she was touching his p*nis. She wanted to kiss his mouth, so she changed her position and was facing his p*nis. Her p*nis stuck tightly to him and did not leave. She lowered her head and kissed his lips. Her pink tongue pried open his lips. She licked his tongue and ate his saliva. After missing the taste for so long, she ate his saliva with relish and fed each other saliva. Jiqing also cooperated and kissed her. She was still wearing the clothes on her body. Men had a habit. As long as they kissed, they liked the P***nis of women. She was no exception. Now, he wanted to pinch her P***nis, so he slid her clothes off. He took off her P***nis. Author has something to say, sigh, I'm so sad. Because I was reported for being a pig in a G0 event, my editor banned my account. After the ban was lifted, I can no longer participate in this event. Ask me for more details on Weibo. I will explain slowly. Weibo ID, other than Ah Fei, who else? Lu Huyan's eyes were full of disdain when he said this. He looked up at her with his nostrils. Looking at someone with his nostrils, this arrogant and despotic look was really unpleasant. When Su Wan heard those words, she was not too happy. However, she felt that what she said made sense. Suddenly, she realized something. In her previous life, the two of them did not end up together. Could it be that he got together with Lu Huyan later on? That was why he only had that status and that position at the end of her previous life. It was because he got together with this woman later on that she had given him a push. Jiqing only became an officer later on. So, Jiqing might have been able to develop and achieve his glory later on because of that. If she got together with him, would there be a butterfly effect? Everything that happened later on would no longer exist. Because he was with her, there was no way he could get up and become an officer. Without anyone to support him, things might not be the same as they were in her previous life. In her previous life, she knew that he had another woman in the military, and that woman was this woman. So, it was really Lu Huyan who had helped him. Su Wan did not think much of it at first. But, when she thought of that terrifying outcome, her face turned pale. She merely wanted to lead a good life with him. However, she did not want to hinder his future. If that were to happen, he would not have a future because of that, she would really be harming him. Looking at how this woman was acting, Lu Huyan was truly frightened. She reached out and grabbed her arm, warning her fiercely, anyway, that's all I have to say. You know what you're thinking. You'll only be harming him if you get together with him. If you're obedient, leave him right now. I'll give you a sum of money. How much do you want? As long as you don't ask for too much, I can give it to you. I don't care if you take the money or remarry. I just hope that you don't appear before him again. The only woman who is worthy of him is me. Chief Lu's woman. Not a country bumpkin like you. After Lu Huyan finished speaking, he left the room, leaving her sober. She could not wake up at all. Every time she closed her eyes, she would think of what she had just said. Combined with reality, would she harm Jiqing? She didn't dare to. She was scared. So what should she do now? Jiqing was such a good person. If his life was delayed because of her, what would she do? Jiqing felt very comfortable after playing PA0 to his heart's content. When he was about to leave, he wanted to talk to Su Wan, but he couldn't find him. He had no choice but to leave. Su Wan was about to leave, but just as she packed her things and was about to leave the next day, Jean Coco came looking for her after the banquet. Su Wan, I have good news for you. My aunt has taken a liking to your skills and asked if you're interested. She's prepared to open a clothing store, but she wants to sell her own unique clothes. So, she wants to work with you. She'll fork out the money to open a store for you. Su Wan was shocked when she heard that and rejected immediately. No, Coco, how can I do that? How can you fork out the money for me to open a store? If you want me to open a store, that's fine. I can't do that. It's not my money. Jean Coco smiled and patted her shoulder. Say, why are you so afraid of me? Isn't what you're saying the same as what I'm saying? She's also paying you to open a store. You can get as much salary as you want. It's not like she's giving you the entire store. My aunt feels that you hit it off well. Coincidentally, your skills are good. She was praised by a few rich ladies just now, so she's prepared to hire you. Don't refuse. Just go with my aunt. Besides, you haven't found a job yet. Since you haven't found a job yet, you can just do it first. If you become a store manager in the future, can't you open a store yourself? Let's start with the GA0 startup fund first. Su Wan was about to return to the village, but when she heard this, she was tempted. It seemed that she could do it. After all, she couldn't stay in the village forever. The woolen factory had been fired, and she had some skills. It just so happened that she could open a store here. She called the village later. In the entire village, only the village head had a phone. She asked the village head to find her in-laws. She told her in-laws about this matter. Her in-laws were quite good. They wanted to say that it was fine for them to stay in the city. They didn't need anyone to take care of their family. They just needed her to take care of Jiqing. Her in-laws didn't have any objections, so they agreed. The next day, she went to discuss it with Mrs. Liu. After a few days of discussion, she found that she was quite interested in this line of work. Because she liked making clothes, and she had a foundation in this line of work, it wasn't hard for her to do it. Moreover, Mrs. Liu was quite good and helped her in various ways. After a few days, she had already figured out the location of the store. It was a store in their house. It was just on a street in the city center. She just needed to make some clothes and bring them in. She was busy designing the styles these few days and then made the clothes herself. The clothes she made were quite new, and Mrs. Liu was very satisfied. Mrs. Liu and her had been talking and chatting recently. Their relationship seemed to have become better than before. She didn't look for Jiqing these few days. Jiqing had been looking for her recently because he called home to ask if she was safe. When he returned home, he was worried that she didn't come home. His parents told him that Su Wan had found a job in the city and was working with him there. They even asked him why he didn't know about this. Therefore, he was puzzled as well. After consoling his parents, he called the Lus to look for her. Su Wan knew that he was looking for her. However, she did not call him because she was a little afraid. She did not know what to do and was afraid that she would harm him. Therefore, she did not want to contact him before she thought things through. Jiqing had been calling her every single day for the past few days. However, when he couldn't reach her, it was as though he was going crazy. Today, he was out shopping for something for the military when someone pointed it out to him. "Brother Chung, isn't that your wife? Your wife is right here. This is a store opened by Chief Lu's wife. Why are you helping her?" When Jiqing heard that, he raised his head and looked over. Indeed, it was his wife. She was clearly with the Lus, and yet, she refused to pick up his calls. That was something that troubled him. However, he did not go over to disturb her. After all, there were too many customers. He returned to the military first and kept his things properly before taking leave to head out at night. It was already really late. At around 10 p.m., there was no night market or anything like that around here. Therefore, there was no one on the streets at this time. Su Wan closed the door and was prepared to head back. However, the moment she closed the door, someone grabbed her arm and pulled her in front of him by the waist. She wanted to scream out when the person in front of her turned out to be Jiqing. Su Wan was startled. Why was it him? Jiqing looked at her with a black face. Su Wan was really afraid. Jiqing asked her, "Why didn't you pick up my calls? I've been looking for you like crazy these past few days. Why didn't you answer me?" Looking at that black face of his, Su Wan knew that he was definitely angry as she replied fearfully, "I've been busy with work these past few days. Therefore, I left early and returned late at night. I didn't want to disturb you." Jiqing was still angry. Angry that such an obedient daughter-in-law of his would ignore him. Therefore, when he saw that no one was pressing her against the wall, he took off her t-shirt. After that, she took off her underwear as well. Just like that, the cold wind blew down to her lower body, giving her a huge shock. Su Wan didn't expect him to be so bold. He took off her bra and underwear on the street. She was very afraid and wanted to put on her bra, but Jiqing grabbed her hand and didn't allow her to put on her bra. He lifted her hand and took off her clothes. Su Ro was really scared because her t-shirt had been removed along with her top. She was completely naked on the street. Who could stand such a revealing appearance? "Brother Chung, don't be like this. We're on the street. Let me put on my clothes. Don't be like this." She didn't have a single piece of clothing on her body. Her clothes were thrown to the side. She didn't feel safe at all. She looked at him for help and wanted to put on her clothes. Jiqing was determined to punish her, so he rubbed her breasts and said, I don't want to. I don't want to f*ck you here. Don't put on your clothes. Let me f*ck you like this. Show me and wake me up. Su Ruan was really shy. When she heard his words, she was even more embarrassed. She did such a shameful thing on the street. Fortunately, there was no one on the street. If someone saw him naked, it would be terrible. Su Ruan had no choice but to reject him. Looking at his covetous eyes, she knew that he really wanted her to do this. Su Ruan leaned against the door of the shop shyly and then reached out to f*ck her breasts. At that time, it wasn't because the cold wind blew in on the street, but because it was too embarrassing, so she f*k'd very quickly. Even when her hand f*k'd her breasts, her body trembled. Her hand M0 reached the hairs of the Y, which were a little prickly. She used the hairs of the Y to pry open the Y petal. Then, her hand M0 touched the Y petal. When her hand M0 touched the Y petal, the small bee flowed out. She specially opened it for Jiqing to see. After she opened the small bee, she did not move and just opened it for him to see. Then, she continued to reach out and f*k'd her breasts. She was such a fangdang seahuo in front of him on the street. She would be shy looking at her breasts. After all, anyone would be embarrassed to be so flirtatious on the street. She was embarrassed, but there was really a lot of water flowing out of her breasts. After f*king her breasts, she started to f*ck her breasts. She felt that one finger was not enough, so she put in 2 ropes and f*k'd her breasts. She opened her legs for him to see and then f*k'd her breasts with her breasts. After the feeling of embarrassment and comfort came, she couldn't care less. She sped up and f*k'd her breasts, making the sound of water flowing out. She turned her back to Jiqing and raised her breasts. She even shook her breasts like a bitch for him to see. After she shook her breasts came out. Now, her hands were full of sex. She f*k'd her breasts and f*k'd her breasts. Then, she f*k'd her breasts and f*k'd her breasts. 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 The size of the PGU was very large. After showing him all the powder inside, she reached a hand into the PGU. Ch0 Yuka, she still felt that it wasn't enough. She stuck 3 fingers into the PGU for him to see. Because there was no one else on the street, it made her even more excited. Hubby. Brother Chung, the PGU is so comfortable, why is it so comfortable? Hurry up and play with the PGU of the Sauha Zero. Put your hand into the PGU, it's so itchy. Quick, f*ck her breasts. Don't you like f*k'd her breasts the most? You like f*k'd her breasts the most. Quick, f*ck her breasts. I'll f*ck her breasts for you to drink. Jiqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when she saw Sauha Zero's fangdang from the start. What a fangdang, more and more breasts flowed out from her breasts, and the floor was covered in *t. Jiqing saw Su Ruan's cup beside her. It was a porcelain cup that she used to drink her breasts. He took the porcelain cup and placed it under her breasts. He patted her breasts and said, flow more. Let all your breasts flow out. Fill the porcelain cup with your breasts. Breasts are filled with water. I'll drink it with a cup. After he finished speaking, he placed the porcelain cup under her breasts. Her breasts were too hot, and the porcelain cup was too cold. Her breast shrunk a little from the cold. Su Ruan heard this and more water flowed out from her breasts. She spread her legs and lowered her head to look at the cup under her breasts. She f*k'd her breasts and f*k'd her breasts to f*ck her breasts. More water flowed out from her breasts and filled the porcelain cup. When he came in, she felt very empty inside. After all, he was so fierce just now. Now that he suddenly came out, she really couldn't stand it anymore. She wriggled her hair and was very sexy. She couldn't help but reach out to grab his big penis, wanting to put it in again. When Jiqing heard her admit her mistake, he put it in again to make her feel comfortable. Su Ruo heard some people talking and thought that someone was coming over, so she was scared and clenched her legs tightly. Jiqing almost choked when she clamped down on his penis because it was too tight down there. He was sweating profusely as he patted her on the back. "Xiaohuo, don't clamp it so tightly. Relax a little. What if it breaks? Are you afraid that others will see the two of us on the street? Are you afraid that others will see you like this? Why are you clamping it so tightly?" Su Ruan was indeed afraid, so she was afraid that someone would see her clamping down hard. However, when she heard the sound disappear later, she thought that it shouldn't be here, so she heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't know if she had a fetish for exhibitionism or something. When she thought that others would see her, she clamped it very tightly, and it was easy for her to reach GA0 Cha 0. After Jiqing touched her for a while, he directly came out. Jiqing only wanted the two of them to have a child, so he never took any precautions. He never did not S**x inside. Every time, he would S**x inside her and pour all his **x into her little b***********. This time, it was the same. He poured all his *** into her *****. Su Ruan and he reached GA0 Cha 0 at the same time. After reaching GA0 Cha 0, their lower parts were filled with Xianxia. This time, she was completely exhausted. Her whole body relaxed as he held her in his arms. Half an hour later, the two of them were done, but they were still wet. Su Ruan's underwear was wiped clean by him again and thrown on top of the trash can at the side. She went back without. At this moment, Jiqing spilled the Xianxia on the back of his script onto the ground. The Xianxia fell on the ground, and the smell of Xianxia filled the air. Su Ruan looked at him and asked, "Can you still go back to the army now?" It was obvious that Jiqing couldn't go back because it was almost 12 o'clock. It was impossible to go back after 12 o'clock. After all, there was a restriction on the entrance time. He couldn't go in after 12 o'clock. He originally planned to find a hotel outside to stay. When Su Ruan heard this, he took him back. He had a room in the Jin family's house. A servant's room was also big, so he could stay for one night. There was no need to waste money. After all, the hotel's environment was not very good now. It was definitely not clean. Jiqing went back with her not because he didn't want to spend the money, but because he wanted to be with her. He hadn't slept with her for a long time. The two of them went back. Because it was too late tonight, they didn't plan to continue. After taking a shower, they hugged each other and fell asleep. Su Ruan didn't know why she always had these dreams. They were all wet dreams. When she woke up in the morning, her panties were wet. When she woke up today, it was no exception. When she woke up, Jiqing didn't hear it. Yesterday, he talked in his sleep, so when she woke up, he deliberately met her small b. Seeing that she had already put on her panties, but it was still wet, he reached into her panties. When he reached into her small b, the panties were wet. Not to mention, when he reached into her small b, even his hair was wet. Jiqing asked her, "What kind of wet dream did you have yesterday? Why is your small b so wet?" Su Ruan was actually a little embarrassed. After all, the dream yesterday was really too embarrassing. However, looking at his gaze, she still said, "I dreamed that the two of us did that. You weren't my husband, you were my father, and I was your daughter. Then, the two of us did that, so I went ****. In the dream, you were too strong, and I was too comfortable. I couldn't hold it in." Jiqing thought that his wife was actually so yummy that she would even have such a dream, so in the next second, his expression suddenly changed. He took off her panties and said, "Good girl, Daddy will give you a small b." Su Ruan didn't expect him to say this. After he finished speaking, he had already taken off her panties. Jiqing got into the mood in a second. Just now, when he called him a girl, Su Ruan also understood what he wanted to do, so she put on her underwear in resistance. No, Dad, don't take off my underwear. I have a husband, and you have a mother. Don't eat my underwear. Eat your mother's. Ji Cheng's hand slipped on her underwear. Your mother's B*tch, where's your little B*tch? So what if I'm the one who's being C*ked by your husband? Your husband is big, so I'll definitely make you comfortable. What are you pretending for? When you heard that Daddy was going to F*ck your D*ck was already SH*t. Don't think that Daddy doesn't know that you often fantasize that Daddy will F*ck your D*ck. Now Daddy will F*ck you and make you spray water. Su Wan unconsciously opened his legs because of his nimble fingers. Ji Cheng saw that she couldn't help but open her legs when she heard this and hit her pgu. Look at how sexy you are. When you heard that Daddy was going to give you a T1 and you immediately opened your legs. Su Wan saw that he entered the corner quite quickly, completely treating himself as her father. He took off her underwear, and the bee below barged into his eyes. Ji Cheng lifted her 2 legs and buried them under her. Su Wan looked at him buried under her, and his warm breath sprayed over. He didn't directly open his mouth like this, and instead, he used the tip of his nose to rub her small bee. She had a lot of hair, and it was very prickly when Ji Cheng rubbed it with the tip of his nose. Originally, her hair was GG, but after a lot of water came out, there was a lot of sweat on it. Ji Cheng smelled it and then began to open his mouth to do a T1 He opened his mouth and directly ate her small bee. His tongue slipped out and swept over her Nangr 0U, and the T1 came out of her water. Su Ro sat on the edge of the bed with her back against the wall. She spread her legs, and her legs were held by him. Her legs were resting on his shoulders. Ji Cheng lay down and put his mouth on her bee to feed her. Her sitting posture made her small bee stand upright for him to see. He was also very fast. The tip of his tongue was very flexible and stirring inside, and it was as if he was going to make her SI. Su Ro grabbed his hair and said, "Ah. Daddy is so good. Daddy is so good at T1 and B. 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 Daddy is so good at T1 and B." The water below her sprayed all over his face, and she still said such one dang words. She made him continuously kiss her small bee, and his mouth was glued to her small bee. He still felt that it wasn't enough. He reached out and grabbed her little B*tch. His tongue reached into her B*tch and pinched her up and down. Su Wan raised his head and felt extremely comfortable. He kept pouting, making his T1 deeper. After he finished eating, he sprayed water directly. Su Wan sprayed a lot of water, and it sprayed directly on his face, as if he was peeing. Ji Cheng's face was covered in her saliva. He could even smell it from the tip of his nose. His face was red. After Ji Cheng gave her a round of T1 he patted her on the back and said, "Give Daddy some G8. When Su Ro heard this, she slowly recovered from her orgasm. He was lying down while Su Ro crawled toward him. She walked to his crotch and placed her crotch in front of his face. Just like that, she placed her crotch in front of his face. She gave him sex, and he gave her T1 Su Wan sat on his waist and squatted down. She grabbed the G8 at his crotch and quickly used her hands to cover it. Then, she opened her mouth and ate the entire G8. She ate it greedily and seductively. She ate his big G8 with relish. The scalding feeling was especially comfortable in her mouth. She used her teeth to bite it, which made Ji Cheng's scalp tingle. He patted her on the back and said, "Daddy's G8 is delicious, right? Look at how satisfied you are with this Sauhu Zero. If you like it, eat more. I'll let you eat G8 for Daddy every day. I'll let you eat all of Daddy's G8. Eat until your mouth is big." Su Wan even twisted her P*ck to let the little BM0 touch his P*ck. The water flowed on his P*ck. When he saw this, he reached out to rub the seam of her P*ck. He opened her P*ck and reached in with his fingers to dig her small B*ck. Su Ro felt comfortable being pinched by him, so she tried even harder to feed him her D*ck. His D*ck was too big, so he stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked it repeatedly. In the end, he didn't do it because it was too long. Instead, it made his mouth sour, so he stopped and turned around. She turned around and moved towards Ji Cheng's P*ck. Her small B*ck was facing Ji Cheng's P*ck. She rubbed her B*ck on the tip of Ji Cheng's P*ck to make him feel comfortable. Ji Cheng lowered his head and looked at this Sao Zero. She pulled out her small B*ck and kept rubbing it against his P*ck, as if she was using his P*ck. Su Wan even twisted her waist and asked him, "Daddy, are you comfortable? My small B*ck is rubbing against your P*ck. Are you comfortable?" My B*tch is so comfortable, rubbing against Daddy's P*ck is so comfortable, I like to F*ck Daddy, I like to be F*ked by Daddy. Her lower body was filled with B fluid, and a lot of it had flowed out. Now, she had purposely placed all the B fluid on his crotch. His crotch was filled with her B fluid. After she twisted his crotch, she twisted the other side as well. Ji Cheng's crotch was filled with B fluid. She twisted and rubbed it until it was comfortable. She went down and found his P*ck. She rubbed it against his P*ck to get comfortable. His P*ck was too big. With so much water, she could only eat half of it. She propped herself up and grabbed his waist to sit down slowly. Daddy's big P*ck is too big. My B*ck can't even eat it. When Ji Cheng heard this, he straightened his back and hit her B*ck. Do you look like you can't eat it? My B*ck clamped onto Daddy's P*ck and refused to leave. Daddy's P*ck is too tight. Why is your B*ck so tight? Isn't your husband a P*ck? In the future, Daddy will give you P*ck every day and loosen your B*ck. She had never felt so embarrassed before. Now, she was completely embarrassed in front of him. When she thought of the scene just now, she didn't want to talk to him anymore. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have played with him. She had played so happily that she even peed now. Ji Cheng looked at her and didn't know what was going on. She could wash her breasts in front of him, but she actually minded peeing in front of him. What was wrong with that? Su Wan put on her t-shirt and changed the bedsheets. After all, she felt embarrassed that she had peed on the bed just now. She didn't feel good when she smelled it. She handed the bedsheets to Ji Cheng and let Ji Cheng wash them himself. There was a faucet outside that could run water. After running the water, he could go outside to wash them. He had to solve the problem he caused himself, so he washed her bedsheets. Washing the bedsheets was not enough. He even took her underwear out to wash. Ji Cheng, a man, was squatting outside to wash clothes. When passers-by saw him, they couldn't help but take a few glances. They all knew that this was Su Ruan's husband and couldn't help but feel envious. Su Ruan changed her clothes and went out. Seeing him washing clothes so obediently outside, she sat at the side and watched him. Although it was good that he could wash his own clothes, she was afraid that others would see her husband washing a woman's things, so she blocked them. Lu Huayan came to look for her cousin today, so she came to the Jin family. In the end, she saw this scene when she arrived at the Jin family. Ji Cheng was actually washing Su Ruan's clothes. The clothes he was washing were her underwear. It wasn't a what if. He was a man. Was it appropriate for him to wash a woman's underwear? Su Ruan didn't feel sorry for her husband. She allowed her husband to wash her underwear in broad daylight. Such a shameless action. Was this what a successful man did? She saw this and her eyes were burning with anger. Didn't this B*tch say that she would leave? In the end, she was still with Ji Cheng. Su Ruan was so shameless. She was actually still in the Jin family's house. She hurriedly went to ask Golden Coco. When she entered the room, she asked her directly, "Golden Coco, stop sleeping. Explain to me what's going on with that woman outside. Why is Su Ruan still in your house? Didn't you say that you had already chased her away? Why are you still here? Why did you keep her here?" Are you trying to anger me? Jean Cuckoo didn't like this cousin very much. It was probably because she had been spoiled since she was young and was especially arrogant and despotic. She didn't treat herself very well either. She would act like she was ordering a servant, which made people unhappy. She explained, "That's because of your mother. Your mother asked her to stay and design clothes for your mother. Moreover, the clothes you're wearing were also designed by her. You can see how good the design is. She made it herself. Don't you like it very much?" When Lu Huyan heard this, she lowered her head and looked at the clothes she was wearing. She was furious. She thought that it was bought from a big shopping mall, so she thought it looked good and wore it. In the end, she was told that it was made by that B*TCH. She felt disgusted. How could such cheap clothes suit her status, and it was made by that B*TCH, unable to take it anymore, Lu Huyan rushed back to her mother to act coquettishly. Her mother was making desserts in the kitchen as she hugged her. "Mummy, I don't like Su Ruan. I really don't like that woman at all. Can you get rid of her? Don't let her stay in our house and even make her your store manager. The clothes she makes are too ugly. I don't like it. Get rid of her." When Mrs. Lu heard that, her face turned ugly as she consoled her. "Don't throw a tantrum like a child. Her skills are pretty good and the shop's business has been really good these days. She's also the one who sold the clothes. That's why Mummy wanted her to stay. Don't throw a tantrum like a child." When Lu Huyan heard that, she had no choice but to look for her father. She hugged Chief Lu from behind and said coquettishly, "Daddy, how was the thing I asked you to do the other time? Did you warn him that he wouldn't be able to get promoted if he didn't get together with me? What did he do?" Chief Lu pushed her away and said with a straight face, "Lady, it's not that Daddy doesn't want to help you. But, there's no way I can help you with this matter. I can't possibly use this position to suppress him. However, I've already reminded him a little. His attitude is firm, and he's determined to be his wife no matter what. Since you can't satisfy him, that's all you can do." Lu Huyan had to endure two people in a row. She was so angry that she was especially angry when she went to the room. She was so angry that she smashed all the vases in the room to the ground, making the room a mess. Then, she lay on the bed and cried. Her parents doted on her so much, and yet, things turned out differently from what she had expected. She was furious. It was all Su Ruan's fault. No. She must not let Su Ruan off. As long as she was around, Jiqing would never belong to her. Ever since she was young, she had gotten everything she wanted. There was no way she was going to let the man she fancied fall into her hands just like that. Su Ruan did not have much to do recently. Jiqing had gone to the army half a month ago, so she had nothing to do for the past half a month. When she returned home, she lived on her own. If she did not like to stay at her in-laws' house, she would go back to her parents' house. She lived a relaxed life, as if she was a widow. However, he had a small vacation, so she could only stay at home. Her mother-in-law, Wang Shuhui, saw that she could only stay at home, so she asked her to go to the army to see Jiqing and bring some things for him. Su Ruan was not very willing at first, but after seeing her mother-in-law's attitude, she had no choice. In addition, she had not been to the county, so she treated it as going out to see the world. Therefore, she carried many bags and asked her to bring them to him. If she found something wrong, she would go to the army to call him in advance. Therefore, on the day she arrived, he saw her at the door. Jiqing did not know if it was because he had not seen her for too long, but the way he looked at her became scorching hot. She followed him back to the family quarters. She did not go to the family quarters to arrange a house, mainly because he could not arrange a house with his current position. He could only arrange a dormitory. His roommates had already left to visit their relatives in the countryside, so he was alone in the dormitory. After entering the room, he poured her a glass of water. Su Ro had not seen him for a long time, and it was as if they did not know each other anymore. The two of them did not do much in bed, except for the few days after their wedding night. For the past few days, Jiqing had been hoping that his wife would come to the army to visit him. He had been thirsty for more than 20 years. After the first time on their wedding night, he thought about it every day. However, he could not touch his wife's breasts, so every time he took a shower, he would think about playing PA0. When she came, she was sweating all over. After all, she was very tired now, and her whole body was covered in sweat, so she went into the bathroom to take a shower. No matter what, it was a male dormitory, so she did not care about it. She closed the curtain and directly went to the bathroom. When she went in to take a shower, she did not care about closing the curtain. She had just taken off her clothes when Jiqing barged in the next second. When she saw him barge in, she was shocked. She covered her body and looked at him in fear. "Oh my God, why did you come into F***ck me? Hurry up and get out. I'm taking a shower." Jiqing took off his clothes and walked towards her. He was also naked. "I'll take a shower too. Let's take a shower together." How could she be in the mood to shower with him? Moreover, it was so awkward. The two of them were showering together. There was only one bucket of water. However, she still felt very shy. Their relationship wasn't very good, and they even took a bath together. She was unwilling. "Come in and wash it later." "I'm about to start washing now." Jiqing walked in front of her, put one hand around her waist, and held her in his arms. He was unwilling to listen to her. Just now, when he was outside, he couldn't help but think about the scene of her taking a bath, so he came over. Their bodies were pressed against each other, and he directly put his hand under her, mashing her hair. He had been thinking about the Xia Hun hole for so long. Now that M0 was on, he domineeringly opened her small b and started M0. Just like that, Su Ro was hugged in his arms. His hand reached her small breasts, pried open the Y petal, and pinched her clit on top of her small breasts. It was so small that she couldn't do anything. She allowed him to M0. Jiqing was too domineering. He felt a little male chauvinistic. He would do whatever he wanted, and now was the case. If he wanted to do it, he directly put his hand under her, and he didn't even listen to her consent. Although she refused, her body felt a little sao. When he M0, water came out of her lower body. His hand stimulated her protruding clit and kept scratching it. A lot of water came out of her lower body. Su Ruan was very shy and didn't dare to cry out in front of him. So now, although it was comfortable to be M0 by him, she didn't say a word. She just bit her lip like that, and her face was very red. However, she couldn't help but let out a muffled sound from her nose. This sound was very sao. He continued to pinch her small b and asked her, "Small b, is it comfortable to be M0 by me? There's so much water coming out of your b." The two of them were very close to each other. When Su Ruan heard his shameless words, she glared at him. She was unwilling to admit it. Even if her lower body was still being M0 by his hand, she was still unwilling to admit it. "It's not comfortable. Let go of your hand." When Jiqing heard this, he really let go of his hand. Originally, it was quite comfortable to be M0. When his hand suddenly left, her lower body was empty. Su Ruan looked at him in shock. At this moment, Jiqing pushed her to the wall. The wall was a tile wall. The white tile wall was cold, and it was very cold when her lower body was pressed against it. Before Su Ruan could understand, Jiqing had her lower body facing the wall and pressed against the tile. "Ah!" Su Ruan screamed. She didn't know why she had pressed him against the porcelain wall. In the end, his hand reached for her small b*tch and pried it open. His fingers went around the pgum0 to the front. After he pried her small b*tch open, he pressed her pgum0 against the wall. The cold tile stimulated her small b*tch and it felt especially good. Su Ruan was simply crazy. He pressed her small b against the wall just like that. The cold sensation stimulated her Nangr0. It was very exciting and pleasurable. She was about to explode. She couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Ah, Jiqing, are you crazy? What are you doing? Hurry up and let go of me. Let go of me." More small sounds like "Hai Tang Hai, Hai Tang Hai," because Jiqing had been training in the army, his fingers were especially rough. They crudely swam up her soft Ni****less, stimulating her Ni****less to the point of discomfort, especially the calluses. The calluses stimulated her Ni****less, causing Su Ruan to reject him unhappily. Jiqing, stop king me. Your hands are so rough. You're hurting my ni glass. Hearing this, Jiqing didn't stop what he was doing. Instead, he pinched her ni less more and more. At first, it was quite painful, but later on, the stimulation made her feel a little comfortable. Su Wan didn't want to make a sound because she felt very embarrassed, but when she was pinched like this, she couldn't help but scream. Ugh, his D**k kept bumping into her ni** glass. Su Wan was a little stimulated by him, but she had no choice but to endure his thrusts. Su Wan had already told herself not to think about what was going to happen. She didn't want to think about being seen while she was exposed. In the end, Jiqing saw her deliberately hiding her face and stimulated her. He turned her head and made her look across. His D**k bumped into her, reminding her with the sound of his D**k hitting her. Do you see what's across you? Someone is looking at you. Guess if he sees your ni** glass being f***ked by me, will he look at your ni** glass and f***ku? Su Wan was particularly embarrassed by his words. She hated him talking like this and warned him. Stop talking. Where did anyone see us? How can no one see us? Didn't they see you clamping down so tightly? You don't want me to talk about it, but your D**k is clamping so tightly that it's about to break my ni** glass. Do you have a fetish for exhibitionism? Do you like it so much when people see us king? Speaking of being seen, your ni** glass are clamping down so tightly. Relax. Suro didn't know if it was because of what he said, but she felt as if someone had really seen them doing business. Hence, she tightened her grip on Jiqing's genitals, making it feel as if they were being squeezed together. Su Wan was in pain. He did not know where his strength came from. How could he be so strong? He had been at GA0 all this time. Even his PGU was in pain, but she did not make it come out. She had already reached GA0 CHA0. Her body was weak. She had no choice but to support herself against the window. She didn't care what she looked like now. She had already become like this. How could she be shy? She leaned against the window and bent over to give him a pimp. After he was tired of playing behind her, he changed positions for her. He turned around and pried her legs apart. After preeing one of her legs apart, he went in again. Before she could catch her breath, he went in again. She looked at him with a red face. The two of them faced each other. She looked at his face that was like a slut's knife. In fact, when she thought about it carefully, he was quite good-looking. His face was especially masculine, and his figure was so good. Now that she was king with him, she felt so good. Other than his bad temper and that he always liked to say such things, he looked pretty good. At least, he was very good-looking. Jiqing's eyes met hers. He didn't know why she was looking at him like that. Their eyes met, and he came out. He directly S**x inside her, a thick and heavy S**x inside her B**b. When she saw that he finally F***ked her, she felt comfortable. However, this time it was too F***king. He F***ked so many things inside her. There were so many things. He F***ked her in wave after wave. She didn't know how long he had been holding it in. Why was there so much F***k? She thought that after he stopped, she was fine, so now she sat on a stool at the side and faced him, saying that she could take a shower. Because her body was dirty, no matter where she was not used to his smell. When he sat down, he patted her pimp and asked her, "Turn around and raise your pimp. I'll wash your pimp for you." Su Wan didn't have any strength in her bra, so she had no choice but to let him serve her. When she heard his words, she turned her back to him and raised her pimp. She let him clean her pimp with a spoon and dig out the F***k inside. This was the first time she didn't care about her image. She didn't even wear clothes and didn't care whether he saw it or not. She just let him wash her pimp. She was paralyzed and let him serve her. Su Wan woke up early the next morning. She was woken up by the sound of a whistle outside. Every morning, there would be a whistle early in the morning. She was on vacation, so she was used to sleeping in. When she heard the whistle, she was not used to it. She covered her head with the blanket and didn't want to hear it. She turned around and fell asleep again. Ji Cheng's biological clock was especially strong. When he heard the whistle, he packed up his things and put on his clothes. After washing up, he looked at the person sleeping on the bed. Before he left, he lifted Su Ruan's blanket and kissed her on the lips and face before leaving. Su Ruan didn't know what had happened. When she woke up, she felt that someone had touched her face in the morning. She didn't know if it was Ji Cheng. She slept late too. Seeing that it was already past 10 o'clock, it was time to cook for him. Although she didn't want to come here, she still had to cook for him since she was here. Because she had to eat, she cooked for him while she was eating. She felt that her culinary skills were only average, so she cooked 2 dishes and made some cucumbers to eat. She waited outside for him to come back. She didn't know if he would come back, so her appetite was a little small. Unexpectedly, he really came back at noon. When she opened the door, the two of them looked at each other. Ji Cheng came in. He came back to eat, but he didn't eat in the military cafeteria mainly because he was afraid that she would be hungry, so he specially went to the cafeteria to get food for her. Because she had never cooked before, he thought that she didn't know how to cook. She looked at the lunchbox in his hand. Ji Cheng was a little embarrassed. "I didn't expect you to know how to cook. I just went to the cafeteria to get food for you." Su Ruan didn't think much of it. After all, he was thinking about her, so it was fine that he got food for her. "Go wash your hands first." "It's nothing. Let's eat together." Ji Cheng heard this and nodded. Then, he went to wash his hands. After washing his hands, he came out to look at her. Su Ruan had prepared food for him. He sat down. Su Ruan said to him, "I don't know if my culinary skills are suitable. You see. If you don't like it, you can eat the food in the cafeteria." Ji Cheng heard her words and ate a few mouthfuls. The food was indeed delicious. He had never eaten such delicious food before. It was probably eaten by his wife, so he ate with great relish. Su Ruan saw that he really liked the food, because he ate bowl after bowl. She also finished eating and went to wash the dishes. After washing the dishes. At this moment, Ji Cheng pulled her and pressed her against the dining table. Su Ruan was shocked when she saw him press her down on the dining table. Why did he always do such intimate things to her so suddenly? She tried to avoid him, only to be pinned down by him. Then, he turned her body around, making her kneel on the floor, so that her body leaned forward and pressed against the stool. Su Ruan was speechless. "Ji Cheng, why do you always have so many tricks up your sleeves? And why are you always thinking about this?" When Ji Cheng heard this, he was a little unhappy. He directly took off her t-shirt, regardless of whether she agreed or not. "You are my wife. It is right and proper for me to f***ck you. If I want to f***ck you, you have to obediently take off your t-shirt and f***ck me." Su Ruan was not inexperienced, so she was already used to it. When she heard these words, she did not resist. After all, it was not that she felt uncomfortable. These 2 times were quite comfortable, so she let him do as he pleased. After Ji Cheng took off her t-shirt and panties, his hands pinched her breasts. He directly pried her breasts open with both hands. After he pried them open, he looked at the 2 holes on the pink breasts. A woman's breast smelled like sex. He could smell it even from a distance. He could not help but swallow his saliva. In the next second, he lowered his head and lifted her breasts higher. Her breasts were facing his face. He directly buried his face in her breasts and stretched out his mouth to f***ck her breasts. Ji Cheng. You. Why are you f***king putting your mouth in again? I said it's so dirty. Hurry up and remove your tongue. Don't put your tongue in. Ji Cheng didn't stop even when he heard her rejection. Instead, he worked even harder and nimbly with his tongue, licking her little b** again and again. Su Ruan was about to be orgasmed by him. His nimble tongue stirred in her small B*tch, and it was so comfortable. She grabbed the stool and puckered her entire body higher into his mouth, causing him to kiss her even more deeply. Jiqing. Don't F*ck me. I'm going to F*ck you again. Jiqing, he ate with relish. He F*ket her breasts and F*ket her breasts. Then, he F*ket her breasts and F*ket her breasts. He F*ket her quickly until she could not take it anymore. She immediately surrendered and spat out the water on the stool. Su Ruan was dragged out of the room by T1N. He thought that he would give up, but he did not expect him to grab the D*ck on the table in the next second. The H-melon was cut in half, so now he held half of the H-melon in his hand. Then, he faced the place where T1N had cut the H-melon. Jiqing directly put the H-melon in. Su Ruan lowered her head and looked at her lower body after being penetrated by the man. What a disgrace, what a disgrace. How am I supposed to live like this? Why was there a D*ck stuffed down there? She was so angry that she was about to cry. Jiqing, how can you be so shameless? What did you stuff down there? Hurry up and take it out. It's so embarrassing. How can you stuff this thing under here? Jiqing stopped after stuffing half of the D*ck into her lower body. He watched as her D*ck remained motionless with the D*ck in her mouth. Jiqing didn't expect himself to be so uncontrollable. He directly F*ket her face, but after F*king her, his whole body felt very comfortable. Su Ruan thought that she was free. After all, he had already F*ket her just now. She thought that nothing would happen, so she sat on the ground and felt weak all over. In the end, he picked her up from the ground and carried her to the dining table. After carrying her to the dining table, he separated her legs and spread her legs open. Her B*tch was spread open to her like a split. Her legs were spread open, and her B*tch was bubbling. The B*tch was splashed on the table. Jiqing saw that her B*tch was already bubbling, and it was moist enough, so he supported it in. His waist just happened to reach the table, so he directly pressed her B*tch down and forced it in. Su Ruan didn't expect him to F*ck her directly after putting her on the dining table. She was a little caught off guard, and he started F*king her crazily. The speed was very fast. She didn't know where to put her hands, so she could only hug his waist and let him F*ck her. Jiqing straightened his waist and F*ket her B*tch very deeply. In addition, she opened her legs, the two of them were in a very deep position, and F*ck was even deeper. Su Ruan grabbed his waist and was F*ket by him. He seemed to want to F*ck her out, so he F*ket her crazily. Su Ruan was F*ket by him, and she couldn't stand it anymore and screamed, Jiqing, too fast, slow down, it's so deep, F*king so deep. Jiqing didn't know where his special hobby came from. He especially liked to hear his wife F*king him, especially when he heard her F*king sound. He F*ket her deeper and deeper. She felt as if her life was going to be lost, and her voice was hoarse. Su Ruan F*ket him again. She really didn't know where he got the strength from. Why was he F*king her so hard every time? After she F*ket him, he put her on the sofa and began to wipe himself with a towel. He whistled. After wiping himself, he was ready to F*ck her. He only had about an hour to rest in the afternoon. It was for sleeping, so he used it to F*ck her. Now that he had used up all the time, he had to go back. Su Ruan's entire body was weak after F*king him for an hour. She didn't know where he got the strength from. After spending so much time, he still had the strength to F*ck her. She also understood why she couldn't raise her hand. She was F*king him. F*king her. F*ck her. Su Ruan didn't plan to stay in the army for long. She planned to stay for 3 to 4 days. The main reason was that she only had a 1-week holiday. She still needed time to return, so she could only stay here for about 4 days. She didn't want to stay here anymore. She was so tired that she couldn't even lift her hand. She was ready to go back. It was better to be bored than to be tired out here every day. Just as she was about to pack up and leave, there was a knock on the door. A sister-in-law from next door came and handed her a can of beef. "Sister-in-law, this is from the hospital. I thought that you didn't go down to collect it, so I went to collect it for you. This is the beef that was distributed. Your family's beef is here." Su Wan heard this and immediately took it. She thanked her and took it back. The beef was directly squeezed from the beef, so it still had some smell. Su Wan took it into the pot and boiled it to sterilize it. Then, she put it outside to cool. When Jiqing came back, he saw her packing. When he saw her packing, he understood what she meant. When Su Rua saw him coming back, she said while packing, "I prepared the cow milk that was distributed in your courtyard. I boiled it and said that it's sterilized. In the future, if you want to drink it, you can just drink it like this. I put it on the table and it's already cold. I only have a few days of leave, so I'm preparing to go back tomorrow." Jiqing heard this and looked at her. He walked behind her and lifted her up. Su Wan was very petite, so when she was lifted up, he put her on the bed. She was startled and wanted to get away from him. She didn't know why he picked her up like a princess. "Jiqing, what are you doing? Are you carrying me?" Jiqing put her on the bed and took the clothes that he put aside. He tied her hands to the bed and said, "You're going back tomorrow. As your husband, I'm going to *ck you to my heart's content tonight." Su Wan didn't know what trick he was playing. He tied her to the bed and tied her hands with 2 pieces of clothes. She couldn't move. Jiqing took off her t-shirt and underwear. After taking off her t-shirt, Su Ruan's whole body was covered in ch11u0. He didn't even show her underwear. Jiqing went to the opposite side of the table and brought back the glass of milk. The milk had already turned cold. After pouring a glass of milk into the room, he poured the milk on top of her breasts. Then, he flipped her breasts open. The milk poured on top of her breasts and flowed into her breasts. Her breasts and breasts were covered in beef. It looked like both breasts and breasts were vomiting. Su Wan saw that her little bee was actually spitting out water. This water wasn't from her B*tch, it was from her B*tch. The B*tch was white, and it was spitting out from her B*tch just like that. He had poured quite a lot, so her entire B*tch was flowing with B*tch. This was too shameful. She felt shy when she saw her B*tch flowing with these things. She bit her lip and shouted at him, "Jiqing. Enough, don't care that I'm here. Hurry up and wipe my B*tch clean. Let me go. Why are you tying my B*tch?" Jiqing had been staring at her B*tch ever since the B*tch fell down. There was still a B*tch covered by the B*tch, and the B*tch kept flowing down. It was as if her B*tch was spitting out B*tch. It was especially beautiful and seductive. The white B*tch was wrapped around the pink B*tch. He lowered his head to kiss her B*tch, X1 the B*tch that was wrapped around her B*tch. He really seemed to be eating with relish. He even made sounds of eating B*tch. Su Wan was embarrassed by his actions. She didn't know where he got his shamelessness from. He did this kind of action and even ate her B*tch. The B*tch kept flowing out for him, as if there was a B*tch inside. He ate her B*tch like a child. Su Wan couldn't move her B*tch. She was tied up, so she could only lower her head and watch him X1 on her B*tch. After he finished eating her B*tch, he changed to the other side. He didn't look like he was addicted to it. It was as if her B*tch was automatically flowing out from her B*tch. Her B*tch was big and red, and her B*tch was deep. Su Wan saw that he was so addicted. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't say anything. She could only let him do it. Anyway, this kind of thing didn't happen once or twice. Jiqing's B*tch flowed down, causing Su Ruan's B*TCH to be covered in his saliva. Then he looked down and stared at her B*TCH. There was water coming out of her small b. When she was doing X1N, there was a lot of water coming out of her b. It was her b. The water was flowing out of her b. Jiqing saw that her D*CK was already left on the bed, but it wasn't enough, so he poured the rest of the D*CK into her. His D*CK was sending D*CK into her D*CK, as if he was washing her D*CK clean. Jiqing pried open her *S. Her D*CK was already cold, so he stimulated her D*CK, giving Su Ruan a different kind of stimulation. He stuffed a lot of beef into it and then lowered his head to bury it. He asked Su Ro to maintain this sitting position and give him T1 and B. He directly buried his head into her small b*B and cleaned out all the beef in her small b*B. Jiqing, don't T1 and me, it's too exciting, Jiqing, let go of me. Although she was moaning so excitedly, he was addicted to eating her small b's. Jiqing T1 and. However, when he heard her speak like this, he became even more excited as he grabbed her pg and continued to T1 and X1 and N. The D*CK mixed with her D*CK had an indescribable taste. The D*CK was originally sweet, but D*CK didn't have much taste. However, it tasted salty and sweet, so he was even more addicted to it. He kept on going D*CK. A lot of D*CK went in, and no one knew whether it was D*CK or D*CK. Su Ro was sent to the point of orgasm by his verbal attack. He really knew how to F*CK her. He mixed it with his bull's *X and used it on her to F*CK her. A lot of water flowed out, and he had to F*CK her to F*CK her. The moment Su Ruan spurted out, Jiqing let go of her. Su Ruan thought that he had let her go, so she allowed the D*CK to spurt out like this. She spurted out D*CK, so her D*CK spurted out D*CK. Jiqing watched as she spurted out D*CK. At this moment, he pressed on her D*CK and continued to stimulate her. Jiqing, your D*CK, let go of me. Su Ruan's D*CK was pressed by him. She didn't know if it was because his fingers were rough and the feeling of a man's D*CK was different from a woman's D*CK, so he kept pressing on that D*CK, causing the D*CK to spurt out D*CK non-stop. He especially liked the way her D*CK spurted out D*CK, so he kept stimulating and pressing her D*CK, causing her D*CK to spurt out D*CK a lot. Su Ruan felt that she was about to be played by him. She rolled her eyes comfortably. Wave after wave of orgasms came until her whole body went limp. She only stopped when there was no more water left. Su Ruan gasped for breath and looked at him. Jiqing took off his jacket at this time. After he took it off, he pressed his G8 against her head and rubbed against her Z. Su Ruan had no strength at all. She gasped as she watched him take the initiative to rub her head with a G8. Her head was rubbed red by him. Jiqing dawdled for a while before he directly entered her small b. Su Ruan was tied to the headboard of the bed the whole time. He sat on the bed with his hands spread open, unable to move. Jiqing entered her small b. He fiddled with her D*CK and pressed her against the bedside table. His G8 kept pressing against her D*CK on the bed. Su Ruan's legs were wrapped around his waist, and he grabbed her and pushed her against the wall with all his might. Su Ruan was very much like a qianbao when he pushed her against the wall. He tied her up like a qianbao. After he was done for a while, he gave her waist a little push and pushed against her D*CK again. The sounds of D*CK and Su Ruan's screams were especially loud in the room. More D*CK, 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 D*CK. Su Ruan kept saying that she didn't want it, but her body twisted happily and kept moving forward. Moreover, the look on her face didn't look like she didn't like it at all. Instead, she liked it very much. Jiqing didn't let go of her. Instead, he increased the speed of his hand and clamped her small b, making her small b come out more water. There was too much water inside, making the chopsticks slippery and a little difficult to clamp. Although Su Wan said that she didn't want it, her body was very honest. She opened her legs wide so that the chopsticks could clamp her small b*tch deeper. It was too comfortable. She didn't expect that it would be so comfortable to clamp this place with chopsticks. Later, she was completely immersed in it and grabbed his waist to make herself comfortable. Jiqing saw this sexy woman's expression and knew that she was sexy. Su Ro kept trying to pick up the chopsticks, and the chopsticks sent Su Ro to the top of the chopsticks. In the end, when she spat out the chopsticks, her body twitched, and the water below sprayed directly onto Jiqing's legs. There was really a lot of water below her. There was so much water that it all came out wet and all of it came out on his legs. Every single one of his legs was her small b*tch. After Su Wan spurted it out, she panted heavily. It was too comfortable. She looked at Jiqing in a daze and didn't know what to do. Seeing that she was comfortable, Jiqing pinched her small b*tch and said, "Is it comfortable? Look at you. It's so comfortable that you're spurting it out." Su Wan couldn't stand his words and could only look at him while panting. At this moment, Jiqing instructed her, "Push your clothes up yourself and lift your clothes up. I'll play with your b*tch. It's so good to be played with by chopsticks. Don't let go of your b*tch." Su Wan hadn't recovered her senses when she heard this. Her mind was filled with the pleasure of being sent to the top by him just now. Her body unconsciously lifted up her clothes as if it was being controlled. She lifted her clothes and felt that her undergarments were in the way. She lifted her clothes and exposed her nape to look at him. The chopsticks in Jiqing's hand hadn't left her little bee yet. They were still in her little bee's mouth. The chopsticks were stained with a lot of urine. The chopsticks were wet. He directly went forward to pinch her head. The chopsticks were full of urine. Just like that, he pinched her head and played with it. Su Wan couldn't stand his round after round of new tricks. He raised his head and cried out comfortably, "Ah, Jiqing, don't do this, it's too comfortable, let go of me, slut." Saying you're uncomfortable is the same as saying it's different. Why are you so happy? Can't you see that my K is filled with your bee water? I've lost so much water, don't you want it? Look at how unrestrained you are. I used my chopsticks to pinch your head and your face was full of Y1 dang. Clamp your nape tightly and see if it's going to come out. Jiqing said rudely. After he finished speaking, he used his chopsticks to pinch her nape. He used his chopsticks twice and grabbed two sections. He pressed her head and rubbed it against her head, causing her head to turn red. It wouldn't come out, but her bee water had wet her head. Although Su Wan felt that it was painful to be pinched by the chopsticks like this, it was really comfortable. She raised her head and twisted her head and couldn't help but feel itchy. After all, she was like a bottomless pit that couldn't control. Every time she was made itchy, she couldn't stand the itch anymore. He didn't help her solve her problem, so she rubbed against his legs. She was sitting on one of his legs. She twisted her body like this, twisting her waist like a fever and rubbing against his legs. Her small bee was stimulated. She pressed his legs and rubbed them back and forth. She was too comfortable, really too comfortable. He used his chopsticks to hold her head on both sides and kept rubbing against her head. He pressed down and squeezed her head, and her lower part rubbed against his legs like this. She twisted her head and massaged his legs in front of him. This slut, Su Wan pinched him from both sides. After getting a comfortable GA0 another round of pleasure made her support Jiqing's head and scream especially fiercely. Jiqing was sexually assaulted by his wife like this. He didn't know how she was sexually assaulted. She was like a vixen. There was so much bee water below that his dick was all wet. He couldn't look at his dick anymore. It was all her bee water. He didn't know why there was so much bee water below. Su Wan felt comfortable after the GA0. After 2 rounds of pleasure, she didn't have any strength left in her body. It was too comfortable, so she sat on his legs and panted as the bee water flowed out of her dick. Jiqing didn't have it easy. She was comfortable, but Jiqing's dick was already protruding, especially in the middle of his crotch. He was wearing a loose t-shirt, so it directly stuck out and was especially swollen. Jiqing grabbed Su Wan's hand and ordered her. Give me a C asterisk asterisk K. Kneel down and eat my C asterisk asterisk K with the t-shirt between us. Show me your Y1 ang dang S asterisk asterisk K and eat it. Su Wan didn't have time to react when she heard this. He pressed her head against his crotch, and Su Ruan's head pressed against his C asterisk asterisk K. More small C asterisk asterisk K C asterisk asterisk K C asterisk asterisk K C asterisk asterisk K C asterisk asterisk K. Su Ruan was already in a daze. Her mind was completely muddled. Seeing him like this, she could only open her mouth and stick out her tongue to lick him. She didn't know if it was because this had a huge effect on men, but Ji Cheng's thing had grown bigger by a whole circle even through the outside. Ji Cheng's thing was so big that Su Wan held back her disgust and stared at it with her saliva. Ji Cheng's penis was so big that Su Ruan's saliva was dripping wet. Ji Cheng's eyes turned red when he saw her lying on the ground for him to lick. Then, he instructed her, "Take off my bra, take out the penis inside, and put it in your mouth." When Su Wan heard his instructions, she looked up at him and took off his bra. When she took it off along with his underwear. The big penis inside hit her face directly. It hurt a little. When it hit his face, it hit her mouth directly, so she opened her mouth to lick it. At first, she didn't really like to eat this. After all, it was quite strange to stuff it into a man's mouth when he went to the toilet. But now, she had gotten used to it. Fortunately, this place was quite beautiful. It was pink and pretty. Just like that, she flirted with him and ate his entire D*ck. Her tongue swirled inside, and she licked his D*ck. Ji Cheng pressed her head with his hand. Su Ruan's hair was very long, and she usually tied it in a ponytail. But today, she was too lazy to do it, so her hair was in front of her penis. He tucked her hair behind her ear and watched her seductively lick his penis. Her saliva flowed out, and she even opened her mouth wide. Sauha 0, eat slowly, my whole G8 is yours. Su Ro really couldn't stand his SAO. Fortunately, he was quick with his S asterisk asterisk. Not long after, he spat out the S asterisk asterisk in her mouth. After the S asterisk asterisk came out, he took out his asterisk asterisk. However, the asterisk asterisk was white and muddy, and the asterisk asterisk was all in her mouth. She had eaten too much of it in her mouth, and a little accidentally spilled out. She did not like the taste, so she spat it out later. Ji Cheng pressed her head down to prevent her from spitting it out. Eat it. A man's penis is good for beauty. Eat it all. Su Ruan, she wanted to spit it out, but there was nothing she could do. She had to eat it while he watched her. The taste was indeed unpleasant. After Su Ro took it, Ji Cheng pushed her up. Su Ro thought that she would be free after he took it, but she did not expect him to experience so much. Even though she had pointed it out to him just now, he was still having S**X. He was not satisfied at all with just one time. He pulled her up. Ji Cheng especially liked to penetrate her from behind, so after pulling her up, she turned her back to him. Just like that, he opened her S**X and penetrated her S**X. Just like that, he directly penetrated her S**X. Ji Cheng. Su Ruan's lower body clamped tightly around him. She couldn't take it anymore and grabbed his hand. Her lower body endured his teasing. Ji Cheng grabbed her penis and kept pushing it forward. As he pushed her, he dragged her around the room. As he walked, he played with her. They walked around the room again, and each time, they would hit the innermost part of the room. The two of them were so wild that Su Ruan was embarrassed. Fortunately, they were in the house and not outside. Otherwise, if someone saw such a shameless look, he would not want to live anymore. Su Ruan did not have time to get lucky. In the end, as he pushed her and penetrated her, she suddenly pushed him outside. The two of them went out to the corridor outside. The outside of the dormitory in the courtyard was the same as the dormitory in the student building. There was a corridor outside. If she was pushed outside like this, the two of them would be exposed outside. Wasn't this completely letting others see the two of them blatantly fighting? Su Ruan was frightened by such an action. He could not go back even if he wanted to. He directly pulled her outside, pressed her hand down, and pressed her against the wall outside. Su Ro was about to go crazy. What if they were seen doing this in public? What would they do if they were seen? Although most people did not come out now and there was no one outside, it was inevitable that someone would suddenly come out. If they were seen, they would think that she was being wild and doing this with her husband in broad daylight at home. Su Ruo was so scared that her entire body stiffened. She unconsciously clamped her lower body tightly against his penis. Jisong's scalp was numb from being clamped. He hit her penis. Are you that happy? You're clamping it so tightly because you're afraid that others will see the two of us. Jiqing didn't care at all. He only cared about having fun. Now, he grabbed her PGU and kept slapping it outside. It was especially loud, and it sounded even louder in the quiet atmosphere outside. Su Ruan blushed. She could hear it clearly. The sound of her pressing down on him and his pressing down on her was too seductive. Jiqing had to return to the army in the afternoon. He had spent some time with his wife here early in the morning. At noon, the two of them went out for lunch. They didn't have a big appetite, so they didn't go to a restaurant. They ate a bowl of wonton at a roadside stall and left. Su Ruan saw that there were fruit stalls on the road, so she bought some fruits for him. She also bought some fruits for herself. She was afraid that fruits couldn't keep up with the nutrition in the army, so she bought some apples, bananas, and grapes. Now that they had grapes, they had to buy more. Grapes were more expensive, but she had recently made money, so she bought them for Jiqing with her own money. She couldn't always spend Jiqing's money. Jiqing carried the things back. He had to go back in 2 hours, and he didn't know when he could come out. So when the two of them were so intimate, Jiqing was a little reluctant to part with her. Jiqing looked like he couldn't bear to part with her, so she didn't know what to do. Su Ruan also couldn't bear to part with him, but there was nothing they could do about the current situation. Su Ruan looked at him and suddenly thought of something. She sat on the bed and looked at him and said, "Brother Chung, just once. You have to leave after one more time." No matter what, the two of them might not be able to see each other for a long time. She didn't want to give him any stimulation. At this moment, she sat on the bed with her legs spread open. Then, she lifted her skirt, but didn't take it off. She opened her bottom to Jiqing and picked up the grapes that she had just bought. She took out the grapes. She took out a few grapes and put them under her bottom. She opened her bottom to Jiqing, grabbed her bottom with one hand, broke it open, and stuffed the grapes in. The grapes were washed with water just now, so they were a little cold. Because she used well water, the well water was very cold, so the grapes were still cold after washing. After stuffing them in, she clamped them tightly. As she stuffed them, she looked at Jiqing charmingly and said to him, "Brother Chung, the weather is hot. Do you want to drink grape juice? I'll squeeze grape juice for you, okay? I'll squeeze grape juice for you with my small bee. I'll give you all the grape juice I squeeze out." Jiqing's pupils constricted when he saw this scene, and his entire body froze on the ground. He watched as she picked up a grape and stuffed it into her mouth. After that, she began to stuff another grape into her mouth, one grape after another. The grapes were purple, so they were big and round. Just like that, she stuffed 6 grapes into her mouth. Every time she stuffed them in, she let out a satisfied moan. "It's so comfortable, small bee is full of grapes." Su Ruan leaned against the bed and sat down, sitting in an M shape with his legs wide open. He slowly opened his small bee for him to see. She was addicted to stuffing grapes into her mouth, stuffing them one by one. 6 grapes filled her mouth until it was full. From Jiqing's angle, he could see that her breasts were full of grapes. Her breasts were so full of grapes that her breasts were about to burst open. Su Ruan had stuffed the last grape into her mouth and couldn't stuff it anymore. Now, she revealed it to him. After stuffing enough, she sat like this, her fingers mashing her small bee. She asked him, "Brother Chung, how is it? Are you thirsty? Do you want to drink grape juice? If you want grape juice, then come over. I'll squeeze grape juice for you with my small bee. Hurry up and drink the grape juice I made for you with my small bee. It'll definitely be delicious with my small bee." She was too sexy. She was practically breaking her legs. Seeing that he was about to go down, how could he bear it at this time? So when he heard her seduction, he quickly went over. In order to squeeze grape juice for him, Su Wan specially clamped the grapes tightly. The grapes were clamped tightly by her small bee. The water inside came out. Su Wan comfortably propped herself up with her hands behind her back. Her entire body leaned forward, her lower body facing him. She propped herself up on the bed behind her, her breasts sticking up. Her small bee was facing his face. The grapes that her small bee was clamping had a lot of water coming out. They were already broken, so the grape juice came out and flowed outside her small bee. It flowed out and flowed down her small bee. She kept pouting as she said to him, "Drink, brother Ching. Hurry up and drink. I specially picked grape juice for you." Ji Ching saw that her small bee was dripping with water. It was grape juice. Her small bee really knew how to clamp. It was so tight that the grapes could be squeezed out. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva at this scene. It was really too tempting. So he clamped her legs and closed them together. He kept pressing her legs to rub against her small bee, making her small bee squeeze out more grape juice. Her lower body was stretched by Ji Ching's actions. Many of the grapes were already broken, and a lot of water came out. Only then did Ji Ching pry her legs apart. Looking at the water that flowed out, he opened his mouth to catch the grape juice that flowed out of her small bee. Some of the grapes had been tightly clamped in her little bee just now, so he opened his mouth and directly ate the grapes. The grape juice kept flowing down, and he cleaned it off. The grape juice mixed with her little bee's Xianxia was quite sweet, and he ate it all in one gulp. Su Ruan's little bee was also very comfortable being played with by his tongue. It was so comfortable that she couldn't help but reach out to pinch her head to play with it. She was playing with her own Saiyan head, sandwiching the Saiyan head and raising her head to endure his T1 and teasing. After Ji Ching's mouth ate 2 grapes, the remaining grapes were clamped in her little bee and couldn't get them out. However, the inside of her little bee was very tight, so the grapes flowed out, and he gulped them all down. In the end, he fiercely X1, and all the grapes in Su Ruan's little bee were X1. Su Ruan rolled her eyes comfortably. The degree of his fiercely X1 was like a strong X1 iron rock, and he suddenly X1 inside her little bee. The water was X1G, and she was so comfortable that she reached GA0 Cha 0. After he was done, he still felt that it wasn't enough, and only let go of her after eating all the grapes. Su Ruan was M0 Z on top, and her bottom was T1 into GA0 Cha 0. She looked at him comfortably as she panted and asked him, "Do the grapes with Seobishui taste good?" Ji Ching couldn't stand the Seobishui anymore. He even reached out to pinch her little bee and said, "It's very delicious, and it's especially sweet. In the future, when I want to eat fruit, I have to filter it in your little bee and let your little bee clamp it tightly. The fruits with your little bee are especially delicious." Ji Ching went back, and Su Ruan returned to her previous life. Now that she found a job in the city, she thought that it wasn't good to keep staying at other people's place, so she went to rent a house by herself. She found a cheap house here. It was an old house that was rented to outsiders. Her salary for this month had been paid. She was hardworking, so her salary was quite high. She was going to save up some money so that she could have a baby when she had enough money. Today, Fang Jiaojiao came to look for her. He appeared directly at the door of the store, which scared Su Ruan. When Fang Jiaojiao came to the store with her luggage, she looked at her and was a little envious that she had found a good job in this city. Su Ruan happened to have no customers at the moment, so he let her in when he saw her. Fang Jiaojiao went in and couldn't help but ask her sourly, "Su Ruan, this shop isn't yours, right? How much do you earn every month as a worker?" When Su Ruan heard this, he knew something was wrong. In order to provoke her, he said, 100 yuan a month. When Fang Jiaojiao heard this, she was indeed scared. 100 yuan a month was so much. Her father was a supervisor in the knitting factory in the countryside, but he only paid her 50 yuan a month. She was so tired that she didn't feel embarrassed at all. She could actually earn 100 yuan a month working in this city. No wonder she didn't go back. Because of this woman, Fang Jiaojiao didn't go back to the countryside. Therefore, if she wanted to know what was going on with Fang Jiaojiao, she'd better not be in the army with Ji Ching. She came to the city to look for her, but in the end, she saw that she was doing well here. She couldn't help but feel jealous. She asked her, no wonder you don't want to go back. The salary here is so high. Why do you want to go back to our small place? But I don't know if this place is still hiring. So I thought that since we're good sisters, I can sell clothes here with you. Since I'm familiar with this area, let's do it together. Su Wan didn't agree and rejected her. No, it's not hiring anymore. So don't come. Our small temple can't accommodate you. When Feng Jiaojiao heard this, her face turned ugly, but she could only smile awkwardly and say to her, Su Wan, I just went to the army. I have a relative there. Then, do you know what I saw in the family compound? I saw Jiqing with a girl. The girl was dressed very well. I don't know who she is, but she looked very elegant. They were very close to each other. You have to be careful. What kind of lover does he have in the army? I heard that person is his wife. When Su Wan heard this, she was stunned for a moment and looked at her face. She was also like this in her previous life. When she returned home, she told her. At that time, she was too angry, so she bought a ticket to see Jiqing. Indeed, she saw Jiqing with a girl, so she left. Now it seemed that GA0's fault was this woman's mouth full of nonsense. What time was it now? It was time for him to go to see training. How could he be in the family compound? Su Wan wasn't angry. She calmly replied to her, maybe you saw wrong. In the future, eat more carrots to supplement your vision. He is so good to me. It's impossible for him to have a woman outside. Don't worry. Feng Jiaojiao also knew what was wrong with this woman. She didn't even listen to this. She anxiously stomped her feet and said, no, Su Wan, what's wrong with you? I'm serious. How can you not listen to me? I really saw it. Do you think I'm lying to you? My eyes are so good. How can I see wrong? I really saw him kissing that woman mouth to mouth, so you better be careful. Su Wan nodded and ignored him. Oh. Feng Jiaojiao was really angry. This woman was so cold. She didn't listen to him at all. She left in anger. When Jiqing was called over by Chief Lu, he thought that there was something going on and went over obediently. But the moment he went over, he was told to marry his wife. When Jiqing heard that, he was shocked and rejected it immediately with a righteous face. Chief, what do you mean by that? I'm already married. I have a wife of my own. You want me to get together with your wife? That's a little ridiculous. I'm already married, and military marriages are protected. You can't divorce a military marriage. Chief Lu had no choice but to negotiate with him. Jiqing, I know that you've been wronged in this matter, and I've let your wife down as well. So, you can tell me whatever compensation she wants. As long as it's within my means, I'll give it to her. I'm truly helpless about this matter. Wayne loves you the most, and you're the laughingstock of all the men in the military. Now that you've lost your chastity, how are you going to get married in the future? Recently, you've been throwing tantrums at home about wanting to commit suicide, slit your wrists, and jump off a building. I'm a father as well, and I can't bear to see my wife in such a state. Think about it. No matter what, she's still an unmarried lady. Now that she's like this, her reputation is so bad that there's no way she can get married. So, I can only let you suffer in silence. I know that you and your wife got to know each other through a blind date, and you two got married after a single day of knowing each other. There's definitely no love between the two of you. As long as you agree to be with my wife, I can give you anything you want. Aren't you going to be promoted soon? If you're willing, I can step in. The moment Jiqing heard that, he blew up. He had not expected that the man he had always admired would be like this. Chief Lu, please have some self-respect. What's your status? Although my wife and I were introduced by a blind date, I like my wife very much. Moreover, if I marry her, I will only recognize her as my wife in this lifetime. I will not be with other women. If Dr. Lu can't be a man because of me, I can retire from the army. But it's impossible for me to marry Dr. Lu. You even said that it wasn't my fault last time. It was Dr. Lu who ran to my bed and did those things. I'm also confused. Besides, I wasn't the only one who saw it at that time. Why should I be responsible? Chief Lu had not expected the other party's reaction to be this intense. He had thought that the other party would agree to such a huge olive branch he had tossed out. But in the end, the other party's reaction was so intense that he felt a little uncomfortable with those words. Jiqing saw that he did not say anything and left directly. When Su Huan went to work today, Lu Huayan saw him. When Lu Huayan found out that he was working at his place, he was furious and told his mother about it. However, his mother was unwilling to change this woman. Hence, he had no choice but to endure it. Today, he could not take it anymore. He came over immediately. Su Huan thought that someone had entered and raised her head, only to see that it was Lu Huayan. There was also Fang Jiaojiao following behind Lu Huayan. Lu Huayan stood in front of her with his head held high, looking down at her with a condescending attitude. Su Huan, you're fired from today onwards. I've already found a new manager. Pack your bags and get the hell out of my house right now. When Su Huan heard that, she looked at Fang Jiaojiao who was behind her. Fang Jiaojiao could not hold back the smile on her face as she walked in front of her with an apologetic expression. Su Huan, I'm really sorry. I forgot to tell you that I knew Miss Lu previously. When she heard that I was looking for a job in the city, she specially found a job for me. I truly did not expect for it to be this job and asked me to replace you as the manager. My apologies, I did not mean to steal your position. Perhaps, she felt that I was more suitable for you. When Su Huan heard that, she knew what was going on. Since these two people knew each other previously, she was going to replace her. Now that she had nothing else to say, she could only pack her things and leave. When Su Huan was packing her things, Fang Jiaojiao specifically asked Lu Huayan, Huayan, are you sure that Jiqing will marry you? When Lu Huayan heard that, she laughed and deliberately provoked Su Huan, saying, isn't that right? He's already seen my naked body, and I'm still lying on his bed sleeping. How can he not marry me? Let me tell you, he's really good in that aspect. His penis is really big, and I'm already wet from his C***K. It's really satisfying. The two of us did it in the military dormitory. When Su Huan heard that, she frowned and turned to look at her. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by the two of you? Fang Jiaojiao chimed in, Su Ro, I've always told you that he has a woman in the military, and that woman is Huayan's. Let me tell you, Jiqing has already touched Huayan, and he's going to ask for a divorce within the next couple of days because they're already together. If he touches Huayan, he'll definitely take responsibility for it. Chief Lu's side has already contacted him about the marriage, and the two of them are a perfect match. It has nothing to do with you, so you'd better back out obediently and stop pestering him. Being together with him is just holding you back. She had thought it through. Even if she couldn't have that man, she wouldn't let this woman have it either. She couldn't be compared to Lu Huayan, but she definitely wouldn't be inferior to Su Huan. She could accept that she wasn't as good as Lu Huayan, but she definitely couldn't accept that she wasn't as good as Su Huan. Even though Su Huan knew that she had to believe the words of these two women, they were women after all. Even though she didn't want to believe them, she couldn't help but hold it against them in her heart. Su Huan was depressed along the way. She wanted to go to the army to settle the score with him, but she had no choice. She could only return to the rented house. In the end, when she returned to the rented house, she saw the man packing things at the door. She was shocked. Brother Chung. Why are you back? What are you doing with all these bags? Jiqing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her return. At this moment, he walked towards her with his long legs and hugged her in his arms. He sniffed her scent and said, Su Huan, I'm preparing to retire. I won't be staying in the army anymore. Su Huan was stunned when she heard this. She didn't know what he meant by this. In the next half an hour, he explained everything to Su Huan from beginning to end. When Su Huan heard the ins and outs of this matter, she really wanted to send off the goods. She didn't know who to vent her anger on. How could there be such a shameless woman? She even took the initiative to go to him and even took the carrot. Fortunately, he didn't lose his composure. Now, he didn't even want such a good olive branch. Su Huan smiled and asked him, if you're with her and divorce me, then you won't be the chief's son-in-law. You'll definitely be successful in the future. It won't be a loss to be with her. Why don't you be with her for no reason? Is it worth it for you to retire for me? When Jiqing heard this, he suddenly quietened down. He mused and said, it's worth it. Whether I'll be successful in Tingda or not isn't important to me. I want to be with you the most. If I can't be with you, I'd rather not be successful in Tingda. I want to be successful in Tingda because I hope that you'll have a better life with me. Su Wan was indeed tempted by these words, so she directly hugged him and buried her head in his arms. At night, Su Wan took a shower. When she came out of the bathroom, she was only wearing a nightgown. Recently, before going to bed, she had done it herself. The nightgown was a spaghetti strap style, which was especially fragrant. Because she worked in the shop, the staff could use the fabrics as they wished. She happened to see silk fabrics, so she used the fabrics to make a dress and wore it at home as a nightdress. It was a spaghetti strap style, and she didn't wear any underwear. So when she came out, her breasts in the middle were protruding, which made the dress particularly fragrant. Jiqing had already taken a shower before her, and now he was fixing the light bulbs outside for her. The light bulbs had been very dim, and she planned to find a mechanic tomorrow. Now that her husband was here, it was easy to deal with. She directly asked him to install the light bulbs, and let him fix everything that needed to be fixed. Now that he was done, he turned his head and saw Su Ruan's fragrant appearance. He was so tempted that he almost had a nosebleed. Su Ruan's appearance was very sexy. She didn't wear a bra in the middle, so her breasts were bald. The dress only reached below her breasts, and it was especially sexy. Su Ruan was now at the bathroom door, drying her hair with a towel. She originally wanted to see if he was done, but when she saw him staring at her like this, she lowered her head and looked at her body. Probably because the dress was too sexy, it took away his soul. She leaned against the corner of the wall and thought of something to seduce him. She slowly reached out to slide down the hem of her dress. Then, she revealed a very sexy look and slowly lifted the hem of her dress. Su Ruan forgot to take her underwear when she went in just now, so she didn't wear any underwear below. She lifted the hem of her dress and slowly revealed it, and he saw her breasts under her breasts. Under the black breasts were her breasts. She slowly lifted the dress up to her waist, and then her fingers met her breasts. She peeled off the hair on the breasts and deliberately opened the breasts in front of him. After her breasts were opened, the SAO powder inside was exposed. 2 fingers supported the breasts on both sides, and then the middle of her fingers met the protruding breasts in the middle of the breasts. She said to Jiqing, "Hubby, do you want to see asterisk me? It's been too long since I've been see asterisked by my hubby. I want to be see asterisked by my hubby's big G8. So, hubby, let's play with the breasts are so itchy. Do you want to T1 ant one in?" After Su Ruan finished speaking, she deliberately reached out to pinch the breasts and kept rubbing them quickly. At this moment, Jiqing stopped what he was doing and walked towards her. He looked at her naked breasts and how she was playing with them. He reached out to pat her breasts and said, "Why are you so sexy? You're so one dang every day. Do you want to squeeze so much out of hubby? I heard that people with a lot of breasts are naturally one dang, x1 nyu strong." Even though Su Ruan was facing him like this, her hands didn't stop moving. She played with her breasts in front of him, rubbing them quickly because it was very comfortable. "Yes, I'm naturally one dang Sao 0. So, hubby, do you want to see asterisk me?" Su Ro's hand kept mashing her B asterisk TCH, and a lot of her B asterisk TCH came out. When he was face to face with her, he could smell the scent of her B asterisk TCH. He also liked it very much. Jiqing reached out to touch her B asterisk TCH, then squatted down and kissed her. His tongue entered her B asterisk TCH and kissed her. Now that Su Ruan took the initiative to open her breasts, it was convenient for him. Now that both sides were open, the breasts inside were exposed. He squatted down and grabbed her waist. He opened his mouth and ate her breasts x1 in. She looked at her little B and was happy that it had become slippery. She shaved the hair down there bit by bit. Because the razor was too dangerous, her movements were especially slow, and she slowly shaved off her little B. After shaving, she washed her lower body with clean water to wash off the excess hair. Then, she reached out to F*ck it. There was no more hair. The small b** of hair was indeed special. She couldn't help but ck it a few times. When she was king it, she looked up at herself in the mirror. Her small b** was smooth and there was no hair at all. Just like that, her small b** was fat and there was no hair covering it. She felt that her small b** was very clean and cute. Jiqing would definitely be very happy if he saw it. She finally knew what it felt like to have no hair down there. It wasn't bad to ck it like this. She stared at her small b** in the mirror. She was about to go out and put on her clothes, but then she remembered that she had already shaved off her b** and wanted to give him a surprise, so she didn't put on her clothes. She just sat in the kitchen naked and cooked for him. After Jiqing smelled the fragrance of the food, he got up from the bed and put on his clothes. He washed up and went out. When he went out, he saw his wife cooking in the kitchen. She wasn't even wearing clothes. She looked so slutty. She wasn't even wearing clothes early in the morning and was cooking for him. She was naked and wasn't even wearing underwear. How slutty was she? When he saw this situation, he couldn't help but go up and hug her. He hugged her from behind and ket her b** tch. After her b** was done, she leaned on his shoulder. In the next second, the scene that he saw stunned him. He saw Su Ruan's b** tch. There wasn't a single hair on her b** tch. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was a carrot under her b** tch. He was stunned when he saw that there was still a carrot under her b** tch. At first, he thought that he had seen wrongly. Later, he turned her body around and looked at her face to face. He saw that there was indeed a small carrot under her b** tch. There was no hair on her b** tch. He reached out and ket it, causing her b** tch to ask her, "Where's your b** tch? Why are they all gone?" Su Ruan was asked directly by him, and she was a little ashamed. Looking at his hand under her small b, she said shyly, "Yesterday, didn't you say that I have too much hair on my b, so in order to make your b more comfortable, I shaved it off this morning, using your razor. I've shaved it clean. How is it? Now, it's so smooth, isn't it beautiful?" Jiqing was about to be squeezed dry by this Y1 Sao. This Y1 even shaved off the hair of his penis. Moreover, he couldn't help but hold a carrot in his hand. His hand M0 was on the carrot. His hand M0 was stirring the carrot. It went in and out of her small b and asked her, "What about this carrot? What's wrong with carrots? Taking a carrot down there so early in the morning? If I don't wake up, it will itch." "You took a carrot to do it?" Su Ruan was a little shy when she heard this. She didn't know why she was so thirsty. After shaving off the hair in the morning, she felt that it was empty down there. In addition, she didn't wear clothes when she cooked for him. When she touched her head, she was a little sensitive. She wanted it, but he hadn't woken up yet, so it wasn't convenient. She thought that there was a carrot, and then she thought of Lu Huayan, this woman, holding this carrot to her b** tch. She couldn't help but want to try it, to see how it felt down there with this carrot. After shaving off the hair on her b** tch, it was empty down there. It was so slippery that she wanted to put something in to take a look. She slowly opened her b** tch, and then put the carrot in. After going in, the carrot was waiting for Jiqing to wake up. Her lower body was quite itchy, but after putting in a carrot, it was relieved and didn't itch much. Now that he used the carrot to stir it a few times, the itch came up again. She wanted it now. Jiqing looked at the degree of wetness of the carrot. Basically, the entire carrot was stained with water. This carrot should be in her b** tch for a while. It couldn't be so much water. This Sao didn't trick her. If her b** tch was itchy, then use the carrot to stop the itch. One look and you can tell that she's asking for it. More small b** tchh getting, high tang h*. Delta m Jiqing took the carrot away. Su Ruan was originally quite comfortable with the carrot, but when she saw him take the carrot away, she was still a little uncomfortable and wanted this thing to continue to come in. "Don't, it's so itchy down there. You took away something I don't have. It's uncomfortable. When Jiqing heard this, he was so angry that he slapped her pgu. This beehole was really wild. She stuffed anything that could be stuffed in. I can't even bear with it. So wild, do you want my big G8 to come in or the carrot to come in? Su Wan used the carrot because she had no other choice, so she could only use the carrot. Now that she saw him, she did not plan to use the carrot. Using the carrot was not as good as using his big G8, so she opened her legs and faced him. I want the big G8, I want the big G8 to come in. Su Ro directly exposed the long legs of the prawn. Just now, when Carrot's foot had touched the prawn, its Y turned outwards, and its Nangr 0U was already exposed. It looked especially delicious, and there was even a layer of saliva on it. It was very sparkling. When Jiqing saw this scene, he could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After all, this was the first time he saw a woman's small bee without any hair, so he wanted to see how it felt to see a bare small bee. There was no hair at all. She must be very naughty, so he directly squatted down and gave her a little bee *tch. It was different from yesterday when he gave her a little bee *tch. Yesterday, he gave her a little bee *tch. Yesterday, he gave her a little bee *tch, but now, there was no bee *tch at all. It was slippery below, and the bee was very comfortable to touch. There was no prickling at all. He tasted it and circled around her lower abdomen. He tasted it all the way to her lower abdomen and tasted it all the way to the back of her lower abdomen. Only then did he stick his tongue in, mimicking the way Rubang moved in and out of her lower abdomen. He kept tasting her, the tip of his tongue clamped tightly between her lower abdomen. The hairless little BT1 and looked so cute that he couldn't let go of the BT1 and Su Ro felt extremely comfortable in this position. She was being held behind by Jiqing, so she supported herself with one hand on the stove and raised her head to look at him comfortably. She even changed to a more comfortable position and looked at him. When she was comfortable, Jiqing then took off his jacket and directly went in. He went in between her breasts. Because her breasts had been in bed for too long yesterday, they had not recovered their firmness yet. When he went in, too much of her breasts slipped out of her breasts. He went in like this, but because there was too much water on the bee, it kept slipping out. Su Wan did not clamp down on the bee. Jiqing grabbed her bee *tch and warned her, "Slut, clamp down on the bee *tch. Clamp down a little. Don't let the bee *tch fall out. If it falls out again, I won't give it to you." Su Wan did not know why her bee *tch was so smooth. In addition, it had been expanded by the carrot. After emptying the water down there, she immediately grabbed Jiqing's big bee *tch and sent it into her bee *tch. She clamped it tightly and used all her strength to prevent it from falling out. She propped herself up on his cock and leaned back to face him. Just like that, she endured his thrusts. Jiqing pressed down on her waist and caressed her little bee ***** and kept thrusting into her little bee *****. In the end, Jiqing thought of a question when he was thrusting all over her bee *tch. He pointed at her stomach and asked her, "Is there no news in your stomach for so long?" Jiqing's words reminded her. The two of them had been married for so long, but she really did not have any news at all. After all, they had been married for a few months. From the beginning until now, they had not taken any precautions. If the two of them were healthy, how could there be no signs of pregnancy at all? In the past, she could say that it was impossible for her to get pregnant because she always had her period. However, recently, she did not have her period. She had done a lot of things before and after her period, but her stomach did not seem to have any signs of pregnancy. She was also confused. Jiqing was just curious. When he saw his wife's expression change, he thought that he was urging her to get pregnant, so he immediately changed his words. "No, Su Wan, don't misunderstand. I'm not urging you to have a baby. I'm just confused. It's fine. We're still young. Moreover, I've retired from the army and haven't found a job yet. It's quite difficult to raise a child." She wanted to make breakfast early in the morning, but in the end, the two of them started fooling around again. After being ganged up on by him for a period of time, Su Wan was completely exhausted and did not have time to cook. She made some noodles for breakfast and then just ate the noodles she made herself. After she tidied up everything, the kitchen was also cleaned. There was water everywhere, and it was unbearably suffocating. After she tidied up everything, she said to Jiqing, "Brother Qing, now that I'm unemployed and you've retired from the army, you can only look for a job here. I don't want to work in a factory anymore. I want to set up my own breakfast shop because when I go to buy breakfast, I can just push a cart and set up my stall there. Do you think it's suitable for me to set up a breakfast shop? I also like to cook." When Jiqing heard this, he immediately nodded and said in agreement, "It's suitable. If you want to sell breakfast, you can buy it earlier. Your cooking is not bad, and I like you very much. If you want to buy breakfast, there will be a lot of people coming to buy a cart." The doctor reassured her, "Please calm down. I'm not lying, neither is there a mistake in the examination. It shows that your blood type is A. The patient's blood type is B. I've asked your father, and he's B. Therefore, if both of your parents are B, it's impossible for them to give birth to A. Lu Huayan was completely stumped upon hearing that. She had always been A. When she went for the examination, she knew that she was A. But, she had not expected that her parents' blood type would be different from hers. How could that be? Wasn't she their biological child? How could a biological child have a different blood type? She was completely stumped. Chief Lu was equally stumped as he did not know what was going on. Why were their blood types different? He asked the doctor in shock. Does that mean that she's not my child? Her blood type is different from mine? Hearing how cultured he was, the doctor was afraid that he might misunderstand as he explained clearly, not only is she not your child, she's yours and your wife's child. That's because both of you have the same blood type, but it's impossible for you to give birth to a child of a different blood type. She must have been swapped at birth or something else. But, I can be sure that she's not your child. When Chief Lu heard that, he was completely stumped as he looked at Lu Huayan in shock. He had not expected that this would be the outcome. Right now, there was no need for him to continue thinking. His wife was still inside. Therefore, he asked the doctor, "My blood type is the same as my wife's. Can I donate my bone marrow to her? My blood type is the same as hers. I'll definitely be able to. CH0U is mine, right?" When the doctor heard that, he brought him in for a checkup. After all, for a CH0U bone marrow donation, one had to have a healthy body first. When he entered for a checkup, he failed as well. The main reason was that he was old and had a body full of illnesses. How could his body not be healthy enough for a bone marrow donation? Therefore, he failed as well. When Chief Lu came out, Lu Huayan waited at the side in fear. When she entered earlier on, she was already flustered and did not know what to do, looking as though she was about to cry out in fear and helplessness. She had always thought that she was her biological daughter. She had always thought that she was so lucky to be born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Now that she was told that she wasn't her biological daughter, she was stunned. She was very scared. Before she could react to the fact that she was not her biological daughter, her father came out and asked her fearfully, "Dad, how is it?" Chief Lu looked at her with a somewhat distant gaze. After all, something this big had happened, and now that he knew that she wasn't his biological child, he couldn't look at her with the same gaze as before. He was definitely not qualified now, so he sent people to find someone who was willing to donate bone marrow. If he was qualified, he would pay as much as he wanted. In the evening, Su Wan followed Jiqing home to cook dinner and then went to bed with him. The two of them lay on the bed. Su Wan straddled his waist and said, "Brother Qing, I don't know why, but I feel weird. I keep having this uncomfortable feeling in my heart. I don't know why, but it's probably because of Madam's fainting. Ever since she fainted, I've been feeling really uncomfortable." Jiqing hugged her and asked, "Is it because this is the first time you've seen something like that? Should we go see a doctor tomorrow?" Su Wan rejected him. "Let's see how it goes. If it's still the same tomorrow, I'll go take a look. I think that I must be scared. After all, this is the first time I've seen something so scary." When Jiqing heard that, before he could even express his concern, she had already taken off his underwear. Su Wan flicked his underwear and said, "But, I do have a really good way to suppress the shock. Let the big underwear give me a good thrashing. Perhaps after that, I'll be obedient and won't have such thoughts anymore." Jiqing truly could not stand the way she was behaving as he slapped her underwear and carried her up, taking off her underwear. "You're going to squeeze me dry sooner or later." When Su Wan heard that, she woke up. Now that she was done showering, she was clean. After taking off her underwear, she turned her back to him and placed her underwear on his face. She then stood up on the bed and said to him with her big underwear, "Give me an underwear then. I'll feel better with an underwear on my underwear." She was so flirtatious that she directly placed her big PGU on his face. The PGU sat on his face and suffocated him. Jiqing didn't refuse. He held her breasts and pried open her breasts to look at the small bee inside. After preeing open her breasts, he looked at the powder and directly opened his mouth to give it to her. Su Ro was in a standing position, but her breasts were facing him as she gave him the T1 and Jiqing's tongue licked her seams, starting from the top of her seams, all the way to the front. The moment Su Ruan's tongue touched her was too comfortable, so her body softened and she lay down slightly. She supported herself against the wall and let him touch her. Jiqing's tongue was especially nimble as it played around inside her small breasts. Her breasts were all buried in her face. A lot of water came out of the T1 and it was all on her face. Su Ruan was extremely comfortable by T1 and her face was flushed red. Jiqing directly pried open one of her legs. Looking at her frivolous appearance, he couldn't help but take his tie. He lifted her leg in and tied it to the bedside frame on one side of the bed. The bed was made of wood, so there were poles to support the 4 feet. After he lifted her leg up, he tied it to the poles on the bed. Su Ruan's legs were open just like that, and they were tied up, so her lower T was open to him, revealing her small bee. Just now, T1 and had a lot of bee water, so now her small bee was wet. Jiqing lowered his head and looked at her small bee. In the open position, it was completely like a split. One of her legs was completely open, revealing the bottom for him to see, and the bottom was completely open. Jiqing's hand M0 was holding Su Ruan's small bee, stroking her small bee from top to bottom, pinching 2 fingers, pinching the protruding Y1A all the way to R0 and 1E. Su Rua's fingers were already screaming uncontrollably. She held onto the bed board to prevent herself from falling down. Just like that, Xia Tian was being held up for him to see. Jiqing M0 held her small bee M0 for a while before taking off the K and directly going in. Because Su Ruan's lower T was completely separated, there was no need to do any expansion, nor did he need to open her small bee. Her lower T was already wide open to cater to him. When he went in, Jiqing was held by her small bee, pressing her to the side of the bed and being sandwiched by her small bee. Now that the small bee was completely open, it was easy to touch the small bee, and he kept fiddling with it inside. Su Ruan grabbed his shoulder comfortably and held, slow down, brother Qing, it's too fast, slow down." Jiqing did not stop when he heard this. Instead, he moved even faster down there. The sound of 2 people slapping each other and the sound of water stirring could be heard. "CSI, you shameless slut. What do you mean you don't want me to continue? How are you trying to slow me down? Look at how comfortable you are. Aren't you happy? A slut won't feel good if she doesn't *CKU for a day." Su Ruan had indeed reached the age of a wolf and tiger. He felt very comfortable being touched by him. It was probably because there was a soul in his body that had reached the age of a wolf and tiger. That was why he was so thirsty. She felt very comfortable being F***ked. Her body was pressed against Jiqing's body, and she was F***ked by him. She raised her head comfortably and moaned loudly. There was also the sound of the bed being F***ked. The sound of F***king was very loud. The sound insulation of the rented house was not good, so the people upstairs and downstairs would probably hear it. However, Su Ruan was still moaning. She grabbed him and her entire body was F***king limitless. Jiqing's position was probably too exciting for her. She did not persist for long and surrendered to him. Su Ruan also arrived. Moreover, this position was too tiring. Her feet were suspended. It was very comfortable, but her legs were completely weak. Su Wan still decided to make a trip to the hospital with him. The next day, she was still feeling rather uncomfortable. She had fallen asleep after King him last night. But the next morning, she woke up like this again. She was even suspecting if she had developed some psychological issues from the shock. When she arrived at the hospital, she saw Chief Lu conversing with the doctor outside. Because he had been searching for someone with the same blood type the entire day, the chances were slim. Furthermore, the hospital had not contacted anyone, and it would take a couple of days before they could find someone. Therefore, Chief Lu was extremely flustered. Right now, it's slow. But, if this drags on, it might not last forever. So, the best way is to find out earlier and treat it earlier. Now that it's been discovered, it's better to treat it earlier. Otherwise, it might turn into leukemia if it drags on. When Chief Lu heard that, his entire face was filled with vicissitudes as well. He did not know what to do. Everyone knew that logic, but he just could not find anyone. Su Wan, who was queuing for a number, heard it before it was her turn. She walked over and asked Chief Lu, "Sir Chief, I heard that you're going to donate your bone marrow, right? I seem to have the same blood type as Madam. I'm type B as well. Can I do it?" The reason she knew about her blood type was because when she was working as a cleaner in her previous life, the company required her to do a body checkup to ensure that she was fine. At that time, even though her body was damaged, she was still healthy. She also knew that her blood type had to be B. What a coincidence, Chief Lu was already in a state of despair. But, when he heard those words, he was ignited with hope. "Are you sure? Can you donate your bone marrow? If you can, I'll definitely thank you properly. You can ask for as much money as you want, as long as you're willing." Su Wan was not doing it for money. Her main purpose was to donate her bone marrow. She knew that it wasn't a bad thing. She was healthy and would recover quickly. She did not wish to see Madam pass away just like that. After all, Madam had always been nice to her, praising her in the shop that she was a good person. After confirming that she had agreed, Su Wan went to check her blood type with the doctor. Indeed, it was that blood type. When Su Wan saw the stethoscope, this thought flashed through her mind. She just wanted to try it. She didn't expect it to be so comfortable, especially when she pried open her little bee to reveal her Nanga 0U. The stethoscope was cool and stimulated her little bee to feel very comfortable. She began to move up and down, using the stethoscope to press against her little bee. She was addicted to playing. Before the person in the toilet came out, she was already addicted to playing. She kept holding the stethoscope, and a lot of water came out from the top and bottom. The bottom was already wet. When Jiqing came out, he saw such a seductive scene. He watched as she held the stethoscope, raised her head comfortably, and quickly stimulated her little bee. That intoxicated look was very pleasurable. When Jiqing saw this scene, he walked over directly. Seeing that she was still so comfortable and intoxicated, his nose let out a comfortable snort. She kept using the stethoscope to stimulate her little bee as if there was no one else around. There was so much water below that the bedsheets were soaked. Jiqing went over and sat on the bedboard, saying, "Why are you getting more and more seductive? You can come directly to the hospital now, and you're even using the doctor's stethoscope to play with your little bee. Is it so comfortable?" Su Wan had just sent herself to the top. After sending herself to the top, a puddle of water came out and wet the stethoscope. She stopped after the top and looked at Jiqing comfortably and said, "It's so comfortable. This thing is cold and stimulating my little bee is so comfortable. I can't stand the itch anymore. I haven't done it in a long time and you don't touch me. I can only make myself comfortable." She placed the stethoscope under her. After a few bites, she felt that it wasn't enough. After all, this feeling was really addictive. Once it was comfortable, she would want to feel comfortable a second time, so she stuffed the stethoscope into Little Bee's hole below. She stuffed the stethoscope into Little Bee's hole and let Little Bee hold the stethoscope. Su Wan looked at the seductive look on his face as he stared at her. She pushed her clothes up and asked him in front of his face, "Brother Qing, we haven't done it in so long. Don't you want to see me? Don't you want to drag him in?" When Jiqing heard this, his gaze deepened as he looked at her. Suwon wanted to use his vagina to pick up the G8 for him, so he purposely covered his vagina with AR0U and said, "Brother Ching, come on. Show me the G8, and I'll use mine Z to pick up the G8 for you, okay?" When Ji Ching's leader heard this coquettish remark, he started to get excited. This Xiaohuo really knows how to act coquettishly. He even wants to use his NZI to get G8 for him. Suruan's Xiaohuo was really charming and big. She went over and took off his t-shirt, regardless of whether he agreed or not. She just wanted his G8, so she took off his t-shirt and underwear to get his G8 out. His G8 was still a little soft. She took off her t-shirt and held the stethoscope, walked over to him, and got off the bed. Then, she held his semi-soft G8 with her NZ. She knelt in front of him and held the NZ to hold his G8. Recently, her cup size had become bigger, and it was all thanks to him that he kept giving her his R0U. A man's hand was different from a woman's hand. Therefore, when they were having sex, they could help make XR0U bigger. That was how her X was made bigger by Ji Ching's R0U. Suwon used her NZ to hold his G8 up and down. She looked at him and asked, "Brother Ching, does it feel good? Does it feel good? Does it feel good?" Ji Ching was so comfortable that he was about to explode, not to mention that the Xiaohuo was so exciting for him. He watched as Suwon used her NZ to hold his G8. It was very fast because it was the first time she used her NZ to hold his G8, so she didn't last long. She directly put the Xianxia on her head, and the NZ was all white. It was a little hot and directly touched her NZ. Suwon had just done it, so there was his Xianxia on her head. She was so comfortable that she moved away from Ji Ching and looked at him with blurred eyes. Ji Ching lifted her up and put her in a standing position. Then, he took out the stethoscope from her small b. Just now, she had been holding the stethoscope in her small b. When she was holding his dick, a lot of water came out of her small b. Now, the stethoscope was full of water. He took out the wet stethoscope and placed it on top of her head. He pressed down on her head and suddenly felt empty. She held her small b to comfort herself. Suwon grabbed the stethoscope and pushed Ji Ching onto the bed. "Brother Ching, I'll give you a body check." She snatched the stethoscope from him, got on top of him, and put both sides of the stethoscope to her ears. Then she put the stethoscope to his heart and pulled up his shirt. She wanted to use the stethoscope to listen to his heartbeat. When she placed the stethoscope on his chest, she specially placed the stethoscope into her small pocket and dipped it in some urine before placing it on top of his chest to check his body. Ji Ching hugged Su Ro's waist and watched as she sat on top of him covered in CH11U0. Her semen had even flowed onto his thighs. Suwon took the stethoscope dipped in bee water and placed it on his head to stimulate him. The cold stethoscope was placed on his head and stimulated him. Ji Ching stared at her. After placing the stethoscope on his head, she shook it left and right to stimulate and rub it. Then, she put her bee water on his X and covered it with her bee. The X on one side had already evenly mixed all the bee water, so she placed the stethoscope under her to scoop out a little bee water and placed it on the stethoscope on the other side. Then, she also evenly mixed the X on the other side. Suwon stimulated him like this and still felt uncomfortable. Her bee was very itchy and sat directly on his thighs. His thighs were now bent, so she sat directly on his bent thighs. Her bee pressed against his thigh knee. She used her small bee to push against his knee, making herself comfortable again and again. The man's skin was a little rough, not to mention this knee area. His small bee really rubbed against his knee from top to bottom. It was a little comfortable. She was addicted to playing with herself. Ji Ching felt that his wife was really too wild. There was no limit to how wild she could be. She could stuff anywhere into her bee and play anywhere. She actually held a small bee against his knee and played with it so happily. She twisted her waist and played with the small bee on his knee. Her bee rubbed against his knee so comfortably that she raised her head and began to scream in his arms. Brother Ching, it's so comfortable. It's so comfortable to hold my knee against it. It's so comfortable to rub against it. Oh, Brother Ching, I like you so much." The hole in her bee *tch was already hot, not to mention that when he put his knee on it, the water that flowed down was still warm, and his entire thigh was drenched. Jiqing did not disturb her and just watched as she played with herself on his body. She played with herself until she was GA0 Cha 0. When Su Wan was playing by himself, he didn't idle around. He grabbed Jiqing's hands and put them on him to make him feel comfortable. Su Wan was so comfortable that he didn't have any strength left. It was the same every time. After she was satisfied, she would ignore him. After she was comfortable, she didn't have any strength left. This T-force was completely useless. At this moment, Jiqing grabbed her and flipped her over. When his penis was held by her, it was already hard. He couldn't wait to penetrate it. Now, after she turned over, her back was facing him, and her breasts were facing him. He directly entered from the side and pried her breasts open before penetrating her. Su Ro had just stopped from the previous round of GA0 Cha 0, but the next round of GA0 Cha 0 came again. Su Ro screamed in discomfort, "Ah!" Jiqing and she were both lying on their sides. He quickly grabbed her near 0U with one hand and fiercely caressed her small b, fiercely caressing her. The bed in the hospital was not sturdy, so when she was having sex with him, the bed shook violently. The sound of shaking could be heard from the bed. It was not very sturdy, and Jiqing was especially strong in his hold on her. It was too comfortable. Su Wan felt that she was about to be kissed. Such a big thing was kissing her in her small bosom, making her feel very comfortable. She grabbed Jiqing's hand and pulled his hand. Her face was full of pain and joy. Jiqing quickly sent Su Wan to GA0 Cha 0 at the speed of a piledriver. She felt that her lower body was numb. He had hit her so hard. Su Wan's voice was a little hoarse. She thought that Jiqing would stop after he came out, but she did not expect that the two of them had not done this for a long time. Therefore, Jiqing buried himself in her small b and did not come out. In the next second, he grabbed her body and made her sit with her back facing him and caressing his small b. Before Su Ro could react, she had already sat up with her back facing him. She was sitting on his waist with his D*ck in her mouth. Jiqing was holding her D*ck up and down as he moved her D*ck up and down. Before she could react, she was once again touched by his D*ck. This time, Jiqing moved her D*ck at an extremely fast speed. She felt that she could not take it anymore. He was moving too fast, and before she could react, she was already being F*ked. Hence, she grabbed onto his legs and tried to stop him. However, he was moving faster and faster, and in a short while, her D*ck was already very deep inside her D*ck. Su Wan could only grab Jiqing's bent legs and grab his legs to slow him down. In the end, Jiqing was very fast and kept on caressing her. He only let go of her after he finished caressing her. She was so tired that she did not have any energy left. She spat out all over the bed. After Jiqing felt comfortable, he stopped and let her sit on his waist. He watched as she kept on spitting out water from her small b*tch. The scene was very erotic. "Are you done enjoying yourself?" Su Rosu's mind was blank. It had been flashing like fireworks just now. She nodded when she heard Dong Xuebing's words. "That's enough." Now that Chief Lu knew what was going on with Little Li, he paced around the room in a flustered manner, thinking about what he should do. Even though he had such a guess, it was hard to say. Therefore, he told Mrs. Lu, "How about this? Go and get her over tomorrow. Go and pluck her hair and bring a strand of hair over for me to check. I heard that there's something called paternity confirmation overseas that can be checked overseas. After you bring it over, I'll get someone to check it out. Check if we're truly father and daughter. The results will be clear once they come out. There's no need to keep guessing here." When Mrs. Lu heard that, she felt that it made sense as well. If the results could be verified, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. This time around, everything would be clear. Mrs. Lu could not stay any longer and was unable to sleep early the next morning. She got up and put on her clothes before heading over to look for Su Wan. Right now, she wasn't sure if she was her own child. However, she was certain that she was. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? The blood type was the same, and the feeling between the two of them was something that could not be faked. Right now, she was looking for her because of her hair. She wanted to check on how her life had been recently. When she arrived, she caught sight of their breakfast stall open for business. The two of them had even started making wontons recently and were setting up a stall here. Her heart ached immensely. If this was her own daughter, she would be a rich missy and should have been born with a silver spoon in her mouth. How could she be doing such things here? So much hardship and tiredness without earning much at all? If her own daughter were to do such things, she would feel her heart ache as tears welled up in her eyes. Su Wan hated Jiqing right now. He was always doing such things as though there was no one else around. Each time, he would just kiss her on the face, causing her to feel extremely awkward. She dodged his kiss and turned around to catch sight of Mrs. Liu. Not far away, she was looking at the two of them with tears in her eyes. That was a rather strange sight. She called out, "Madam, are you looking for me?" Mrs. Liu originally wanted to observe her in secret, but in the end, she could not help but step forward. "That's right, I'm looking for you because I want to see how you're doing. You saved me, so I want to repay you. I can give you as much money as you want. You don't have to suffer so much by setting up a stall here. Why don't you open a shop? If you set up a stall here, the city enforcement officers will arrest you." Su Wan was shocked by this kindness and quickly refused, "No, madam. I said that I don't need money. I'm not helping you for money. I just want you to get better. I think I'm doing well now. I just need to work hard to make money. There's nothing wrong with that. After all, I rely on my own hands and feet to make money." Although that was what she said, Mrs. Liu felt extremely vexed when she thought about how her own daughter was actually living such a life here. She only had one child, so the child she gave birth to was the apple of her eye. When she gave birth to the child, she still cared about the child very much, even though she had just returned from the gates of hell. Her child. Mrs. Liu's heart ached when she thought of this. She went over to her and hugged her head. When she hugged her, she even pulled her hair and held it tightly in her hands. Su Wan was inexplicably hugged by Mrs. Liu. She was a little stunned. She just let Mrs. Liu hug her like that. Mrs. Liu said that she wanted to try her culinary skills, so she ate wontons here. Mrs. Liu had probably never been to a roadside stall since she was young, so she was very uncomfortable when she sat on it now. However, she forced herself to stay here because she was uncomfortable. After eating, she even gave her a lot of money. Su Wan was shocked by how much money Mrs. Liu gave her. It was too much money. She wanted to return it to Mrs. Liu, but Mrs. Liu left. Jiqing was tidying up the stall and tidying up all the chairs he brought over. In the end, he saw his wife in a daze. She asked him, "What's wrong?" Su Wan showed him the money in her hand and looked confused. "I don't know why, but I feel that Mrs. Liu is weird. She actually gave me so much money. I wanted to return it to her, but she already left. It's so strange." Jiqing stroked her hair and said, "It's probably because she's very touched that you saved her before and donated your bone marrow to her. Her family is quite good people. It's probably because she feels guilty. Since she's giving it to you, you should take it. Otherwise, they'll feel bad." Su Wan originally didn't want to take it, but when she heard this, she felt that it made sense. If this could make them feel better, then it would be fine. However, this money was too much. Mrs. Liu had basically given him all the money in her wallet just now. Su Wan woke up early in the morning to pack their things because they had to go home today. They had been here for a few months and hadn't gone home yet. The elders at home thought about it, so they went home. Now that the two of them had earned a lot, they went home to take a look. After Su Wan packed their things, she made breakfast for him and the two of them went back. However, they didn't go to the bus station. Instead, they drove. Jiqing knew how to drive. Previously, because of some reasons, he learned a little in the army and knew how to drive. This car was specially borrowed because someone in the village wanted to get married. He was responsible for transporting the car back. Once it was sent back, he would receive a commission. He agreed to it since it was convenient. It was Su Ruan's first time driving a small car. These days, people who could own a small car were very impressive. After entering the car, she fell asleep. She slept too late last night, so she fell asleep in the car. When she woke up later, they were already on the road. He stopped the car. Su Wan looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Ji Qing's hand pinched her chest and said, "Why don't we do it in the car?" He agreed to drive this car back because he wanted to do a tea test with Su Wan in the car. If the two of them could have sex in the car, it would definitely be very exciting. Su Wan was shocked and a little scared. "But isn't this car someone else's? If you dirty the inside of the car, people will say something." Ji Qing pulled her chair down. "No, they won't. The two of us can just clean up after we do it." Before Su Wan could say anything, the chair was pushed down. He had already walked in front of her and sat directly on her waist. Su Wan watched as Ji Qing lifted her skirt. The car was too narrow, and their bodies were pressed tightly against each other. Ji Qing hurriedly pulled down his underwear. Su Wan saw that he was in such a hurry. When he took off his clothes, Su Wan took the initiative to seduce him. Now that her skirt had been lifted, she reached into her underwear and put her hand into her underwear. After Su Wan shaved the hair down there, she also liked to M0 down there. After all, there was no hair down there. The feeling of M0 down there was especially comfortable. Now, in front of Ji Qing, she directly M0 down there. She was not in a hurry to take off her underwear. She just put her hand inside her underwear and M0 down outside her underwear. Not long after, water came out. She felt comfortable moping herself. She reached her hand into Holby and dug around. Then, she moped the Nangr0U inside and came out of Holby. She dipped her fingers in sh*t and put 3 fingers in. Then, she clasped them in front of him. Ji Qing watched her play with herself like this. He took off his clothes and put them aside. He was afraid that the seat would be dirty, so he specially took a small sheet over at that time. He spread the small sheet on the seat and cushioned Su Wan's underwear. There was a lot of water flowing down there. Every time they did it to her underwear, a pile of water would come out from her underwear. So, with a small sheet under her, it would not flow to the seat. After he took off his own clothes, he saw that she was still playing with her underwear. He was addicted to M0, so he went up to her and took off her skirt and underwear. After he stripped her naked, he patted her underwear. "Slut, is it comfortable to play with your underwear?" Su Wan almost sent herself to her underwear just now. She had been crying in her underwear. Now, her fingers were full of water, so she took out her underwear and put it to his mouth. She sent it to his lips. "Do you want to try it?" Ji Qing immediately smelled this kind of SAO. He put her fingers in his underwear and ate the taste of her underwear. There was no taste at all, but he ate a kind of SAO taste. Su Ro's panties were already wet. Ji Qing touched her fingers and lowered his head to move his nose up and down her panties. He kept rubbing against her. Su Wan was already very sensitive because there was so much water coming out from below. Now that he was touching her like this, she became even more sensitive. Her legs went to Ji's shoulders and clamped his head tightly. Ji Qing used the tip of his nose to rub a few times, then began to open his mouth and kiss the outside of her underwear. The force of his kiss was especially strong, and his entire small b*tch was pulled in by the kiss. The inside and outside of her underwear was also stained by his saliva. Being kissed by the kiss was very comfortable. Su Wan raised her head and said, "Oh, hubby, so comfortable, being kissed by my hubby is so comfortable." Ji Qing worked hard to remove her underwear. Even though her underwear was soaked, he still worked hard to remove it. In the end, he took off her underwear and put it aside. Her underwear was dripping wet. He looked at the small b*tch inside. He opened his mouth and kissed it. His tongue licked it, and his fingers were not idle. His fingers were playing with it, and he pinched both sides to make her feel comfortable. Su Wan felt even more comfortable. She tightened her underwear and looked at him with a red face. After Ji Qing had had enough of her underwear, he got up. His underwear was already hard. He grabbed Su Wan's hand and put her on his underwear. After that, he directly separated Su Wan's legs and put her legs on his shoulders. He was now in a kneeling position on the seat and entered Su Wan's small b*tch. When Su Wan was entered, she held her hand comfortably. Not long after she entered, she felt the warmth and began to move rhythmically. It was too narrow in the car, so when Jiqing straightened his body to touch her small B***tch, the whole car shook and moved. Su Ruan's B***tch was not idle either. He grabbed it and played with it. Below, he touched her small B***tch and went in one by one, fiddling with it to the deepest part. Su Ro couldn't stand the speed anymore. In such a small space, she was frantically f***ing her B***tch. Her speed was especially fast. She cried out loudly as Jiqing maintained the position of her legs clamped together and f***ket her B***tch. A lot of water came out of her underwear. Then, he squeezed her legs into an M shape and touched her small B***tch. This position opened her underwear very wide. He lowered his head and could see his own C***ck moving in and out of her small B***tch. The water from her small B***tch rose to the bed sheet below. He grabbed her legs and moved crazily inside her small B***tch. Su Ruan felt like she was going to die. His C***ck was too strong. Jiqing grabbed her underwear and did not stop. It was the ferocious kind of C***ck. She was about to be f***ked. Her small B***tch clamped tightly on his C***ck and did not move. When the car shook, it made a slight shaking sound. When the two of them heard the shaking of the car, they were embarrassed. However, Jiqing moved even faster and made her small B***tch flow. "Slut, is it comfortable?" Jiqing couldn't help but ask when she saw Su Ruo's face. "What's wrong with you?" Su Ruo had been moaning the entire time, and her moaning was so pleasurable that she was about to cry. She nodded and said in a sobbing voice, "It's so comfortable. Brother Qing, you're too good at GA0. Little B is so comfortable being chased by you. I'm almost there. Brother Qing, hurry up and make me feel good." It's so good. Su Ruan felt comforted when she heard this, but she also felt that it would be better if they had a child together. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get pregnant, so she forced a smile as she looked at him. Seeing her so depressed, Jiqing directly reached out to pinch her chin, making her raise her head to look at him. He directly covered her, blocked her mouth, and kissed her mouth. Su Ruan was startled by his kiss. She opened her mouth and kissed him passionately. They licked each other's tongues and ate each other's saliva. They kissed until they were out of breath. Su Ro had been staying at home for about a week. It was too boring for her to stay at home for a week, so all she could think about every day was having S**x with her husband so that they could have a baby. She was like that every day, almost squeezing him dry. Jiqing used to want to have S**x with her every night, but now he felt that he couldn't take it anymore. No matter what, it was still S**x. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't do it like this. Su Ruan was really a special S**x. There was no way to satisfy her. This thing was endless. He was really helpless. Tonight, she took off her clothes as usual after showering and wanted to S**x. The person on the bed was shocked by Su Ruan's bold appearance. When he saw her take off her clothes, he immediately grabbed her hand and didn't allow her to do it again. "Su Ruan, don't you think that the two of us are doing too much? Is it too much? We've been back for a week and a Sunday, and we have S**x every day. Can we take a break? If you do it every day, your *x won't be able to take it." Jiqing wasn't mainly worried about his *x, but his wife's *x. After S**x yesterday, he saw that her *x was a little damaged and a little red. No matter what, she was a woman, and her *x was more delicate. It wouldn't be good if S**x continued. Su Ruan had wanted to take off her clothes and follow him, but when she heard what he said, she sat on the bed and looked at him with an aggrieved expression. "Brother Qing, are you tired of me? You don't want to touch me now? Why? What did I do wrong?" Jiqing, how could she say such a thing? How was he sick of her? He was just worried about her body. Seeing how aggrieved she looked, he kissed her and said, "No, Su Ro, it's not that I'm sick of you. I'm just worried that your body won't be able to take it. Look at how red you are down there. If you continue like this, you'll definitely not be able to take it. You should stop and do it again in a few days. You can't be in such a hurry. Su Wan felt uncomfortable and said coquettishly, but I want it now. Looking at how aggrieved she was, Jiqing could do nothing about it. If his wife wanted it, so be it. Hence, he hugged her in his embrace and took off her t-shirt. After another round of CG, he told her, come again. You can't come again tonight or tomorrow. If you continue like this, your body won't be able to take it, you know? I'll satisfy you for today. You're not allowed to come again tomorrow. Mrs. Liu had been feeling especially uneasy for the past few days. The DNA test would take about a week or so, and thus, she had been cooped up at home. For the first few days, she had been going to their shop every day, wanting to see Su Wan. But after that day, she found out that they had returned to the countryside, saying that they had some matters to attend to at home. Right now, he was just waiting for the results to confirm. If they were, he would head to their countryside to look for them. Mrs. Liu's appetite hadn't been that good for the past few days, unable to eat or sleep. She had been waiting anxiously for the results, and today, she finally found out. Chief Liu received the telegram and returned immediately. Mrs. Liu asked him fearfully, how was it? How was it over there? Is there a result? Is she our biological child? When Chief Liu returned, he was especially elated as a gleeful smile appeared on his face. Grabbing Mrs. Liu's hands, he said excitedly, Shu Yuan, yes, yes, yes. Su Wan isn't our child. My subordinates overseas have already confirmed the results of the DNA test. They said that the DNA test results show that the both of us are biological parents. Su Wan is our biological child. Back then, the hospital must have made a mistake and swapped our children. Mrs. Liu was first shocked when she heard this, then she almost fainted. She sat on the sofa with her hands trembling in agitation. She's our child, Su Ro is our child. Let's go look for her now. Hurry up and get the driver to prepare the car. We'll go to the countryside to look for her. We must bring her back. We can't let our child acknowledge someone else as her parents and let her suffer outside. Let's hurry up and bring her back and tell her that we're her biological parents. Chief Liu was too agitated earlier on that he had forgotten about that. That was indeed the case. Therefore, he hurriedly packed up his things and headed to the countryside to bring them back. When Mrs. Liu rushed over and saw the state of the village, her entire face was pained. She had been pampered. Since young as a rich missy, and had been pampered since young. She even married well after she grew up, and had never had a hard life, neither did she know that growing up in a village was like this. When she saw the state of the village, she frowned and used her handkerchief to cover her nose. There was a stench in the air, and it was filthy. The more she walked in, the worse she felt. Because the roads were made of stone, cars could not be driven in, and she could only walk in. She was helped in by Chief Liu as the two of them walked in slowly. Along the way, both of their faces were pained. How could this be good? The moment she thought about how her daughter had grown up in such an environment, she felt pained. She wanted to cry. The moment she thought about how her daughter had lived in such an environment and had led such a miserable life, her heart ached. Her daughter. How could her daughter live such a miserable life? How could she live here? How could this be? She was so pained that she wanted to cry as tears welled up in her eyes. This was way too pitiful for a small village like this. She wanted to cry, and even a man like Chief Liu wanted to cry when he saw the state of the village. His eyes were red as well. After all, he was the type of person who loved his daughter dearly as well. Their family did not favor sons over daughters, and only wanted one. Therefore, after giving birth to that daughter, they did not have any more children. Lu Huan was the apple of their eyes, and they were afraid that he would melt in their mouths and fall in their hands. The moment he thought about how the child he had raised for so many years belonged to someone else while his own daughter was suffering in the village, his heart ached. The two of them finally arrived at the entrance of a house in the village. In the courtyard, they saw Su Wan washing clothes outside. Back at home, she had to do some chores. Usually, it was Jiqing who did the laundry at home. However, this was her in-law's house, and she could not let her mother-in-law see that she was lazy and did not even wash her clothes. Therefore, when she returned to her in-law's house, she would definitely be the one doing the laundry. Now that she was washing the clothes of the entire family, she was washing them from the well water outside. Jiqing went up the mountain to chop firewood. He needed to chop half a month's worth of wood, so he spent some time away from home. Mrs. Lu and Chief Lu were standing at the entrance, looking at how tired he looked as he washed the clothes by the well. Mrs. Lu nearly fainted at the sight of that. The door to the house was not closed, and they could only watch on. Mrs. Lu angrily walked over and pulled her up, not allowing her to touch the clothes. She gritted her teeth and asked him with concern, "Su Ruan, how could you wash the clothes? Do you wash all the clothes in your family? You are a woman's child's hand, how can you wash clothes?" There were plenty of servants in the Lu family. When it came to washing clothes, they were all done by specialized servants. They had never touched anyone else. In the end, Su Ruan actually wanted to wash his entire family's clothes here. There were so many clothes that they piled up into a small mountain. Su Ruan was startled by the sudden appearance of Mrs. Lu. She was at a loss for words. What was the meaning of this? Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? No, madam. Is there anything wrong with me washing clothes here? I'm just washing clothes for my family. Mrs. Lu's heart ached for her. No, no. You're definitely not allowed to wash clothes here. How can you do that? At a time like this, you have to keep your fingers clean. Even if you're pampered, how can you wash clothes for someone else? And for the entire family? What kind of a man are you married to? How can he let you do all this? The beautiful Su Ruan finally understood the meaning of this. Why was Mrs. Lu and Chief Lu here? She did not know what to do. Madam, I understand your good intentions. But, this is my family's matter. It shouldn't have anything to do with you and Chief Lu, right? Why are you two here all of a sudden? Mrs. Lu's heart ached, especially when her daughter was right in front of her and didn't recognize her. So, she got impatient and grabbed her hand. She cried and said to her, "Su Ruan, let me tell you something. I'm your biological mother. I'm your biological mother. He's your biological father. We're your biological parents. Back then, you swapped places with Huayan. So, I'm your biological mother. This is my matter and it has something to do with me. This is our family's matter. I'm your mother." Su Ruan was shocked when she heard this. She looked at her awkwardly, not knowing what was going on. Her eyes widened and she was in a state of shock. She did not understand what was going on. "Madam, what are you saying? You're my biological mother and we swapped places?" Mrs. Lu couldn't wait any longer. She spent half an hour impatiently telling Su Ruan everything that had happened back then, including the fact that she had gone abroad for a DNA test and the result of the DNA test showed that they were biological children. Su Ruan was still in a daze. She felt like her head was about to explode. She could not react for a long time. She was actually the biological daughter of the Lu family. She had swapped places with Lu Huayan. She knew that she was in the wrong. However, she had been filled with regret all these years. After she brought the child back, she felt that she had let her down as well. Therefore, she treated Su Ruan as though she was her own child and had never mistreated her. Even though her family was poor, they still gave her what she deserved. He would still send her to school, so he didn't take away her allowance. He also didn't let her have enough to eat and wear. He let her study until high school, but she didn't know how to study because she didn't have enough money to continue. Even though when Xiaoyu felt that she had let her down, she was still rather happy. After all, Su Ruan had not been living well in the village all these years. Because she was the child of a woman and was a teacher, she was not treated well by her in-laws. Her in-laws did not like her, especially her mother-in-law, who did not want her to study and wanted her to be married off. Because she had let her down, she allowed her to continue her studies and provide for her education. When she reached high school and went to university, she did not even go to university. She was happy that her daughter was living in such a rich family. If her results were good, she would definitely be able to go to university. If her GPA was not good, she would still go to a good university and not have to worry about not getting into university. She had only let Su Ruan down. Later on, because her family was poor and her son wanted to get married, the woman said that she would only agree to marry him if he built a house. If there was no house, she would definitely not marry him. Hence, she had no choice but to agree to her mother-in-law to marry Su Wan to Jiqing. Because the monetary gift was huge, it was enough. When she let Su Wan down, she was thankful in her heart. Thankful that everything was not her biological daughter's experience and thankful that her biological daughter was living a good life right now. Now that she was honest, she told them everything that had happened back then and kowtowed to Mrs. Liu and Chief Liu. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I've been feeling guilty all these years because of what had happened back then and I've been living in uncertainty. I've let you guys down. Mrs. Liu was so angry that she was about to faint from hearing her daughter's shameless words. Chief Liu was afraid that something would happen to her and thus supported her. Madame Liu's legs were weak, and she had no strength to stand up. She was already panting. She didn't expect that her child was deliberately swapped. It was deliberately swapped by this woman. She wanted her child to live a good life, so she swapped her child. How could there be such a vicious person, just because of greed? So she let her daughter suffer in this village for so many years for nothing. Where did she get the face to do that? She couldn't stand this woman anymore. She thought about how her own child had not even finished university and had been admitted to university. In the end, because he did not have the money to go to high school, he did not go to high school. As for her, what had she raised her child into? She had sent her child to study medicine and was admitted to university. Now, she was successful and famous. When she thought of this, her heart ached. She felt sorry for her child. Chief Liu had the same reaction right now as well. He wanted to strangle this woman so badly that his veins were popping out. He was supporting his wife, but when he caught sight of this woman, he gave her a kick, not allowing her to kowtow and beg for mercy. What was the use of putting on an act? She was the one who had made the mistake back then. If not for her, their daughter would not have had to suffer as such. What sort of a life was she living in the countryside? A rich missy who was doing just fine was now serving this family in the countryside. Su Wan had heard her foster mother's words from the side and could not take it anymore. Those words had her heart thumping furiously. She looked at Jiqing in fear. Afraid that something would happen to her, Jiqing had been hugging her the entire time and was patting her shoulders comfortingly. Su Wan did not know what to say as she was hugged by him. Just like that, the two of them hugged each other. She wanted to say something, but her throat was completely blocked and she could not speak. She felt as though she had lost her voice. She was in despair. She did not know what to do now. She had never thought that there would be such a melodramatic scene. She was not her biological mother, and it was her foster mother who had swapped her. She could not accept this fact. She could not accept that her biological mother was not her biological mother and that another person was her biological mother. She had been swapped. Wen Xiaoyu was crying pitifully on the ground. She was terrified that she would be targeted by them. She and Wen Xiaoyu were both afraid of the current situation. What would happen to her biological daughter? Would they find out that she was not their biological daughter? How would they treat her biological daughter? She looked at them and sized them up. After Mrs. Liu recovered from her shock, she turned around and looked at Su Wan. She said to Su Wan in agony, "Su Wan." Su Wan did not know how to face the two of them. Hence, when Mrs. Liu came over, she retracted her hand and did not want to let her touch it. At this moment, she ran outside, not wanting to see her. As Su Wan ran away, Jiqing chased after her. Just as Mrs. Liu wanted to chase after her, she was held back by Chief Liu. Don't chase after her. If this happens to the child, she will break down. Let her calm down first. Mrs. Liu turned around and glared at Wen Xiaoyu, warning her, "Wen Xiaoyu, you better remember this. I won't let you off so easily. You've caused my daughter and I to be separated from each other. After so many years, I'll definitely make you pay for what you've done." Su Wan and Jiqing only returned home half an hour later, and they were even coaxed to return home. They could not hide either. After all, things had already happened, and they could only head back to check on the situation. When she returned, she caught sight of the two people at the door. Even now, they were still standing there, and she was too embarrassed to enter. Hence, she stood outside the door the entire time. When the two of them saw the two of them return, their eyes were still filled with fear. Because they did not know how to face them, their gazes were filled with fear. The reason why Su Wan ran out earlier on was because she did not know how to face them. Now that she saw the two of them, she was still a little afraid. Mrs. Lu was afraid as well. After all, when she saw her run out earlier on, she was afraid that Su Wan did not want to accept the two of them. Hence, she could only look at her fearfully, not daring to say anything. Jiqing felt that the atmosphere was rather awkward right now. However, he could not remain silent. Hence, he said that they were inviting the two of them in for tea and entered directly. The environment of the village was not like B City. Hence, the house they saw was really small, and it was not even as big as the living room of the Lu family. Tea? Jiqing asked. Chief Lu rejected him immediately. No need for tea. My wife and I are here to bring Su Wan back. We don't know if she's willing to return with us. She's our child and we want to bring Su Wan back. We didn't know, but now that we know, we'll make it up to Su Wan properly and let Su Wan lead a good life as compensation to her. So, Su Wan, are you willing to return with us? Mrs. Lu looked at her fearfully as well. Su Wan looked at the two of them and sighed. What about Lu Huyan? If I were to return with you guys, how are you going to deal with this woman? Even though I was swapped with her because of my adoptive mother, the two of you have raised her for so long after all. You guys should have some feelings for her, right? After all, she's been in the palm of your hands for so many years. Hence, I want to know how you guys are going to treat her. Su Ruan's words made both of them dumbfounded. Mrs. Lu still wanted to say something, but Su Ruan interrupted her. You don't have to say that, I know. After all, you might have already known that the daughter wasn't your biological daughter, so you went for a test. But if I'm not wrong, she's still living in your house now. You knew that she wasn't your biological daughter, but your first reaction was to let her stay at home. This means that you have feelings for her, and I don't need to go back and fight for favor. But it's been so many years. She's been pampered since she was young. She's given so much affection. It's impossible not to feel sorry for her. So, you can go back. Don't worry about me. Mrs. Lu was getting more and more confused. She quickly explained, No, Su Wan, it's not like what you said. I didn't do anything to her. It's just that everything happened so suddenly that I didn't know what to do. That's why I let her stay. If you're not happy, I'll let her go immediately. She can come back to the village, okay? Su Wan didn't say anything. Later on, they discussed it and decided to go back to the city to decide. They didn't plan to give an answer now. It was too chaotic for a moment, so they asked them to go back first. They would talk about it when they went back. Mrs. Lu was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. Haste makes waste. So, she could only wait for her news and go back with her husband first. At night, Su Wan lay on the bed and played with Jiqing's G8. She was very confused. She didn't know what to do, but she didn't want to be the one who could only hold on to his big G8. She thought it was quite fun, so she held on to it until she came back from the shower. In the room, she took off his jacket and played with it. Jiqing was helpless when he held on to the big G8. He didn't know why her hand kept holding on to his G8. She didn't do anything, but she kept moving it up and down to relieve her boredom. He could tell that she was very angry, but she didn't know what to do. She played with his thing, but it made his forehead bulge slightly. Su Wan held on to his G8 and asked him, Brother Qing, do you think I should go back? Go back to that family and be a rich young lady? Jiqing hugged her with one hand. She was now resting on his shoulder. He looked at her addicted look and said, Do you want to go back? I'll agree to anything you want. You can have sex with whatever you want. I have no objections. Su Wan gloomily pinched the top of his G8 and said, I don't really want to go back. It's mainly because I don't have any feelings for the two of them. We didn't grow up together, and we're quite unfamiliar. I'm afraid it'll be too awkward if I go back. I don't know anyone in that family. But what the two of them said makes sense. They're my biological parents. It doesn't seem right if I don't go back. Jiqing didn't have a normal brain to think now. After all, his thing was being played up and down. His head was full of the G8 being mowed by Su Wan. He exhaled coldly and said, "Wife, I beg you. If you want to talk, can you help me rub it out first? Don't M0 anymore. It's really too uncomfortable. I'm holding it in." Suwan heard him and laughed out loud. She continued to pinch his G8 and said, "I don't want to. Didn't you say that I was too thirsty before? If you don't allow me to do it again, then you have to control yourself. If you say that I'm thirsty, then you can't do it either." Jiqing. More small squeak 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 squeak, they were in the village. There were so many people in every household, and everyone was not used to closing their doors. The households were very close to each other, almost all connected together. What if they were seen doing these things outside? She was so shy that she did not dare to look at anyone. She was afraid that others would find out that the two of them were doing these things here. They would probably think that they were horny and in heat early in the morning. They did not even control themselves. She felt very shy, but when she looked around and saw that almost no one was coming, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, she did not know if Jiqing was deliberately teasing her. Seeing her so shy, he even hugged her pge and walked in this position in the courtyard. Every time he could go deep, every time he could reach the innermost part, making her feel very comfortable. "Ah, Brother Chung, too fast, you're a little slower." Her words were almost non-existent to him. No matter how loudly she said it, Jiqing was still in high spirits, holding her pge up and down. Suwan was too comfortable from being tormented. Her small b was stuck to his G8, and she could not help but have a GA0 expression on her face. It was especially ferocious because it was too comfortable. At first, she was quite shy. After all, they were doing these things in the courtyard. However, after getting comfortable, she no longer cared about what she was doing. She moaned even louder and grabbed his shoulders as he walked. She felt extremely comfortable. Just as Suwan was about to reach GA0, she was suddenly put down by him. Jiqing put her down. Suwan could not get comfortable, but she wanted his big G8. She grabbed his thing and wanted to stuff it into her small b. Her small b was very itchy now and wanted to be tightly blocked by the big G8. He patted her pge and changed her position. Suwan knew that he wanted an escape route, so she turned her back to him and called out heartlessly. There was a well in front of him. In order to support herself, she propped herself up with both hands and waved her hand at him, begging, "Come in, Brother Chung. Hurry up and bring in the G8 cha." When Jiqing heard this, he slapped her but with both hands and deliberately said, "Just now, you were complaining that it was embarrassing outside. In the end, who's the one shaking so happily now? You're asking for a Sauha 0. You can't do it without a G8. Suwan was also very comfortable after being beaten up. He was beaten so badly that the water in his B cup fell to the ground. He raised his head comfortably and waited for Jiqing to come in. Jiqing could not take it anymore. Looking at this Sauha 0's plump breasts, he directly pried open her breasts and inserted his G8 inside. After the G8 went in, he felt comfortable again. Suwan began to clamp his G8 tightly to prevent it from going out. After Jiqing went in, he started to play with her B*TCH. He made her hold the well up on both sides and worked hard to play with her B*TCH. Su-ro was shocked by his speed of playing with her B*TCH. She couldn't take it anymore. She held the well up and raised her B*TCH high. Her moans became louder and louder. Ah, Brother Chung, it feels so good, it feels so good. Hurry up and give the B*TCH to the CSI, hurry up. He patted her breasts and said, "Why are you moaning so loudly? Do you want others to hear it? There are so many people in the village. If you moan so loudly, you'll attract everyone in the village. Do you want them to see me caressing your small b here? If others see you moaning like this, you'll shamelessly take off your clothes and beg me here." Suwan did not know if she had a special fetish. Every time she was humiliated by him and said these words, her lower body would clamp tighter and more sensitive. Let everyone see. Let everyone see how good it is to be caressed. Let everyone see how good it is to be caressed. I like being caressed by my husband's big B*TCH. Since I'm feeling so good, I should let everyone see how my husband caresses my small B*TCH. It's so good, hubby. Caressing my small b asterisk tch is so good. Jiqing could not take this small b asterisk tch anymore. The more he humiliated her, the more excited she became. Even after being humiliated like this, she was still so happy. He grabbed her and caressed her very quickly. He did not know if it was because it was early in the morning, so there were not many people around. That was why no one saw them caressing outside. Su Wan felt so good after being caressed. She stuck up her breasts and used all his strength to caress her breasts. Su Wan faced him comfortably and did not move. Jiqing did not pull his C*ck out. He patted her breasts and said, "Slut, I've already caressed you. Are you satisfied?" Su Wan hadn't been feeling well recently. She didn't know why she got up early in the morning to vomit. Not only did she vomit, but she also liked to eat sour things. However, when she smelled fish, she felt particularly disgusted. She wanted to vomit whenever she smelled fish. She was like this every day. When her mother-in-law saw her like this, she was shocked. But after all, she had been through it before, so she suddenly understood. She asked her, "Su Ro, you need to react. Don't tell me you're pregnant?" "But you are indeed pregnant. Didn't you go to the army to look for Jiqing a while ago? GA0 is not good. She got pregnant during that period. My God, this is simply too good. Your stomach is pregnant. What about our family's child? I finally have a grandson to hold." Listening to her mother-in-law's happy words, she reacted and felt that she was really pregnant. She had been vomiting in the morning for the past few days. Moreover, she wanted to eat sour things. However, when she smelled fish, she felt disgusted. It seemed that all pregnant people were like this. Therefore, she was stunned for a few seconds before she realized that she was really pregnant. She was pregnant when she looked for him in the army last time. Her heart was very complicated now. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know if she should keep the child. If she kept the child, she could only raise the child by herself in the future. It wasn't easy for a military wife and a military child. She didn't know if he wanted this child. She didn't know what to do all night. She didn't go for a checkup, but she was very sure that she was pregnant. Fang Jiaojiao had just returned from the city. When he came back, he deliberately brought her some specialties in the city. In fact, he bought some food on the roadside. He didn't bring much. He just brought a little for her and specially said that it was a speciality for her. When Su Wan wanted to eat, Wang Shuhui came out and said to her, "Su Wan, wait. Wait. Let me see if you can eat first. Now that you are pregnant, whether you can eat or not is a problem. Let me check." Although she didn't have a good relationship with her mother-in-law before, after her mother-in-law knew that she was pregnant, she doted on her. She didn't care whether she was healthy or not. Now, she was smiling all day. This woman was really doted on after she was pregnant. She wasn't afraid of the awkward relationship before. So now, her excitement was heard by Fang Jiaojiao. Fang Jiaojiao could still smile, but after hearing that she was pregnant, her face instantly darkened. She asked her, "You are pregnant? Why is it so fast? You are pregnant right after you got married. Isn't it too fast?" After Wang Shuhui left, Su Wan said to her, "I didn't expect it to be so fast. The main thing is that my husband and I didn't take any contraceptive measures, so it's normal for us to be pregnant. After all, we are at this age." When Fang Jiaojiao heard this, her heart was filled with jealousy. Probably because she was so hard-working that she was pregnant right after she got married, she deliberately provoked her and said, "Su Wan, I really don't know whether I should say this or not. But thinking that you are my best friend, I will feel sorry if I don't tell you, especially now that you are pregnant. Didn't I go to the city recently? Do you know what I found? I went to the army to tell your husband about your situation and then asked if there was anything I wanted to bring to you. Do you know what happened? I found that he was with another woman. The two of them were kissing in the family courtyard on the street. This woman seems to be a rich young lady or something. She is very pretty and has a special temperament. Moreover, Jiqing is clearly with this woman. Others call her sister-in-law and think that they are husband and wife. They don't put you in their eyes at all. If you want to give birth to the child, you have to go and confirm it. You can't. He's one in the army and one in the village. He must have cheated on you. I saw it clearly. Su Ro was originally quite happy, but when she heard these words, her face became gloomy. For the next few days, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Now that she was pregnant and he was in the city, she couldn't stand it, so early the next morning, she packed her bag and went to the city to look for him. She wanted to properly ask him what he meant by that. She was pregnant with his child and had to give birth to his child, but he was having sex in the city. When she went to the army, she wanted to find Jiqing, but she was stuck outside. She couldn't go in without him. Now that she was outside, she didn't know what to do. Fortunately, when she was about to leave, the sister-in-law outside saw her and brought her in. When she went in, the sister-in-law reminded Su Ruan, "Sister-in-law, keep an eye on your husband. Recently, I seem to have seen a woman getting close to your husband. If you want to take care of it, do it. Now that you're here, it's convenient. Don't let your husband get away with it." Su Ruan didn't know if it was because she was pregnant, so her mood wasn't right. When she heard these words, she felt even more uncomfortable. Su Ruan could not stand him anymore. How could he do such a thing? He was completely like a Qian Bao as he directly opened her lower body. She did not have any lubrication, and he just came in like this. It was so painful that she frowned. There was no water below her at all, and he just came in like this. This kind of pain was like being torn apart, and it was especially uncomfortable. She frowned in pain and wanted to push him away, but Jiqing grabbed her hand. "Why are you moving? Can't you see that I'm going to F*ck your B*tch? Be good and let me F*ck you. Otherwise, I'll hurt you." Su Ruan could not stand his bad temper. Did he know what he was doing now? And below her, she was being F*ked. She still had a child in her stomach. He squeezed him like this, and his thing was so long. What if he got the child? She was very afraid, but she could not tell him. She was very angry. She did not want to tell him that she had a child in her stomach. She did not want to tell him about this. Seeing him like this, she did not know if she should keep the child. She did not know if this person had a tendency to domestic violence. Just like this, he came in like this, and she could not move. Her entire leg was numb. Su Ruan looked at him in pain. Probably because she felt wronged, she could not help but cry. Jiqing went in, and there was no water below her at all. Actually, he was also in pain. Just like this, his C*ck was blocked, and his brows were knotted in pain. Su Ruan's crying appearance was a blow to him. Jiqing was also uncomfortable, neither up nor down. He reached out to her lower body and pinched her little pearl, pinching her clit M0. Su Ruan was in pain, so no matter what his hand did, it was very uncomfortable. She wanted to push him away, but Jiqing was stubborn. There were a few ice cubes on the table because the weather was too hot, so he bought ice cubes from the supply and demand cooperative. He mainly wanted to add 2 ice cubes when he drank, so he came back with a small bucket of ice cubes. Now, he put it on the table. Seeing that there was no water coming out of her lower body, Jiqing could not bear it anymore. He directly took the ice cubes and used one to stimulate her lower body. Just like that, the ice cubes were placed on top of her red and swollen C*ck. When it touched her C*ck, Su Ruan was shocked and screamed, "Ah!" Jiqing was addicted to playing with the ice cubes. After all, when the ice cubes touched her lower body, her C*ck shrank a little. Probably because it was cold from the ice, it was so comfortable that she came out of the water. Her lower body was especially cold. He took out his C*ck and poured it out of her C*ck. After that, he took the ice cubes and stuffed them in. Su Ruan's lower body was especially warm. The hot ice cubes were so cold that they melted not long after being stuffed in. She could not stand the stimulation. She lowered her head and watched him stuff the ice cubes down there one by one. He did not let her go. He kept stuffing them down there. He stuffed a lot of them. This kind of stimulation was too uncomfortable. Su Ruan's lower body was full of ice cubes. It was cold. She did not know why this stimulation stimulated her body to sit stiffly, and her lower body began to feel uncomfortable. She was still crying, but now she did not move at all. All her attention was attracted by the ice cubes down there. Her lower body was full of ice cubes. Not long after, her lower body became wet. On one hand, it was the ice water that was stimulated by the ice cubes. On the other hand, it was the water that melted from the ice cubes. When the two water melted together, her lower body became wet. Jiqing looked down at her lower body. Seeing that the ice cubes had melted a lot and a lot of water had flowed out, he reached out to M0. After confirming that there was water below, he supported his C*CK and pried her legs open. He directly went in like this. Su Ruan was chased into the cave again. However, this time, her B*CK was well supported. After all, there was water lubrication below. When Jiqing chased her in, the small ice cubes inside her had not melted and were still in her C*CK. Therefore, his C*CK was also frozen by the ice cubes. Jiqing did not let go of her even though his C*CK was cold. The C*CK continued to be buried in her C*CK. Su Ruan was not in as much pain as before when he was chased in, so she gradually got used to him. Jiqing was also quite stimulating. After all, his C*CK was inside, and it was a little cold. The cold stimulated his C*CK. Su Ruan originally wanted to push him away, but for some reason, the two of them were on top of each other. She was chased to the corner of the table by him, and there was more and more water below her C*CK. Jiqing also felt it. He continuously chased her C*CK. As a result, a lot of water came out of her C*CK, which stimulated him. He patted his C*CK and said, "Su Ruan, you're quite saucy. Just now, I forced myself in, but you can still get water out of your C*CK? There's so much C*CK. Is it itchy down there?" Su Ruan refused to admit it. She refused to admit his words. She did not know if it was because his C*CK had adapted to her, so he could not control himself. She felt very shy, so she stubbornly bit her lip and said, "Don't talk nonsense. When did I become like what you said? I didn't get water at all. It's all your C*CK's fault. It's all C*CK's water." Author has something to say. Gmail fans, I published a new book. Title, G Addiction, H, pen name, Fatty, it's a life novel with vulgarities. Everyone can take a look if they're interested. In the future, Zhu will invest in this book. Introduction, Song Liang runs a car repair shop in the city. One day, he received a call that a good brother in the village had S*CK. His brother asked him to take care of his wife. After taking care of her, that person became his wife. On the third day after Song Liang brought Xianxia to the city, he smelled the scent of gunman on his pillow. That was the C*CK that Xianxia took advantage of when he was out to sit on his bed and think about his C*CK. When Jiqing heard her denial, his expression was indifferent. She didn't know how to react. Anyway, he didn't touch her. He took the G8 out of her small B and helped her sit on the table. Su Ruan was annoyed by his reaction. She didn't know what was wrong with him, but he didn't touch her for no reason. Jiqing didn't know who spoiled him. He was like this every time. Every time, he wouldn't touch her at the critical moment. It was as if he was deliberately tormenting her. Now, she couldn't stand it anymore. Her lower body was really itchy. She put it on the table like this. Her lower body was itchy as if ants were biting it. After all, there was a G8 inside just now. But now, there was nothing. She really couldn't stand it, but she couldn't say it to Jiqing. After all, she had been so determined to let him push her away just now. Now, she was begging him. It was really too embarrassing. Su Ruan couldn't stand the feeling. She twisted her lower body in pain. Jiqing looked at her and asked, "Is it itchy?" "I'm not going to touch your small b." "Is your small b itchy now?" Su Ruan didn't want to pay attention to him, so she ignored his words. She didn't want to beg him, so she didn't want to beg him even if she wanted to solve it herself. His lower body was indeed nourished. After all, it was so comfortable just now. So now, she couldn't stand it anymore. She pressed her entire body on the table and began to twist her body and rub the table. Lil Bing was now pressed against the table and rubbing her body. The table had been cleaned. The table was made of wood, so it was a little cold and indescribably comfortable. She pressed her body against the table and twisted her body as she rubbed her small bee. After her small bee pressed against the table for a while, she felt comfortable. Now, she would rather make herself comfortable than beg him. Beg him, this shameless bad guy. Her small bee pressed against the table and felt comfortable once. She liked this feeling the first time and wanted to make herself comfortable. She didn't care how seductive her current position was. She obviously wanted the person in front of her to see but not touch her. So, she pressed her body against the table and started to speed up. Her small bee rubbing against the table became faster and faster. She was so comfortable that she started playing by herself. Jiqing had originally left her hanging because he wanted to let her play with herself. In the end, she was addicted to playing with herself. She could even feel comfortable rubbing her boobs against the table. He even slapped her boobs and pulled her up from the table. He had not had enough of her boobs, so how could he let Su Ruan feed the table with her boobs? Su Ruan was originally addicted to rubbing the table. Suddenly, he was pulled up again. He could not find relief. He looked at the table behind him. There was already a pool of water on the table. It was the water that he had just flowed out. She looked at Jiqing in pain. Jiqing saw her like this and couldn't help but turn her around. He made her pimples stick out, opened her pimples, and put his penis in again. He chased her little b******. CSI, you slut. You're just a slut. You're still pretending in front of me. Look at how a slut looks like. You still won't let me touch you? If I don't touch you for a while, your boobs will itch. If I don't touch you, you'll be in front of me. You're even rubbing the table. Why are you so fondang? Su Ruan had already forgotten that she had a child in her stomach. Being slapped by him, she also leaned against the table comfortably. The table was full of water that she had left behind just now, so it was a little slutty. He pressed her on the table and directly opened it. He slapped her under her breasts. Su Ruan's breasts on both sides were stuck to the place where she had left the water. Now, there were still some ice cubes there, so the ice cubes ran on top of her breasts and stuck to her head. The ice cubes stimulated her, making her a little uncomfortable. Su Ruan supported herself with both hands on the side of the bed. Her head was rubbed by the ice cubes, which stimulated her a little. Jiqing behind her quickly touched her small breasts, as if he was unwilling to let her go. She screamed unbearably, "Ah, Jiqing, don't do this, let me go, it's too fast, slow down." Jiqing grabbed her hand and squeezed into her breasts. Although Su Ruan was screaming in pain, her breasts were clamping him tightly. It didn't look like she didn't want it. She was screaming happily, but her breasts were clamping him tightly. Slut. I said not to touch you. Why are you clamping me so tightly? Your boobs don't even want me to leave. Is it so difficult to say that you're pleasured by my sea? You even dare to do it in front of me. What else do you not dare to do? Hearing his words, Su Ruan felt even more uncomfortable. Her breasts were indeed very comfortable. She was shaking because of his C*****K. The water from her breasts was pouring on his cock. She was being attacked from the top and bottom. It was really comfortable, so she also enjoyed being hit by Jiqing. She didn't know what was going on with her body. She obviously didn't like him, but she was being played by him. Being C*****K by his cock, she felt really good. The ice cubes on top of her breasts made her breasts red and swollen. The author has something to say. Beauties, I've published a new book. The title is Addicted to Sex, pen name, Fatty. It's a novel about living life with vulgar words. If you're interested, you can take a look. I'll invest in this book in the future. Introduction. Song Liang runs a car repair shop in the city. One day, he received a call that his good friend in the village had a lover. His friend asked him to take care of his wife. After taking care of her, that woman became his wife. On the third day after Song Liang brought Xianxia to the city, he smelled the gunman's SAO on his pillow. It was Xianxia who took advantage of the time when he went out to sit on his bed and think about his D*ck. Every time Su Wan did this with him, he would always give her a strong erection. Every time, she would be burned by his erection. Now, even if she wanted to stop him, there was no way to stop him. When he vented, he would put his erection into her small b. She really hated him. The current situation was not like the previous situation. In the past, she could still let him in, but now she was pregnant. Okay, she had a baby in her stomach, but he still put it in. What if it hurt the baby? Moreover, he was pushing so hard just now. That thing of his was so big. He had been poking inside for so long. She did not know if he had poked the baby. Although the baby was still very young and might not have become an embryo yet, she was still afraid. What if she had a miscarriage? Su Wan did not want to tell him. This kind of good thing should not be told to him. She could not let him know that she was a father. She did not want to tell him. After she was done, her whole body fell softly on the table. Jiqing had just vented, so he carried her in. After taking a shower, he directly carried her into the room and put her on the bed. He asked her, "You haven't told me. Why did you come here?" When Su Wan heard this, she felt uncomfortable. She thought about how he had a woman in the city and did not allow her to come. The moment she came, he treated her like this. So she said with grievance, "You definitely don't want me to come to find you. Are you afraid that I will find out something? Are you having a woman? Who are you fooling around with? Do you not want to live? If you don't want to live, you can tell me that we are getting a divorce. You don't have to wear this kind of green hat. Disgusting. I never wanted to marry you. If you really have another woman, you can divorce me. The two of us will mind our own business in the future." She did not believe that she could not raise the child alone. Even if she raised the child alone, she did not want the child to have such a father. Jiqing originally wanted to gently persuade her, but when he heard her words, he was angry. Jiqing looked at her with fire in his eyes. Seeing her stubborn face, he knew why she suddenly brought up this matter. He sneered and asked her, "So you never liked me at all? You wanted to divorce me from the moment you married me. Are you having sex with another man now? So you want to divorce me and deliberately provoke me? You can't be with another man. I know you don't like me. You married me because your family arranged it. You have another man in your heart. You want to marry that civil servant. Dream on. I won't let you be with that civil servant. You are already my woman. If you dare to cheat, I will definitely punish you. If you dare to talk about divorce, I will also dare to punish you." Su Ro was baffled by his angry words. Who was the one who was having an affair now? He still had the nerve to say that. She was wronged. This man was a thief crying thief. He was obviously fooling around with another woman, and now he was blaming him. "I don't want to see you. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't want to see you." Su Wan pushed him away and got on the bed. She covered herself with the quilt and covered her face. Jiqing was also annoyed. He didn't intend to mention this matter before. He knew about this matter because her good friend Feng Jiaojiao told him. A few days ago, she suddenly came here to see him and said that his wife brought him some specialties from home, so he went to see her. In the end, he took the specialties and heard from Feng Jiaojiao that Su Wan had a boyfriend. He was a civil servant in the village. His family didn't have much money, but he was honest. They had always been together, but because of the marriage arranged by her family, she had no choice but to break up with her boyfriend. However, she always missed that man in her heart. She was lonely in the village now and fooled around with that man again. It seemed that she wanted to be with that man. She told him to be careful. If she didn't, Su Wan would ask for a divorce. If she did, she would definitely be with that man again. Jiqing was very upset when he heard that, but he didn't dare to take it to heart. He wanted to believe his wife, but now that he saw Su Wan like this, he believed that woman's words. If she really wanted to be with that man after divorcing him, he felt that he had been cheated on. After Su Wan married him, she would be his woman. She would be his soul. It was impossible for them to divorce. Su Wan woke up early the next morning and was ready to go back. She couldn't stand him anymore. Originally, she just wanted to check on him and verify it, but now she was very sure. He was already in this state, and he even dared to seduce her like this. Those sisters-in-law had already said that he had a woman in the courtyard. Even if she had a little bit of desire, she couldn't do it, so she quickly packed her things and prepared to leave. When she was about to leave, he came back and went to the army to get breakfast for her. When he came back, he saw that she was packing her things, so he was also angry. He walked over and grabbed her and said, "Su Wan, why are you throwing a tantrum with me? You just came yesterday and you want to leave now. Why are you going back?" Su Wan continued to pack her things and gritted her teeth. "It's none of your business. I just don't want to stay with you. You're a rapist. I want to go back. You're my wife. Isn't it natural for me to rape you? How is that rape? I didn't agree to it. If you do it directly, you're raping me. Hurry up and let go of me. If you continue to do this, I'll call for help." Jiqing couldn't stand seeing her packing her things like this. She really needed to be taught a lesson. This woman was the kind of person who always forgot about him after she was satisfied. He was annoyed and grabbed Su Wan's hand, wanting to rape her. At this moment, his roommate came back. His roommate was outside yesterday and just happened to come back today. When he came back, he even brought a group of people back. When he saw his roommate coming back, he was afraid that his roommate would see the two of them pulling each other. There was a large wardrobe at the side, and he had an idea. He stuffed her into the wardrobe. He and Su Wan went into the wardrobe. Su Wan gave in to him and wanted to leave. In the end, he pulled her down and took off her jacket. Ji Cheng's roommate brought a few of his buddies back. It was a rest day, so they planned to drink and eat peanuts together. They felt very uncomfortable. When they came in, they took a look at the bed. She said, "Why isn't Ji Cheng here? I've been looking for him for a long time, but I can't find him. Also, he has so many things. There are even women's things. Is his wife here? I don't know. Why did he leave all of a sudden? He didn't even say anything. It's really strange. Maybe it's because his wife is here, so he went to accompany his wife. It's fine if he's not here. He's happier with his wife, so we can eat outside." She originally planned to ask him to eat together, but now that he wasn't here, they could only go out to eat. Su Wan was about to kick him, but she suddenly stopped when she heard the people outside. After all, the two of them were hiding in the closet. It wouldn't be good if the people outside heard anything, so she didn't dare to make a sound. She hid in the closet and looked at the person in front of her angrily. As if punishing her, Ji Cheng reached out and took off her t-shirt. Her t-shirt was the kind that was very loose. When she took it off, she took off her underwear as well. The cabinet was very narrow, so narrow that it could only accommodate two people. Su Ruan's leg was pressed down by him. She wanted to kick him away, but she couldn't. If she really made a sound and the people outside came in and saw her, it would be more troublesome. If they saw her being taken off in the closet, she wouldn't be able to live anymore, so she could only endure it and look at him. He took off her underwear and put it aside. The two of them were now facing each other. Because the closet was very crowded, she could only raise her leg and hang it over his neck. She was especially annoyed with him. He was like a man who was obsessed with sex. Even at this time, he was still thinking about doing these things. There were so many people outside, yet he still dared to act so recklessly. In the inner closet, he had already taken off her underwear. Now, her underwear was completely exposed to him. Her underwear was completely exposed to him, and her underwear was exposed to him. Su Wan was shy. She didn't expect him to be so shameless. If someone suddenly opened the closet and saw that his wife was naked, wouldn't he feel uncomfortable? Ji Cheng did not look uncomfortable at all. He was probably very happy. He raised her breasts and reached out his mouth to kiss her bottom. He used the tip of his nose to rub against her little b*tch. Su Ro wanted to cry out in embarrassment, but she did not have the face to do so. If she came out of her sleep, she would definitely be surrounded by people outside, so she could only bear with him. However, her bottom was very sensitive, especially when it was touched by him. He specially gave her enough foreplay and even used his mouth to rub against her Nangraziro. Her Nangraziro was a little unbearable from the friction of his tongue. Suwan reached out and pinched her hair. She wanted to give it to Bamboo, but she unconsciously grabbed his hair and rubbed her underwear up and down, making him eat more. She raised her head and let Jiqing eat her underwear very hard. Jiqing made a lot of noise. Every time he ate her underwear, he would make such noise. Fortunately, it was noisy outside, so it covered the sound of him eating her underwear. Otherwise, they would definitely be discovered. Suwan was indeed scared at first. She wanted to push him away, but later, she was addicted to him. She rode on his head and put her legs together, completely hooking his head, and let him do it. She was especially sensitive now. She didn't know if it was because there were so many people outside, but it made her feel excited. After all, Jiqing gave her an underwear in the closet, which was a visual impact. Jiqing knew that this woman was an underwear. He said he didn't want it, but when he gave her an underwear, she gave him an underwear. There was so much water that she sprayed it all over his face. She sprayed too much water from below. He wanted to drink it, but he didn't have time. Just like that, his entire face was sprayed. Suwan felt too comfortable with having an underwear in front of so many people, so she also sprayed a lot of water. After she sprayed it all out, she looked at him weakly. Jiqing had already been hit by her underwear, so he took off his underwear and let her sit on it. "Sit on my underwear." Suwan resisted. She didn't want to satisfy him. Jiqing hit her underwear and said, "Hurry up. If you don't listen, I'll open the closet right now and let everyone see what we're doing." Suwan was really embarrassed. She had no choice but to satisfy him. She sat on his underwear with her legs spread apart. She sat directly on his lap. In the narrow space, the two of them were connected. When she sat on it, she was especially stretched. The thing below him was already very big, so when Suwan sat down, she raised her head and rode his underwear with a little pain and joy. However, the space in the closet was very limited. Even if she took the initiative to ride on it, she couldn't keep moving because the closet would shake. Therefore, Suwan could only eat his thing slowly. Slowly, her little bit of strength was like scratching an itch. It was not comfortable at all. Jiqing liked to touch his lower body very quickly. That was how he felt good. So when he saw her slow movements, he suddenly clasped her waist. His whole body suddenly used a lot of strength to collide with her pgu, ch0 yuka, her small b. The cabinet began to shake violently. Fang Jiaojiao watched as Suwan rolled down the stairs. There was a lot of blood at the bottom and the floor was dyed red. When she saw this scene, she smiled sinisterly and was very proud. After waiting for a while, she called out to her in fear, "Suwan, Suwan, how are you? Are you okay? Are you okay?" Fang Jiaojiao sent her to the hospital half an hour later. It was too late, so she specially sent her to the hospital. When the doctor came out and saw this situation, he was shocked. He asked her, "What's wrong with the patient? Is she pregnant? There's a lot of blood at the bottom." Fang Jiaojiao shook her head and said innocently, "I don't know. I don't know what happened either. I just fell down like this. After falling, I became like this. Can you see if there's any problem?" She waited outside for a long time after the doctor brought the patient in. When she came out, she sighed and said to her, "The patient's child can't be saved. There's no way to save the child. We've missed the time. What happened earlier? What should have happened earlier? Why didn't you send her to the hospital earlier? It took so long." Fang Jiaojiao was very happy when she heard that the child was gone. She was so excited that she almost trembled. However, she felt wronged and said to the doctor with a pitiful look, "Doctor, please don't tell her that she's pregnant. Her mental state hasn't been normal recently. Her husband cheated on her with another woman, so she's been very sad recently. If we tell her that the child is gone now, she'll be very sad. So I'll tell her personally after a while. Can you not tell her about this for the time being? I'm afraid that she'll be too shocked and can't think about it and commit suicide." When the doctor heard this, he sighed. Probably out of sympathy, he agreed not to tell her about this. When Su Wan woke up, it was already night time. The person next to her was eating fruit with a smile. When he saw her get up, he specially helped her up and said, "Su Wan, how are you? Are you feeling better? If not, I'll call a doctor for you." Su Wan was worried about her child. She didn't know why she was so careless. She didn't look where she was going at all. She stepped on a marble and rolled down. She was now worried about the child in her stomach. Before she fainted, she felt a pain in her stomach, as if something was falling down. She was afraid that something would happen to the child. She asked Feng Jiaojiao, "Where's the child? How's my baby? Is my child okay?" Imperial Study Room alternate website, GO, meet study room. When Feng Jiaojiao heard this, she laughed and said to her, "Hey, Su Wan, I really don't know what to say about you. How can you think that you're pregnant? You're not pregnant at all, okay? After I sent you here, I asked the doctor. The doctor said that you just fell down and fainted. Your stomach is fine because you're not pregnant at all. If you're not pregnant, how can you think that you're pregnant? You didn't check clearly." When Su Wan heard this, she was stunned for a moment. She felt that it was impossible. She asked doubtfully, "How can this be? Why am I not pregnant? That's not right. I'm obviously pregnant, but the more I haven't come, the more I feel like vomiting whenever I smell fish, and I like to eat sour food. Also, I vomit in the morning, so it's impossible that I'm not pregnant. My mother-in-law is an experienced person, and she said that I'm pregnant. Do you think I'm lying to you? We're in the hospital now. If you don't believe me, you can ask the doctor yourself. I don't have a baby in my stomach. I can't make you have a baby. The doctor said that you might have these symptoms because of a fake pregnancy. Some people fake pregnancy, but a fake pregnancy is just a fake pregnancy, not a real pregnancy. There's no baby in your stomach. You don't have a baby in your stomach now, but that's fine. Anyway, you're going to divorce him now. The two of you don't have any feelings for each other. Not having a baby is the best relief for you. If you have a baby, it'll be troublesome to raise a child alone in the future. You won't be able to find a good family." Su Wan couldn't listen to what Feng Jiaojiao said after that. Now, her mind was full of the fact that she wasn't pregnant. She felt a little hurt. She thought that she was pregnant before and was looking forward to the birth of the child. She had already planned to raise the child alone after she married Jiqing. However, now that she heard this, her heart was hurt. She didn't have a child. Feng Jiaojiao continued to comfort her while eating the apple. "Su Wan, don't think too much about it. It's good that you don't have a child. Didn't something happen to you? So I wanted your husband to come and see you. If I went to the military to look for him, he would be fooling around with that woman again. I already told your husband that you fell down the stairs, but your husband said that it's fine as long as you're not dead. He also said that he doesn't want to see you. He's busy in the military now and he's being all lovey-dovey with that woman. Now that you're in such a big accident, he doesn't even come to see you. What's the point of marrying such a man? I didn't expect this person to be so disgusting. I guess he's all about that woman. He doesn't care about you at all." Su Wan was very angry when she heard this. She clenched her fists and pulled at the bedsheet beside her. She was very sad. "Did he really say that to you? He doesn't even care if I live or die?" Feng Jiaojiao nodded. She touched her hand and said, "Su Wan, do you think I would lie to you? We've been sisters for so many years. You know best what kind of person I am. If he hadn't been so cruel, I wouldn't have said that to you. It's really too infuriating. I went to find him, and he actually said that it's none of his business whether you're dead or not. It's fine as long as you're not dead. The two of you being so lovey-dovey with that woman is really too eye-catching. You can't be with him. If you continue like this, you'll really be cheap. Didn't you say that you wanted to find a job before? Because the woolen factory job is gone. How about this? I have someone in Yanqing. How about you go there and work? I know a relative there. He can take you to work in the electronics factory. It's quite profitable. You don't have to be an assembly line worker. You can just be a department head. I'm the one who introduced you, so you can definitely do it. See if you want to earn your own money and leave him. The salary there is good. After all, it's a first-tier city. It's definitely much better than here. Su Wan didn't want to stay here. First, it was because the two of them were from the same village. Now that the people there were divorced, they would see each other frequently. The people in the village would definitely gossip. Knowing that she was a divorced woman, they would definitely gossip behind her back. He couldn't bear to listen to those words. Second, she didn't want to see him. Now that things had reached this stage, he didn't come to see her. She definitely didn't have him in her heart, so she didn't want to talk to him. Now that the two of them were divorced and had nothing to do with each other, it wouldn't be right for them to see each other again. Therefore, she prepared to leave this city and go to another city. After hesitating for a while, she agreed. On the day Su Wan left, a car sent her there. He said that he had specially come here to pick her up. There were also a few girls who went with her. They bought a bus to send her away. Therefore, after she was discharged from the hospital, she got on the bus and left. She didn't have time to do her confinement. After all, she didn't know that she was pregnant, nor did she know that she had a miscarriage. Lu left directly. After Fang Jiaojiao sent her off, his lips curled into a sinister smile. He was very happy. Finally, he chased away this annoying bitch. Now that this annoying bitch is gone, everything will be fine. She could pursue Jiqing openly now. Since that B*TCH was gone, there was no other woman who could compete with her. Thus, when she was about to turn around and leave, she saw Jiqing not far away. She didn't know what was going on with Jiqing. Why did he suddenly appear here? It was really strange. When she saw him rushing over here in a hurry and chasing after the bus, she was shocked. Jiqing knew that Su Wan was in the hospital because his roommates came back and told him that his wife was in the hospital in the obstetrics department. Maybe something happened, or maybe she was pregnant, so she was here for a checkup. They congratulated him on becoming a father, so they asked him to come and see her quickly. He didn't care so much. He thought that something had happened to his wife, so he quickly asked for leave and came to the hospital to see her. However, when he saw her get on a bus from afar, he felt that something was wrong. Now, he had to go and chase after the bus. Fang Jiaojiao had finally chased this woman away. He couldn't let her come back. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Therefore, he went forward and grabbed Jiqing's hand and said, "Jiqing, what are you doing? What are you trying to do?" When Jiqing saw this woman pulling his hand, he angrily let go of her hand and pointed to the distance. He asked, "Did Su Wan get on that bus just now? Why did she get on the bus? Where did she get on the bus to? Is she going back to the countryside? Why is she in the hospital? Why did she get on that bus now?" Fang Jiaojiao explained to him nonsense. "I already warned you to stay away from her. She already has someone she likes. Now, she's just going to another place with the person she likes. She has already been taken away by the person she likes. She said that she doesn't like you and has already divorced you. Didn't she already give you the divorce papers and that letter? She obviously did this. Don't you understand? Can't you let her go and let her be with the person she likes? She's now living in another city with the person she likes. You have nothing to do with her. Don't disturb her anymore. You can't disturb her anymore. Don't chase after her anymore." When Jiqing heard this, he was very upset. He looked at the bus that was already far away. No, he couldn't stand his wife running away with another man. Therefore, he ran after the bus with his legs. He wanted to chase Su Wan back. His wife couldn't run away with another man. Jiqing's stamina was very good. He mainly trained in the army, so he ran very fast. He caught up with the bus not far away. When he saw that he was about to catch up, he was already exhausted. He screamed at the back of the bus, "Su Wan! Su Wan! Get off the bus! Get off the bus right now! You're not allowed to leave me. You're not allowed to run away with another man. You're not allowed to leave me. Get off the bus." Alternate URL of the Imperial Study House, GO, Meat House, no matter what, She had been with him through ups and downs for 20 years. Although the two of them were not officially together, the outside world thought that they were together, and that was enough. Although the two of them were not together, she was the only woman by his side who had been with him for more than 20 years. So if she persevered, even a heart of stone would be warmed. She always believed that one day, he would be moved by her. She also felt that although they were not together now, they were playing with each other. Sooner or later, they would be together. Jiqing did not know why this woman was so stubborn. She would not listen to him no matter what he said. All these years, he had told her many times that it did not matter if she did not want to be with him. He only had Su Ruan in his heart, but she would not listen. There was nothing he could do. He came here to pick a gift and deliberately kept a distance from her, but she would not listen. He had no choice but to quickly pick a gift and go back. After Jiqing bought the gift and was about to go back, he found that there were many people blocking the road not far away. He did not know why there were so many people on the road. A passerby said, "How pitiful. I don't know if that person committed suicide. There are so many floors. This shopping mall has dozens of floors, so it's too pitiful to fall down like this. The fall is beyond recognition. It should be suicide. I heard that no one was upstairs. If no one was upstairs, how could he be the killer? This auntie probably took things too hard. That's why she chose to commit suicide. It's quite scary. The ground is covered in blood. The doctor hasn't come yet. It's too scary. Yeah, she fell down like this. How disappointed must she be to fall down and commit suicide? It's too scary." Jiqing did not want to go over when he saw this scene. However, he saw a ring on the ground and felt that it was very familiar. He frowned and stared at the ring on the ground. It seemed to be the ring he bought back then. Although it was a plain ring, he had a feeling that it was the ring he bought. Alarm bells went off in his heart. He had a bad feeling. Could the person on the ground be? He did not dare to think. He was afraid that it would be the same as him, so he had to go over and take a closer look. Lu Huyan thought he was crazy. Why would someone commit suicide over there? He would definitely be frightened if he went over, so she didn't want him to go over. She held his hand and said, "Chung, don't go over. Didn't you hear? Someone committed suicide and jumped down from the top. His head must have been chopped off. If you go over, you will be scared. Let's go back now. We have to go to the hotel now. Hurry up. Don't waste time here. The doctor will come and save her." Jiqing was very annoyed with this woman, so he pushed her aside and walked towards a place not far away. He pushed everyone aside and rushed over. Lu Huyan really didn't know what he was doing. Why did he rush over so suddenly? So he followed him in fear. When he saw the corpse on the ground, he didn't want to look at it. It was too disgusting because the ground was covered in blood. Jiqing felt a little familiar. Now that he was standing in front of her and slowly walking towards her, he realized that it was true. This was Su Ruan. His feeling couldn't be wrong. The two of them had been together for a while, so he could recognize her. Even though she was old now, he could still recognize her. So he slowly walked towards her. However, he had never felt as if his feet were tied to 1,000 pounds. He couldn't walk over no matter how hard he tried. He looked at the person in front of him with great difficulty. She was old and not as beautiful as she used to be. She no longer had her beautiful black hair. Now, her hair was white and her face was full of wrinkles. Moreover, she looked terrifying after being corroded. He didn't know how she became like this. How did she become like this after all these years? Now, she even committed suicide. Even if he only saw half of her face, he could still recognize that this was his wife. This was his wife, Su Ruan. He saw the ring on the ground. It was the ring he bought for her back then. He bought the ring for her. Lu Huyan didn't know why he was so disgusted. He even touched a corpse. This was too scary. Could it be someone he knew? It was scary to watch from the side. Jiqing touched the person on the ground and knelt down uncomfortably. He didn't dare to touch her. He didn't dare to touch her at all. He was afraid that his hands would hurt her. Even his hands were trembling. Lu Huyan saw this situation from the side and felt that it was strange. It shouldn't be. Why did he have such an intense reaction? Could it be because this person was Su Ruan? It couldn't be. It shouldn't be like this. How many years had this woman disappeared? How could she still appear here? If it wasn't for this woman, it was impossible. He had been by his side for so many years and had never seen him lose control like this. He had never seen him so sad. The only explanation was that this woman was Su Ruan. Lu Huyan was furious. Why did this woman suddenly appear? Moreover, she was dead. But fortunately, this woman was dead and no longer had any competition. Jiqing kept trembling as he looked at the corpse in front of him. He took out his phone and made a call. He sent the person to the hospital and left with the hospital car. Although Lu Huyan hadn't arrived at the hospital with the hospital's car, he felt that something was wrong, so he got into his own car and followed the hospital's car all the way to the hospital. Fang Jiaojiao had been secretly observing just now. In the end, she didn't expect to be seen by the two of them. She didn't know why the two of them were here. Why did they suddenly appear out of nowhere? Originally, she had already killed Su Ruan. If the police didn't investigate, they wouldn't be able to find out. After all, who would know that she was the one who strangled Su Ruan upstairs? Now that she saw the two of them come, if they investigated, they would definitely find out about her. She was very nervous now, so she went to the hospital and directly found Lu Huyan. He pulled her to a side not far away. The two of them went to a stairwell to talk. Lu Huyan asked Fang Jiaojiao in confusion, "Why are you here? How did you know I was in the hospital? Why are you here?" Fang Jiaojiao had lived a very comfortable life for so many years. Back then, she didn't get together with Jiqing because this man was like a blockhead. No matter how she seduced him, no matter how she pursued him, he didn't agree. His mind was only filled with that woman, so she gave up. Although she didn't get together with Jiqing, she curried favor with Lu Huyan. Because Lu Huyan was rich and powerful, she was sweet and became good sisters with her. She helped her pursue Jiqing in all kinds of ways. It was also because she forced Su Ruan away that Lu Huyan had a good impression of her and became good sisters with her. Later, she introduced Fang Jiaojiao to a relative of hers. That relative worked in the army and had a high position, so she had lived a good life for so many years. Fang Jiaojiao and her relative lived a very good life for so many years, so they were very close now. Fang Jiaojiao said to Lu Huyan in fear, "Huyan, don't be angry. Do you know how Su Ruan fell down the stairs? I accidentally pushed her down the stairs." Lu Huyan was shocked when he heard this. He stared at her with wide eyes. "Are you crazy? What are you doing? Do you know you're killing people right now? You actually pushed her down the stairs. Are you crazy? Why did you push her down the stairs?" Fang Jiaojiao's legs were weak. She grabbed her hand and said, "I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't do it on purpose. I was scared. Too scared. Do you know? I know what the two of us did. I know what I did back then. I just met her today. Then, she asked me to go to the rooftop to talk. She said that she knew that he had deliberately ruined her relationship with Jiqing back then. Moreover, she now knew that Jiqing had refused to marry for her. After this incident, she said that she wanted to reconcile with him and continue their relationship. She knew that his heart was filled with her, so she wanted to reconcile with Jiqing. Wasn't there no other way? Because if she comes to get back together with him, what will you do with him? Didn't I miss you? You're not with him yet. It wouldn't be good if this woman ruined it. So I didn't let her ruin your relationship, but she pushed me away. Then, I don't know how. I pushed her down the stairs. I really have no other choice. I don't know what to do, so I can only beg you. Can you help me not tell anyone about this? Also, help me not let the police investigate me. Originally, it was fine if the two of you didn't find me, but now that he found out, I'm afraid he will investigate further." Lu Huyan really had no other choice. He really didn't know what to say about this woman. She was simply unable to do anything right. She told her, "I'll see if I can suppress this matter. I won't let him find out that you really killed me. If he finds out that I've been in cahoots with you for so many years, I really won't be able to do anything about it. Don't tell him that you cheated Su Wan away back then. There was no wild man at all. Don't tell him. Don't let him know about this. Otherwise, he will definitely hate me to death. Fang Jiajiao nodded. Lu Huayan didn't say anything else. At this moment, she was about to open the door and go out. When I opened the door, I saw the man standing at the door. I was shocked and took a step back. My eyes were filled with panic. It looked like I was about to fall, but Fang Jiajiao caught me. Fang Jiajiao looked at the person in front of her and also panicked. She didn't know why this happened. Jiqing, he just appeared here like this. I don't know how much he heard just now. Did he hear everything just now? The two of them were very scared. Jiqing's sharp eyes stared at them like knives. The two of them were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. They were speechless and very scared. Jiqing shouted at Fang Jiajiao, "Come with me. I have something to ask you." Fang Jiajiao didn't want to go, but when she saw Jiqing's frightening eyes, she could only follow him out of fear. The two of them went outside and walked into a ward. Suddenly, Jiqing violently grabbed her by the neck and pulled her close to the window. With a gloomy face, he questioned her, "If you want to live, tell me everything that happened back then. Otherwise, I will strangle you to death right now." The man's strength was very strong. Just by strangling her like this, she couldn't breathe. She was very scared. She smiled awkwardly and said, "Jiqing, this isn't a misunderstanding. What do you think happened to you?" "I don't know what happened back then. I was just talking nonsense. Don't be at ease. Cough, cough, cough. Let go of me." With every word she said, the man in front of her sped up and seemed to want to strangle her to death. She couldn't speak because of this strength. She was very afraid that something would happen to her, so she coughed twice and told him everything. "I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Don't strangle me to death. I'll tell you everything that happened back then." She had already exposed herself and told him everything. If she continued to hide it, he wouldn't believe her. So now, she could atone for her crime by telling him everything that happened back then. Jiqing heard this woman say so and loosened his grip. Fang Jiajiao was so scared that she told him everything that happened back then. She didn't dare to lie. After Fang Jiajiao finished speaking, she asked him, "Jiqing, I was wrong. I know what I did back then was wrong. I didn't do it on purpose. I just liked you too much. That's why I did it. Can you forgive me?" When Jiqing heard this, he suddenly laughed sinisterly. Then, he grabbed Fang Jiajiao by the neck and lifted her up. Because there was a window in front of them, he directly threw her down. When Lu Huayan came in, he saw such a terrifying and gloomy scene. He actually saw him lift the person up and throw him down directly. There was no anti-theft net on the window, so it was a large window that was directly opened. After throwing the person down, he heard a heavy scream. The person was thrown down the stairs just like that. That action was especially fast and fierce, and it was especially terrifying. Lu Huayan saw him throw the person down the stairs with his own eyes, so he was so scared that his feet couldn't move. Although Su Ruan's legs were broken, she had been well taken care of at home these days, so her complexion gradually recovered. Previously, his face had become extremely old due to daily tiredness. But recently, all kinds of birds' nests had been sent to her. Recently, she had been eating more tonics than rice. It was not good to eat too much of these tonics. Although she looked better after eating too much, she felt that her body could not take it. If she ate too much tonics, her body would feel too hot, so she did not want to eat more. Jiqing was probably afraid that she would run away, so he locked her in the room and specially hired 2 servants to watch her. Now that she had lost her legs, how could she run away? She did not have any expectations. The two of them had missed each other for so many years, and she did not know how long she could live to make up for it. Today, she was not willing to eat the bird's nest no matter what. She had eaten too much recently, and her body was not destined to enjoy life. After so many years of hardship, her body really could not take it if she suddenly ate such good food. Jiqing just came back. The servant complained that she did not want to eat the bird's nest, So he went to the room to take the bird's nest and asked her, "Why don't you eat it?" Even now, Su Wan still did not dare to see him. After all, her face had become like this. She felt that she was very ugly. How could she be worthy of such a good-looking man? These days, he was becoming more and more good-looking, manlier, and more mature. Not to mention Su Wan, who was already so old, even the young girls on the street would be attracted to him. Su Wan explained to him, "I'm already so old. No matter how much I eat, it will be a waste of money, so I don't eat it. I don't think it's good to eat it." Jiqing heard this and did not say anything. He sat by the bed and held a spoon to feed her, but she did not eat. Jiqing saw how stubborn she was, so he put the bird's nest aside and said, "If you don't eat it, I'll eat it." Su Wan thought that he was going to eat the bird's nest, but in the next second, he took off her pants. She could not move now and could not walk, so she sat by the bed every day. She was caught off guard when he took off her pants and had no way to stop him. She was abnormally scared because he had already taken off her pants and underwear. He was still so domineering, just like when they were married. After taking off her pants, he reached out and touched her little b*tch. He hadn't touched this place in a long time, so when he touched Xiaobai again, his hands were trembling. She was still as stubborn as ever. Su Wan was very embarrassed because this place was suddenly touched by him. She hadn't been touched by a man for so many years, and when his hand touched her, her lower body became a little sensitive and water came out. Although she was old, her lower body was still as pink and tender as when she was young. The main reason was that she had not been ked by a man for so many years. Other than when she missed him, she would buy some electric rods to comfort herself. Other than masturbating with her fingers, no other man had ever entered her body, so it wasn't dark at all. It was still pink and tender, and it was still very sensitive. Jiqing missed this place, so when he reached out to touch her lower body, he directly separated her. She was lying on the bed, so her buttocks could be raised. Her lower body was completely open to him. He used his 2 legs to separate her legs and propped them up to prevent her from closing. Su Wan was really embarrassed. She didn't know what he was doing, but he suddenly opened her legs and propped them up. Both sides were in a figure-8 shape. After opening her legs, he directly opened her lower body. After opening her lower body, he directly opened her lower body. After opening her lower body, he went inside and played. Her lower body was sensitive, and she hadn't had sex for so many years. Moreover, she was old and her body was sensitive. After a while, her clitoris was pinched, and a lot of water came out. Her lower body was wet, and the bed sheets were wet. Holding the spoon, he dug a mouthful of bird's nest. He directly put the bird's nest on the spoon into her lower body. The spoon was stuffed into her lower body, and the bird's nest was stuffed in. Su Wan was shocked. The bird's nest was a little warm. After stuffing it in, he actually took it out. The bird's nest that was dipped in some water was a little sticky. After Jiqing dipped it in some water, he directly ate it. Su Wan was really scared out of her wits. This was too erotic. He actually ate bird's nest just like that, and he even wanted to dip it in her lower body. He only ate it after dipping it in her lower body. "Jiqing, what are you doing? Don't be like this. It's so embarrassing. I'm really embarrassed. I feel like I don't have the face to see anyone. Don't be like this. If you eat bird's nest, just eat bird's nest. Why do you have to specially dip it in my lower body?" Jiqing looked at her. He put the bird's nest in her lower body and dipped it in some water. After deliberately dipping it in some water, he sent it into his mouth. It was as if it tasted better this way. The bird's nest that was dipped in her water was especially sweet. Jiqing didn't hide his bad taste at all. He kept dipping it in her water. She didn't know if it was because she was provoked, but there was more and more water below. Later on, she dug out a spoon, which was filled with her water, and he drank it all. Su Ro felt so embarrassed that she was blushing. He was still eating with relish, and he was even digging into her crotch to eat. He put the spoon under her and pressed her protruding clitoris with the spoon, pressing the tender flesh. The spoon was a little cold. When he pressed it, Su Wan felt so comfortable that she groaned. But her legs couldn't move, so she could only let him play. His gaze was also very stimulating. She lowered her head and saw him playing with the spoon. When he was playing with the spoon, he asked her in a very gentle tone. He asked her if it was comfortable. How could she say it? How could she dare to say it was comfortable or uncomfortable? She didn't say anything and kept being stimulated by him with the spoon. This was indeed comfortable. How could it not be comfortable being stimulated by this thing? She blushed as she watched him eat mouthful after mouthful. It was as if he had drained all the water down there. He ate it with the bird's nest. He ate the whole bowl of bird's nest with relish. Moreover, he even dug out her water and fed it to her, asking her if she wanted to eat. Su Wan was embarrassed. After all, it was the water that she had made. In the end, she still had to eat it, so she shyly shook her head and refused to eat. Seeing that she was unwilling to eat, he finished it all himself. After eating it, he put it aside. His lower body was already wet. He couldn't tell if it was the water that came out of her when she was teased, the water from the bird's nest, or a mixture of both. She didn't know if her body had reached the age of a wolf or tiger, but now, it was especially sensitive down there, and there was a lot of water coming out. She looked at Jiqing shyly. Jiqing stared at her down there for a while and asked her, "Little C*NT, is it itchy?" Su Ro was a little scared when she saw the way he was staring at her. It was as if he was a wolf or a tiger, just like when he was young. Could it be that he wanted that? My legs have become like this now. I shouldn't be able to do that. If you want, I can help you get it out with my hands. Jiqing took off his clothes and suit in front of her. Although he was old, his figure was still so good. After all, he had been working out. Time had not left any trace on his face, not even on his body. She kept staring at his body and was shocked by how well he took care of his body. Although he was already so old, his figure was still so good. Jiqing quickly took off his clothes and put them aside. After that, he got on the bed and carried Su Wan up from the bed. She had lost a lot of weight over the years. Her bony body didn't have much meat, so he carried her up easily. After being carried up, Su Wan sat directly on top of him. Alternate URL of the Imperial Study House, GO, Meat House, .x gamma z. She was on top of him, and the two of them were very close to each other. As soon as she sat down, she sat on top of his ***, which made him a little overwhelmed. Her lower body was pressed against his ***, and it was a little hot. She hadn't seen this thing for so many years. Now that she saw it, it was still so long and thick, so ferocious, like a big murder weapon. Although Su Ruan's legs couldn't move consciously, her waist could support her movement. She could move forward by twisting her waist. So Jiqing patted her butt and said to her, "Little B***tch, there's a lot of water. It's very wet, so sit up and grab my *** and insert it into my little B***tch. Su Wan was a little embarrassed by his words. Although she was old, she hadn't done this for more than 20 years. Now she was as pure as a virgin. She didn't want him. After all, she had been thinking about this thing for a long time. Finally, she could insert it. So she supported herself with her hands and used her waist to move forward and grab his ***. After grabbing his ***, she used a glove to adjust it. Then, she faced her lower body and directly sat on top of his ***. She hadn't had anything big inserted in her lower body for a long time, so it was as tight as a virgin's. The color of her lower body was still pink. She couldn't go up after swallowing half of his ***. Because her lower body was very full, there was no way to insert the entire thing. Su Wan was in so much pain that her brows were knitted together. Water kept flowing out as she let him slowly eat his ***. Jiqing was also very anxious. Jiqing saw that she kept reaching her hands to stuff it in, but she couldn't. He anxiously pressed her body down and let her eat his ***. Just like that, she was inserted directly. She was so comfortable that she gasped for breath. After a few breaths of cold air, her body was much better. She supported his stomach with both hands and twisted her waist. Her legs couldn't exert any strength, but her waist could. She exerted strength in her waist and moved up and down. She wrote on his asterisk and ate it up and down. She had been ked by this big C nt again, so she was so comfortable that her expression was welcoming. Her lower body had been empty for so many years, and after being ked by this big C nt for so many years, she was finally completely satisfied. It was so comfortable that her head was about to explode. Jiqing then went to take off her pajamas. Just now, she had only lost her pajama pants. Now that he took off her pajamas, her asterisk was directly exposed. Her asterisk was already a little big, and now that she was old, she didn't do any breast maintenance or have her breasts massaged by men. Naturally, it sagged a little, and it was a little ugly. When he reached out and pinched her asterisk, she was quite embarrassed. She blushed and twisted her but as she said, "Brother Ching, is my asterisk very ugly?" Su Wan was not in a good state of mind today because she had a nightmare yesterday. She almost scared herself when she woke up in the morning. She didn't know why she suddenly had such a nightmare. It was indeed quite scary. She dreamed that she met Jiqing in her previous life and that he committed suicide like a madman and died with her. She didn't dare to imagine that scene. Now that she thought about it, she felt horrified. Suicide by shooting herself. It was too bloody. She felt quite scared at first, but when she woke up and saw Jiqing lying beside her, she felt much better. She didn't know why, but when she saw him now, she really wanted to kiss him, so she hugged his head and kept kissing him, unwilling to let go. When Jiqing saw her throwing herself into his arms, he pressed down on her waist and kissed her. Today, they were prepared to go back but ended up dragging their feet. It took them more than an hour to catch the bus. When they went back, her mother-in-law gave her a lot of things to eat in the city. Many of them were good for pregnancy. She didn't refuse and directly took them. Then, the two of them sat on the bus and waited. Su Wan leaned on his shoulder. Suddenly, for no reason, she wanted to ask him, "Brother Ching, if I die, what will you do?" When Jiqing heard this, his entire face darkened. He was a little angry. He held her in his arms and said, "Don't think about these things all day. How can you die? You're still young." When Su Wan saw him so worried and scared, she said to his face, "I'm not thinking about me. This is just a guess. I just want to ask you." Jiqing hugged her tightly and said, "If you die, I'll die with you." Su Wan didn't like him talking nonsense. She pinched his waist angrily. "Don't talk nonsense anymore. If I die, you can't die with me. You have to live well." Jiqing couldn't listen to these words. He didn't want her to say anything, so he opened his mouth and blocked her mouth. A long kiss shut her up. 2 hours later, both of them arrived in the city. First, they went back to their apartment. They had been gone for too long, so the rented apartment had been misunderstood. Both of them cleaned it up. Su Wan was going to clean the house, but Jiqing didn't allow her to do anything. He said that she was tired of doing housework every day when she was at her husband's house, so now he was doing it. Su Wan couldn't do anything, so she could only cook for him. She brought some food from home, then went out to buy some. After eating, the two of them went out for a walk. Just as the two of them reached home, Chief Liu and his wife appeared at the entrance. The two of them had appeared at such a timely moment that those who didn't know would think that they had sent people to spy on them. Now that they knew that they were back, they appeared here right now. That was indeed a possibility. The moment she saw them, Su Ruan's face froze up. Mrs. Liu had been on tenterhooks at home recently, not knowing when the two of them would return. She was prepared to wait for them to return before letting them go home properly. Therefore, when she saw them return, she was extremely emotional. When she saw that her daughter's eyes were red, she went up to her. "Su Ruan, what do you think about what you said earlier on? Can you come back with us?" Chief Liu couldn't wait any longer as he went up to Su Ruan. "I really don't want to force you, but the two of us have been waiting anxiously for the past few days. I wonder if you're willing to tell us that you haven't been able to fall asleep. Your mother, my wife, has been getting old these past few days, and she's been thinking about you. Now that you're finally back, she wants to ask for your opinion." Su Ruan truly hadn't thought of how to reply the previous time, and had just brushed it off. But now that she saw how the two of them were behaving, she had no choice. After all, they didn't intend to abandon her on purpose, and this wasn't something that they wanted either. Back then, it was all because of that foster mother of hers. However, Su Wan still harbored some hatred in her heart. She felt that her foster mother wasn't truly repentant. Even after everything had happened, she didn't come looking for her, neither did she apologize. Even after leaving the village, she didn't catch sight of her foster mother at all. She didn't know if it was because of guilt or if she didn't intend to visit her at all. She wasn't prepared to go back yet, but when she thought of this foster mother, she felt that there was no reason for her not to go back. What originally belonged to her had been given to another woman, and it was even given to another woman on purpose. If she didn't want to go back, she would have to give everything to Lu Huyan. Lu Huyan had taken so much of her things. Why was Lu Huyan so happy? She had to bear all of Lu Huyan's pain. She asked the two of them, "If I go back, will you chase Lu Huyan out?" Mrs. Lu didn't have time to answer this question last time, so her daughter was angry at her and unwilling to come back. So after going back, she thought about it painfully. Now that her daughter could go back with her, she didn't care about other women, so she immediately nodded. Yes, yes. I'll chase her out right now. Even though we raised her, I'm still angry at this woman when I think about how she was deliberately swapped. As long as you come back with us, I'll chase her out immediately. I won't let her stay in our house anymore. When Su Wan heard this, she was relieved. She packed some clothes with Jiqing and followed the two of them back. She would stay for a few days to see if she could adapt. If she couldn't, they would talk about it again. She went to the Lu family. She didn't know if it was because her identity was different today, but when she arrived at the door of the Lu family's house, she felt a little strange. When she entered the house, Lu Huyan immediately came out. She had been given the cold shoulder by Mrs. Lu for the past few days, so she felt very uncomfortable. So today, she specially made some snacks for the two of them to improve their relationship. She happened to see the two of them come back and wanted to go out to take credit. In the end, she saw Su Wan at the door. Her face was a little cold, and her tone was a little sour as she said, "Su Wan, why are you here? What are you doing here?" At this moment, Mrs. Lu held Su Wan's hand and explained to Lu Huyan, "Huyan, you're not my biological child. Both of us know this very well. We didn't bring it up these past few days, but you already knew. Then I'll be honest with you. We've already found our biological daughter. She's Su Wan. Su Wan was the child who was swapped with you back then. Your biological mother heartlessly swapped you with Su Wan because she wanted you to be our child and live a life of high society. She heartlessly let our child suffer in the village." When Lu Huyan heard this, she jumped in fright. The snacks in her hand instantly fell to the ground, and the plate fell to the ground with a thud. She was actually swapped with Su Wan. Su Wan was the biological child. Lu Huyan had also considered the possibility that they might find another woman in the future and say that they were swapped. However, Lu Huyan had not expected that it would be so coincidental that the person swapped would be Su Wan. This was Su Wan. This was the woman who had such a huge grudge against her. And now, she was telling her that they were swapped and that she was the biological daughter of this family. Her face turned pale upon hearing that as she looked at Su Wan in disbelief. She smiled awkwardly. "Really? Are you sure? Have you investigated thoroughly? Could there have been some sort of misunderstanding? Should we do a DNA test or something? Because we've already made a mistake once, we don't want to make the same mistake a second time. So, we'll have to do a proper DNA test this time around." She was afraid that this woman was doing it on purpose to frame her, and that was why she was here to pretend to be her biological daughter. Su Wan knew that this woman was definitely implying that she was pretending to be her biological daughter. She smiled and explained, "Lu Huyan, I don't know if I'm the biological daughter. But, you're definitely not. How long are you going to stay in this house? Now that you're no longer the biological daughter, shouldn't you leave?" Upon hearing Su Wan's words, Mrs. Lu was afraid that she would overthink things. Hence, she hurriedly said to Lu Huyan, "Huyan, we've already done our best to raise you for so many years. If we had known that your mother was so vicious to swap out our biological daughter, we would have thrown you away long ago." So, we've already treated you well for so many years. If you know what's good for you, you'd better pack your things and leave our house right now. You have nothing to do with our family anymore. We don't need to raise you anymore. If you insist on staying here, I'll get the servants to chase you out. The moment Lu Huyan heard that, she felt as though her heart was being suffocated. She looked at Chief Lu, wanting to stay behind. However, Chief Lu's face was cold as well. Leave, leave. Hurry and pack your things. Leave now. I don't want to see you right now. She had been feeling aggrieved at home for the past few days, and no one was willing to talk to her. Even the servants gave her a hard time. Now, they even told her that Su Wan was the biological daughter of this family. She felt that she was going crazy, so she went upstairs to pack her things and prepared to leave. For the past few days, she had purposely moved from her bedroom to the guest room in order to put up an act of not hogging everything that belonged to Chief Lu's daughter. Therefore, when she left the guest room, she caught sight of them bringing Su Wan in. A few days ago, they had remodeled this bedroom. Initially, she had thought that it was because they did not want her to stay here. But now, it seemed like they had long known of Su Ruan's identity and wanted to bring her back. Hence, they had specially remodeled the guest room. She was so upset that she didn't know what to do. She stood at the door and watched as Madame Lu brought Su Ro in. Su Ro, this is the house that we specially renovated for you. See if this bedroom is suitable for you. It's the biggest room in the house. We even made a walk-in closet for you. The clothes in here are all new shoes and bags. There are also some skincare products that we got the servants to buy for you. See if you like them. If you need anything else, remember to let us know and tell the servants to buy it for you immediately. Su Ruan and Jiqing were both stunned by the sight. After all, this was such a huge house. Even a single bedroom was much bigger than their rented apartment. There was even a walk-in closet. The bed was the type that was about 2 meters wide, and was pink in color. She had never lived the life of a rich person, and thus, she still felt that such a huge room was a little extravagant. Chief Lu and Mrs. Lu brought them in for a while before leaving them alone in the house. Su Wan waited for the both of them to leave before exclaiming to Jiqing in shock, "This house is so huge. It's way too huge, isn't it? I've never seen such a huge house before. Not only that, it's all pink." Jiqing had always known that their family was rich. But, from the looks of it, he did not feel that he was not good enough for Su Wan anymore. Thus, he felt a little disappointed. He was even afraid that Su Wan might think that he was not good enough for her now that she was a rich missy. Therefore, he was in a really bad mood right now. This house was so huge. Even if he were to be a soldier his entire life, he would not be able to afford such a nice house for her, let alone his job. Both of them used to be a good match for each other, and there was nothing between them. But, by the looks of it, he was not good enough for Su Wan at all. Su Wan was a rich missy, a rich missy. And him? What was he? To put it bluntly, he was just a poor soldier who could only earn a fixed salary. Other than a promotion, there was no chance for him to take revenge at all. Even he felt that she was out of his league. Su Wan did not notice the expression on Jiqing's face. Right now, her entire mind was filled with shock. So big. So many clothes, the way she was staring at it with sparkling eyes had Jiqing feeling even worse. In her previous life, Su Wan had secretly used the shower head to make herself comfortable when she was taking a shower. The main reason was that people at that age were especially hungry and thirsty. There were no men around, so she could only use other tools to make herself comfortable. Later on, she realized that using the shower head to make herself comfortable was also very satisfying, so she played with it a little more excitedly. Often, when she was taking a shower, she would take the shower head and spray it on her private part when her roommates were not paying attention. It was really quite comfortable. Now that Jiqing was using the shower head to attack her private part, it was so comfortable that she could not stand it anymore. After a round of climax, she lay softly in his arms and grabbed his hand. When Jiqing saw her like this, he carried her and then filled the bathtub with water. The bathtub was very big. After filling it with water, it could accommodate 2 people, so the 2 of them went in. Su Wan was now wet. She could not tell whether it was the water that came out from pleasure or the water that was sprayed by the shower head. She was now on top of the bathtub. After Jiqing took off his pants, he also took off her top. The two of them were now naked in the bathtub. He turned her body around so that her back was facing him and let her grab onto the handrail at the side. Su Wan thought that he was going to enter her from behind, so she took the initiative to raise her butt. In the next second, he was in a half-lying position in the bathtub. Then, he pulled her butt down and sat down directly on top of him. The bathtub was full of water. The warm water had already submerged their bodies. After she sat down, she was covered in water. She sat on top of Jiqing's thighs and was penetrated by his thighs. Jiqing grabbed her waist and began to move rhythmically for her, making her butt go up and down against his thighs, bumping against each other. Because there was water below, when the two of them slapped their D*ck together, it created a mixture of water sounds. The splashing sound of the water was even more obvious. Su Wan was holding onto the edge of the bathtub comfortably. Her back was suffering from Jiqing's thrusts. She did not know that the soundproofing in the house was good. She was afraid that the sounds in the house would be heard, so Su Ruan's moans were a little low. However, when Jiqing grabbed her D*ck, it was so comfortable that she could not bear it. She could not control her voice. She moaned louder and louder. She took the initiative to sit on his D*ck. Brother Chung, this is so good, my D*ck is so good, I like it. She took the initiative to twist her butt and squat up and down, thrusting her D*ck. She grabbed the bathtub with both hands. The speed was very fast. Water kept splashing out because the range of their movements was very large. Su Wan was about to be F***ed to death. Her lower body was tightly biting his D*ck. Jiqing did not know how his wife was doing this. They had been F***ing each other for so long. They had been F***ing each other for so long. But in the end, it was still so tight. Su Wan was tired from the back. She stopped to catch her breath. Jiqing was not done yet. He held her butt and made her kneel on the bathtub. She raised her butt so that her butt faced him. He touched her butt and began to hit her butt. His D*ck was in her D*ck. He pushed her from behind. Su Ruan's body was full of water. When he hit her, her D*ck was soft, so she allowed him to hit her. Because of the difference in their height, when he hit her, he was in a kneeling position. He hit her and pushed against her. More and more water splashed out from the bathtub. There was a lot of water in Su Rua's D*ck, and Jiqing was very enthusiastic about it. He was as fast as a pile driver, and he kept thrusting her D*ck, making her feel so good that she almost fell off the bed. Jiqing penetrated it. Su Ruan's D*ck was in a pouting position. He enjoyed the sight of Su Ruan's D*ck being penetrated by him. After he penetrated her D*ck, he pulled it out. After he pulled it out, he shook his D*ck. Su Ruan's D*ck was open to him. He looked at the D*ck that could not be closed. It was very tempting. Su Ruan had been in the bathtub with him for too long. They had no strength left. Now, after he pulled it out, he sat on the bathtub. After Jiqing got rid of the water in the bathtub, he got a new basin of water and wiped both of their bodies clean. After that, he carried her out to the bed. Both of them got on the bed. Su Ruan seemed to have no strength left as she allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Because of the long journey and all sorts of torment, Su Ruan was extremely tired. By the time she got on the bed, she had already fallen asleep. The next morning, Su Ruan did not wake up. Thus, Jiqing got up and headed outside. When he got outside, he caught sight of Chi Flu waiting for him at the entrance. Chi Flu was here to look for Jiqing. When he saw him, he smiled and asked, "Jiqing, when are you returning to the military? Your application to leave the military the other time around was rejected by me. You're a good seedling. You should continue to stay in the military and not apply to leave on a whim." Actually, when Chi Flu received his retirement application, he had already felt that it was a pity and was unwilling to accept it. Hence, he withheld his retirement application and neither approved it nor sent it to his superiors. The reason why he did not agree to it was because he did not want to waste such a talent. He had high hopes for this man. Other than wanting him to be his son-in-law, the other reason was that he truly had high hopes for him. He felt that if this man were to continue staying, he would definitely have a bright future ahead of him. No matter what, he was still his son-in-law. It would not be right if he did not help him out. Jiqing had not expected that the chief would speak to him with such a hidden meaning. Hence, he looked at him and asked, "Chief, can I ask you a question? Why do you think it's wrong for you to want me to go back? Is it because you think it's a pity for me? Or is it because I'm Su Ruan's husband and you're Su Ruan's father? Is it because of your daughter that you want me to come back? When I left previously because of Lu Huayan's matter, you did not stop me because you wanted me to be with your daughter. But now, you want me to come back just because a woman is here? Isn't that a little too much of a coincidence?" The moment Chief Lu heard that, he knew that Jiqing must have misunderstood. Hence, he said, "No, Jiqing, it's not what you think. That's not what I mean. I truly like you, and it's not because I want you to be my son-in-law. It's also not because you're my son-in-law now that I want you to stay. I've already withheld your retirement application previously. If you don't believe me, you can ask your superiors. It's because I don't want to waste a talent like you that I want you to come back." Jiqing looked at the chief's expression. He did not seem like he was lying. However, there was no need for him to lie about something like this. He nodded his head. "All right, Chief. I'll consider this. If I can go back, I will. I truly like this job and want to stay in the military as well." The moment Chief Lu heard that, he was relieved. "All right, take your time to consider this. There's no hurry. The military will always be waiting for you. You're a rare talent, and I do want you to come. After that," he said, "I won't disturb you then. I'll go down and read the newspapers first." Jiqing had a habit of doing morning exercises, so he was going out for morning exercises now. Chief Lu was reading the newspapers downstairs. When he saw that Lu Yanchen was about to go for his morning exercise, he followed him out. Su Wan didn't know if it was because she slept too comfortably in this house, especially since the bed was especially soft. She didn't wake up until very late the next day. When she woke up, she suddenly realized that she had to set up a stall to sell breakfast. However, when she woke up and saw the structure of this house, she realized that she didn't need to sell breakfast anymore. She had already returned to this house. Therefore, after washing up, she changed into the clothes in the wardrobe. She had never worn such good clothes before. She looked at the tags of the clothes in the wardrobe. Any one of them would cost a few hundred yuan. What era was this? This few hundred yuan was simply too frightening. The fastest way to read the rest of this book for free is to go to Heitang Shuyu, Begonia bookstore. However, it was reasonable to get what you paid for. Although the clothes were expensive, the material of the clothes was especially soft. After putting on the clothes, she saw that the person beside her wasn't around. She guessed that he must have gone for his morning exercise and headed downstairs. Mrs. Lu was busy in the kitchen right now. When she heard her footsteps coming down, she came out to welcome her happily. "Wan, you're awake. Come and sit here. I prepared breakfast for you. I didn't know what you liked to eat, so I made some. Tell me what you like to eat next time, and I'll make it for you when I remember." When Su Wan heard Mrs. Lu calling her Wan so intimately, she felt a little embarrassed and blushed. "It's nothing. I'm pretty easy to feed. Since young, I've eaten anything as long as it can fill my stomach." Mrs. Lu didn't know if it was because she was sensitive or not, but when she heard those words, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing out. Afraid that her daughter would see her, she turned around hurriedly and sucked in her tears. Since young, she had eaten anything as long as it could fill her stomach. That meant that she hadn't eaten anything good since young. The only reason she ate was to fill her stomach, and she might even go hungry. What sort of a life was her daughter living? What sort of a good life could she have in a village? How could the child that she had risked her life to give birth to be like this? A child that she had risked her life to give birth to should have a life of luxury. Su Wan did not know why she was crying all of a sudden. Going over to sit down, she saw that not only were there Chinese dishes, but there were also Western dishes on the table. That many dishes were scaring her to death. She then said to Mrs. Liu, "Isn't this way too much? I can't eat that much either." Mrs. Liu held back her tears and waved it off. "It's not much at all. In fact, I'm even worried that you'll be hungry. It's fine, you can try them one by one and see what you like. I'll remember them and make them for you every day in the future." Su Ruan was rather embarrassed. After all, even her foster mother had not treated her this well in the past. But then again, that was only her foster mother. It was fine as long as she could eat and not starve to death. Right now, Jiqing and Chief Lu had just returned from their jog. Sweating profusely, they returned to the dining table happily, preparing to have their breakfast. Jiqing sat beside Su Ruan and sat down together, looking at the way Su Ruan was eating her porridge. Chief Lu then said to Su Ruan, "Ruan, I heard that you only graduated from high school and did not go to university. But, you managed to get in. You're studying, right?" Su Ruan replied, "Yes, I did not go to university after getting in. That's because my brother had to find a wife. Everything in the family was used to build a house for him. That's why I had no money to go to school." When Mrs. Liu heard that, she was so angry that her hands were trembling. She lost her grip on her spoon and it fell onto the table. She was so angry that she wanted to strangle that SL*T to death right now. Why did she have to treat her daughter this way? Why did she have to let her child not go to school? Chief Lu gripped her hand and consoled her. "I know a couple of people who are your uncles and principals. I told them about your situation and which university you were admitted to, and told them that you could go and study there straight away. You're still young now, and you don't have to work or anything. Just study. It's better to study and enrich your knowledge. Since you couldn't study in the past, you can study for another 4 years. Anyway, you're about the right age now. After 4 years, I'll arrange a position for you at home. What do you think?" Su Ruan was a little embarrassed, not knowing whether to nod or reject. She still could not get used to the two of them. Why were they calling her Ruan all of a sudden? That was way too intimate. Mrs. Liu nodded her head hurriedly. That's right. You have to study. Knowledge is power these days, and having a diploma is better than anything else. It's better to be an intellectual. After you go to university, your entire outlook will change. That's why you have to go to university." Jiqing stared at the woman in front of him with an expressionless face. When Lu Huyan saw his expression, he thought that he was in a bad mood because he had been provoked. Therefore, he was very happy in his heart. When he wanted to say something to him, he heard him say in a very angry voice, "What does it have to do with you?" Lu Huyan originally had a happy face, but when she heard this, the corners of her mouth fell down in disappointment. She looked at Jiqing a little awkwardly and said, "No, Jiqing, don't you understand what I mean? I said that the two of you are not compatible. You are not worthy of her. What is your status now? You are just a poor soldier. You are just a company commander. You are even a deputy. Do you think you're worthy of her? I have nothing to do with her. You and I are a match made in heaven. The two of us are compatible." Jiqing continued to be expressionless and infuriated her to death. "So, what does it have to do with you? You have no right to make irresponsible remarks here." Lu Huyan was really angry. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. How could there be such a stubborn person who couldn't understand the meaning behind her words? How could he be so stubborn? Jiqing didn't want to talk to her anymore. He turned around and went back into the army. She stomped her feet in anger. What should she do now? There was no other way now. She didn't have any status now. He couldn't snatch her over. He thought that if he could be with her, he would definitely make Su Ruan suffer. She had forgotten that if Jiqing curried favor with this woman now, he would really have the fate of being a son-in-law. How did her good life become like this? It was all because of this woman's appearance. Su Ruan went home very late that night because Mrs. Liu was very happy to buy some clothes for her after shopping for her. She didn't go to a public university. She went to a women's private university. School had already started a long time ago. If she wanted to get in now, she wouldn't be able to keep up with the curriculum. Therefore, she went directly to a private school for women. That way, she could learn from the beginning to the end. Some women's private schools hadn't started yet. She bought some things and went back. Jiqing also came back. After the two of them finished eating, they went upstairs. She put the things aside. The fastest way to read the rest of this book for free is to go to Heitang Shuyu, Begonia bookstore. This school was famous for being a century-old school, so it had some traditions. It had been passed down since the 60s and 70s. It was a simple old culture. Occasionally, there would be campus activities, and they had to wear school uniforms. One of the uniforms was a short high-collared cheongsam with a pleated skirt. There was also a naval-style long striped shirt with a black pleated skirt. There was also a white t-shirt and long sweatpants. She heard that there were many campus activities in this school. There were already so many uniforms, so she was quite happy. After all, she could wear the school uniform to school. She didn't wear the school uniform when she went to school in the past, mainly because there was no need to wear the school uniform in the small village. She could just wear her own clothes. She took the things upstairs. After she asked the servant to wash the clothes, she took out the 4 treasures of the study she bought and showed them to Jiqing. She wanted to learn calligraphy, so she bought the 4 treasures of the study to practice calligraphy. She asked Jiqing, "Do you know how to write with a brush?" Jiqing shook his head. "No, I haven't learned it before." Su Wan looked at his innocent face and suddenly thought of something. She pushed him to the chair at the desk and asked him to sit on the chair. The next second, Su Wan sat on the desk and said to him, "I know how to write with a brush. Do you want me to show you how I write with a brush?" When Jiqing heard her say that, he really thought that she knew how to write with a brush, so he nodded and agreed. However, Su Wan took off her skirt in the next second. Her lower body was bare, and she even took off her underwear. Her lower body was empty as she sat on the desk, facing him. Jiqing felt that he was a little stunned. Didn't she say that she would practice calligraphy for him? Why did she take off her underwear? Su Wan's lower body was open. She sat on the corner of the stool and placed her legs on his thighs. Her lower body was open to him. Then, she picked up the big brush that was placed at the side. The brush was a little big, so there was a lot of hair on the tip of the brush. She used her left hand to pry open her lower body. She pried open the 2 soft petals, revealing the tender flesh inside. The pink color was open just like that. Although there was no water forced out, there was a foul smell. Su Wan used the tip of the brush to stimulate her lower body. She drew the tender flesh of her lower body for him to see. "Ugh," she moaned. She held the brush and swept it over her little d*ck. The brush was made of special materials. Because it was more expensive, it was a little soft. Now, it was sweeping her little d*ck. She held the brush and moved her d*ck for him to see. She wanted him to watch her use the brush to sweep her d*ck's tender flesh. Jiqing was filled with desire as he watched. Su Wan felt very comfortable using the brush, so she spread her legs even wider. The brush moved even faster on her lower body. A lot of water came out and wet the brush. At first, she was just holding the brush slowly to stimulate herself, but later on, she felt so good that she couldn't control herself anymore. She began to speed up and sweep the brush below. The numb feeling was very comfortable. She raised her head and couldn't control the excitement on her face. She hooked her leg around Jiqing and said, "Brother Qing, don't be in a daze. Take off your clothes. I want to write for you. If you don't take off your clothes, how can I write for you?" Jiqing didn't react when he heard this, but he was very obedient. He took off his clothes for her to see after taking off his upper body. After seeing this scene, Su Wan took the brush and wrote directly on his chest. Because the brush was stained with a lot of water, it was especially wet, so she could write directly. She directly wrote the word Su on his chest. After she wrote the word Su, there was no water on the brush, so she read it and put it in her little ass to stir it. After stirring it for a while, she wrote the word soft on the other side. She wanted to feel comfortable while she wrote her name on his chest and asked him, "Do you like it? Does my calligraphy look good? Write on your chest with forced water." The water that came out of her mouth was very coquettish. It was all written on his chest, and the smell of coquettish was very strong. He lowered his head and smelled the coquettish smell floating on his chest. It was all from her mouth. Su Wan felt that writing these 2 words with water was not enough. She wanted to write other words, so after dipping the brush in the water, she wrote his name on his stomach. 2 words, Ji Qing. Her name was on the top, and his name was on the bottom. She wrote both of their names. She also specially drew a heart in the middle. A heart in the middle meant that both of them liked each other. Su Wan liked this feeling and asked him, "Do you like it? Isn't my calligraphy very nice?" The fastest way to read the rest of this book for free is to go to Xianxia, Begonia Book House. Ji Qing followed her and nodded. Yes, it's very good. Su Wan's lower body was still a little itchy, mainly because it was too uncomfortable, so she handed the brush to him and said, "So you serve me now. You have to make me comfortable." She did not think that it was enough for her to play, and she still wanted him to do it for her lower body. After Ji Qing took the brush, he began to sweep her lower body. The brush had already dried up, so now it was placed on her lower body again, sweeping her tender flesh and clit. She supported herself with both hands behind the table, and just like that, she offered her buttocks to him, letting him sweep her lower body. Her face was full of uncontrollable joy. Her lower body was facing him for him to sweep, and she kept offering her buttocks to bear it. She liked it too much. She liked this feeling of being stimulated too much, so she kept pouting. In the end, the moment he quickly swept her lower body with the brush, she was sent to the climax. It was so comfortable that her eyes were burning with white light. She panted comfortably and looked at Ji Qing. Her cheeks were red. Ji Qing asked her, "Are you satisfied?" This brush was still useful, so he could not waste it. He took the brush, swept her nipples, and pushed up her clothes. She was not wearing a bra, so he directly swept her nipples on both sides. Her nipples were a little itchy from the stimulation, and they were wrapped around her lower body. Su Wan was indeed satisfied, but she wanted his lower body more, so at this moment, she opened her legs and said to him, "Not enough, Brother Qing, it's still not enough. It's uncomfortable because of the brush. I want my lower body. I want your lower body to be inserted. It's only comfortable when your lower body is inserted, so insert your lower body to make me feel satisfied." When Ji Qing heard this, he got up from his seat and unbuttoned his pants. After unbuttoning his pants, his D*ck had already hardened. He reached out to pull on his D*ck. After hardening his D*ck, he directly inserted it into her separated D*ck. Her legs were spread apart in a figure-8 shape for him to see. She desperately needed him to insert his D*ck. When he inserted his D*ck, their lower bodies were joined together. Su Wan was completely satisfied. Her lower body was blocked comfortably. Just as she was about to cry out, someone knocked on the door outside. Madame Lu's voice rang out from outside, calling out to her, "Wan Wan, are you free now?" When Su Wan heard this, she was startled because she was sitting on the desk with her legs spread open and being f***ed by Ji Qing. She was a little flustered when she was suddenly spoken to and did not know how to answer. Ji Qing, who was in front of her, suddenly sped up when he saw this. He inserted her little D*ck, fiddling with her D*ck and thrusting it into her waist. She was very deep inside and wanted to moan, but she covered her nose and didn't dare to make a sound. She didn't say anything. Ji Qing didn't know why, but she didn't know why, but he kept thrusting at an especially fast speed, as if he had gone crazy. After Madame Lu called out and did not get a reply, she called out again in confusion, "Wan Wan, are you not in? Can I come in?" Su Wan didn't expect Lu Huyan's woman to be so shameless. She was no longer the daughter of the Lu family, but she was still using her identity to swindle people. She was now speechless after being scolded by these women. At this moment, a soldier walked over and saw Su Wan being surrounded. He hurriedly shouted, "Miss Lu, why are you here? Why didn't you tell us you were coming? If you had told us, we would have been able to receive you." His words shocked the sisters-in-law. They stood up from their seats and didn't even bother to take a shower. The sister-in-law who targeted Su Wan was the soldier's wife. When she heard her words, she felt strange. Her mouth stiffened as she went forward to hold his hand and asked, "Hubby, what do you mean by that? Why did you call her Miss Liu? How is she Miss Liu? She is Su Wan. Don't you know her? Didn't you meet her before? Are you confused? There is only one Miss Liu. She is the chief's daughter, Lu Huyan." That person grabbed her arm in fear and twisted it as she said, "I say, don't you have eyes? What's wrong with you? You have eyes but can't recognize Mount Tai. What do you mean by that's the real daughter? This is the real daughter. Su Wan is the real daughter. The previous Lu Huyan was a fake. She was swapped. Recently, the chief's family found out that she is the real daughter. Hurry up and apologize to her." When the sister-in-law heard this, she was scared half to death. Her face instantly became like a wall that had just been pasted up. The other sisters-in-law were also shocked when they heard this. What was this? This was the real daughter of the Lu family? Then why did they shamelessly humiliate her just now? Everyone was really bad, really bad. This was simply provoking the Almighty. Everyone was scared and wanted to apologize. Su Wan interrupted them, "No need, I have nothing to do with you, and I have nothing to say. Anyway, I have already explained it to you clearly. My husband and I have feelings for each other, and we are a match made in heaven. It has nothing to do with you. Don't talk behind people's backs in the future. I'm not here to talk to you. I'm here to get something for my husband. I'll go back after I get it." After Su Wan finished speaking with a cold face, he went upstairs directly, not giving them a chance to explain at all. When the sister-in-law saw this situation, she felt that things were bad. Her legs went soft. She weakly pulled her husband and said, "Hubby, what should we do? I didn't know. Just now, and I also said a lot of humiliating words to her. She can't be holding a grudge against us, right? Oh no, oh no. Did I affect you?" The fastest way to read the rest of this book for free is to go to Hey Tangshu, Begonia bookstore. When the man heard this, he was shocked. He reached out to twist her arm, and he was furious. "You woman, didn't I tell you to watch your mouth and not talk behind people's backs? You just didn't listen to what I said, and you even offended her. She is a rich young lady, and she was just recognized by her family. Why would she be afraid of being mistreated?" Her husband even personally explained everything clearly, and explained everything that happened back then. "She cares a lot, and you can tell at a glance. You still dare to offend her. If my future is ruined by you, I won't let you off. I will divorce you, you stinking woman." The man was afraid that his wife would cause trouble, so he quickly went forward to chase after Su Wan. The woman was also shocked. She didn't expect things to be so serious. Moreover, they had been deceived. That woman, Lu Huyan, was here to swindle people. She even said that she was a rich young lady, but in the end, she was nothing. The few of them had been deceived, and they were still foolishly washing her clothes. Just as they were worrying about where to vent their anger, they saw Lu Huyan return from work. The few women took all the dirty clothes in their hands and threw them at her face. Lu Huyan was shocked by the pile of clothes thrown at her. She didn't understand what these crazy women were doing. "What are you doing? You're not a rich young lady of the Lu family. You've been switched. The real rich young lady is Su Wan. You're here to swindle people and ask us to wash your clothes. Do you have any shame? Take your dirty clothes. We've washed your clothes for you for a week. You have to return them to us. Otherwise, we'll see what happens." Lu Huyan was angered to death by these women. She was so angry that she stomped her feet and threw the clothes back at them. She refused to admit it. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're the one who admitted your mistake. You still have the nerve to say that you're taking your own clothes back to wash. I didn't force you to wash them. You're the ones who took the initiative to wash them for me. Get lost, a bunch of shameless people." They had never seen such a shameless person before. She had really shed all pretense of cordiality in an instant. Seeing that this woman was so shameless, and thinking that this woman was not even a young lady, was there anything to be afraid of? She was really wronged. She was being led around by this woman. Seeing that there was no one around, she directly rushed up to her and grabbed her hair. She tore at her hair, determined to take revenge for herself. Lu Huyan, whose hair was being torn, was in so much pain that her scalp went numb. She was about to be lifted up. She painfully covered her hair and screamed, "Ah! You bunch of crazy women, are you crazy? Hurry up and let go of me." Lu Huyan's hair was disheveled by these women, and she was in great pain. She did not know what was wrong with these women. They kept grabbing her hair, making her bald. They pulled out a lot of hair, and in the end, her clothes were disheveled. This was the residential compound, and there were so many of them. When the man saw that her clothes were disheveled, she was driven crazy. She screamed and covered her body as she ran back to her room. Lu Huyan knew why she was so unlucky. She got along well with these women. These women wanted to curry favor with her, but after what happened today, they ignored her for the next few days. They were cold to her, and no one talked to her. She had asked them to wash her clothes. They threw her clothes at the door of her dormitory. The clothes that had been washed were dirty after being stepped on by those women. The clothes she brought out were all branded goods. They were bought in big shopping malls and were very expensive. She cherished them very much. In the end, these women dirted her clothes and deliberately tore them. They used scissors to cut them. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She was now isolated in the compound. These women were so fickle. They had been so nice to her in the past, but only Su Wan appeared. Now, they treated her as a bad person. Her clothes that were presentable to others were torn to pieces, and she could not get even with them. It was all Su Wan's fault. She would never let this woman off. Jiqing was promoted today. He had already achieved the results and could be promoted to an official position, but because he had submitted his retirement report in a fit of anger, it had been delayed. However, recently, he was officially promoted. He thought it was because of the chief, but the chief swore to him that it had been decided when he did not know that Su Wan was his biological son. It was definitely not decided now. He could also check the date. After confirming that he was not promoted because of his relationship with Su Wan, he was very happy that he was officially promoted today. He wore his military uniform and prepared to go to the school to look for Su Wan. He was very happy, so he wanted to tell his wife immediately. This was his first time going to her university, and it was also his first time visiting a university. He didn't go to college, and he joined the army after graduating from high school. He came to look for her. Su Wan had told Jiqing where her school building was. It was basically fixed. Jiqing found his way in and saw her discussing with a few classmates. He shouted at the door, "Softy." His words attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked over. Su Wan thought that he would actually come here to look for her, and even wear these clothes. This military uniform looked very spirited and beautiful. This was the first time she had seen him in such a formal military uniform. He usually wore camouflage clothes, unlike now, when he was in full military uniform. When she saw him, her eyes lit up and she was especially excited. She said to her classmates, "My husband is here to look for me. Why don't we talk about it next time? We can continue the discussion tomorrow." Hearing this, the girls who were with her hurriedly packed up their things so as not to disturb the young couple. As they said this, they excitedly said to her, "Su Ro, your husband is a soldier. He's so handsome." "Yes. He's really good looking, and his figure is so good. He's so handsome. I envy you for having such a good husband. But they're really a match made in heaven." When Su Wan heard this, she was quite embarrassed. She could only smile and say that everyone made space for them. After school, there weren't many people. After a few students left, the classroom was empty. Su Wan went over to Jiqing and said, "Brother Qing, why are you here? Why are you wearing a military uniform? You look so good." She was mesmerized by this military uniform and touched it with her hands. Jiqing said, "I've been promoted, so I couldn't wait to look for you and tell you. Because I'm promoted today, I have to dress formally. Today, I'm wearing this." Jiqing stared at her clothes as he spoke. She was wearing a school uniform in the style of the Republic of China. She had to dress like this because she had to give a speech today. Everyone was wearing the same uniform, so she wore this today. Moreover, she had 2 braids. She looked so cute that his Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably. Su Wan liked him wearing this too much. She was overjoyed when she saw him wearing this. She touched his chest and said, "Brother Chung. Why don't you *CK me in the classroom in your military uniform? I really want to be *KED by you now, especially when I see you *CK me in your military uniform. My lower body is itching. Now, I really want to *CK you. Can you *CK me here?" When Jiqing heard this, he looked around and asked her, "Aren't we in the classroom? Are you sure? What if someone sees us?" Su Wan hooked her arm around his waist and said, "It's fine. Although we're in the classroom, class has already ended for a long time. Everyone has already gone back. At this time, no one will see us. My lower body is so itchy now. When I think of you *King me in your military uniform, I'm so excited." The fastest way to read the rest of this book for free is to go to Hey Tangshu, Begonia bookstore. Jicheng C***K kept moving in and penetrating her ***. Su Wan felt that she was going to be ****Ket over. Her hands grabbed her legs, and her strength seemed to have been sucked out as she endured his ***. She panted as she watched the 2 of them connect their ***. Her *** was tightly wrapped around his C***K. Jicheng quickly ***Ked and watched as she swayed her body. He pinched her ass and ***Ket her a few times with all his strength before sending her to the climax. He also ejaculated, and all of it went into her ***. The 2 of them reached their climax at the same time, and all of his semen was injected into her. Su Ro panted comfortably, and her lower body was injected with his semen again and again. She grabbed his hand and allowed him to inject all of his semen into her body. Although Jicheng ejaculated, he did not get it out of her for a long time. Although Su Wan climaxed once, she did not know if it was because the temptation of him wearing a military uniform was too great, so she could not resist seeing his body. Therefore, after she watched Jicheng pull his C***K out, she felt that her *** was still itchy. Being rammed by his strong and powerful body made her feel satisfied, so after he pulled it out, Su Wan got down from the stool and went to the ground. She turned her back to him, then pulled up her skirt and exposed her ass to him. She shook her ass at him and said, "Brother Ching, it's not enough. My *** is not completely comfortable yet. My *** is still going to be penetrated by your big C***K." After she finished speaking, she pressed her clothes down. Her 2 hands touched the back of her buttocks and pried open the 2 sides of her buttocks, revealing the pink inside for him to see. Her fingers touched the seam of her buttocks. She had already sprayed once just now, so now the lower part of her body was wet. The forced water mixed with his semen, and the way she seduced him was especially coquettish. Seeing her like this, Jicheng supported his C***K over. He was not in a hurry to enter. Seeing such a coquettish look, he first used his C***K to hit the back of her *** a few times. Su Wan screamed with pleasure. "Oh, C***K hit my C***K hit my ***. Hearing such coquettish words, Jicheng could not help it. He did not need to open her ***. The hole was waiting for him, so he directly inserted it. Su Wan wanted to let go, but Jicheng did not allow it. His voice was a little domineering as he said, "Open it for me. Open it all the way. Open it all the way. Open it all the way and check it for me. If you dare to close it, I won't penetrate you." Su Wan was a little scared when she heard this. She was afraid that he would not penetrate her, so now her hands were holding both sides of her *** as she waited for him to penetrate her. His C***K was inserted into her ***. Because it had already been ejaculated once, it was very slippery now. When he inserted it, she bit it tightly. Otherwise, it would definitely slide down. Because it was slippery, Jicheng went in and out smoothly. Su Ruan's body was pressed against the table. When her body was pressed against the table, her body was a little painful, but the feeling of being penetrated was very pleasurable. It was so pleasurable that she lowered her voice and screamed, "Ah ah 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 ah, Brother Chung, ah 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 ah." Too fast, Ji Ching pressed down on her waist and inserted his C***K into her ***. The sound of pa 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 became louder and louder in the classroom. Begonia Bookstore's Chu Shu Shu is all in PO18. When Su Wan was finally sent to the High Court, she was panting. She had already had High Court 3 times, so now she was extremely comfortable. She had no strength. After releasing, she fell to the ground. The person behind her quickly saw her and immediately caught her. He hugged her in his arms. Looking at her flushed face and panting face, he asked her, "Did you feel good?" Su Ruan's throat was about to go hoarse. It was too comfortable, so now she did not know how to respond to him. When she heard his words, she nodded. "It's so comfortable, Brother Chung. I think you look like a good man in your military uniform. I like being ked by you in your military uniform. I like it so much. In the future, you can k me often in your military uniform. I'm so satisfied." When Ji Ching heard this, he put on her underwear and skirt. "I also like the way you look in your school uniform. It makes you feel very young." He felt that what he was doing was a little rhetorical. However, the person doing it was his wife, so it was nothing. Su Wan helped him put on his clothes. She also helped him put on his clothes and looked at his serious appearance. Su Wan suddenly thought of something and asked him, "Brother Ching, we haven't gotten a marriage certificate yet, right?" Speaking of which, the two of them really had not gotten a marriage certificate. They only held a wedding banquet in the village. He Jia reported it to the military and the higher-ups agreed, so they officially got married. After all, Ji Ching was in a hurry to get married and did not think about getting a marriage certificate. He thought that he would hold the wedding banquet later, so now that he thought about it, they really had not gotten a marriage certificate yet. Su Wan looked at him with a smile and said, "Brother Ching, you're wearing your military uniform and I'm wearing my school uniform. The two of us can go and get a marriage certificate. I think it's okay. I like the way you look in your military uniform, so I want to take a photo of our marriage certificate." Now, it was impossible for the two of them to go. After all, their lower bodies were wet and their clothes were messy and wrinkled. There were even water stains on their pants. If they went, it would be easy for others to tell that something was up. Hence, they decided to go and get their marriage certificate taken tomorrow when they were free. After the two of them returned, they prepared their documents early in the morning. First, they went to the photo studio to take a photo of the two of them before getting their marriage certificate. In this day and age, a marriage certificate was just a piece of paper with a photo of the two of them pasted on it. After filling in the details, it was stamped and the two of them were officially married. After the two of them were ready, they went to the photo studio. One of them was wearing a school uniform while the other was wearing a military uniform. She took the photo and took it a few hours later. She looked at the two of them. She didn't know if it was because the two of them had been together for a long time, but their faces seemed to be exactly the same. It was the legendary look of a married couple. After taking the photo, the two of them went to the registration counter together. After waiting for a while, the two of them sat on the stools outside, a little nervous and holding hands. Ji Ching did not know what he was nervous about either. It was mainly because he had already married this wife of his and this wife was his wife. No matter what, it would not change. However, he was still very nervous. This was the first time he had no experience. Su Wan leaned on his shoulder nervously and said, "I'm nervous too. Brother Chung. I feel that once we get our marriage certificate, we will really be together." When Ji Ching heard this, his lips curled up slightly and he held her hand even tighter. The two of them waited there and before long, it was their turn. After they went in and took their vows, they filled in the details and took the photo to get their marriage certificate. After they came out, the two of them looked at each other's marriage certificate and smiled. Both of them had applied for leave today, so they had nothing to do. Hence, they went shopping and had some food in the afternoon. The two of them had not gone shopping so casually in a long time and went back at night. Even though Mrs. Liu and Chief Liu gave Su Wan quite a bit of money, because of her character since young, she did not spend much. Hence, she did not buy much and went back. What she bought were cheap goods. Perhaps it was because she was used to being poor that she could not bear to spend. Lu Huyan hesitated for a long time before returning to the house. She stood at the door, unsure if she should go in or not. She had lived in this house since she was young. She knew the structure of this house better than anyone else, so she knew that there was a door that could be entered. This door used to be a dog hole. She had seen it before, but she did not tell anyone. Now, it was at the door. She followed Fang Jiaojiao here. When Fang Jiaojiao came back with her, she was actually a little scared, so now she grabbed her hand and said to her, "Wen, are you sure you want to do this? Arson is illegal. What if you get caught? You still dare to live here? What if so many people die because of you?" Lu Huyan looked down on her cowardice. He took her hand and said, "If you don't want to be with me, then you can leave." "Why do you want to be with me? I didn't force you to be with me. You were the one who said that you wanted revenge. That's why I brought you here. Why are you getting in my way now? Don't you want to see Su Wan die?" Fang Jiaojiao's face stiffened. "That's right, I want her dead. But if we kill her personally, I'm afraid I'll go to jail." Lu Huyan assured her, "Don't worry, only the two of us know about this. Only you and I know about it, and no one else knows about it. So, it won't be discovered. No one else knows about this place, and they don't know that I know about it either. After I sneak in and set the place on fire, I'll come out. You stay here and keep a lookout. If anyone sees anyone, tell me immediately. You don't like her, and I don't like her either. This is the best way." Fang Jiaojiao thought about it. If she was really caught, she would admit defeat. Besides, she wasn't the one who set the fire, so they probably wouldn't find out about her. Now, she just couldn't stand that Su Wan was a rich young lady, so she held a grudge against her. She didn't want to let her get so much, so she just burned her to death. Who asked her to be so arrogant and despotic in front of her? She let go, and Lu Huyan went in. She was short, so it was easy for her to get in. She took the fire stick and wrapped it in cloth, added oil, and threw the fire stick directly into Su Ruan's room. She had prepared several fire sticks, and after they were all set on fire, she threw them up. After throwing a few fire sticks, it immediately looked like it was on fire. After she was done, she turned around and left. She ran quickly to make sure that no one saw her. She turned around and ran with Fang Jiaojiao. Begonia Bookstore Chu Shu 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 is all in PO18. Su Wan was taking a shower in the bathroom. She smelled something wrong, like a fire was burning. She quickly wrapped herself in a towel and wanted to go out. She originally wanted to go out, but when she went out and saw the fire in the room, she was stunned. When Su Wan woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. Jiqing refused to go back no matter what, so he stayed at the hospital to watch over her all night. When she woke up, she saw him beside her. When Su Wan woke up, her first reaction was that she was extremely thirsty and wanted to drink water very much, so she looked at Jiqing and said, "Water." When Jiqing heard this, he understood and immediately took out the water bottle beside him and poured some warm water for her to drink. Su Wan was extremely thirsty, so she drank a bottle of warm water to quench her thirst. Su Wan looked at Jiqing and was in a daze for a few minutes before she understood. She survived. She didn't die. She was lucky to be alive. She didn't know why she suddenly burst into tears. She held his face and cried very sadly. "Brother Cheng, I thought I was going to die yesterday. I really thought I was going to die. I thought I wouldn't be able to see you. I really wanted to see you yesterday. Why were you so stupid? Why did you rush in so angrily? What if something happened to you?" Ji Cheng's face was touched by her. He grabbed her hand and kissed her palm a few times. Wan, yes, it's all in the past. I survived, didn't I? Both of us survived. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Su Wan looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he meant. At this moment, Jiqing placed his hand on her stomach and said, Wan, you have a baby in your stomach. It's our child. You're pregnant. I'm going to be a father and you're going to be a mother. When Su Wan heard this, she was stunned for a few seconds. However, she immediately understood what he said. Her reaction was as cute as his reaction yesterday. First, she was surprised by what she heard. Then, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. She grabbed his face and said, "Really? I'm pregnant. I have a baby in my stomach. We have a child." Jiqing couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth. He nodded and said, "Yes, you're pregnant. You have our baby. Are you happy?" Su Wan couldn't get pregnant in her previous life, so she always wanted a child. Now that she heard that the child was here, she breathed a sigh of relief. She always thought she was the kind of person who couldn't get pregnant. After all, she couldn't get pregnant in her previous life. She was afraid that she was this kind of person. Now that she heard that the child was here, she was so excited that her hands trembled. She grabbed Jiqing's face and kissed him hard. "Hubby, I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you." Hearing this, Jiqing smiled dotingly, stroked her hair and said, "I love you too." Now that Feng Jiaojiao couldn't be the store manager, she was naturally kicked out of the staff dormitory. She stayed in a hotel for the past few days. Because she didn't have much money on her, the environment of the hotel was terrible. It was a mess, but it wasn't clean either. When she slept, her body itched. The environment of the village was worse, but she had no choice. She didn't have much money on her and couldn't stay anywhere else. This was the only place she could stay. However, there were still many bad people staying in the hotel. She felt that they were gangsters. When she went back, she was trembling with fear. Moreover, after the arson yesterday, she felt uneasy. Today, she was ready to go out to eat powder. However, when she went out, she saw the police. When Feng Jiaojiao saw the police coming, she was so scared that she wanted to turn her head. However, when the police saw her running, they immediately went forward to restrain her. They grabbed her and took her away. Feng Jiaojiao asked in fear, "What are you doing? Why are you taking me? What did I do wrong?" Yesterday, the Liu family house was on fire. Someone saw you. Come with us to the police station to assist in the investigation. When Feng Jiaojiao heard this, her face turned pale. She thought that no one saw them. In the end, they saw them and came to find her. Hence, she followed the police helplessly. When she went to the police station, she saw Lu Huayan, who was also arrested. Yesterday, the two of them met face to face. Neither of them expected that the two of them would be arrested at the same time. They looked at each other and refused to admit it. Lu Huayan said furiously, "Let go of me. You dare to arrest me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? If you dare to arrest me, my dad will kill you. Let go of me now. I am the daughter of the famous Chief Liu. If you dare to arrest me, my dad won't let you off. If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly. How could I have set the house on fire? You've got the wrong person." When the police heard this, they hit her head unhappily and scolded her. "What nonsense are you talking about? You think we'll believe you just because you say that you're Chief Lu's daughter? Chief Lu's daughter is clearly in the hospital right now. She's fine." When Lu Huayan and Feng Jiaojiao heard that she was fine in the hospital, their faces turned pale. They had spent so much effort to set the house on fire yesterday. But now, they were told that she was fine? Fine. When they heard this, they were filled with despair. Feng Jiaojiao and Lu Huayan were in different provinces, mainly because they were afraid that the two of them would make a scene. Just now, the two of them had made a scene at the police station like crazy women, so they were separated into different interrogation rooms. Feng Jiaojiao didn't feel that anything was wrong when she was with Lu Huaiheng, but now she felt uneasy, especially when they were separated. She didn't know what this crazy woman would do. Talk about herself. She was very scared now, especially when several policemen in front of her kept staring at her. She was afraid that she would say something wrong. These people wouldn't let her go, so she didn't know what to do. What should she do? She looked at these people and didn't say anything. Just then, a policeman suddenly slammed the table and said to her, "My God, there are two witnesses who saw the two of you at the Liu family's door. Arson. What do you have to say about this?" Feng Jiaojiao refused to admit it. "I didn't. I was in the hotel last night. If you don't believe me, you can ask the hotel owner. I was in the hotel the whole time. Come out. What nonsense are you talking about? I've already asked the hotel owner. He said that you ran out in the middle of the night last night, and the Liu family's house was on fire when you ran out. So what do you have to quibble about? The two of you really committed the crime together and burned down someone's house. Fang Jiaojiao refused to admit it. I didn't. I was sleeping in the hotel. Don't accuse me. There's no evidence. Did anyone take a picture of me there? Just then, a police officer came in and said, Liu Huayan from next door has already admitted to everything. She said that Fang Jiaojiao was the one who set the fire. She didn't do anything and was just outside. She was just watching the wind. After the policeman finished speaking, before the other policeman could react, Fang Jiaojiao had already slammed the table like crazy. She stood up from her seat and shouted, "Nonsense, this woman is a liar. How is that possible? When did I do this? I didn't set the fire at all. The person who set the fire was Liu Huayan. I was just watching the wind for her outside. She set the fire. I saw it myself. I saw her go in to see the fire with my own eyes. I can tell you where she went in. This bitch is shameless. She's framing me. This woman took me with her. She said she wanted. She was shameless enough to burn Su Wan to death. She wronged me. She was clearly the one who set the fire, and now she's accusing me. Don't listen to her nonsense. I admit that I was indeed on the Liu family's side, but I didn't do anything. All I did was act as a lookout for her. The one who went crazy was me, not her." Fang Jiaojiao was flustered and exasperated. She could not bear it any longer. At this point, it would be a lie if she could still hold it in. She could not bear to be falsely accused like this. Liu Huayan, that bitch. She knew that this bitch would definitely not let her off and would definitely slander her. She did not expect her to be so despicable and act so shamelessly behind her back. She was not going to be the scapegoat for this woman. She was still so young and did not want to go to jail. The policemen laughed when they heard this. They were just testing the waters. To think that they would really be able to find out. Fang Jiaojiao had already confessed everything. She grabbed the policeman's hand fearfully and begged, "I've already confessed everything. So, I'm fine, right? I'll be fine, right? I didn't do anything. I was just acting as a lookout. I was forced there by her. She threatened me. I don't know anything and she brought me there. She brought me there, so I've already sold her out. Can I be all right?" The policeman retracted his hand and said, "Do you think you'll be fine? Do you know who you've harmed? Even if you're relaxed, you should be prepared to wash your ass and go to jail. That's Chief Lu's daughter. Thankfully, you're fine now. If anything happens to you, even 10 lives won't be enough to pay for it. He said that you're fine. Just by acting as a lookout, you'll have to stay in jail for the rest of your life. Do you think you'll be able to get out without him talking to you?" When Fang Jiaojiao heard this, she leaned back against the chair in despair. Liu Huayan didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. She refused to admit it, which meant that she did not put on a resolute front. Even the policeman could not do anything about it. Liu Huayan's silence angered the policeman. Just then, someone pushed the door open and said, "Everything has been admitted." Fang Jiaojiao said that she didn't do anything. It was just that this woman used a wooden stick to set fire to the house. She confessed that this woman had crawled in from a certain corner. There was a dog hole at the side door. She went in through the dog hole. When Liu Huayan heard this, her expression changed. She frowned and clenched her fists tightly. She even had the urge to strangle someone to death. This Fang Jiaojiao. Begonia Bookstore's Chu Shu Shu is in PO18. She knew that this B*TCH was unreliable. To think that she would confess everything, now that she was not saying anything, the policeman suddenly slammed the table in anger, scaring her. "Do you think that just because you don't say anything, we won't be able to do anything? Do you think we can do anything to you? The witness has already provided evidence. Just this alone is enough to convict you. If you don't say anything, you'll stay in prison for the rest of your life. Just don't say anything." Just like a mute. Anyway, we already have evidence to convict you. Plus, you set fire to the chief's house. You don't need me to remind you how serious the crime is. You're out. After speaking, they all went in. When Lu Huyan heard that they were about to leave, she was shocked and slammed the table, shouting, "Come back here. How many people are you? Do you mean to convict me just like that? I didn't do anything. Don't listen to that woman's nonsense. That woman is crazy. That woman is crazy. That woman is crazy. That woman is crazy. I didn't do anything. Come back here. That woman is AB*TCH. Why are you listening to her? Come back here. I didn't do anything. I did. You can't convict me just like that. Are you crazy? Come back here." No matter how much she shouted, no one came in from outside. She was locked in here. She didn't know what to do. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a few female prisoners came in. The police directly handcuffed her and brought her to prison. Anyway, it didn't matter if she spoke or not. They could already be convicted. They could forget about escaping if they sang. Lu Huyan was handcuffed in despair and sent to prison. Inside, she saw Fong Jiao being sent in. Now that the two of them were convicted, they would definitely go to prison. Lu Huyan looked at her viciously. She wanted to bite her to death. When Su Ruan was talking to him, her hand didn't leave her D*CK. She kept stroking it to make herself comfortable. She was really itchy and missed him so much that she wanted his mouth to be inside her D*CK. She clasped her hands and rubbed her D*CK. Ji Qing looked at her D*CK. Seeing how flirty she was, he stopped her from itching. He put the towel aside and stuck it on her D*CK. He squeezed her legs into an M shape and buried his head in her D*CK. He licked it. He opened his mouth and licked her D*CK. He licked her D*CK with his tongue. He didn't stick it in, but it already made her tremble. After all, it was too sensitive and she wanted it too much. Her body trembled with excitement. Su Ruan grabbed his head, her face full of pleasure. Ji Qing pried open her legs and grabbed them. She and D*CK were a little messy, mainly because the pubic hair that was shaved off before had grown back. He didn't deal with her D*CK and let her D*CK hair grow back, so the D*CK hair that grew out now was indeed a little prickly, making the tip of his tongue a little itchy. He pried open her D*CK with his hand and opened her D*CK, revealing the dew inside. Because she had been kneading it for a long time, her D*CK was bright red. After the D*CK was pried open, he stuck out the tip of his tongue to lick her clitoris, hooking it and licking it. Ah, Su Rua screamed in pleasure the moment he licked her. Ji Qing still didn't dare to move because he was buried in her lower body. If he raised his head, he would see her. He was afraid that he would touch her stomach, so he didn't dare to raise his head. He just kept licking her. Su Ruan's stomach was a little big now, so there was no way to see him licking her D*CK below, but she could imagine his tongue moving inflexibly. She felt very comfortable. Her hands grabbed the bedsheets on both sides, making the bedsheets wrinkled. She looked at her stomach comfortably, her eyes red. It had been a long time since she felt so comfortable, so she was very satisfied now. She stuck up her butt for him to lick. Ji Qing licked her D*CK. After that, he began to lick the inside, sucking on the tender flesh. His sucking sounds were especially loud. Su Ruan was so comfortable that she couldn't take it anymore. She clamped his head between her legs and let Ji Qing bury himself even deeper for her to lick. Because she was pregnant now, her body was especially sensitive, and she spurted out very quickly. Not long after he licked her, she directly discharged, and the water she spurted out pissed on his face. It was the same. After Ji Qing licked it for her, he saw that she was blushing from pleasure. The water that was still gushing out from below sprayed directly onto his face. There was also water on the bedsheet. He took it from the side. He wiped his face with a towel and looked at her. Su Ruan looked at her. In the next second, he impatiently reached out to take off her pants. After taking a shower, she came out wearing pajamas. Now that she was comfortable being licked, she could not wait to, she wanted his D*ck to relieve her itch, so she could not wait to take off his pants and underwear. Looking at his D*ck, her eyes were filled with desire. Jiqing was shocked when she took off her pants. This D*ck was so impatient. After taking off his pants, she wanted to ride on him. She was pregnant now, and her belly was so big. It was inconvenient for her to move, so Jiqing was afraid that she would hurt her, so he quickly stopped her. Slow down, be careful of your belly. Su Wan had been hungry for a long time, so she could not control herself at all. After riding on him, she slowly sat on him. The people on the boat did not move, because they were afraid that she would hurt her D*ck to her stomach, so he slowly sat on the bed and allowed her to straddle him. Su Ruan's sitting posture was still a little clumsy. She slowly sat on his body, then grabbed his D*ck and rubbed it with her hand. His D*ck, which was still a little soft, was instantly hardened. It was mainly because he had been hungry for a long time. When a woman's hand touched him like this, her soft hand made him hard. Su Ruan grabbed his D*ck and sat forward after it was hard. She sat on his D*ck and slowly pressed in. Jiqing saw her like this and was afraid that she would hurt her stomach, so he touched her butt and slowly helped her move forward. After sitting on his D*ck, he opened her small D*ck. He forced her to slowly squeeze in. Her belly was so big now, so she could control the position of the D*ck, otherwise, she was afraid that the traditional position would press on her stomach. She couldn't wait to sit down. Suddenly, she was so comfortable that she let out a moan. Below was his D*ck. After being inserted, she did not move and just enjoyed the feeling of being supported by his D*ck. She waited until she was comfortable before she began to support his stomach. Then, she moved his D*ck up and down, forward and back. She controlled her strength and posture, then she would twist and turn his D*ck. She twisted back and forth, twisting his D*ck. Jiqing's hand grabbed her waist to help her move. Otherwise, it would be difficult to handle a child. So comfortable. Brother Chung. The D*ck is finally inserted by the D*ck. So comfortable. Su Wan could not help but shout obscenities as she twisted his D*ck. Finally, the D*ck is in. Su Wan twisted his D*ck comfortably. After getting used to the rhythm, she started to grab his legs and started to move her D*ck up and down, making smacking sounds. When Jiqing saw how satisfied Su Wan was, he was a little worried. He was afraid that she would hurt the child in her belly or something, so he carefully touched her waist, afraid that she wouldn't be able to take it. Su Wan didn't look like she couldn't take it. She grabbed his waist and twisted it with all her might. The smacking sounds became louder and louder. She sat directly on his waist with his D*ck on top. It was so comfortable. Her screams became louder and louder, and she kept shouting that it felt so good. Su Wan had always been so weak, not to mention responding. After getting pregnant, her strength became weaker and weaker. She took the initiative to F*** him a few times and completely went limp. She looked at the person in front of her without any strength. She panted and looked at Jiqing and said, "Brother Chung, I don't have any strength. Can you move a little? I really don't have any strength, but I still don't feel good. I really want to thrust your D*ck into me. Can you move me?" When Jiqing heard this, he looked at her stomach. She had no energy left and was just staying here. So he grabbed her butt, straightened his back, and plunged his hips into her little ass. His thighs were thrusting crazily. He had good stamina, so when he got in, it didn't take any effort or difficulty. Su Wan was very comfortable. He kept thrusting his D*ck in. Su Wan was very satisfied. Her entire body swayed, and her D*ck was being penetrated by him. It was so comfortable. She grabbed his waist and endured his D*ck. She was on her back. It was easy for her to be on her back. A pregnant woman's body was sensitive, so it didn't take long for him to reach her. Jiqing didn't dare to go in. After all, there was a child in her belly. So when he saw that she was about to come out, he pulled his D*ck out of her D*ck and shot it to the bed at the side. Su-ro was now sitting on his stomach, reminiscing about the aftertaste. Her water flowed to his stomach, and the two of them lay motionless on the bed, panting. Jiqing saw that her D*ck was flowing so much and knew that it was comfortable. So now, he wanted to clean her up and get up slowly from the bed. However, for some reason, Su-ron suddenly clamped down on him and didn't let him get up. Jiqing looked at her and was stunned for a moment. At this moment, Su-ron's hand touched her stomach and looked at him and asked, "Brother Qing, do you think I'm ugly now? Do you think I'm ugly now that I'm pregnant?" When he heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What do you mean ugly? How are you ugly now? You're still very cute now." Su-ro touched her belly and said, "Anyway, it's definitely not going to be cute. Look at how big my belly is now, and it's going to burst. When I give birth in the future, there will be stretch marks on my belly. Moreover, if I give birth naturally, my bottom part will be loose. When that happens, you'll definitely despise me. Now that I'm pregnant, my whole body has changed shape and I've gained so much weight, you'll definitely despise me. Moreover, I have freckles on my face." Jiqing really couldn't see where the freckles were, so now he held her face and carefully examined it. "Where are the freckles? Why don't I see them?" Su-ro pushed his face away and started to kick up a fuss. "I do have freckles. They're right above my nose. You'll definitely despise me. You men are all pig trotters. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Jiqing was speechless. He wondered if there was something wrong with his aesthetics. He felt that a big belly looked pretty good after being pregnant. His wife had been malnourished for a long time and didn't have a good life, so her figure was a little thin and weak. Later on, no matter how much she ate, she couldn't make up for it. Now that she was pregnant, she only gained weight after eating the amount of food that two people ate. Now, he touched her belly and said, "No, I think you're pretty good now. You were too thin before, so it's good that you're a little fatter now. Moreover, you're giving birth to my child, so why would I dislike you?" Su-ron was in a bad mood after being pregnant. Now, she pretended to be happy when she heard his comforting words. "Begonia Bookstore's Choo Shoo Shoo is all in PO 18-inch. Then will you dislike me for becoming a fat person? You're not fat." Jiqing looked at her seriously and said, "You're really not fat." Su-ron was speechless. Forget it. It wasn't fun at all. At this time, he should be coaxing her and saying that she wasn't fat at all. The baby wasn't fat at all. Su-ron didn't want to talk to him anymore. She let Jiqing wash her butt. She had already showered, so she didn't want to shower anymore. Just like that, she lay on the bed, exhausted, and let him wipe her butt with a wet towel and wash it. After washing it clean, she fell asleep. After Jiqing cleaned up, he also washed himself clean. After washing up, he returned to the bed and saw that Su-ron was already asleep. She was sleeping very soundly like a little pig. He still didn't understand. Was she fat? She really wasn't fat at all. Jiqing was not prepared for Su-ron's behavior at all. He did not expect it to be like this. His father-in-law had told him before that a woman would be like this during childbirth. Therefore, her mood swings were very scary. He told him to be careful. Anyway, he just had to coax her. It was better to coax her. Although he was mentally prepared, he was really shocked when he saw how serious the situation was. He did not know how to deal with it. She was still crying so badly. He put her on the bed and wiped her tears. He kissed her lips and her face. "Wan, don't cry, okay? What do you want your husband to do? What do you want your husband to do?" Although Su-ron did not cry, she looked at him and did not say anything. "I don't want to talk to you." Su-ron pushed him away. It was already late, so she went to bed directly. She was a little sleepy, so she lay on the bed directly. Then, she turned her back to him and did not want to talk to him. He was a little at a loss. Jiqing followed her to the bed to coax her. "No, honey, what did I do wrong? Tell me. What did I do wrong? I'll change, okay? I'll race against time to get home in the future. I'll never be a minute late. Can you do that? Su Ruan did not say anything. She was depressed. Jiqing saw that she was so angry. Her pajamas were a little short, so her breasts were exposed. He reached out and rubbed her breasts. Because of her pregnancy, her breasts had grown a lot. They were getting fuller and fuller. He touched them. Su Ruan also felt it. He pinched her nipples and pulled them, making her so comfortable that her face turned red. Pregnant women were like this. Their entire body was sensitive, especially now that they had been touched. Even that touch made them feel comfortable. Something was wrong with him. She was being touched. She looked at Jiqing, panting. Jiqing rubbed her breasts and asked her, "Can I give you a massage? I'll make you feel comfortable, okay?" Su Ruan felt a little horny when she heard this. After all, her body was getting more and more horny. Pregnant women were especially horny. Now that she heard that he was going to give her a hard time and insert his big C***ck inside her, her body unconsciously began to look forward to it. Her lower body was wet. She didn't know why her little C***nt was so sensitive. When she heard that he was going to stick his C***ck in, she became a little wet. After Jiqing finished speaking, he did not wait for her reply. His hand directly touched her little ass and touched it twice. Her hand touched her underwear, and the moment she touched her underwear, she felt that her little ass was wet. The top of his underwear was wet. It was already wet. While he was touching her, he asked, "Why are you so wet?" His underwear was soaked? Is my dick made of water? Although it was normal for Xiaobai's sensitive underwear to be wet, it was too wet. She felt that water would come out if she twisted her underwear off. Su Ruan was getting more and more itchy. When she heard his words, she said embarrassedly, "I touched it when I was thinking about you. When I was thinking about you, you were not back, so I could only touch it myself. I touched it through the underwear, so it's wet down there." She was especially horny today. She was waiting for him to come back so that she could do it. In the end, she waited for a long time and did not see him come back, so she got angry. Her lower body was really itchy, so she reached out and touched Xiaobai through the underwear. Because she was already quite sensitive after being pregnant, Xiaobai was wet after touching it twice. After touching it through the underwear, she stuffed the underwear in and pulled it out. She stuffed the underwear in and pulled it out. She repeatedly stimulated Xiaobai like this. After doing it with Xiaobai, more and more water came out. Now, her underwear was wet. Begonia Bookstore's Chu Shuju is all in Po18. Jiqing touched her a few times like this, and his hands were all wet. There was too much water coming out of her lower body. He directly put his hands into her underwear and did not rush to take off her underwear. Now that the hair on her pussy had grown out, he touched her pussy. He moved his hands down, brushed the hair away, and pried her pussy open. Her pussy was too wet, so it took a little effort to pry it open. After prying it open, he reached his hands in and touched her lower body. He pinched her clit and played with it with his hands to stimulate her. He used his fingernails to scratch her clit to stimulate her. Su Ro was still quite angry at first, but now that he was touching her pussy, she looked at him with a flushed face and instantly forgot what she was angry about. She felt comfortable being touched by him. She lay down completely and leaned against the headboard just like that. She looked down and saw him at the bedside. His hand was inside her underwear, caressing it for her. His fingers quickly kneaded her clit, then reached in and used 3 fingers to prick it. Her underwear's appetite was especially big, so he used 3 fingers to feed her until she was full. He inserted 3 fingers into her pussy effortlessly. There was too much water, so when he inserted his fingers, there was a slight sound of water splashing. Su Rua felt comfortable and consciously spread her legs apart, allowing his fingers to penetrate deeper. She lowered her head and looked at her underwear. It wrapped around his fingers and inserted them in. This was probably one of the reasons why Su Ruan threw a tantrum. She was not satisfied, so she was not happy and threw a tantrum. When Jiqing was playing with her little D***ck, he looked at the expression on her face. She was especially intoxicated and shy. After being pregnant, Su Ruan had an even more feminine charm. He could not tell which part of her was good-looking, but Jiqing just felt that his wife was beautiful no matter how he looked at her. He could not get enough of her. So now, he kept staring at Su Ruan. His gentle expression was full of hunger, and his fingers played with her D*ck faster. Hearing the sounds made by the D*ck, both of them were satisfied. Su Ruan comfortably grabbed the pillow behind her and cried out comfortably, "Ah ah ah ah. Ah 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 ah." Hearing her moans, Jiqing played with her even louder. After being pregnant, her body was sensitive. Not long after, she was directly sent to the climax. After the climax, Su Ruan looked at him, panting. Her D*ck spurted out a little water. It was not much, but it made her underwear even more wet. At this moment, Jiqing took his fingers out of her D*ck. After taking it out, he deliberately smelled her scent on his hand. He also wanted to F*ck her D*ck for a long time, but because she was pregnant, he could only restrain himself. He had not touched it at the end of this month. Even if he touched it, it was the kind that could not be completely satisfied. After all, he had to take care of Su Ruan's body and the child in her belly, so he could not force it. He was a soldier, so he had brute force and was especially violent. If he was not allowed to use more force, he could not do anything, so he could only endure it. After all, it was better not to do it than to not be completely satisfied after doing it. It was also uncomfortable to hold it in like this. He endured it, and so did Su Ruan. However, Su Ruan was not as good as him. He usually endured it by taking a cold shower in the toilet to solve it, but Su Ruan was different. Su Ruan could not hold it in. Pregnancy was more sensitive than usual, especially now. However, Jiqing could not always spoil her for fear of hurting the child, so every time Su Ruan itched, he would lick her D*ck until she was comfortable. But now, she could not hold it in anymore. She wanted to be penetrated. The satisfaction of directly penetrating and blocking the D*ck made her want to die, so she wanted Jiqing to penetrate. Now that he had scratched her D*ck was itchy, so she reached out to grab Jiqing's D*ck. She could not help but pull it out and put it on her hand. After a while, she turned her back to Jiqing and lay on the bed in a dog-like position, sticking her butt up to face his D*ck. Jiqing had not gotten on the bed yet. Now, he was standing by the bed. His pants had been taken off by her, and his D*ck was hard. Su Ruan was now with a big belly. Although it was inconvenient for her to move, she still lay on her stomach and wiggled her D*ck as she said to him, "Penetrate, hubby, penetrate the D*ck, quickly penetrate." She propped herself up like this and looked down at her belly. Although it was shameful, it was very itchy. She hoped that the baby did not hear her mother say these words in such a coquettish tone. When Jiqing saw her like this, he was afraid that she would stay in this position for too long, so he quickly pried open her D*ck and found the D*ck. The D*ck was itchy because it had been too long since something had entered it. Now, it was very comfortable when his hand penetrated it, so it clamped his fingers tightly. After Jiqing reached out and touched it a few times, his D*ck directly penetrated it. When it was penetrated, it was so comfortable that she cried out, "Ah, the D*ck is in, 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 the D*ck is in." Hearing such thirsty words, Jiqing directly reached out and slapped her D*ck as he said, "Why are you so thirsty? Can't you do it without a D*ck? You're so coquettish when the D*ck is in?" Su Ruan was originally the type of woman who was thirsty. Not to mention being F***ed so comfortably, if it weren't for the recent agreement that because her belly was getting bigger and bigger, they had to teach her well and not let the child hear it, Su Ruan felt that she could have screamed even more coquettishly. She still restrained herself to prevent the child from hearing it. Begonia Bookstore's Chu Shu Shu is all in Po18. Su Ruan was pregnant now, so it was very difficult for her body to move, so Jiqing did not dare to exaggerate. He only dared to slowly penetrate her D*ck to make her feel comfortable. He slowly inserted his D*ck. Su Ruan's D*ck had recently recovered its firmness. Because it had been too long since he inserted it, it was now very comfortable. However, after a few strokes, she could not stand it anymore because her belly was too big. Especially in this position, she could not stand it. Seeing this, Jiqing helped her up and got off the bed. After getting off the bed, he sat on the bed and let Su Ruan's back face him. Su Ruan sat down with her back facing him, facing his D*ck. Su Ruan did not need to exert any strength in this position. She could just sit directly on his D*ck, so it was a little comfortable. She sat on his D*ck, and he opened his legs to let Su Ruan enjoy the feeling of being F***ed by his D*ck. Su Ruan sat on his D*ck and slowly twisted her D*ck to make herself feel comfortable. Her D*ck was a little itchy. So she reached back and grabbed Jiqing's hand. She rubbed his hand on her D*ck and said to him, "Hubby, you have to rub my D*ck too. Rub my D*ck. My D*ck is itchy too." Right now, she was like a thirsty slut. She was not satisfied no matter what. She felt that her whole body was itchy and wanted to be touched by him. Now, she grabbed his hand and rubbed it on her breasts, letting him make her feel comfortable. Both of her hands grabbed his hands and kneaded them on her breasts. She led his hands to knead her nipples. She was kneading them on the top and poking them on the bottom. Jiqing was about to explode as he watched her take the initiative to twist her buttocks and poke them in his mouth. He put his hands under her armpits and grabbed her nipples and rubbed them. Seeing her moaning so wantonly, he saw a few pens on the bedside table. They were all left by Su Ruan. She left them for writing, so she just put them there. Jiqing saw this and took the pens. After taking them, he took off the caps. He directly took off the caps and clamped them on Su Ruan's nipples. The two pens clamped on her nipples. After clamping them on her nipples, he asked her, "Are your nipples still itchy like this?" When Su Ruan heard this, she was stimulated and looked down at her nipples. She looked down and saw her nipples between the caps of two pens. Seeing this scene, her face flushed red. She was embarrassed, but it was still stimulating. Her nipples were stimulated and a little comfortable. After all, this thing was clamping her nipples tightly. She moaned comfortably and twisted his cock even harder. Jiqing supported himself behind her and watched her twist her waist to make herself comfortable. He could not move. He was a little strong. He was afraid that if he moved, he would hurt the child, so he could only watch Su Ruan move by herself. Su Ruan did not have much strength. Soon, she made herself feel so comfortable that she climaxed. After climaxing, she could not stand it anymore and sat directly on top of him. She sat comfortably and panted. When Jiqing saw her stop, he knew that she was satisfied. At this time, he leaned close to her ear and kissed her ear and touched her belly. Su Ruan felt comfortable now. She did not dare to move. At this moment, Jiqing touched her stomach and felt the fetal movement. He just wanted to touch it, but he didn't expect that he really felt the baby move. So when he touched the baby's stomach, he was shocked. He couldn't believe that he had touched the baby. He thought that he had touched it wrongly, so he asked her in surprise, "Wife, did I just feel her move? Did he move just now?" When Su Ruan heard Jiqing's excited words, she knew that he was very happy. Just now, she did feel the child kicking her, so she was very sure that she took Jiqing's hand and said to him, "Yes, that's right. The child did kick me just now, so the child really moved." When Jiqing heard this, he immediately placed his hands on her belly, wanting to feel the baby moving. However, it only moved a little before it stopped moving. Su Ruan saw this and asked him with some fear, "The child just moved a little. Could it be that he knows what we are doing?" "He knows what we are doing, so he gave us a heads up." "Did he hear it?" Jiqing hadn't thought of that at first. But, when he heard this, he felt that there was a possibility. Therefore, he comforted her shyly, that shouldn't be the case. After all, it's already night time now. The baby should be asleep, so he didn't hear anything. He must have just turned over after falling asleep. When Su Ruan heard this explanation, she felt that it was really the case. Su Ruan didn't really care about whether the baby was a boy or a girl. Jiqing thought the same as well. After all, both of them just wanted the baby to be healthy. It didn't really matter if it was a boy or a girl. Chief Lu and his wife thought the same as well. As long as Su Ruan and the child were healthy, it was fine. They didn't favor boys over girls to begin with, and neither did they particularly like whether it was a boy or a girl. All they wanted was to give birth. However, Su Ruan's mother-in-law wasn't like that. Su Ruan's mother-in-law was a typical village woman. To put it bluntly, she just wanted to give birth to a son to carry on the family line. If Su Ruan's first child was a boy, she could give birth to a girl for her second child. That way, they could have both boys and girls. Or perhaps, they didn't even have to give birth to a second child. In any case, the first child had to be a boy. After all, they had to keep the seed. Initially, Su Ruan's impression of her mother-in-law was decent. After all, there wasn't anything bad about her. But, after she got pregnant, Su Ruan kept instilling in her that she had to give birth to a boy. Because of that, Su Ruan felt herself breaking down and didn't like it anymore. She didn't like people who favored boys over girls. Yet, her mother-in-law only told her about it and not Jiqing. Most likely because she was afraid that Jiqing would scold her, she told Jiqing that both boys and girls were fine. But, since he wasn't around, she changed her tune immediately. Both boys and girls are fine. But, it's best if it's a boy. There are people in our village who keep giving birth even though they can't give birth to a boy. Su Ruan was exasperated. Later on, she didn't want to return to her mother-in-law's house. She hadn't been back for a couple of months now. She didn't want her child to be used as a means to carry on the family line. However, she didn't tell Jiqing about it either. She was afraid that he would say that she was trying to ruin their mother-son relationship. Begonia Bookstore Itsu Bookstore and a Book 018. Although Su Ruan didn't say it, Jiqing knew a little about it. It was mainly because his mother's temper was like this. She kept saying that she wanted to have a grandson to carry on the family line. When she went back, she burned incense and prayed to Buddha. She kept telling them that she wanted to have a grandson. Jiqing didn't have any idea about having a child. He didn't say that it had to be a boy or a girl. As long as the child was healthy, it was fine. He said a few words to Wang Shuhui. Wang Shuhui said that she understood. It didn't matter if it was a boy or a girl. However, in her heart, she still wanted to have a grandson. After all, there was no way to change her traditional views. She just wanted to have a son. Over time, Jiqing also got angry. He was so angry that he didn't like to go home anymore. Especially in the last few months, he simply didn't go back. He would suffer if he went back. It was better to take care of the baby here. His parents-in-law were good to his wife. Naturally, his wife's mood would be better. Su Ruan didn't have any diseases. She had been healthy. Except for the vomiting in the first few months and the difficulty of getting up and down when her belly got bigger, she was quite good. After all, there were so many people serving all kinds of tonics now. She also had all kinds of experiences. She didn't suffer much. Now, she was served like a queen. She began to look forward to the arrival of the child. Tonight, Jiqing soaked her feet. In the last few months of her pregnancy, her feet would be swollen almost every night. And it was so swollen that she couldn't sleep. She had to soak her feet. Therefore, Jiqing got off work on time. Before going to bed at night, he would get a basin of water for her to soak her feet. After soaking her feet, she would feel comfortable. Su Ruan was being served by him all the time. Recently, she was about to give birth. Her due date was only a few days away. However, it was not yet time for her to be hospitalized, so she waited at home for the due date. Now, after washing her feet, he wiped the water clean and let her lie on the bed. He poured the water away. Jiqing went back to massage her. Su Ruan looked at Jiqing massaging her so seriously. Suddenly, she asked him curiously, "Hubby, is your dick hard?" Jiqing was giving her a good massage, but what kind of flirtatious words were she spouting? He pinched her toes and said, "So what if you're hard?" "I can't do it." Su Ruan stared at his crotch. The two of them couldn't do it for the next 3 months, so she said hungrily, "But little sister wants to be done. What should I do?" Jiqing did not want her to have her way. She was so itchy all day. He would not let her have her way. He pinched her and said, even if you want to be F***ked, you have to bear with it. When Su Wan heard this, he was unhappy. You just want to be F***ked? The little prick is itching now. I don't know why it's so itchy. Why don't you not bring it in and just dawdle outside? Just make me feel comfortable, okay? I miss your big dick. I haven't touched your big dick in a long time. Just rub your big dick against the little prick and don't shoot it in, okay? When Jiqing heard this, he looked at him with desire in his eyes. It was like this every time. When the little prick was itchy, she would stare at him. He was afraid that he would hurt her belly, so he was not willing. No. Bear with it. When Su Wan saw his expression, she was unhappy. So she reached her hand into her clothes and grabbed 2 lumps of flesh. After she was pregnant, her nipples seemed to have grown bigger. She felt that her nipples were about to burst. So now, she pinched her nipples and showed them to him. Half of her clothes were wet. You really don't want it? I can use my nipples to add your dick. Put your dick in, okay? Big brother, put your dick in. Your little sister wants to be F***ked by your big dick, so I want your big dick in, okay? Touch your little sister's nipples. My nipples are so itchy. When Jiqing heard this, he took a deep breath. Looking at her flirtatious appearance, he could not help but reach out and rub her chest. He pulled her nipples and asked her, "What did you call yourself just now?" When Su Wan heard his words, she knew that he must be interested. So she continued to say in a soft voice, "I called you big brother. Aren't you my big brother? You made your little sister pregnant. Feed your little sister. Your little sister wants your big dick. Put your big dick in, okay? Let your little sister feel comfortable." When Su Wan saw that he was not speaking, but his face was indeed uncomfortable. So she reached out and pulled down his pants. After pulling down the pants, she grabbed his dick and kneaded it in her hand. Big brother's big dick. Big sister's big dick. Flirtatious little sister wants to be F***ked by big brother's big dick. Jiqing really could not stand his wife's flirtatious appearance. He pinched her face and said, "Why are you so flirtatious? You're already pregnant because of big brother, but you still don't want a divorce. You still want big brother to F***ck you? Are you planning to keep making big brother pregnant?" Hearing this, Su Wan took out his penis and pressed it on his head, giving him a comfortable pull. Very excitedly, she made his penis bigger and placed it directly on her chest. She didn't use her breasts to clamp his penis. Instead, she placed his penis on top of her breasts and circled it around her right chest. She grabbed the slightly hot penis and circled it around her right chest. Chapter 145, Don't dare to insert it inside, so I squeezed her nipples and big brother is so naughty. He even sprayed his semen on little sister's nipples. Do you want little sister to give birth to big brother's children? She grabbed his dick and rubbed it on her nipples. She even specially pressed on her nipples. Her nipples were rubbed comfortably. She looked at him comfortably. Jiqing sat on the bed and watched as she took the initiative to grab his dick and rub it on her chest. After rubbing it around her nipples, she moved to the other side. She grabbed his dick and kept massaging her chest. Touching her nipples was so comfortable that she could not help but moan. Oh. Big brother's dick is so big. Big brother's dick is now rubbing little sister's nipples. Is big brother comfortable? Is big brother comfortable with little sister's nipples? When Jiqing saw her flirtatious appearance, he grabbed the back of her head and made her look up at him. Little sister is so flirtatious. How can big brother not be comfortable? Grab your brother's dick and shoot your brother's dick out. Hai Tang Shuwu, Hai Tang bookstore, nodded. Since Su Wan was pregnant, her chest had grown a lot. It was mainly because she had been massaged, so it had grown by a whole cup size. Now, her nipples were especially big. When she heard Jiqing's words, she squeezed her nipples and squeezed them in the middle. She sandwiched his dick in the middle, just like making a sandwich. She squeezed his dick on her chest and squeezed her nipples inwardly. Her nipples rubbed and stimulated his dick. Big brother, are you comfortable? Are little sister's nipples very big? Little sister's nipples are so big because of big brother. It's all because of big brother that my nipples have become so big. Little sister wants to repay big brother and make big brother comfortable. Is little sister's nipples comfortable for big brother? Jiqing looked at his dick rubbing between her nipples. With this rubbing force, her skin was white and tender. She had been pampered, so now, after rubbing for a while, her chest had become red. When he saw this scene, his eyes became even more excited. How could he not like it? He was going to die of comfort. He was going to be stimulated to death by this scene. He panted slightly and lowered his head to look at her using her nipples to rub his dick, making his dick hard. Su Wan knew that his dick had always been very durable, but she did not expect it to be so durable. After rubbing for a long time, there was still no sign of ejaculation. Her nipples were already red from the rubbing. So she let go of his dick and spread her legs. After she spread her legs, she lay on the bed in this lying position and spread her legs for him to see. She said, "Big brother, insert your dick into little sister's little b asterisk tch, okay? Put your dick in. Little sister's little b asterisk tch is so itchy. When I was rubbing big brother's dick just now, it was so itchy that it couldn't stand it. I really want big brother's dick to come in. Even if big brother doesn't come in, I still want to rub little sister's little b asterisk tch. Little sister's little b asterisk tch is so itchy that it can't stand it." After she finished speaking, she took off her panties. Because of the water that came out just now, the panties were a little sticky. After she took them off, she looked at Jiqing. Jiqing went up to the bed. He went up to the bed and spread her legs. Looking at her impatient look, he knelt forward and slowly put his dick on her little b asterisk tch. He was not in a hurry to pry open her lips. After he put his dick on it, he slowly rubbed her lips. Then, he went up. His dick played with her pubic hair and rubbed against her lower abdomen. Then, he went down and used his dick to slowly open her little b asterisk tch. After he opened her little b asterisk tch, he slowly moved in. He used his dick to rub against her outside. He did not dare to go in, so he waited until he could use his dick to play with her clitoris and her tender flesh to make her feel comfortable. "Big brother, it's so comfortable." Su Wan moaned comfortably and said coquettishly, "Big brother's dick is so hot. Big brother's dick is so comfortable on little sister's little b asterisk tch. Big brother is so comfortable. Big brother, continue to play with little sister. Rub little sister's little b asterisk tch." She was so coquettish and her words were very stimulating. He could not help but keep rubbing against her little b asterisk tch. Although he would not be completely comfortable if he did not go in, it was better than nothing rubbing against her little b asterisk tch. Jiqing rubbed against her for a while. After seeing that she was satisfied, he closed her legs. After he closed her legs, he clamped his dick between her legs and started to thrust in and out her little b asterisk tch. Su Wan looked at him rubbing comfortably. Her legs were tightly clamped together, and she used her little b asterisk tch to rub his dick. Jiqing was stimulated by the strength of her clamping, and he kept rubbing her legs against his lower body. When he came out comfortably, he got his semen on her little b asterisk tch. After Su Wan saw him come out, she deliberately teased him and said, "Big brother is so bad. You shot your semen on other people's little b asterisk tch. Big brother clearly knows that little sister is pregnant, but you still put your semen on other people's little b asterisk tch. What if the child sees? Little sister is pregnant with big brother's child." Su Wan was extremely coquettish. She said such lewd words and even fantasized about giving birth to a child for her brother. When Jiqing heard this, he patted her butt and said, "Then continue to give birth to children for me after you give birth to this child. Keep giving birth to children for me. After you give birth to my child, I'll penetrate your d asterisk ck. I'll loosen your d asterisk ck. If I loosen your d asterisk ck, you won't be so lewd and want me to penetrate your d asterisk ck all day long." When Su Wan heard this, she seduced his shoulder and said, "Do you like a coquettish sister like me? Do you like a god sister? I like it to death. I want to f asterisk ck you forever, you slut. I'll f asterisk ck you to death." After Jiqing finished speaking, he directly carried her inside and placed her in the bathtub to bathe her. Her entire body was dirty just now, so he was washing her now. Su Ruan enjoyed being served by him comfortably. A week later, Su Ruan's water broke. Her family hurriedly sent her to the hospital. They didn't expect the child to arrive earlier than expected, and her water broke in advance. There was a saying in the past that a premature birth was a son, and a late birth was a daughter. This was really the case. Now that she gave birth in advance, she gave birth to a son. The family was originally a little expectant, thinking that it was a daughter. When they heard that it was a son, they were slightly disappointed, but it was nothing. Anyway, they were satisfied as long as the child was healthy. When she heard that it was a son, Wang Shuhui was the happiest. She burned incense, prayed to Buddha, and ate vegetarian food every day. She kept saying that she should quickly give birth to a son. The stone in her heart was lifted. When she heard that it was really a son, she was completely relieved. When Su Ruan gave birth, she felt like she was dead. Her stomach hurt unbearably. When she heard that it was a son, she was a little unhappy. Although they said that it was the same as giving birth to a girl, she still wanted to give birth to a girl in her heart. She preferred girls and thought that they were cute. Jiqin was also not very happy. He also wanted a girl, but there was no other way. After giving birth, Su Ruan stayed in the ward. Jiqin fed her chicken soup to replenish her nutrition. Mrs. Liu and Chief Liu went to take a look at the child. When they arrived, they told them that the child was really good-looking and that he would definitely be a handsome lad in the future. Su Ruan's child was born naturally. Other than the excruciating pain during labor, he was fine now and didn't hurt anymore. Ji Qing's hands were shaking when he was waiting outside the delivery room. Now that he was feeding her chicken soup, his hands were shaking and he didn't have time to see the baby. Su Ruan saw how anxious he was and reached out to hold his hand to calm him down. Jiqin was much better now. His hands were trembling when he was giving birth. He looked at Su Ruan. He had been holding it in. Now, his eyes were a little red because he felt so wronged for him. She was in so much pain, but she still gave birth to his child. That was why he was so angry. He was angry at himself. Su Ruan didn't feel much pain. After all, she was already married and didn't resist giving birth. It was a process that she had to go through. Giving birth to a child for herself was something that was quite a blissful thing. Finally, she kissed his hand and consoled him, "It's all right, Brother Chung. I've already given birth. I'm really healthy and safe now. It's all right. It was just a slight pain earlier on. Now, I've given birth." When Jiqing heard that, he heaved in a deep breath of air and hugged her. He hugged her with one hand and kissed her on the neck, thanking her profusely. Su Ruan went through a month of confinement at home. Now that it was the holidays, she didn't have to go to school. The birth of the child was rather coincidental. It was just that she had to go to school with a big belly when she was pregnant. Later on, it was the holidays when she gave birth. Coupled with the confinement period, she could go to school normally after the confinement period. She didn't have to take care of the child either. Mrs. Liu would take care of it at home. Furthermore, there were plenty of servants at home. Hence, she didn't have to worry and just go to school. She was also relieved. After a month, she was finally free. She returned to normal. Other than giving birth, she was no different from an ordinary university student. She still went to school and breastfed at home. Her figure recovered very well. Coupled with the fact that she was originally quite thin, she didn't gain any weight after giving birth. Hence, if her classmates hadn't experienced it with her, they wouldn't have believed that she had given birth to a child when they saw her big belly. Su Ruan was only 18 years old before giving birth. After giving birth, she was 19 years old. Hence, it wasn't unreasonable for a woman to recover her figure well when she gave birth earlier. Indeed, it was better to give birth earlier and recover earlier. Now that she had recovered well after giving birth, she didn't feel much pain. She still wanted to give birth to a daughter, but she didn't plan to give birth for the next 1 or 2 years because she had to focus on her studies. After 2 years, when she graduated from university, she would give birth to another child. Tonight, when she returned home, it was a little late. The child was crying for milk. The child was a little picky. She didn't eat the imported milk powder that she bought and insisted on drinking breast milk. Moreover, she had to drink her own mother's breast milk. Mrs. Liu once found some wet nurses who had just given birth not long ago to breastfeed her, but she didn't drink it. Other than her mother's nipples, she was picky about all the other nipples and milk. Jiqing and the child each sucked on Su Ruan's nipples and drank her milk. Su Ruan was still not back by the time class ended. The child was crying miserably. Su Ruan came back late after class today mainly because she was called over by the teacher. She had some questions to ask, so she came back late. When she came back, she heard the child crying downstairs. She kept crying, so she hurried upstairs. When she went upstairs, she saw Jiqing holding the child and coaxing her. Hai Tang Shuwu, Begonia bookstore. The child was hungry, so she kept crying. She couldn't coax her no matter how hard she tried. She hurriedly put down her things and went forward to take the child. There was no one else here except for Jiqing, so she turned around and carried the child to the bed. She turned sideways and lifted her clothes, pushed her bra up, and then fed the child. The child was indeed hungry. When she felt her nipples, she grabbed them with one hand and directly opened her mouth to eat her nipples. She was so hungry, so when she touched her nipples, she sucked her milk with all her might. Su Ruan saw that the child was drinking in such a hurry. She must be hungry, so she wiped the child's mouth and let her eat slowly. Jiqing watched from the side. He wanted to go over, but Su Ruan suddenly turned around. She was afraid that he would see, so she didn't want him to see, so she turned around. Jiqing felt a little strange when he saw her like this. Why didn't she let him see? So he turned around again to look at her. Su Ruan said shyly, "Brother Qing, you have to look at me. I look a little ugly now. My nipples don't look good. Don't look at them." After pregnancy, her nipples would become bigger, especially after giving birth. Because she had to feed the child, her nipples would become bigger, and the color of her nipples would become a little dark. Usually, when she lowered her head to look at her nipples when she was feeding the child, she felt that they were very ugly. When she was bathing, she also noticed that her nipples were a little dark. She felt that she was very ugly and didn't want him to see her like this. Usually, when she was breastfeeding, she would hide from him, afraid that he would see her. After all, whose nipples had become like this? No one wanted to be seen, and it was her husband. So she felt very inferior. Jiqing didn't know why his wife was like this. She didn't want him to see her breastfeeding, but he was very attentive. So he wanted to see it, so he directly squatted down in front of her. Su Ruan pushed him away embarrassedly and said, "Brother Qing. Don't look. I'm so ugly now. After I gave birth, my nipples became ugly." When Jiqing heard this, he looked at her nipples. Compared to before, they were indeed a whole size bigger, and the color was a little darker. Because she was pregnant, but he also liked it, so he reached over and pinched her other nipple. He pinched her nipple. In the past, when the two of them had sex, he had to rub her nipples to make them bigger. Now, he directly made them bigger, so it felt very good when he pinched them. He played with her nipples. Su Ruan was a little excited by the touch. Seeing him looking at her nipples like this, Jiqing first used his hand to pinch her nipples. The next second, when he saw the child eating so happily, he couldn't help but want to try the feeling of milk, so he directly buried his head. The child drank milk on one side, and he drank milk on the other side. Su Ro was shocked by his sudden action because he was sucking on her nipple and biting her nipple. The child was sucking on one side while he was sucking on the other. She was shocked when she lowered her head and saw that there were people sucking on both sides of her nipple. She felt that there were people sucking milk on both sides. The child sucking milk was different from him sucking milk. The child sucked milk to relieve hunger, but he sucked milk completely to flirt. So he sucked and bit, and slowly sucked her nipples. Jiqing was fighting with the child to eat. He sucked as fast as the child sucked. There was milk on both sides of her nipples, and it was sucked clean by the father and son respectively. After the child finished eating, he burped and spat out her nipples. After the child spat it out, Jiqing was still sucking her nipples. He sucked and chewed in his mouth, sucking all the milk in. Su Ruan was suddenly curious. She was curious about what the milk tasted like. She wanted to know what it tasted like to make the father and son eat it so happily. She wanted to try it. When Jiqing sucked, Su Wan felt that water came out of her bottom. After Jiqing finished sucking, he looked at her. After he finished sucking, he spat out her nipples. There was milk on her nipples, and a light transparent color wrapped around her nipples. She couldn't tell if it was the milk that came out or his saliva. Su Wan blushed and asked him, "Does the milk taste good?" When Jiqing heard this, he opened his mouth and kissed her. He transferred all the milk that was left in his mouth into her mouth, letting her have a taste of her own milk. Su Wan was fed milk by him. She opened her mouth and licked the taste of the milk. She felt that it didn't taste good, and she couldn't describe the taste. Anyway, it didn't feel as sweet as the two of them drinking it. It didn't taste good at all, and it didn't have any taste, it was tasteless. When she first drank it, she felt that it had a faint taste. Later on, when there was a sweet aftertaste, she felt a little uncomfortable. Su Wan was about to vomit, so she frowned. Even if it was her own milk that leaked out, she did not like it. She said a little disgustedly, "It doesn't taste good at all. I feel that it tastes so bad. I'm about to vomit." Even she could not stand the taste. Just now, he was fighting with the child to eat it. He was eating it with relish. When Jiqing heard this, he licked her nipples. He did not feel that it tasted bad. In any case, he liked it very much. "I think it's quite good. In the future, when the child is full, he can give it to me." Su Wan, she was a little shy when she said this. The child liked to drink milk because he was hungry. He was a grown man and he liked to drink milk. What was wrong with him? The child was hungry and wanted to drink milk. Now that he was full, he closed his eyes and fell asleep after eating and drinking. After falling asleep, she put him on the bed and took off his clothes. Su Wan could clearly feel the change in his little d*ck. When he licked her breast just now, a lot of water came out of his d*ck. Now that he got up and walked around, he felt that there was something down there. Ever since she was out of confinement, the two of them had not done it. In addition, they had been abstinent for a few months. They had not done it for a long time. When she got up, she saw that the person in front of her had just come back, so he took off his clothes and was about to take a shower. She went up to him softly and hugged him. "Brother Chung, my d*ck is a little itchy. When you sucked my breast just now, water came out of it." She made it so obvious that she wanted to be f***ked. When the person in front of her heard this, he reached out and touched her d*ck. Su Ro was wearing a skirt, so she could easily feel her underwear when she lifted it up. She touched it twice and found that it was indeed wet. The underwear was a little sticky. He touched it like this. It is indeed itchy. A lot of water came out of it. "Do you want to be f***ked?" Su Wan really hated him to death. He said it so obviously. She had already said it so obviously, looking like she was begging for sex. Now that the baby was sleeping soundly next to him, he would not make any noise after sleeping soundly. Therefore, he pressed her against the wardrobe at the side and lifted her skirt. After lifting the skirt, he saw her underwear wrapped around her buttocks. He was not in a hurry to take off her underwear. Anyway, he reached out to touch her underwear and pinched her underwear and buttocks. His large hands rubbed her buttocks with all his might, rubbing her buttocks together with her underwear. Su Wan had not done it for too long, so her whole body was very sensitive. Now that his hands touched her buttocks, she was so comfortable that she gasped for breath. Her buttocks were also very comfortable being touched like this. She leaned against the wardrobe and grabbed it. The person behind her squeezed her butt for a while before taking off her underwear and putting it on the floor. Then, he took off her skirt and put it aside. His hand touched her d*ck in front of her and pried it open. His hand kept touching her d*ck as he turned her around and pressed her d*ck against the wardrobe. Then, his hand pinched her d*ck and pressed it against the wardrobe, not letting go. He pressed his d*ck against her d*ck. Su Wan had not been touched by him for too long, so her whole body was soft. She felt like water could drip out of any part of her body, let alone here. The moment his hand touched her, she panted comfortably and opened her legs. She did not know if her D*ck had recovered and she had given birth to a child. After giving birth, Mrs. Liu was afraid that the two of them would do that kind of thing, so she specially reminded her, after giving birth, your D*ck will indeed be sent. After all, a child comes out from a woman's bottom. It's impossible for it not to be loose, so control it a little. It won't recover so quickly. It will probably take some time. Tell Jiqing not to be too anxious. It's better for it to recover slowly. After all, it's hard to recover after doing that kind of thing. He still did not understand her. Compared to Jiqing, she was still the slutty one. Jiqing could tolerate it, but Su Wan could not. She could not tolerate it at the thought of controlling it. She had not been touched for too long, and her D*ck could not stand it, so it should be fine even if it was a little loose. She was being touched like this. Jiqing's fingers closed and rubbed her clitoris. Her clitoris was protruding, and a lot of D*ck came out from the rubbing. Now, it was lubricated enough, so he could get it in. He rubbed her for a while, and when he saw that her D*ck was wet, he took off her pants. Jiqing had not penetrated it for a long time, and he could not hold it in anymore. Now that Su Wan was wet, he directly pried her legs open. After one of her legs was pried open, the whole inside was revealed, and he directly penetrated it just like that. When he penetrated it, because it was lubricated enough, and because she had given birth, it was indeed a little loose. So, when he penetrated it, he directly went in. She clamped her D*ck and clamped him. She was afraid that he would dislike her D*ck for being loose, so she clamped him with all her strength. After clamping him tightly, Jiqing grabbed her legs and straightened his back. Su Wan was comfortable being contradicted by him. She asked him in a soft voice, "Brother Qing, after I gave birth, did your D*ck loosen up a lot? Do you feel comfortable being clamped?" Chapter 149, Su Ruan's breast milk is too much, it's like spitting milk. He penetrated her D*ck and spurted it at the same time. Hai Tang Shuwu, Begonia bookstore. When Jiqing heard this, he paused. There was no difference, so he said honestly, "No, it's still so tight. It clamps my D*ck and won't let go." Su Wan was still quite shy, mainly because after giving birth, her D*ck did not look good. Her D*ck was not tight, and she was afraid that he would not like it. However, when she heard that he always had a fever, it seemed that there was really no problem. She smiled and asked him, "But after I gave birth, I became very ugly. My D*ck is so ugly. My D*ck is not in a hurry. Do you still like it?" When Jiqing heard this, he pressed her buttocks and penetrated her with all his D*ck. He was bitten by her D*ck. "I think it's very tight. Your D*ck looks good too. I like it very much." Su Wan felt that he did not know how to say any sweet words, but she just liked how honest he was. When he said these words, he could often make her very happy. Her lower body endured his thrusts. Jiqing's eyes had been fixed on her chest since just now. He liked her chest very much, so now he reached out and touched her chest, pinching her D*ck and rubbing it hard. It was different from before when she was not pregnant and had given birth. In the past, no matter how much he rubbed it, there would be no problem. But now, it was full of milk, so when he rubbed it, a lot of milk came out. It directly spurted out and flowed onto his hand. When he pinched it, the milk spurted out. It was like milk bursting. He could not help but get addicted to rubbing it. He kept rubbing her D*ck, letting the milk flow out and slide down. Su Wan saw that he was addicted to playing with her D*ck and really did not know what to say. He still liked to play with her D*ck. It was like milk bursting. It was very fun to let the milk flow to his hand, so he directly used both hands and rubbed her D*ck. She was a little shy when she saw her D*ck spurting out milk, but the person in front of her was very happy. He kept rubbing and did not let go. Su Wan was also very comfortable when he rubbed her D*ck. Milk spurted out from her D*ck. After Jiqing touched her D*ck for a while, he held her butt and let her put her legs on his waist. He inserted them very deeply in this position. He hugged her butt and began to walk around the room. Every time he walked, he inserted himself deeper into her D*ck, making Su Wan gasp comfortably. In the past, she would be very coquettish at this time. The more coquettish she was, the more comfortable it would be between the two of them. But now, the child was still here. If she screamed, the child would definitely hear it. She was afraid that the child would hear her and see what the two of them were doing here, so she could not scream. She could only hold it in. But every time she was contradicted, she felt very comfortable. He deliberately went against her D*ck and walked around the room. He paused for a moment and began to insert himself again. Then, he took her to walk around. The speed was slow and fast. Sometimes it was fast, and sometimes it was very slow. The person in front of him could not stand it anymore. She bit his shoulder and was very comfortable. Su Wan had not been so satisfied in a long time, so she was very comfortable and happy. As he walked, he grabbed her butt, lifted her butt, and used all his strength to push against her D*ck. From this angle, Su Wan could see the dressing table behind her. When she was facing the dressing table and being penetrated by him, she could clearly see her own face in the mirror above the dressing table. That lewd face of orgasm was especially satisfied. She saw that her lewd face was full of joy. She was very comfortable being pushed against his body. A lot of milk came out from her D*ck and flowed directly to his chest. In the past, Su Wan did not feel that she had so much milk. Now that she was doing this with him, she realized that she was like a cow. She had a lot of milk. As long as he touched her, she would spurt out milk. Now that her D*ck was being squeezed, a lot of milk flowed out and flowed to the two of them. It was very dirty and wet. Jiqing pushed her into the bathroom and pressed her against the wall. Her body was pressed against the wall, allowing her to lower her head to see the juncture between their lower bodies. Both of them were now covered in milk and were wet. Jiqing turned the shower head down and sprayed it on their bodies. However, when he was doing her body, his D*ck was still inserted into her D*ck and did not come out. His D*ck was inserted into her D*ck and let her suck it. He turned the shower head down to clean their bodies and the wet places that had been sprayed with milk. Su Wan lowered her head and very obviously saw that her pink D*ck was biting on his pink D*ck. He did not insert it very deep, only half of it. He let her see his D*ck as water sprayed on their bodies. Su Wan suddenly wanted to kiss him, so she hooked her arms around his shoulders and lowered her head to kiss his mouth. She pried open his lips and slipped her tongue in to lick his teeth. Sucking on his tongue, she pulled his tongue out and ate his saliva. The two of them kissed and kissed until they could not bear to part. Jiqing had originally pulled his D*ck out a little, but when he saw Su Wan take the initiative to kiss him, he began to push against her lower body with force. She hadn't done this with him for a long time, so now it was so comfortable that her head felt like it was having an orgasm. She kissed Jiqing's mouth and sucked on his tongue. She only let go of him when his tongue was numb. She was out of breath after playing with him. After she let go of him, she was pressed against the wall by him, panting. His lower body was still in her pussy, and he kept sending his cock into her pussy. Su Wan hooked her arms around his shoulders to avoid falling. She grabbed his shoulders and didn't let go. She moved rhythmically with him, moaning softly. Jiqing directly ejaculated into her pussy. He couldn't hold it in for too long, so he didn't persist for too long. He ejaculated all of it into her pussy. Su Wan looked at her stomach. Her lower abdomen hadn't been completely flat after giving birth, and there was still a slight bump. After he ejaculated all of it, her stomach seemed to have become bigger. She lowered her head and looked at her lower abdomen. After Jiqing ejaculated all of it, he pulled his cock out. After he pulled it out, it flowed down with liquid. He put her down, took the shower head, and dug out the semen from her lower body. Su Wan stood at the side weakly and let him do it. She opened her legs and let him get all of the semen out of her pussy. Her pussy was filled with semen, so it opened up completely. After it was taken out, there was no semen inside. When he opened her pussy, she was still opening and closing. When she saw his finger coming in, she was still biting his finger tightly. She was probably too hungry. After all, they hadn't done it for a few months. Now she was so hungry that she was even eating his finger. Jiqing looked at her biting his finger tightly and poked her pussy with his finger. Little pussy, you're so greedy. My cock isn't enough for your pussy. You still want to bite my finger and not let go. After the two of them finished showering, they went outside. The child was already asleep, so the two of them lay on the bed naked. Su Wan lay beside him and looked at him. She clung to him and didn't let go. Later, she fell asleep in a daze. The days passed quickly. Su Wan was about to graduate from university. After graduating from university, she should have had a headache about what she should do. She studied design and liked making clothes, so she planned to open her own clothing store and design her own brand. In this aspect, she was rather similar to Mrs. Liu as a mother and daughter. Both of them loved making clothes. When Mrs. Liu pestered him about wanting to set up her own clothing shop, he would definitely agree to it. The next day, Chief Liu took out the money for her and bought her a shop. After all, the couple had always felt that they had mistreated their daughter. They didn't know what they could do to make up for the grievances their daughter had suffered over the years, so they could only give their daughter whatever she wanted. For a few years, she had always been pampered by her family. Su Wan used to be a poor person. Her child was already in charge of the household. After she gave birth to a child, she became more and more like a young girl. The main thing was that she did not have to worry about anything. Her family had bought her a store in the city center, so she didn't have to worry about her work. She could design her own brand. After all, she didn't have to worry about money. Her family had plenty of money, and her father had even given her shares. Her family said that the company would be given to her in the future. If she didn't want it, she could give it to her child. She could earn a lot of money from the dividends she received every month. Therefore, she could do her own things. She was rather relaxed as well. Today, she brought her child along to look at the store. Her baby was already 3 years old this year and could already walk and talk. Therefore, when she held her baby's hand, she brought him along slowly. When she brought her child to look at the store, she caught sight of a newly opened smoothie shop nearby. Therefore, she wanted to buy a smoothie jack. After all, it was really hot right now. She bought a smoothie from the shop, and when she sat down, she caught sight of a person sitting opposite her. At first glance, she thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. But when she focused her gaze, she realized that it was really Fang Jiaojiao. To think that Fang Jiaojiao would be setting up a stall on the streets with a huge belly. The weather was very hot, and he looked miserable selling cold jelly on the streets with a huge belly. With such a huge belly, it was troublesome to even move. She didn't know when he had been released from prison, but seeing that he was already pregnant, she guessed that he had been released from prison long ago. Not long after, a man came over with him. The two of them were quarreling, and for some reason, the man hit her. He slapped her and even pushed her to the side, regardless of whether she was pregnant or not. He directly snatched the money in her box. All the money she earned in a day was snatched away by that man. That man looked a little disgusting. He was very greasy and had a beard all over his face. He was very tall and strong. When Su Wan saw this scene, he was so shocked that he couldn't react. What was going on? Was she being bullied? When the boss saw this situation, he gossiped to Su Wan, "Are you shocked?" "I'm shocked too. I've been running this shop for so long, and I've seen that woman selling cold jelly on the streets for a long time. The person who hit her was her husband. I heard that her husband was addicted to gambling and played cards all day long. When he ran out of money, he would ask her for money. I heard that the woman couldn't find anyone after she was released from prison, so she listened to her family's arrangement and married this man. Originally, she couldn't marry into a good family when she was in prison, so she found this man and married him. As a result, after the marriage, there was domestic violence. Her family gave her subsidies and let her open a stall to sell cold jelly in the city. As a result, the money she earned every day was taken away by her husband. It's a sin. I don't know what she did wrong to provoke this kind of man. When Su Wan saw this scene, he suddenly sneered in his heart. She must have done something sinful to have such a result. In her previous life, she was so miserable because of her. In this life, it was her retribution. Su Wan was now waiting for her husband to pick her up at the ice cream shop. The child couldn't eat too much cold food, lest he had a stomachache. After a few mouthfuls, she didn't give the child any more. She took his and finished his. After she finished eating, Jiqing also arrived. He came from home and changed into casual clothes to pick her and the child up. Fang Jiaojiao didn't notice the two of them at first, but when she saw a big Benz stop in front of them, she saw clearly. She saw that Su Wan and Jiqing were still together, loving each other as before, and even had a child. The family was very loving, unlike her. She was now living a poor life and being abused all day long. She was afraid that she would be embarrassed if she saw her, so she covered her face and didn't dare to be seen by her. When the two of them left, she dared to look at the back of their car, gnashing her teeth in hatred. Even now, she didn't forget to curse the two of them to divorce sooner or later. She cursed Jiqing for having a mistress outside, cheating on Su Wan. She wanted to prevent their child from being hit and killed by a car. Why did she have to live a bad life while Su Wan had to live a good life? She would get her retribution. Su Wan and Jiqing took wedding photos. When she was wearing a wedding dress, Jiqing saw that she was wearing a thong with a string. Jiqing was very angry. "Are you wearing underwear?" When the child was 3 years old, the family went to take a family photo. Later on, they saw that there were wedding photos. The two of them didn't want to take wedding photos before, so they wore formal clothes when they got married. They got married in the village a few years ago, so the conditions of their marriage weren't very good, so they didn't say anything about taking wedding photos. Su Wan didn't mention that she wanted to take wedding photos, but the way she looked at them was obvious. She didn't mention it, but it was rare. Jiqing knew it from the way his wife looked at them, so the next day, he asked her out and drove her to the wedding dress shop. "What are you doing?" Su Ro asked in surprise as she looked at the wedding gowns in front of the store. "Hai Tang Shuwu," she said. Jiqing asked her to get out of the car. "Didn't you want to take wedding photos?" "When we got married, we didn't know about this. Now that we know, we definitely have to make it up to you." In this era, wedding dresses were imported from abroad. People wore them, so they were in a good mood. There weren't many styles of white wedding dresses, and some of them were a little old-fashioned. However, in this era, these old-fashioned wedding dresses were the trend, and people who came later also felt that they were retro. When she saw other people taking wedding photos yesterday, it was indeed rare, so she followed him in. Jiqing had been doing well in the army these few years, and he was promoted quickly, so he was a little rich. He held her hand as they went in, and the two of them chose. Jiqing didn't know about these things at all, so his wife could choose by herself. He just followed his wife. Su Wan went in and picked a dress that she thought was pretty good, but Jiqing was dissatisfied. This man kept saying that he would let her wear whatever she liked. In the end, no matter which dress she picked, he was dissatisfied. He either said that this one was too revealing, or that one was too revealing. Su Wan didn't know what to do. She really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, she picked a dress with 3/4 sleeves that wrapped her whole body tightly. However, she still liked the spaghetti strap style, so she chose a spaghetti strap style and secretly wore it. Jiqing saw that his wife had a good figure, so the spaghetti strap style was very tempting, so he didn't want her to wear it. When the photographer took photos later, the photographer would see it, so he didn't let her wear it. Now that he saw her secretly take it into the fitting room, he followed her in. Su Wan had already put on the wedding dress. When she saw someone come in, she was shocked. When she turned around and saw that it was him, she heaved a sigh of relief. She thought that someone had come in to take a look, so she was so scared that she patted his chest. "Brother Qing, you really scared me. I thought it was someone. I thought that someone had seen it." When Jiqing came in, he saw that she was wearing a wedding dress secretly. Her arms were exposed, and it was a spaghetti strap style. In his impression, a girl wearing a spaghetti strap style was the pajamas that his wife usually wore. The silk pajamas were in the spaghetti strap style. How could they be seen in public? So he was very angry, and his face darkened. "Didn't I tell you not to wear this? Why are you still wearing it?" Su Wan wanted to try it on secretly, but he found out. Seeing his angry face, she hurriedly went forward to coax him. Brother Chung, I just want to try it on. It's not like I'm wearing it out. I just want to try it on and take a photo. When Jicheng heard her words, his eyes kept sizing her up. This wedding dress was the kind that hugged the curves of her body and the style that wrapped around her butt. It was especially tight. His hand touched the back of her butt. Because he glanced at her butt and saw that there were no traces of underwear, he saw this. Feeling that there were no underwear, he asked her a little unhappily, "You're wearing this wedding dress and you're not wearing underwear?" How could he know what a thong was? He thought that underwear was like this. If there were no traces, then she wasn't wearing underwear. Su Wan explained to him, I'm not wearing ordinary underwear. I'm wearing a thong. This wedding dress is too tight, so I have to wear a thong. Otherwise, it will be exposed. It won't look good if there are traces of underwear. After Su Wan finished speaking, she was afraid that he wouldn't believe her, so she let him touch the seam of her buttocks. When he touched the seam of her buttocks carefully, he found traces of underwear. It was just a string. Jicheng had seen this kind of underwear before, so he pushed her against the wall in confusion. His hand lifted her wedding dress. After he lifted the wedding dress, the bottom part of the dress was open. He saw a black belt on the bottom part of the dress. Now he knew what a thong was. A thong was a belt with only a string. A thong was held tightly by her little d*ck. It was probably because it was rubbing against the thong when she walked. Her little d*ck was eating her underwear. How could a piece of string be called underwear? Jicheng's expression became worse. He went forward to tug at her thong and said, "This is underwear?" Su Ruan's entire body went limp, and water came out of her nether regions. Especially when she heard what he said, she couldn't help but tremble. Afraid that he would be unhappy, she tried to coax him in a softer tone. Yes. This is underwear. We girls things. You don't understand. Jicheng really didn't understand women, but if his wife dared to wear something like this outside, he would definitely f*ck her until she cried. He was so angry right now. His expression didn't seem right when he saw her wearing this. Su Wan still wanted to break free from him, but his hand kept touching her thong. She was quite scared when he touched her thong, so she went limp and begged him for mercy. Brother Chung. Don't be angry. I'll change it now, okay? The person in front of him was already extremely angry. Even though she was coaxing him like this, he wasn't very happy. He was still in trouble because of this thong. It was so coquettish. What if someone saw it when she went out? He was afraid that if someone saw it, he would feel that his wife had been seen, so he was very angry. He looked at the person in front of him pleading for mercy. Suddenly, in the next second, he squatted down and hugged her butt. Su Wan was shocked by his sudden squatting down. She didn't know what he was doing, but in the next second, his hand grabbed her butt and kneaded it. Su Wan lowered her head to look at him squatting down and grabbing her butt. Before she could react, he spread her legs. Then, his mouth went into her little b*tch. Her little b*tch was still wearing the thong and hadn't taken it off yet. He directly leaned in and opened his mouth, his tongue licking the thong. Su Ro was shocked by his actions. She lowered her head and saw that he was licking her G-string. He did not take off her G-string. Instead, he placed his mouth directly on the G-string, sucking on the G-string and licking his penis together. The moment Su Wan was licked by him, he felt so comfortable that his legs went soft. He was afraid that he would fall, so he held onto the clothes rack next to him to prevent himself from falling. He was pushed to the corner of the wall with his legs wide open and squatted down. Jicheng lifted his head to lick her d*ck. His tongue swept over her d*ck and her d*ck. He used his tongue to push her d*ck into the gap between her d*ck. His d*ck hungrily took the d*ck in his mouth and licked and sucked inside. After the thong was pushed in by her tongue, she used her tongue to pull it out. After doing this a few times, she was completely exhausted. It was too comfortable. When her tongue licked, it made sounds. She sucked her d*ck very loudly. The thong was completely soaked. It was all wet from the water that flowed out of her D*ck. Su Wan was too comfortable. Her face was flushed. She reached out and grabbed Ji Cheng's head. She pressed his head down and watched him lick her. Ji Cheng licked her lower body for a long time. He licked and played with her. When she couldn't take it anymore, he finally let go of her. Su Wan was originally comfortable, but he suddenly let go. She looked at him with some surprise. At this moment, Ji Cheng took off his pants. When he saw Su Wan wearing such a sexy wedding dress, he already had an idea to f*ck her until she cried. So now that he took off his pants, his D*ck was exposed. Su Wan looked at his huge D*ck. It was already so swollen. Ji Cheng didn't take off her wedding dress. He wanted to penetrate her D*ck in the wedding dress. After pushing her to the corner, he pried open one of her legs and spread her legs apart. His D*ck held on to her D*ck and inserted it into her D*ck. She was wearing the wedding dress for him to touch. Because it was a spaghetti strap style, his movements were too big, causing the spaghetti strap of the wedding dress to fall off. The spaghetti strap fell off. Ji Cheng looked at her breasts. He became even angrier. Why aren't you wearing a bra? Why are you wearing this wedding dress without a bra? What if other people see you? Why aren't you wearing a bra? Su Wan was embarrassed by his words. How? Was she not wearing anything? It was just a breast pad. In this day and age, there were breast pads, but they used the pad inside the bra to stick to the wedding dress. There was a breast pad, but now that the wedding dress had fallen off, her D*ck was exposed. She explained to him, there is a breast pad on the wedding dress, so you don't have to wear a bra when you wear this breast pad. If you wear a bra, it will affect your appearance. This is a spaghetti strap, so you can't see the bra inside. When Ji Cheng heard this, he glanced at the place where the wedding dress was exposed. There was indeed a cushion-like thing that covered her D*ck, but now that he had taken off her spaghetti strap, he couldn't see it. He could only see her D*ck inside. Ji Cheng became even angrier. He reached out and pinched her D*ck very hard, as if he wanted to crush her D*ck. Slut, you're not wearing underwear or a bra. Who are you trying to seduce? When Su Wan heard this, she didn't know how to explain. Ji Cheng lowered his head and bit her D*ck. Now that the wedding dress was exposed, both D*ck were directly exposed. When he saw her bright red D*ck, he couldn't help but suck it. He didn't know if it was because she had given birth, but her D*ck had become darker. It was red now, but it used to be pink. She was a little mindful that her D*ck wasn't pink, and she was afraid that Ji Cheng wouldn't like it. However, Ji Cheng had been sucking and licking her D*ck for the past few years, and he didn't seem to mind at all. Chapter 153, Being f***ked in a wedding dress in the fitting room, she was so comfortable that tears came out of her eyes. Now that her D*ck was exposed, he sucked and shook it in his mouth. Su Wan stroked his head and watched as he lowered his head and licked her D*ck. It was as if he was punishing her, so he bit her D*ck forcefully. She was also very comfortable being bitten. Because he was very gentle, she felt numb. Before Su Wan could react, she opened one of her D*ck and hooked it around his waist. Then, his D*ck was sent inside. His D*ck hadn't been removed by him yet, so when he was thrusting inside, his D*ck was still stuck inside. The D*ck and the D*ck came in at the same time, rubbing against her D*ck. She couldn't stand it. Ji Cheng seemed to be punishing her, and he was especially forceful in thrusting into her. When it was heavy, she couldn't stand it. When it was light, it made her itch unbearably. This position made her very infatuated. Ji Cheng was right. After thrusting into her in this position for a while, he pushed her against the door and changed positions so that her back was facing him. After that, he lifted her D*ck up, pried open her D*ck, and inserted it inside her D*ck. Su Wan was pushed against the door of the fitting room. He was thrusting into her D*ck from behind, and the sound of his D*ck slapping against her D*ck was too loud. Su Wan couldn't cry out now. After all, she was outside, and she was still in the changing room. If she cried out and was heard by others, how embarrassing would it be? Thus, she covered her mouth and shut it. No matter how comfortable it was, she still kept her mouth shut. Occasionally, she would let out an uncontrollable gasp. The shop assistant outside probably felt that Su Wan had been in for a long time, so she came up and asked her with concern, "Mrs. G, have you changed your clothes? Because the photographer here is ready, is there a problem? If there's a problem, I can go in and help you." Su Wan and the shop assistant were only separated by a door. They were doing this inside the door. If the shop assistant moved her head outside the door, she would definitely be heard by the shop assistant, so the person behind her stopped. Su Wan said to the shop assistant in a forbearing voice, "I'm fine, I'm just here to show off. I have a few sets of wedding dresses to change into. It's okay, I can do it alone. You can go ahead." Hearing this, the shop assistant naturally left without thinking much. Just after the shop assistant left, the person behind her heard the sound and immediately inserted her D*ck, pressed her waist, and slapped her D*ck all the time. Every time it hit her D*ck, Su Wan was wearing a wedding dress like this. He made two people's liquid flow onto the wedding dress. The person behind you didn't care and just hit her like this. There was too much water coming out of the bottom, and the wedding dress was wet. Su Wan couldn't care less about the current situation of the wedding dress. Because she was too comfortable, so comfortable that she covered her mouth and tears came out. The person behind her seemed to be deliberately punishing her, so every time, it was very deep. Every time, it was very deep, and her tears came out. It was too comfortable. She was crying, so comfortable that she cried. Her voice carried a sobbing gasp. When the person behind her heard this cry, he was like a beast holding her waist and thrusting with all his might. Her tears were dried up. She held the door with her hand and endured his thrusting. The person behind her was getting fiercer and fiercer. Seeing her crying so aggrievedly, he thrusted even harder. Jiqing couldn't shoot out to the ground at this time, so the moment he measured the climax, he poured all of it into her little D*ck. He shot all of it to her, and the hot semen flowed in. The moment Su Wan was filled with semen, she also reached the climax of pleasure. She raised her butt and endured all of his semen shooting in. At this moment, Jiqing pulled out his cock, and let the semen flow out of her lower body. The wedding dress was already rotten, mainly because of the two of them, and the wedding dress was wrinkled. After he pulled out, he put on his pants. Looking at Su Wan's aggrieved look, he felt that his cock was going to get hard again. This wedding dress couldn't be bought anymore. After all, it was so dirty. Su Wan didn't have the face to let the shop assistant know what they were doing in the fitting room just now, so she bought this wedding dress and didn't let the shop assistant touch it. She took the wedding dress back and didn't let the shop assistant touch it. Su Wan was on the verge of tears just now. She didn't dare to wear such a revealing wedding dress again, so she bought it for herself to see. In addition, she wore a wedding dress that Jiqing liked, and Jiqing was satisfied with it. After taking photos, the two of them went back. Su Wan changed into a new pair of underwear, so the G-string was taken away by Jiqing. She thought that her G-string was so wet that she wanted to take it off and throw it away, but she didn't expect it to be taken away by him. Jiqing said to her, "This looks pretty good. Bring it home and wear it for me to see every day." She didn't dare to. She only wore it once just now, and it made her cry. If she brought it home and did it every day, would she be able to take it? Haitang Shuwu, Haitang bookstore. Su Wan had always wanted to see the sea, but because they lived in an inland city, they could not see their child. The transportation was not developed before. If they wanted to see the sea, they had to go to other cities. It would take a few hours to drive or take the train. After giving birth to their child, they did not have much time. Recently, they had been busy with the shop. When their child was 5 years old, Jiqing finally had a holiday. He wanted to take his child to see the sea for a week. After all, they had been talking about it before. However, they did not directly let their child be taken care of by two elderly people. The two of them went out for a honeymoon. Su Wan did not have a honeymoon with him. After getting married, the two of them had been together. Now that they had been married for 6 years, they wanted to go out for a honeymoon. They did not look for a place that was too far away. They went to a beach by car, and Jiqing drove. It was the first time that Su Wan went out with him, and it was also the first time that they went out for a vacation. Moreover, it was the beach that she liked, so she was very happy. After coaxing her son to sleep the night before, she began to pack their things. After packing their clothes and luggage, they set off early the next morning after breakfast. She was very happy in the car. She wore a hat, a floral long dress, and a pair of sunglasses. She was very fashionable. These days, electronic devices were not developed, so they went to the seaside city and began to look for a hotel. They found the best local star hotel and went to the hotel to book a room. They asked for a place where they could see the sea. When they opened the door, they could see the sea. Su Wan was very excited. It was the first time that she saw the sea, so as soon as she put down her luggage, she immediately opened the window and looked outside excitedly. Later, she could not help but want to go for a walk. They set off early in the morning for a few hours. Now that they arrived, it was just 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing that the sun was going to set, they decided to put on their clothes and go for a swim at the beach. Su Wan went to the bathroom to change her clothes. She needed to buy a swimsuit in the South China Sea. She did not see any good-looking swimsuits in the city, so she made one for herself. This swimsuit was a pretty swimsuit that she saw in the mall. She sat down according to the design. It was indeed a very sexy bikini. This kind of swimsuit was rare these days. She did not know what Jiqing would do when he saw it. Because she planned to wear a bikini, she had already trimmed her pubic hair the night before. She didn't kick it off completely, only trimming the edges. Su Wan was the kind of person who had a lot of pubic hair. She admitted that she had a strong sexual desire, so she trimmed her pubic hair. After changing into the bikini, she looked at herself in the mirror. After she gave birth to the child, her figure recovered quickly. After all, she gave birth early. She had already recovered 2 years ago. She did not know if it was because she was born with it, but there were not many stretch marks. There were only a little bit that could not be seen clearly. Her figure was not out of shape. She had been controlling it well over the years. In addition, because she was thin to begin with, her abdomen was flat. Moreover, after she gave birth, her breasts became bigger and bigger. After that, they did not shrink, so now her figure was very good. She looked at herself in the mirror and felt that she looked very good. She clearly felt that she had the charm. After all, she was becoming more and more mature. Moreover, she was already popular. After so many years, the feeling of her body had become more mature. She put on the bikini and walked out. Jiqing waited outside. He did not change into any clothes. He only wore a pair of shorts and a short t-shirt. He waited outside for her. When she came out, he frowned and looked at the set of clothes she was wearing. It could not be called a set of clothes. How could it be called a set of clothes with so little material? When he heard that she was going to change into a swimsuit, he did not know what a swimsuit was. Now that he saw her come out, his expression was not right. He looked at her with a frown. He was an old-fashioned veteran, so when he saw the set of clothes, he was very unhappy. He asked her with a cold face, "Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Are you going out like this? You don't have any clothes to wear. Why are you wearing a bra and underwear without any clothes?" When Su Wan heard his words, he lowered his head and looked at himself. It really seemed like he was going out without any clothes. He had already put on a bra and underwear. However, for a moment, a swimsuit, underwear, and a bra were different. Therefore, he went forward and coaxed him in a soft voice. "Brother Chung, it's not that you're not wearing any clothes. This is what you wear at the beach. This is called a swimsuit. Everyone wears this when they come to the beach, so I want to go swimming." Ji Cheng's cold face was especially angry. After a moment of silence, he walked to the side and took out his clothes. The clothes were very big. When she wore them, it was like a child secretly wearing an adult's clothes. It pulled her buttocks together. It was like a bed skirt. After all, Jiqing was very tall. He was 1.88 meters tall. This kind of clothes did not fit her at 1.6 meters. Su Wan did not react. Just like that, he put the clothes on her, covering her entire body. After he put a black ladder on her, he smacked her buttocks. He was very angry. Wear this when you go out. If you dare to wear it like you did just now, I'll break your legs. Chapter 155, riding him on the beach chair, the knot in her underwear fell down. She used his dick to rub against him. Su Wan had no choice. She was frightened by his gaze. She did not dare to wear a bikini out. His gaze was very scary. So, she wore his clothes and followed the two of them out. They wore slippers provided by the hotel. After all, they could not wear other shoes on the beach. The two of them went to the private beach beside the hotel. There were not many people at the private beach. Only a few people were here to look at the sea. Su Wan was very excited when she saw it for the first time. She had always seen it on TV. So, now that she was at the beach, she was playing like a madwoman. Jiqing followed beside her. Hai Tang Shuwu, Begonia Bookstore. After she was tired, the two of them found a beach chair to lie down and watch the sunset. After watching the sunset, the sky gradually darkened. The people who had finished watching the sunset had already gone back. So, there were not many people left. Su Wan saw that there were not many people even before the sun had completely set. Because, she climbed on top of him and sat on his lap in a female position. Jiqing saw that she sat directly on his lap and hugged her butt. Seeing that there were not many people now, Su Wan sat on top of him like a spoiled child. Looking at his thing, she reached out to touch his dick through his pants. Jiqing looked at her calmly. After all, they had been married for so many years. To put it bluntly, they were at the stage of an old married couple. How could he not know that Su Wan liked to play with him whenever she wanted? So now, he let Su Wan reach her hand to his crotch and touch his dick through his pants. His dick hardened, and it was so hard that it pushed up his pants. Su Wan touched him like this for a while. When she saw that his dick hardened, she asked him with a smile, "Brother Ching, do you want it? I see that your dick is already hard. Do you want to be F***ked?" When Jiqing heard this slut's words, he pinched her butt and said, "Do you want to be F***ked, or do you want me to F***ck? Little F***ker, do you want it?" After he finished speaking, he directly touched her lower body. She was wearing his clothes, and they were especially loose, so she didn't wear shorts. She just wore it like a skirt, so she was wearing underwear underneath. When he touched it, her body trembled. She was wearing bikini underwear, not ordinary underwear, so the bag was tied with a knot. There was no one around, so Jiqing lifted her skirt. After lifting it, he saw that both sides of Su Wan's underwear were tied. He did not see it clearly in the room, but now that he saw it, he felt a little strange. He reached out and untied the knot on her side. As a result, after he untied the knot on both sides, her underwear directly slipped down. Jiqing saw this scene and his face became even darker. Now he was taking the initiative to untie her knot. If he accidentally dropped it, wouldn't her underwear be taken off directly? He was so angry that he slapped her butt and said, "Why are you so slutty? Can you wear this kind of underwear outside? What if it falls down and is seen by others?" When Su Wan saw that he was so angry, she sat on his waist and sat up, directly on his dick. She coaxed him and said, "Brother Ching, don't be angry. I won't be seen by others. I'm only showing it to you. So I'm wearing it for you to see? It's so beautiful. Don't you like it? If you don't like it, your dick is still so hard." She was afraid that he would settle the score with her, so she took off his pants and underwear while he was still angry. Then she saw that his meat stick was already erect. Jiqing did not have time to settle the score with her. Su Wan directly put his dick on her pussy and rubbed it. She threw the underwear she took off to the side and threw it on the beach. She was not in a hurry to insert it. She rubbed his dick on the crack of her pussy to lubricate herself. Now both of her legs were hanging by his waist and she was sitting on his waist. When she held this thing and rubbed it on her pussy, she raised her butt to let her pussy stick to his dick. His dick slowly rubbed her pussy open and rubbed against the tender flesh inside. Su Wan looked down comfortably at his dick rubbing against her pussy. The scalding hot dick stimulated her pussy. Su Wan was so comfortable that she raised her butt and let his dick rub against her pussy and the crack of her butt. This slut grabbed his dick and completely treated it as a sex toy. She used his dick to rub against Lil ass. Lil ass was sensitive to begin with. After being F***ked for so many years, it didn't take long for Lil ass to get wet. Lil ass was already wet from the rubbing. He just watched as she sat there and masturbated with his dick. She slowly opened her pussy. After opening it, she saw the tender flesh of her pussy exposed. She was already wet from rubbing against it, so she directly stuffed her dick into the hole and sat down. The author has something to say, soon. I'll be done writing my daily chapters in the next few days. The lower part was already lubricated enough, so he directly went in with his hands. After going in, he took a breath of comfort. She shoved her cock in and rocked it comfortably. His cock was rocking. Jiqing looked at the way this slut was twisting around his waist and reached out. He reached his hand under her clothes. He was not in a hurry to take off her clothes. Instead, he reached his hand inside and touched her bikini. Su Wan had not done this with him for a while, so she shook his thing vigorously. She kept shaking it up and down. When she shook it, the chair made a shaking sound. She twisted back and forth, and the little B***tch sucked his cock tightly. Jiqing's hand went in and went to the back. He touched a belt. The belt on this belt was exactly the same as the bag on the underwear below, so the belt on the top was undone. After it was undone, the bikini completely fell apart. His hand touched her chest. Because her breasts had grown a cup size since she was pregnant, and they were very soft. It was very comfortable to touch. Therefore, after the two of them were pregnant, he liked to hug her when they slept together. He put his hand on her breasts and rubbed her breasts to sleep. Every day, he had to hug her breasts to sleep. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable. Su Wan felt that her breasts did not sag after she was pregnant. Instead, they became bigger and bigger. On the one hand, it was Jiqing's credit. Because he liked to rub her breasts, they became bigger and bigger. This place still needed to be maintained, so it became bigger and bigger and did not sag when he rubbed it. It was very comfortable to be touched by his hand. It was so comfortable that she moaned. She inserted his cock even more vigorously below. Originally, she was only twisting his waist back and forth, but when she saw his hand rubbing up, she began to raise her butt, sit up and down again. She took the initiative to play with him and kept thrusting at his place. Her hand pressed on his waist as if she was having an orgasm. It was very comfortable. Her whole body was red. Her chest was also very comfortable being rubbed by him, and her lower part was tightly twisting around him. She moved her buttocks and made sounds that only the two of them could hear. The slapping sounds were especially loud. Her clothes were too big, so they blocked the place where their genitals were connected. At this moment, a few people came over from not too far away. They were all traveling with a tour group. Now that they were at the seaside, everyone was free to move around here. After hearing the sound, the two of them stopped. At first, Su Wan was very flirtatious and took the initiative to take the initiative. However, now that someone was here, he didn't dare to move. If he moved and was seen, people with discerning eyes would know what the two of them were doing. This time, the situation was a little erotic, so he didn't dare to move. He just sat on Su Wan's dick and bit it tightly. The two of them just sat like that. Fortunately, the two of them didn't rush to take off their clothes just now. Otherwise, what if they were seen? Now? The two of them were here. Su Wan's clothes were very big and covered their private parts. At this moment, a middle-aged woman came over. When she saw the middle-aged woman coming over, Su Wan's lower part was tightly clenched. Jiqing's hand was pulled out of her chest, so he wasn't seen. However, her bikini had fallen down and was swaying on her chest. She really didn't dare to move now. Her whole body was stiff and she clenched her lower part very tightly because the middle-aged woman had already come over. Fortunately, the middle-aged woman's eyesight wasn't very good. She was a little short-sighted and came here to ask for directions. She didn't know much about this place, so she directly said that she didn't know and asked the middle-aged woman to ask someone else. After the middle-aged woman said that, the middle-aged woman left. She was really scared just now. She was afraid that the middle-aged woman would see the two of them doing these things. It was really embarrassing. However, because she was too nervous and sensitive, she clenched her lower part very tightly. Jiqing felt like he was about to be bitten to death just now. His lower body was tightly sucked. After the auntie and the tour group left, he could no longer hold it in. He grabbed her waist and slapped her butt. Just like that, he quickly lifted Su Wan up, sat down, lifted him up, and sat down again. He had been holding it in for a long time, and after he left, he vented it all out. Su Ro was also having a hard time holding it in just now. There was a lot of water flowing down below. Now that she was being lifted up, she screamed, "Ah!" She felt so good that she couldn't help but moan. He was thrusting wildly down there, crashing into her little b*tch. She didn't care if they were outside right now. She was so uncomfortable from holding it in just now that she dared to thrust in broad daylight. She was so comfortable that she was about to roll her eyes. She grabbed his waist and endured his rapid thrusts. Su Wan was so comfortable that his moans became louder and louder. Not long after, both of them were done. He injected all of his semen into her. In a few days, it would be her menstrual period, so nothing happened. Her little b*tch was full of semen and was tightly blocked. Before she could catch her breath, he carried her up from the chair and carried her to face the sea. The two of them were under a tree. He changed her body so that her back was facing him. He made her bend over with her but facing him. He was going to penetrate her from behind. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation shoving Su Ro's underwear into Su Ro's mouth to prevent her from screaming. Su Wan didn't have time to react. He turned her inside and lifted her clothes towards the sea. He didn't take off her clothes. Instead, he lifted her up and pried open her butt. Facing her still wet little b*tch, he directly penetrated her. He had ejaculated a lot of semen inside, so it flowed down her thighs. She hadn't recovered from the climax of the previous round. Now, she was being penetrated by him again. Moreover, she was facing the sea. The sky was getting darker and it was already night. After the person behind her inserted his cock, he started to thrust into her little b*tch. His cock kept fiddling inside and poking into her little b*tch. She was rammed very hard. The person behind her kept hitting her, and the sound of his body slapping was very loud. The place where the two of them were now wasn't far from the sea. Therefore, when he penetrated her, she looked up and saw the waves crashing towards them. The sound of the waves was especially loud. She heard the sound of the waves being fucked. No one would come now. After all, no one would come to the beach to look at the sea in the middle of the night. Therefore, the person behind her was even more unscrupulous. His lower body rammed into her butt. His hand reached under her armpits and reached in, rubbing her breasts. Her clothes were lifted up. Following this position, he rubbed her breasts. Her breasts were rubbed very comfortably. She was f***ked until her entire body went soft. It was as if all the energy in her body had been sucked out. It was especially comfortable. Jiqing rubbed and penetrated at the same time. Su Ruan's voice became lower and lower. She was almost hoarse. Jiqing moved forward with his cock in her butt. The two of them moved forward and approached the sea. Su Ruan liked the sea. Therefore, they were at the beach. Looking from afar, the two of them were very close. Su Ruan was so f***ked that tears came out of her eyes. She enjoyed it very comfortably. When Jiqing penetrated her again, he penetrated her little b*tch. After 2 orgasms, Su Ruan had no energy left. She was very comfortable. She just lay there like that. Jiqing put down her clothes. He didn't care how obscene their lower bodies were. After pulling up his pants, he took her back. It was getting late. They had to go back. When Su Ruan went back, she didn't forget to take her bikini underwear back. After all, it was quite embarrassing to leave it here. She took it back. Originally, she wanted to wear it, but it was snatched away by Jiqing. Jiqing snatched it away, probably because he was afraid that she would wear it again. If she wore such a slutty bikini again, he would really go crazy. Therefore, he confiscated it. Su Wan wanted to wear it to block the semen flowing out from her lower body. However, he didn't let her wear it. Therefore, she could only look at him with grievance. She didn't have anything to block it. There was a lot of semen inside. It mixed with the dirty water and kept flowing down. He didn't care. He just let his semen flow out as she walked. Su Wan couldn't walk. Every time she took a step, she felt liquid coming out from her lower body. She could only follow him slowly. She was very embarrassed because she didn't have time to button the bikini on her chest. She followed him with it open. She didn't know if others would see it. Her clothes were loose and there was something holding them up. She walked very slowly and followed the two of them back to the room. They were at the door of the hotel room. When she was at the door, she wanted to open the door and go in. In the end, she was stopped by him. He grabbed her butt and didn't let her in. She was shocked. She didn't know what he was doing. Why didn't he let her in? He didn't let her in and grabbed her legs. Then, he patted her butt. Now, the experience was still flowing out, but her thighs were already wet. She was in a hurry to go in and clean it up. After taking a shower, she would feel much better. In the end, she was caught by him. Su Wan turned around curiously and looked at him. She didn't know what he was doing. He grabbed her butt and lifted her close up. After taking off her pants, he inserted his dick in. Su Wan was shocked again when his dick entered. How could he do it at any time and place? And now, they were at the door of the hotel room. He was doing it at the door. She was just about to say something when he entered. Moreover, he was especially forceful. It was the same force as when they were at the beach. It made her want to scream. When Jiqing saw that she was about to scream, he took out the bikini underwear that he had put in his pocket and stuffed it in her mouth. He let her bite on his bikini underwear. Su Wan felt embarrassed. How could she let him bite on her underwear without any reason? She was caught off guard and was forced to bite on it. She couldn't make a sound. Jiqing let her bite on his underwear as he rammed his lower body against hers. Su Ro's mouth was gagged and she could not make a sound. She could only snort as he penetrated her with his thrusts against the door. She felt a little awkward biting her underwear. After all, it was her underwear, and it was the kind that had been worn before. She couldn't make a sound while biting it. Her buttocks were enduring his thrusts. He was thrusting a little fiercely, as if he was doing it on purpose. He was determined to make her unable to take it. She was leaning against the door, and her back was being thrusted by him. Fortunately, they had left at this time and there was no one around. What if they were seen in the corridor? He grabbed both of her hands and pulled her up against the door. She was in this position, and her back was being thrusted fiercely by him. It was so hard that she couldn't make a sound even if she wanted to. She could only bite her underwear and didn't dare to make a sound. Jiqing saw that she couldn't make a sound, so he thrusted even harder. Now that he was thrusting her buttocks, it was like he was raping her. She couldn't make a sound, and she was still biting her underwear. Su Wan had been super dry for a while, so he was a little loose. When he was working her, there were popping sounds coming from below, and his semen kept flowing out. She was very comfortable being worked. Ji Chang's hand suddenly grabbed her, and the two of them changed positions. After changing positions, their bodies happened to be facing the direction of the staircase. He moved her to the direction of the staircase and ked her. The hotel didn't have elevators now, so the hotel was still decorated with stairs. She was being ked at the staircase, which meant that she was being ked right in the middle of the people coming and going. If anyone came down or came up, they would see it. He seemed to be deliberately exposing her. After he got her to the staircase, he stood in the middle and ked her. Su Ruan's mouth was stuffed with her underwear, so he couldn't make a sound. Otherwise, he would definitely scream with such stimulation. Now that she was at the staircase, her hand was holding the railing of the stairs, and her body was swaying. Looking downstairs from her angle, she could see people walking around in the hotel lobby downstairs. Moreover, there were many people talking in the hotel lobby. She was too embarrassed. There were so many people below, and the two of them were doing this here. If someone came up, they would definitely be seen. Therefore, it became tighter and tighter, and it became more and more exciting. The water that flowed out stained the ground. She had already been F***ked twice. Being F***ked this time was still very comfortable and exciting. She sucked on Ji-Cheng's crotch tightly. Probably because there were too many people below, she bit it very tightly. His hand hit her butt, and with a smack, her butt shook. Su Ruan was not provoked enough. The people behind her lifted up her clothes and her bikini. They lifted them up and grabbed them, exposing her breasts. It was as if they wanted to show her breasts to others. Just like that, they exposed her bare breasts for others to see. After Su Ruan was starving, she saw that her breasts were exposed. Both sides of her breasts were sticking out for others to see. Her entire body was exposed. She was going to die. It was so comfortable. The pleasure of being exposed was also so comfortable. Su Ruan shouted. The water below her seemed to be endless. It kept flowing down and flowed all over the ground. At this moment, a family was about to come up. A few people were together carrying a suitcase up. Su Ruan was at the staircase on the second floor when she saw them coming up. When she saw them coming up, she panicked. Her hands holding the handrail were sweating in fear. It would not be good if they were seen in public. Just as they were about to come up, Ji-Cheng took them away. At that moment, the family came up, and he took her into the room. The two of them went into the room and left. The room was next door, so after they went in and closed the door, no one saw them. However, the family's voice could be heard outside. What's going on? Why is there so much water outside? Why didn't the waiter come here? The water has to be cleaned. What if a child steps on it? There's so much water on the stairs. It's a big puddle. Did a child wet his pants? That's right. They don't care about hygiene at all. There are children. What if a child steps on it? And what's the smell? Why is there a salty smell? Do you smell anything? This smell is quite strange. It doesn't smell right. It's right by the sea. There's the sea outside, so it's normal for there to be a salty smell. After all, they're right by the sea. Hurry up and ask them to clean it. What if a child steps on it? There are so many people coming and going. When Su Ro heard this from inside the house, she was extremely shy. The pool of water that flowed down the stairs was her constipation, and it came from right below her. After all, this was the smell that the two of them were doing just now. Perhaps it was because she was particularly sensitive when she thought of that scene, so Su Ruan reached her climax and was penetrated by Ji-Cheng. Ji-Cheng couldn't take the bite anymore. She was particularly sensitive now. Her D*ck was as tight as a virgin, so it didn't take long for him to ejaculate and flow into her D*ck. The two of them fell on the bed. Su Ruan had no strength left. He took down the panties above her mouth. The panties were already wet. Her saliva was wet when he took it down. After he took it down, he heaved a sigh of relief. Su Ruan really hated him. What if they were seen so late at night? So she wanted to lift her leg. She wanted to kick him, but she realized that she couldn't even lift her leg. It was already completely soft. Ji-Cheng saw that she was so comfortable. He patted her butt and said, "Didn't you like it very much? Your D*ck is biting so hard." Hai Tang Shuwu, Begonia Bookstore, Point Chapter 159, walking with her on his back. Su Ruan was really too tired. She felt that she had been exercising all this time. It also consumed a lot of energy, so she fell asleep towards the end. Ji-Cheng bathed her. The physical strength of a man and a woman was completely different in this aspect. She had been pregnant for so many years, but her physical strength was still so weak. She couldn't keep up at all. When she woke up, it was already afternoon. She originally wanted to watch the sunrise early in the morning, but it was already afternoon. She was so tired that she didn't want to move. She directly ate in the hotel and then prepared to watch the sunset in the room. Hai Tang Shuwu, Begonia Bookstore, point after watching the sunset in the hotel, the two of them prepared to go to the small shopping mall. There was a street in the small night market where they could eat. After asking for directions, the two of them went out to shop. It was a little cool at night by the sea, and the sea breeze was especially cool. The two of them walked at night, as if they had never walked so leisurely since they got married and had a child. The last time they walked slowly alone was when they were pregnant, and they went out for a walk when they were pregnant. Su Ruan didn't travel much. The two of them grew up in the village. After they got married and had a child, they didn't have time for the two of them. Now, it was just the two of them. She played around like a child for a long time. After shopping until her legs were weak, she directly let him carry her back. She let him carry her on his back. The two of them walked back leisurely. Su Ruan just bought a lot of things. She didn't know what she bought. Anyway, she wanted to buy so many things when she saw so many things on the street. But she didn't lack money, so she bought everything. She also bought some fruits. After all, the fruits in this seaside city were delicious and fresh. Moreover, they were cheap. She bought a big bag of them and prepared to go back to eat. The two of them didn't know how long they would stay here. They could go back when they wanted to, so it was quite leisurely. The two of them went back like this, talking leisurely along the way. Su Ruan was carried by him. She felt the warmth of his back. She pinched him and asked, "Brother Ching, I have never figured out why you like me. Is it because you have been together for a long time?" Su Ruan knew that she liked him. She was more or less influenced by him in her previous life. She knew that he had treated her well in her previous life, and she knew that they had a good relationship. She knew that he was a good person, so she gradually fell in love with him and developed feelings for him. However, she didn't know why Jiqing liked her. She didn't understand. Maybe it was just like what she said. It was because they had been together for a long time. After all, in the era they lived in, there were many arranged marriages in the village. The families introduced two people to each other. After they got married, it was a matter of life. Jiqing didn't think about this problem, so now he was walking all the way. He thought about it seriously. "You know, I thought you were very beautiful and gentle when I first saw you. I wanted to treat you well and wanted to get married. We are husband and wife for a lifetime, so we must be with you for a lifetime. Maybe it was love at first sight? I thought you were very beautiful when I first saw you." Jiqing didn't see Su Ruan for the first time on their wedding night. His family arranged a marriage for him when he went back to get married. He was a little reluctant when he proposed it. After all, he didn't want to get married directly before they met. He felt very complicated in his heart. He wanted to take a look. If the woman was not to his liking, he would directly reject her. He couldn't just blindly ask for a job. Although there were many arranged marriages these days, people said that it was free to love. So 2 days before he went home to get married, he went to see Su Ruan. At that time, Su Ruan was still working in the wool factory. The wool factory in town was a little far from the village, so he rode a bicycle to see her and waited for her at the factory gate. He had never seen them before, so he didn't know which one was the real one. He waited at the door, thinking that he would call out Su Rua's name after everyone came out. Then, he would know. So, he waited outside anxiously. He was waiting at the gate now. When he arrived, the bell rang. The factory had closed for the day and many people came out. He was stunned when he saw so many people and didn't know who was her. Seeing that he couldn't see so many people, he was about to leave when he heard Fang Jiaojiao calling Su Ruan. When he heard the two words Su Ruan, he was energized. He turned around and saw a girl with 2 ponytails stolen from the factory. She was riding a bicycle. Her 2 ponytails were long and her face was clean. She was wearing a white dress and looked exceptionally clean. He didn't know what they were talking about. A few people were talking and laughing. He immediately saw the girl riding the bicycle in the middle. They all called her Su Ruan. When he saw the girl in the middle who was smiling brightly, his heart couldn't stop beating. He felt that this girl was very beautiful. Her smile was very beautiful. This was his wife, Su Ruan. The woman who would be with him for the rest of his life. The author has something to say. I'm so happy that I'm scratching my head. It's over. It's over. I've finally finished writing. I'm throwing flowers to celebrate. The hardworking fatty will release a new book tomorrow. If you like it, you can come and support me. End of chapter 105. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.